stencils, but before I get to those, I must tell you about our happy hour deal, because of course this is a deal that is lasting the whole hour, so you have to get involved as soon as you possibly can. Now this is a lovely combination and an absolutely phenomenal price. Details are already up on your screen, and you're actually getting 2 paper packs within this one. You're going to get your pretty posies, which sounds delightful straight away, doesn't it? And then you've got those gorgeous lovies in the air. Ooh, a bit of love.
And we're coming up to February soon. I know we've got that little C word in between, but February will be here before you know it.
Well, in the card making world, we are kind of ahead of ourselves, aren't we? But yes, yeah.
Sometimes.
I'm the one starting with Christmas cards on the 1st of December, but there you go.
Oh, that's early.
I love it. Now, this one, we say love is in the air, and we talk about Valentine's Day, because anniversaries, engagements, weddings, they go on all year round, don't they?
It's just love in general.
Isn't
People
it?
who've just met, engagements, everything like that, isn't it?
I love that. Top reasons why I love you. Isn't that lovely there? A bit of that. Well, we'd need appendums, wouldn't we? We'd need more pages than that, Karen, for by people that love us. Go into volumes. Oh.
Yeah, there's volume speaks words, doesn't it?
You've got die cut elements with these as well. The quality of the print is beautiful. Then you've got your supportive papers. Well, I say papers. I mean, look at that. Absolutely amazing. 200 GSM, the papers that we're looking at here. And again, you'll see little elements that you'll see within the embellishments. Again, areas that you can fussy cut. Beautiful papers throughout. Perfect for any situation, whether you're wanting to give a little love to in a romantic gesture, or maybe it's a case that you want to send love to anybody that needs it, really, isn't it? It's one of those situations. But gorgeous papers throughout. And, of course, scrapbooking papers, absolutely perfect for those memory albums, those journals, maybe to commemorate a special anniversary, or maybe you can make something like a little guest book, things like weddings and that. You could actually put these in, couldn't you, quite easily, and people sign those pages.
Just to say I love you.
Yeah,
doesn't even have to be to your loved one. It could be to your parents.
Exactly. I love you, Karen.
I love you too.
Oh,
I love coming here. I love
Let's get the flowers out, shall we? We've got posies, pretty posies coming up in the next bundle as well. And these are really pretty. Now, you're getting both of these sets for £11.98. 48 sheets, Karen, that's good value for money.
It's a no-brainer, isn't it? It's like buy one, get one. Well, buy one, get one, less than half price.
Well,
buy both of them for less than half price.
Well, at £24.98, you're looking at about £12.50 per pad, aren't you, originally? So they're lower than that. Like you say, they're saving £13. Love these. They're kind of that kitsch English kind of rose kind of. Yeah, you'll know, lots of you will know a designer that kind of uses that style. But lovely, absolutely gorgeous.
Ideal for Secret Santas, aren't they, at that price?
Nice, yeah. And then they're nice weights as well. We were talking about boxes and templates.
Yeah,
and you could utilise those.
Yes, they do boxes. They do some nice bags, but they do good for scrapbooking. But they are printed and made in India, and they all seem to be heavier than what our grammage is. It also feels heavier to me.
Process.
Yeah, it seems more dense. It feels more like a 300, but it's a really good sturdy quality. Brilliant
value for money. You're getting both of those. Not choices of, but that is your happy hour. So what that means is that when we get to 8 o'clock, that £13 saving is going to disappear, and that's quite a saving to miss out on, isn't it? So get involved as soon as you can. The clock on your screen there will keep you reminded of how long you've got to take advantage of them. But don't forget, if they do sell out before we get to 8 o'clock, then sadly we do have to say goodbye to it. So get involved as soon as you can. 230411 being that all-important item number. Now, I've got another fabulous pack. Well, I say pack, it is almost like a craft pack, because you've got a 12 by 12 pad, beautiful papers in here, but again, it's the weight, it's the elements in here that almost make it into like a little craft kit. We're off to the circus.
We're off to the circus, yes.
Aww.
And it's got all the like the craft kit with it, the embellishments that you can cut out and add. But yeah, again, glorious thickness of paper. Look, you can make a really sturdy bag out of it. Really good, beautiful. But very, very pretty. Very. How can I say it's childlike but not childish.
It is, yes, exactly. That's a really good phrase, actually.
Yeah.
There's loads and loads of different kind of elements on there as well. So whether you're wanting to fussy cut areas, whether you're wanting to commemorate, maybe you've been out on a trip somewhere, maybe it's a case that you just enjoy that kind of ethos around the fun and the entertainment of Circus. Love this one. You've got a little memory album here with little tickets. So other things that you've got within your stash gives you the opportunity to use those. And I just love that stars and stripes paper that we've got there.
That is really nice, isn't it?
Lovely?
Yeah.
Works well with the craft card as well, doesn't it? Gorgeous here. So lots of lovely, bright and wonderful pages, as you can see, featuring within here. You've also got your embellishments as well. I'll give you a little flick through of the pad in just a few moments, but if you're wanting to get involved, details on your screen. Got 2 A4 cards of your embellishments. So these, they're not die cut, we just fussy cut around
We
them.
just fussy cut around them, yeah. Or if you don't want to fussy cut, just cut them out of squares, or just give them a nice border.
Well, some of these have got a reasonable amount of space around them, so you might have dies that you can use with those.
Yeah, certainly.
Lovely.
Certainly.
Then, of course, you've got your 12 by 12. Wow, paper? Really? I mean, again, we're looking at, was it 250 GSM? So I think that's classified as card, isn't it, 250? Yeah.
Well, after 180, I think 190 is classified as lightweight card.
Definitely. So, yeah, we've got paper pack on the screen, but as I say, the weight, in our opinion, we consider it to be card. Again, bright colours. And this is a nice combination, because that particular one there, you could use that on something that's got quite an urban feel to it, not necessarily circus.
You takes inks as well. Takes inks.
Nice.
You can stamp on them as long as you dry the ink off. It is like a glossy. It's not glossy, but it's
kind of got like a sheen
onto it. Yeah. So dry your inks, but you can ink onto it. Die cuts goes through your electronic cutting machines.
Definitely.
Beautiful.
It's almost like a little fairy tale castle that you've got there. So maybe you've been on a trip and you're wanting to commemorate that, or maybe you just noticed, you could just put a photograph in there, couldn't you? Right in the middle there.
Somebody's a right star there, aren't they?
Exactly. Love it. Now, of course, lovely bright primary tones in there as well, so they're going to work with many other things I'm sure you'll have in your stash. And can I just show you something that we are going to see one of these boxes coming together in a short while. I've actually got the template that will allow you to create something as beautiful as this as well. I'm not going to open it up just yet, because you're going to have to wait and see. Or shall we? Go on then. Go on then. I'll show you. This is fabulous. We've got the template for this one.
We've got the template to make those. The template comes with 2 templates in, so you can make 2 out of it.
Love it. And then it's like boxes within boxes within boxes. And there you go. Keep on going.
Exploding boxes,
I'll
but
put
an
that
hexagonal.
back together in a minute.
Oh, leave it open.
So let's pop it down there for the time being. Details on your screen. If you want in your paper pack there, 145102. Now, I promised you some amazing stencils and templates, so I'm going to show you those next. Make sure you get involved early with these, though, because I've got a feeling they're going to be popular, especially when you see the different styles that we've got. And these are brilliant. Aye, Karen.
Aye.
We've got
Aye.
a fabulous set, as you can see here. 3 A4 stencil. You've got your beautiful eyes, your expressing eyes, and your bits and pieces. I love that. It's like a body all put together, isn't it? Your eyes and your bits and pieces. So there you go. You've got all of these coming together. I love this one here, because you've kind of got lots of different stencils within this one.
There's lots of different stencils. You can do it completely on one sheet. You could do borders on your walls.
Yeah.
Mask it all off, do whichever, borders like tiles. But yeah, really, I've got a mixture of everything in, a bit of grunge, a bit of pretty, a bit of everything in, and a bit of patterns in,
as well.
even down to music.
The thought was there. Now, with this one, Karen, would you leave it as an A4, or would you snip into it, make it into lots of little stencils?
It's your entire choice.
Okay.
Myself, personally, I leave it as an A4.
Okay.
Because I use just masking tape around it.
Yes.
And once you've cut something, you've cut it. So if you
can't
decide
put it back, can you?
you can't
Yeah.
put it back, no. But
Fair point.
The choice is yours. If you work easier with smaller ones, you can see in between them. They've got all
They're
the
kind of
parts
like
where
the
you
snip
can
points, yeah.
snippability. But
I love it.
I've kept mine together.
Now you've got the drama of the eyes included with this one as well. They do look a little bit odd when they're all on the same sheet together, but it's not likely that you're going to be putting 4 pairs of eyes on a project. You're likely to just go for a couple.
You're likely to go for a pair, yeah, but they're absolutely gorgeous. You can put your texture paste through them, you can ink through them, and even draw through them with your micron pen, and then colour them in.
It's a good idea.
With your watercolours, make them more
terrific.
natural. So, if you can't draw eyes or anything else like that, ideal.
Oh, here we go. Oh, no, it's that one, sorry. There you go. Love it. Amazing, absolutely amazing. And the detail that you've got, I mean, the lashes, I'd love lashes like these.
We used to have them when we were younger. They drop out as you get older, don't they?
And I love this, using the little bits of me. I mean, using your inky backgrounds. Love this way, it's kind of been stenciled through, then a little bit of the white pen on top of there.
Definitely. I'd like to say thank you to Sam and Carolyn. They're the design team that have done most 90% of the samples.
They've done a jolly good job of
Done
them
a
as well.
really
Look at
good
this one,
job of
little
them.
gems being used in there. Nice idea. And again, maybe utilising them alongside other things that you've got. Hello, gorgeous. There you go. You can see they obviously utilised it with other bits and pieces. This is a nice one as well.
Yeah, Cheryl did that
I
a
like
little
that.
while ago, but it's really, really good. It's very ethereal, isn't it? It's
Amazing. And again, building up those different layers. Like this one, we've just one eye has been used as that one as well. So, yeah,
and
nice.
what Sam's done there is she's gone through it with embossing ink and then used embossing powders. But if you feel
yes, you
it
can
looks
see, yeah.
really...
Very effective. It feels a
Very
bit like I'm
effective.
poking her in the eye, I'm not going to lie, but there you go. £17.99 for all of those. Obviously, you've got your 3A4 templates, but you've got so much content within there, giving you a lot more. Yeah, brilliant value for money, that one. 010068 is that all-important item number. Now, got a series of stencils that are on a pick and mix for you next, and these are layering stencils. Some of them are layering stencils, which means you kind of do your different layers, your background, and then you find a detail. And these are incredible. We've got some fabulous detail with these. Now, they're on a pick and mix. You can choose any 4 of these. You've got 8, which conveniently means if you want to go in for all of them, then obviously you choose 4 and then you come back in and get another 4. But look at the price on there, £16.99. So that's about £4.25, I suppose, something like that, isn't it, per stencil? That is really good price.
Yeah, exactly, £4.25. But it's, the layering ones are so easy to work with. So if you like to do it, if you're struggling with colouring and things like that, all you need to do is use 2 different inks, so it brings them through absolutely beautiful.
And these are beautiful. Now, you don't have to use them in their entirety. Some of them build up scenes, but look at this, and it shows you how you're using it. And this is using it alongside the little hummingbird there. But it's just such an effective way of crafting. Look at that, the multi-layers there. Change out the colours, and there you go. Gives you an idea of another way of working with them. But, of course, Stencil's incredibly versatile. You can flip them over. So here you've got the 2 hummingbirds coming together with another stamp or embellishment that you've got. Get quite grungy with these as well. One of my favourites, I have to say, is those wonderful leaves that you've got. I mean, look at that. Layering those up perfect for the season. And, of course, they are beautiful throughout, including the backgrounds as well. I love this. Who's this little pooch? Do we know?
It's one that's Sam's put together, but I don't think she's told us who that one. Like,
adorable.
It's adorable, isn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous. And again, they offer those kind of subtle kind of layers within a project as well, don't they? I love that at the background there. But again, more with these. Really do like these. Can't stop showing you the different finished samples. Beautiful. This particular one that we've got here, it almost looks like it's been printed.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
I suppose in a way
really
it has,
nice.
isn't it, with the stencil? But you know what I mean, digitally printed. That's what I was thinking. £16.99, very good value for money. So as I say, if you like taking advantage of some of those, you can do. The ones at the bottom are your layering ones, and then obviously the ones at the top there, adding that texture and interest. They're all on the website, incidentally. So 390039 is the item number, and also on the website you'll find all sorts of amazing goodies, many of which we'll see Karen working with. Now, of course, if you've got any questions that you're wanting to ask while Karen's here, let's take advantage of her. Get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. We'll be utilising lots of different items. Karen's brilliant. She'll tell you what she's using as she's going, and we'll change the details on the screen, so you kind of make your wish list as you go. Some of the items we've not got here in the studio, so if you do want to add in things like your grey board, if you're wanting to add in your templates as well, you'll see some of those in action. Then you can do, we have got the templates here, but we've got 5-star reviews as well, so check those out as well. Sometimes it's nice to read those and see what other crafters think of the products before you place your order for them. So there's all sorts of essentials there. You can pop them all to your basket, check your basket out in one go, and don't forget, do keep an eye on that postage. Good hour to be a Freedom member, to be honest, because the last thing you want to be doing is spending any of that saving on your post and packing. So,
I've
Karen,
been a Freedom member since the
as well,
beginning.
Yes. I had a bit of a panic because I actually changed my card, and when they came to take the payment, I'd forgotten to tell them that I'd got a different card, and it was like, we haven't been able to take payment. I thought, need to get that sorted out straight away.
I know. You've when you change your cards, you've got to tell everybody, and you don't remember everybody until you get a letter through post. And you
don't
think,
take my Freedom membership away.
No. So what we're going to start off with, I'm going to do a little bit with the hexagon explosion bolts and just show you the template that we've got first of all. So you do get 2 in this. You get a black one and you get a what will they call it, buff. they call it craft. This one's called craft.
Okay.
And inside there, what you can see is it's very, very, very simple. You've got the boxes that are all pre-cut for you, another box that's pre-cut, and then you've got the lids.
Okay.
And all you need to do, the full instructions are in there, so it tells you step by step how to pop them together, how to decorate them, and then put them together, and it's really, really, really simple. What I have done is I've put one half together.
Okay.
And I've actually covered it as well. And what we're going to do is we're going to finish one off and then complete it rather than you being there.
So is the idea that you use the craft card as the base for your box?
It's the base of your, but that's the craft card or the black. You've got one in black. The other, there's another one in black as well. Once they're put together, they're really, really nice and sturdy. And it's just a case of just making sure you've folded the creases and gluing them together. Now, obviously, I use my oak and archer glue, and I've got the pieces cut out. Best way to measure is to get a ruler and measure when you're wanting to do your mats and layers.
Right, yes, yeah.
If you measure across there and down there, and then take half a centimetre or a quarter of an inch off.
Okay.
And then when you're popping them together, always remember that they will flop open, so don't put them upside down.
Of course, yes.
Put them the right way.
You want them to naturally kind of
They want them
go
to
out
naturally
like a flower.
go out, definitely. I've used my dies to cut for the lids and the base.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I've got hexagonal dies, and I've just
Yeah.
chosen through them and picked one that completely sort of
Perfect.
sort of fitted. I've got a lid in here as well, and then I'll just sort of do some creasing and show you exactly what to do. So this one comes like that. What I would particularly do is open it up, and then you turn it over and burnish the other side. It's an exploding box. You want to break the fibres so it flops from both sides to another.
Yeah.
So work it a little bit and crease on both sides. If you don't break that fibre down there, it may not flop open as much.
Fair enough, good advice.
So shall we do the lid first?
Oh,
Pop
let's
the
go
lid
for
together. So you can see with your lid, it's in an hexagonal, and these bits, you may find they've got a little pit there. That's done in the manufacturing process, so it doesn't get damaged while it's getting packed. You just need to pull it across, and you can see there's a pip. So I've done all the folding and scoring that I need to do, and all I'm going to do is so let's put some glue onto it. So with my Awkward Archer glue, I've dispensed it into a fine liner.
Okay.
And it doesn't need watering down or anything like that, but it goes a lot further. So the 3 bottles, is it 3 bottles or 2 bottles that you
it's
get?
a twin pack, yeah.
A twin
with that
pack.
one, yeah.
It goes so much further when you disperse it into a fine liner bottle.
I love it. And a good idea to use a wet glue when you're putting these together then?
I would always use a wet glue. If I use a tape, even a strong tape, you know, the red liner tape.
Yes.
When you've got something that's got movement into it, it can.
That's true, actually.
It can move away. So if you're going to be moving it and opening it in and shutting it, what happens with the glue? It's wet. It's a glue. But it wets the fibres. It wets the fibres on one side, and then wets the fibres on the other side. So the fibres, when they dry, they go like that.
They kind of become one.
They become one. So instead of coming open and splitting open, to get them open, they'll basically tear.
Yes, yeah.
So the best thing that I can suggest is if you pop that straight there and it dries, you've got a little bit that will lift up. Okay. I always tend to rub the edge of my glue, edge of my raw edge, and then pop it onto there and hold. Okay. And that will make sure that you never get that. If I show you.
That's a good tip, because when we do put the glue on, you tend to shy away from the edges.
You tend to shy away, but I like to bob it into the. I just the edges. So I've just got the edge wet there like that. And then that will make sure that edge.
That's a really good tip. I like that one.
Comes up. It really, you know, when you have pétés, the things that don't work, that don't look neat, that will neaten it. If I did it like that, then this, if I just went like that, there's a bit of glue that I've missed and you'd have that bit sticking up.
Definitely, and it doesn't give it that professional look, does it?
So I just bob it onto there like
and equally
that.
so, even if it is a dry as clear glue, you still don't really want it to be showing, do you?
You
just
don't.
want to keep it out of the way, so really good tip.
Yeah.
And your twin packs on your screen there, so £13.99. Don't forget to get that smaller bottle to decant it into if you want that fine detail nozzle, and you'll find that's one of the ochred ones as well. So 788-279.
John next door, that one.
Oh, is it? Oh,
we don't have
the
finer bottles. But as you can see, it's a quick drying glue. This has already started to dry, so it's like a 3-second grab.
Okay.
And then 3 seconds together, and it grabs, and then it really sticks after about 10 seconds. And it started drying. Yeah, I've got a little bit on there, but I'm not so worried at this one because I've done a little.
Is it better to add your papers as you kind of go along, or do you tend to wait until you've finished it, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter. The choice is yours. But if you've got directional, sometimes it's easier to add the papers afterwards.
Because you can see which way,
and you see which way they go. And if you've got tabs. When you're popping things together and you've got tabs, if you put the papers on before and put a tab over the top of it, you've ruined it.
Yeah.
So the choice is yours. I think I just do it without thinking.
Yeah.
You know, it's automatic.
Can I show you one of the others? Because you've actually got 2 different styles in. You've got the black, obviously, that Karen's working with, but then you've also got your craft card as well. And this one's been created using your craft card. I mean, listen to that. That's quality, isn't it, when you hear that?
Sturdy,
How beautiful is this? Utilising those papers that you're having in your staff. Again, using your dies to cut out your little flowers as well. And again, when you take that lid off, she says confidently, oh, I didn't realise I've got such little hands. You've got your box there, obviously. All those different panels will flop out, as you can see, but they could be stamped panels. Then you've got another box in there, and again, I think it's a brilliant idea if you've got a special birthday or something like that, and it's a way of you could almost have photographs, couldn't you, all the way around there. And then the final one is the gift that you've got in there, as you can see, their little box in there.
What about asking someone to marry you and you put all the photographs of all when you've been out, you know, when you first met, your first night, and things
making me feel up. Making me feel, what a lovely idea.
Yeah, it's not never happened to me, but it's a nice idea.
I don't know if David would go that far, to be honest, but it's a nice idea. I'm sure somebody will.
You've got to make him go that far.
I'll get him a kit. Now, if you fancy getting hold of your kit, you're going to get 2 of your boxes. So you've got your craft card one that was just shared with you, and of course the black version, which Karen's working with, but they're both together at just £13.99. Now, if you're a canny crafter like me, I'd probably be tracing around it so as I can make more ones of those. Have a look to see whether there's any issue with that. I don't think there would be. Yeah, if you wanted to get hold of yours, it explains how it all comes together, and of course you're going to create that fabulous project in the end. Templates, so since we're on the subject, we've got some additional ones to share with you, and these ones are to do with your scrapbooking. So I've actually got them here. So you've got a fabulous little kind of 6x6 book that you're going to be able to create. I suppose it's something along the lines of the one that I showed you earlier on. Again, let me bring out all the bits and pieces, because there's loads of in here. You've got all your different elements, as you can see, they're all die cut, ready to go. You've actually got some elements there that are your grey board as well, so you know you've got stability with regards to your covers. And the beauty is it is all there ready for you to create with the instructions there, taking you step by step right the way through. Everything is explained, full colour photos. Very, very easy to put together. Perfect to work alongside. In fact, I think the papers that we've got on here, I think the papers that we might even have on the show today, those gorgeous red tones there. And it's going to create something similar, not exactly the same as this one, but similar to this idea where you've kind of got your 6x6, but with all your pages in there that you can be able to decorate up. So again, if you like the look of that one, £13.99. But everything is included within that one. Again, you've got a black version, you've got a craft card version, and again, a fabulous price, £13.99. These are phenomenal prices. Adhesives, we can help you with those. We're busy with those ones. So if you're wanting your adhesives, those tape runners, you probably heard Karen wheeling her little tape runner in the background there, £9.99 for 4 of those. They are brilliant to use, especially for putting your papers in place if you don't want any crinkling. 421310 is that item number with regards to those. Red liner tape, Karen made a reference to this one. Of course, there are situations where you will need it, so if you're wanting it, here you go. You're going to get your different reels, your 3mm, your 6mm, your 9mm. You're going to get 12 rolls of those in total for just £9.99. Phenomenal value for money. 969063. And since we're kind of working through our adhesives, foam tape's always a useful one to have, isn't it? So here you go. We've got this one with your foam tape on a roll. Oh my goodness, in abundance. 60 metres of it. You can see there is 2mm thick, so the kind of between your layers, then you're looking at 2mm, but of course you can layer it up to make it deeper. And it's 10mm, a centimetre wide. 36 of them, my goodness. 337908 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Karen, how you doing over
I'm
there, my
doing
love?
really fine. So I've gone to the tape pens, and what I will say with a tape pen is it will, once you've popped it down, you will have chance to lift it up. But once it's dried, you know, when glue or adhesives has to set.
Yes.
So I would say a couple of hours later, you'll probably find that it will start ripping. Now the instructions tell you to pop it in at an angle. Be very, very careful when you do. Don't making sure that the points of this do not go over the folds of that.
Of course, yes.
And it doesn't have to be exactly into the you know, like you would normally think, oh, I'll put that in the middle and have it so that it falls that way.
Yes.
You can have it at an angle as well. It's how you want to put it together. If you find that you want them all together in one part, just put them, you know, on top of each other.
Sometimes you can use one of those kind of little, like the lipstick type glues, you know, the craft glues that the kids use.
Yes.
To go on your tape, and it gives you a bit of wiggle room sometimes.
It does give you a
Church
lot.
taught me that many years ago.
Oh, yeah. And you can also, if you want to, you can put wet glue onto dry glue. Onto tape. So
like belts and braces.
It's belts and braces. So what happens, it gives you the wiggle room when you've got your tape, and also when it dries, it bonds it even stronger.
As well, yeah.
And then in the middle, this is where your little your little engagement ring and will you marry me, you know, and all that.
All that jazz.
Yeah, all that jazz goes. Yeah, so we're just quickly popping this together just to show you how quickly it goes together. So then you pull those up, and you've got one lid for there.
Lovely.
And then you pull that one up, and if you take them under from there, they go like that.
All together really easily,
and then
doesn't
your
it?
very last one there goes. You need big hands for this.
I know, I didn't realise I've got little hands.
It's quite big, isn't it? So
I suppose you could use like something like an elastic band or something to hold it in place if you need an extra pair.
Yeah, you certainly can. But with it not being joined, all you need to do is just pop it underneath, pop it together, and that's what gives it the explosion.
Look at that.
I've not popped them on there, so you can put
together.
individual ones on, or if you want to, you can do it as a band. So when you're doing it as a band, make sure that you twist it round and it goes flat, twist there, break the fibres with your tools, with your fingers, and it'll go completely flat on. These are the little embellishments that you can start cutting out and bringing up. So there's two of those there. So if you cut two out,
like the Ferris wheels.
the Ferris wheel, put one back to back, and the little thing, you could have it on top like an handle.
Could indeed, yeah.
With the Circus over the top. But that's how quickly that they go together.
That is amazing. And we've got the details of the paper pack up on the screen now that Karen's just referring to. So if you're wanting to get hold of that, some lovely emails in. I'll read those ones to you in just a few moments. But the paper pack, this is where you kind of got that circus theme, so the stripy paper that we're seeing Karen working with, and all the different papers within the exploding box that she's just created have been coming from this fabulous pack. Got a £6 saving on this one, meaning that you're only paying £12.99. You've also got your 2 sheets of embellishments, and you can see there, Swatty Craft Corner, Fun Fiesta, a company based in India, and the quality of the papers, and well, we're calling them papers, but to be honest, 250 GSM, they're bordering on card. I'd call them card anyway. And again, you've got a whole host of different designs. Some of them circus related, some of them fun fair related as well. And some of them just being that fabulous kind of stars and stripes and red, white and blue style with these. I mean, here you've almost got like a theme park, haven't you, with your dodgems and your Ferris wheel going on there. Love that one. I mean, that's a brilliant one that you could utilise again, chopping into, use it for your exploding box. And again, you can see here right the way through, so many different styles, some of which do definitely relate to the circus, but not all of them. I love this one as well. Got that kind of jacquard look to it as well, hasn't it? So absolutely beautiful, coming right the way through. Your embellishments as well, as Karen just showed us. Oh, I can't pick it up. Doesn't want to come up. There you go. I got it. 2 A4 sheets. Now, these, you are going to fussy cut these, so you're going to trim around them and pop them in place as and where you need to. So if you fancy creating your own wonderful little exploding box, maybe utilising some of those papers, then of course you can do. The template for the exploding box is at the bottom of your screen as well. So if you wanted to get hold of that, £13.99, and don't forget you are getting 2 of those in there. You're going to be getting your craft card and also your black. And Sandra's placed her order for these ones, so yeah, so she's liked these a lot. So Karen, thank you for showing us how they come together. And I'll read more of your email in a few moments, Sandra. So what else can I tempt you with? Well, those stencils. I think we're going to be having a little look at these ones in a few moments. We'll need our eyes, won't we? Oh, just as well we've got all of these ones to help us. So here you go. You've got £17.99 being your price for all 3 of these stencils. So they're A4 in size, so you can see there's a lot of content featuring within these, even more so because you've actually got, obviously, under the little flap there, you can see you've got additional elements that you might not quite be able to see. Just be careful because they will come sliding off again if I'm not careful. So you've got all your different pairs of eyes, giving you lots of expression, beautiful eyes as you can see. And then you've got that fabulous multi kind of faceted template that you've got there with the stencil that's giving you lots of content within. I've just found some finished samples relating to that particular one as well. So some really nice designs. And it's nice because you've got lots of different kind of areas of interest. You've got lots of florals in there. There's music notes in there as well, as I'm sure that you saw as well. And then there's some nice little kind of patterns, infill patterns. So very useful little set, this particular one. Got little motifs in there as well, so you might be that you're creating multiples of those and putting them together. And here's the one that I think is an incredibly useful one there, with your music theme going on there. And again, a little bit of floral accent alongside it as well. So £17.99, brilliant value because you're going to get all of those, all 3 of them, but multiple elements within them. So that's why it's always good value, isn't it? So if you're wanting yours, 010068, just £17.99. Now, if you're in the mood for stencils, well, you'll certainly want to know about our pick and mix. We've got 8 fabulous options for you to choose from. Half of them are kind of backgrounds, as you can see at the top row that we've got at the back here. The row at the front, though, these are kind of multi-layered. So you'll see that you've got almost like, it looks like a silhouette, but you've got your open area where you're going to lay down your colour, and then you've got your more fine detail, which is going to sit on top. And it gives you an absolutely incredible result. Professional result very quickly and easily. And that's the thing. Sometimes you need something that's going to give you that result, give you the confidence. And with all due respect to the design team, I mean, the simplicity of the style really does come through absolutely beautifully when you start changing up those colours. So again, you've got your gorgeous roses there, you've got your poppies. This is another one of the options. You've also got your leaves. And again, you can still utilise all the different techniques that we know and love. I love this one as a backdrop there. But of course, getting different results over and over again. I think Karen's going to be showing us this one in her next demo. Love that. The hummingbird being used there. And again, the poppies as well. £16.99, choose any 4. If you just can't choose and you want all of them, well, good news is you can come back in, same item number, no additional post and packing, and you can get hold of all 8 that way. So 390039. Karen, you're going to be working with these in your next demo.
I'm going to be working with the leaves now. It's,
I like that one.
I like that one. It's I've been inspired by the design team because they both sent cards in exactly, virtually the same but different.
Yes.
And I thought, yeah, that's a fantastic one. So I'm actually going to be going to do something with that.
Wonderful. So what do we need to know to get started?
So all I'm going to do is, well, it would help if I got my template out, wouldn't it?
You're just having a lovely time, having a lovely chat this morning.
Yeah, a lovely chat this morning. So I'm lucky I've got 2. I've got a piece of cardstock, and it is going to get cut down to fit this, if I can get rid of the glitter. But I want to do it as a whole to start off with, because if I cut it down to size, then I'm more aware of what I'm doing for the edges. So I'm going to do the whole A5 sheet and then cut it down.
I think Leonie does that a lot as well.
Pick the bits
pick out
out
the
that I
areas you like. Yeah.
Yes. So I've got my distress oxides and I've got my ranges of browns in. Now you can see it can be done in green, it can be done in reds and oranges for autumn. It can be done really, really bright green for summer. So it's one of those that you can take forward through every season. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the maple leaf, and I'm going to do this in antique linen, and I'm just make sure that you don't when you're doing it you hold your card down as well. That's when you need one of those magnetic boards to pop it on, and I see I've caught a little bit there, so I need to make sure I cover that up. You certainly could. The beautiful size leaves to use. I think a nice pale, like a linen. Put it onto a nice linen with some fabric. Obviously, you'd need to spray it and put it down more.
Couldn't you use a erasable pen and trace the design and embroider them or anything like that?
Oh yeah.
Loads of things you could do.
Yeah. I've not had my sewing machine out for absolutely ages.
Oh, Karen, you need to do it.
It's bad, that, isn't it? Really, really
you're a
bad.
busy lady. I mean, Sandra was referring to your Facebook Lives earlier on, so you're always at it.
Oh, talking of Facebook Lives, I'm doing one on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm going to do one on Thursday, and I think about 4 p.m. on Thursday.
Wonderful.
So we're doing it, and we're going to if you can join the Friends of Oakwood, we found that I get a better reception on Friends of Oakwood.
Okay.
And then I transfer it over onto the Oakwood site, so that I get a better reception. So on Thursday at 4 o'clock, Friends of Oakwood, we're going to do something. If you've got any ideas what you want to do, drop us a line on the Facebook, and we can do it that way.
Oh, that's nice to know.
Yeah, we'll do what you want to do.
Ah.
And then I'm going into brushed corduroy, so I'm going a little bit darker. And I love oxides, because you can see how they're blending in.
So easy to work with, aren't they?
Yeah, really, really easy to do. That's really deep and dark.
Colour.
It's beautiful. It goes lovely on the Jelly Bean Super Smooth. And blends in. You can see the shine on it through the white. And then obviously I'm going to go with something darker to just bring it up. And I'm not even thinking about where I'm putting them or how many numbers.
So achievable, Karen.
Oh yeah, we're just having a right chat while I just carry on brushing around and doing the inks. And then let's have a look. We'll go. Shall we go? We'll go gathered twigs, because that's a winter.
So do you always start with your lighter tone and then work your way up to the deeper?
Not always, no.
Okay, just whichever you grab.
It's yeah. This one the finished one, the original one, I started darker and went lighter, and then I just thought, oh well, I'll try it the other way. I might not get as much blend, but there's a little hole in the stencils as well. Is that just for convenience, or you use that for lining up when you come to the second layer? This one,
yeah.
Oh no, I use that to put
just hang them up.
Just hang them up.
Sometimes it's like a locator.
Yeah. I never even noticed that. And just put oh, what is it? One of those round clips. What are they called, Hayley? A split pin? Not a split pin, a round one.
Like the little hinge ones?
Yeah, the ones that open
like a bookmark. A book ring, is it? Something like that?
A book ring, that's the one. Thanks, Lo.
10 house points. Teamwork, eh?
Well, I was saying thank you for being involved. It's nice when people help out, isn't it? I do lose my words, me.
Oh, bless you.
I definitely lose my words. And there we go.
Lovely.
So we've just put that together, 3 different browns. Now I'm going to get a walnut stain, and inside of these, what you do have is you have the veins. So this is how you can, and each vein corresponds. So I'm going to move it to a cleaner one, because I'll probably get it all over. So you've got your maple leaf with the
And it's nice that they're lined up, so there's no guesswork there.
There's no guesswork.
You
just pop it in, and you can see underneath your stencil that as long as it goes onto the inside, and I don't want that too thick. And you can see that just And
You know what? I'm just thinking about making your own wrapping paper with things like these as well. Because if you've got like you know, the brown paper on a roll.
Yes, the one that Jelly Bean does. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And you're not re-inking and re-stamping, are you?
No.
If you can see, I'm not even re-inking my brush.
Well, I suppose you're picking up a little bit of the ink that's on the stencil, so yeah, why go back to the pad? Yeah,
you're going back to the pad. Yeah, there's no need to go back. I don't need that too. So I've done that offline, but you're not. You're not. It doesn't matter if you do it off piece, does it? Nothing is perfect in life. There we go. A little bit there.
You'd almost be using something that's sparkly.
Just watch your dirty fingers on it, you know.
If you were using something like your clear embossing pad, could you kind of do that with a clear embossing pad and then put embossing powder on?
Oh, yeah. Shall we do that?
Oh, I don't mind if you want to.
What we'll do is let's just. Have I got any clear embossing?
We're throwing it all into mix there.
Sorry, I've only got silver, so we'll do it with silver. But we'll show how it works with silver. Yeah. We'll get one leaf and we'll bring that one leaf out with the silver bits. Yeah, and then
spotlight on that one.
A spotlight on that one, yeah. And then just still blending it in.
Popular stencil, this one. Lots of people adding this one.
It's really nice. Need more ink on there, or I need a darker ink, but you can line it up. And in the stencil, I don't know whether you can see just there, it's actually half etched.
Oh,
so
see
you
the
can
outline.
see the outline of it is
okay.
etched, ready for you to be able to. If I show you there, they're etched. So that's giving you the direct
hold it
way.
nice and still for us, and we'll get the camera right in there and have a proper good look at that.
Do you need me to move it just a little bit more forward?
You can see just around the edge, yes. It's almost like a trace line, isn't it? Yeah.
With a little bit of ink into that edge.
Oh, there you go.
Does that make it?
It does.
Yeah.
You can indeed.
So it's etched, so you'll be able to match it up exactly. You can match it up exactly to what you have. Not that I do.
I kind of like your idea of having two sets of the same stencil because I'm not in a rush to clean up my stencils or anything when I'm crafting, to be honest. And if you're doing this with multiple colours and things, it's useful to have a second set, isn't it? Because you can kind of work with them straight away. Yeah,
definitely. So we've nearly done that one.
Does that make a difference?
It does. Those veins really make a difference. So we've got that there, and now we've got this bit. Let's just clean that off a little bit. Like you say, you can clean. You've got one to use. If you're doing an autumn colours, you've got reds, you've got oranges, you've got greens.
And it just means you don't have to stop your crafty session because I don't get an awful lot of time to sit down and have a proper craft. So when I do, I don't really want to be cleaning up as I go. So that's why it's useful to have that second one there if you can stretch two.
So we've got this here, and we've cleaned it off, and we're just gonna go in with our embossing ink, and we're just pressing that into there. So we're pressing that one into there.
Oh, it almost leaves like a watermark.
It does. It is a watermark, isn't it? It is a watermark. The only thing I didn't do is dry it off. I should have dried the ink off first.
Oh, don't worry. You're forgiven because we've kind of gone a little bit ad-lib here, haven't we?
We have gone a bit ad-lib, but I might... we've gone a little bit ad-lib, but not to worry because it can easily...
Oh, I told you we had emails earlier on, Karen, so just as you're working there. Lovely, Sam's been in touch and she's been crafting with lots of the goodies that we've got on the show today. She's been enjoying working with the templates that we covered earlier, and she said she doesn't usually do construction. The papers are fantastic quality and definitely not paper, but more so card. So, yeah, and in great fun designs. Have a good show and looking forward to your demos, Karen. She's doing us proud, isn't she, these demos? Love it.
That's very nice. So we've covered it all. Because it was dry.
That's okay.
But let's ad-lib a little bit more.
Okay.
What we're going to do, this is the finished one. This is how it would normally, it would have finished.
Yeah.
But what we're going to do is we're going to just pick that leaf there.
Oh, and you're going to go back in.
And we're going to go back in because we know that this is dry, don't we?
Got you.
Yep, so
Yeah,
we've
because
got
we
that
kind
one
of,
there.
like you say, because
The
inks
ink
were wet,
was all
then
wet, so it's
more.
just gone straight through. I should have dried the ink.
That's all right.
But what we're going to do is we're just going to do this one here. And then we'll heat that, put some silver on there. I do make a mess, don't I?
Oh, bless you. Well, you do, and I go and throw things into the mix, so I apologise.
I usually, you know, at home, I usually just stick it all on the floor and it's all piled down in a row. And then after I've done what I've done, I go and pick it all up. But yeah, so we've got that one there.
Lovely.
And then we'll just heat this up. It'll just be, not be 2 seconds with the noise.
There's only a little bit of a line.
You'll see it start turning. There we go.
There it goes. And again, that could be a resist that you're creating, or
and that
all
just
sorts of
brings
different
that little
techniques.
bit out. Wipe that bit off, and there.
Oh,
That's,
look at
that was the
that.
finished one.
That's egg. That looks
You can
fabulous.
put embossing ink and embossing powders through it.
Love it. Oh, thank you for showing us
What
how
I'll
to
do is I'll
that.
make sure when that's dry, I'll get rid of all embossing powder and finish it off.
Brilliant. Well, you're back a little bit later on, aren't you?
I am, definitely.
So we can always catch up with you at that stage as well. At 10 o'clock, that show with the lovely Yanis. Oh, is it different products? Oh.
Different, it's a happy hour.
Oh, is it? Mm.
It's a happy
Oh,
hour.
well, I'm glad that Yanis is presenting that one. That means I can go shopping.
Lots of bargains.
I love it. Now, the details are on your screen with regards to the stencils that I've got in front of us here. Very busy with regards to these. Lots of you taking advantage. We've got 8 stencils to choose from. You're going to choose any 4. And it could be that you're going for all of the layering ones at the bottom. It could be that you're going for all of the backgrounds that we've got at the top. Or you could be mixing them up. It's entirely up to you. Beauty is you can use them in so many different ways. I mean, the crackle that you've got there, absolutely brilliant as a backdrop when you're creating projects. And again, you can use them alongside the other things that you've got within your stash, or maybe you can use them alongside the other templates. So again, here you've got that crackle in the background there. You can put all sorts of things through your stencils, couldn't you? Here you've got a little bit of a gel medium that's gone through, which looks absolutely incredible. Or it might be that you're doing the double layers as they are intended to give you all that detail. Don't forget, we've got the different templates and the different stencils that will allow you to kind of do this grungy look around the edges. But of course, they do work. If you've got things like your dies to create your frames, then absolutely perfect. As you can see, changing out the colours gives them a totally different look. And of course, you can isolate areas as well. You don't have to use it in its entirety. And they're certainly useful ones to have in your stash. So when you want to create that backdrop that's just right for that perfect project that you're working with, then you can do so with this one. I love this one. This is the one that Karen's just been working with, but using green. So doesn't it look different? And I love that. It's kind of got that watercolour look to it. And again, the poppies, change the colours out of the poppies, and there you go. Totally different look, time and time again. Brilliant. £16.99, 390039. You can choose any 4 of those, and lots of you are adding those into your basket. Something else a lot of you are adding in are your gessos. Now, of course, your gessos are perfect for you to kind of prime the base that you're working on. So it might be a case of that you're going to be creating something. You need a white backdrop, where the heavy gesso will allow you to do that. You can actually use this through your stencils as well if you're wanting to add something that's got a little bit of depth to it. You're getting both of those, though, so that is really good value for money, isn't it? And they certainly are a good weight to them. Now, of course, if you're wanting to go for these, £11.99 is just your price on your screen there, as you can see. It's not often we see your black gesso, actually, and Karen's just passed me a couple of boards, so I'm just going to grab those if I can. Karen, what are these that you passed into, my darling?
It's the grey board, and the black gesso has got 1 coat onto it, and the white gesso has 2 coats onto it.
My goodness.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, it looks like it's kind of a board that you've bought with that on there already.
Yeah, it's just a grey board that we
wow, I think we've got it on the show actually. So yeah. So yeah, if you're wanting the grey board, we can supply you with that one as well. So there you go. Shows you the coverage. One layer with the black.
1 layer of black, 2 of white.
Yeah.
I won't say it's not done it with 1 layer of white, but the black, it was 1 layer of black. The black is really, really rich.
Thank
the
you.
white would take 2 layers.
Fabulous. Thank you, Karen. So, yeah, there you go. £11.99. Brilliant price with regard to gesso there. 608741. 2 good-sized pots there. And so, yeah, pop that one into your basket. Now, if you're wanting your grey board to create your bases, here you go. We've got a few different ways for you to get hold of it. We've got your A4 here. So this one, you're going to get 12 sheets for just £9.99. 854683 if you're wanting those. But if you want to go larger with regards to 12 by 12s, we've got those available for you as well. Again, similar sort of weight and density, but this time just a little larger, and again £9.99, brilliant price. So 220 GSM, 2,200. It's between the two, somewhere along the line, yeah. Difference of 0 can make it. So 756, is that the same price as the A4? Is the A4? That's a good price. In fact, sometimes it's nice to go for both of them, isn't it? Because you don't always want to cut it down. So, yeah, because it's a less than a tenner, I'd go for both sets with those. Oh, you're only getting 10 sheets with your 12 by 12. That's where the difference is. So, 756 272 if you're wanting your 12 by 12. And, of course, you can add your A4 in at the same time if you're wanting to. Happy hour. Oh, gosh, yes, happy hour. Time is ticking away. We've only got a little over 10 minutes to take advantage of this one. You're getting 48 sheets and 2 themes. You've got your pretty poses and your love is in the air. Brilliant saving with these ones. £13 saving, you're paying just £11.98. But that saving will disappear when we get to 8 o'clock this morning, so make sure you take advantage of that. Can I just tempt you with something else as well that we've got? Because this is beautiful. Oh, did you hear that gasp? Was that you gasping, Karen Keats, over there?
I love that, yeah.
So what do you like about these then?
I think this, is it all 4 or is it just 2? It's set 2.
Oh.
Which is the thicker lace, the black broderie anglais lace.
So I'm just looking because these laces, there's different styles within there.
It's different styles.
Okay,
yeah,
we'll go for those two then.
It's the 2 thicker ones. The one that's on that one.
That one?
And the one that's, nope. Nope. That's it. They're like a broderie anglais lace. They are absolutely deep,
it was
absolutely rich. You don't need them for paper crafting, use them for sewing. I've made flowers from them, all sorts of things, but you can colour it as well.
Nice.
I've coloured it just with spraying with, you know, like pearl
12
drops.
metres in there. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, if you like the look of those, love that because you kind of got that decorative edge there. Sometimes lace, it's just like almost like a rectangle, isn't it? But you've got that gorgeous look across there. £11.99 there. 330166. It's thick, a bit like me. There you go. If you're wanting yours, details are on your screen there. Of course, anything that you've got in your basket, check out before the end of the hour, especially if you've got your happy hour deals, because of course that is going to go up in price. But we've got a little bit of time left. We've got about 5 minutes left, Karen. So look over to you.
Just going to show you the lace, if I may, so you can see the lace flowers
from it.
The lace flowers, and we've got the lace on the edge of there. There's 2 layers onto that, but it is really, really beautiful lace.
And like you say, it's proper lace, isn't it?
It's proper lace. Yes, definitely. Sorry about that, Ailey.
Right.
I just thought you'd like to see it.
No, thank
so
you.
we're going to do another one on the stencils, and we're going to do the layered rows. In each of your stencils, on most of them, you get the inside layer as well.
Do you?
So if you're doing 2, you can do 1, put that on top, and then do 1 over crossing it.
Yes.
Definitely. So, or you can, if you've got your sprays and you want to spray over, get the background on, and then go in and start doing your flower.
Yeah.
I will only just do one flower if that's all right.
Go on then.
We've only got a few minutes, haven't we?
About 4 minutes
Oh,
or
we've
so.
got about 4 minutes. Right. Right.
Do as many as you like, Karen.
Do as many as I like. So you've got 3 layers, and you've got your leaves as well. So you've got 2 layers to your leaves and 2 lots of different leaves. So I'm just going to start with the biggest one, and you always start with your lightest colour first when you're doing it in layers.
Okay.
And I've got spun sugar. And you can't, you'll not see much of it. It's very pale.
Hue.
Yeah, we're going pink.
Nice.
We're going very pink. I have been collecting my oxides, and I've got them all now.
Oh, have you?
I have,
It
yes.
takes a while, doesn't it? But it's nice because you kind of got the gradients of colour there.
I've got all the gradients. There are times where I've done things and it's just not matched up completely, but with it now it is. And I've got it in my
is that your cool cats?
My cool cats thing, yes. Yes. And Kay's sister made me a thing to go around it. So when I put it together, it's like, it's got a wrap on it, and it
like
wraps
a
it so it
cover.
stops them all falling out.
That's good.
I think they do a template for that as well. So then you've got your next layer, but as you can see, we've got the full etch detail on. So if I find the point there, I'm going to put the point over that side, and that is matching up. You know when you get some stencils and they don't match up, and you've got to have a certain point to do it. This one's got etched in for you, and we're just going in with another little layer.
And again, because you've got nice open areas, this is another one I think would be brilliant with your fabric.
Oh, oh yeah. I got some of the fabric paints from Leonie. You know when she did the pick and mix things, and she did all the tie-dye.
The tie-dye. Oh,
I got some of those, and
Good show.
I've got a bag at home.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. There's your
never have,
Thursday sorted with your Facebook Live.
yeah, I would never have thought about doing fabric with it. That's probably. Oh, shall we do that? I'll do that
go
on
on then. I'll
Facebook
tune in.
Live.
What time will it be?
On Thursday at 4 o'clock.
4
we'll
o'clock,
do it with the
right.
fabric.
I'll
we'll
come
do it
and
on
look
one
for
of those
you.
bags on Friends of Oakwood. So we've got our last one in, and we're going with picked raspberry. And it'll just bring up the detail of it. And because it's, I'm being more directional, I've got, rather than my big brushes, I've got my little brushes.
Oh, look at that.
But I'll bring that to the front and show you that, and then I've got the
See,
leaves.
that's how
to
they
do.
actually create fabric quite often. They'll print it, they'll screen print it in different layers of colours.
Over and over, isn't it? But yeah, I think we will do that. And then we've got the leaves. Let's get some greens out. What greens do you want?
Now, just to give you a little bit of a time check, we've got a little over a minute, Karen.
Over a minute. Well, we've only got 2 layers.
We've got the details on the screen. So this one is one of the pick and mix stencils. Of course, we saw the leaves earlier on. These ones are perfect to work alongside it. Of course, you could choose any of your florals along there. You've got your poppies, you've got that daisy star there, as well as that kind of, well, I don't know what sort of flowers. I mean, they say it's a rose, but to be honest, it looks like a begonia as well. You might have both of them on there. So yeah, whichever you go for, it could be that you're going for all 4 of those across the bottom there. And then, of course, you can build up those designs as Karen's showing us. So 390039, 16.99. But don't forget your happy hour as well. You've only got a little over 3 minutes to get hold of that one.
So I've popped the stencil over, the mask over, because I didn't want to go over with green, and it just protects it. And I'm doing just the 2.
That finer detail.
And there you go.
Perfect.
Oh,
right
look
up
how
to
you're
the
going to
wire.
build them
Karen,
up.
that is spot on. And right up to the wire, because we've only got about 10 seconds left.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Shirley.
you. See you at 10 o'clock.
See you at 10.
All right, make sure you tune in. But if you've got your happy hour in your basket, you need to be checking it out. We'll be back with a one-day special in a moment. We will indeed, Ian. It's a cracking deal. Make sure you stay tuned. Faber-Castell one-day special. Then I am joined with the lovely Lou, and we're going to be working with JMC Designs before we're back with Karen.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitch Fingers. I've been sewing for most of my life. It's a passion of mine. I really enjoy all aspects of sewing. I'm creative in lots of different ways as well, but sewing is the one I'm most passionate about. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me.
Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome. So, first look of our one-day special today, and oh my goodness, we are talking pedigree. Faber-Castell, a company that's been around since 1700s. Incredible story. I mean, a company to be around that long, you know what, they're obviously doing something great. They're bringing you quality. I think anybody who is a crafter has heard of Faber-Castell. Anyone who's used a Faber-Castell will know instantly the quality that you get. So we've got a great deal, but before I get into everything, I'd like to introduce you to somebody who is also a legend. It is our one and only Lou Withers. Hello.
The legend.
Lou, how you doing?
I'm in my element. As you can see. I've only sat down for a bit because I thought I really can colour like this. But, surrounded by loveliness.
Well, we have got, I mean, there are certain mediums that are an absolute joy to use, and Faber-Castell, it falls into that bracket, right?
Well, I think most people will have heard of them, if you're in the colouring sort of love, as polychromos.
Yeah, yeah.
So you will notice that this is like, people have asked, why are these different to polychromos? Because these are watercolours. All of these, so don't get confused, don't think that this is polychromos, it's not, but can I tell you, it's up there, the same quality, because it's got the name Albectra on.
Yeah, and that it's important, because a company, and I'm just going back to it, but been around since 1761.
I know.
1761.
Pioneers of pencil making. That might sound something, but think about it, just prior to that, we had still script with using quills and feathers. So to bring all that, instead of the ink, into a pencil, you're like, wow, it was a major breakthrough. And then to keep honing it and doing it better and better and better. I think when you've got a really good product and you stick to what you do really well, you just master it. And I think
that's it. Now, things to point out with the pencils, and it all goes back to the quality, the fact that you have got such a bold, vivid pigment within there. It completely dissolves when you're using it, and the lead is break resistant. It's not break proof. So I'm not saying grab it and throw it onto the floor, but break resistant means that obviously there is a resistance to breaking. So if you do accidentally drop a pencil, it's not, you know, some pencils, you look at them and the lead seems to break.
Well, I bought a really expensive set. There's polychromos and there's other sets, and I bought that, and they crumble constantly, and my other half dropped them, which is, oh no. And I put them in the oven, and I tried to do all that, but these aren't like that. I don't want to have to do that with pencils.
But you put them in the oven, does that heal the lead?
It sort of dissolves the pigment and wax together. It doesn't always work, but I've never had to do that with these, because it's built in. It's called SV bonding, and it's something that they coat it, so it doesn't change the pigment or the lay down, but it changes the strength, and it really makes a huge difference. And they last longer.
I've just got an image of going around to Lou's for dinner. What's in the oven? Just got some
that's
pencils
the only reason
in there.
I use my oven. Yeah. It's certainly in a cook. I do cook as well. I slip these in with the roast.
There you go. Get in there. OK, so now let's talk about the one-day special. You are saving £15, so really good saving. And what you get, look at this, 24 watercolour pencils brought to you by Faber-Castell. So I'm not even going to attempt. Albrecht
Dürer.
Say again?
Albrecht Dürer.
Albrecht Dürer.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I thought the accent. I think I've just
We all
offended all our
do, we all
German
do it.
viewers. I apologise. But it's Brits abroad, eh? You just say it in an English accent, or they're just very loud.
Put the edge on it, yeah.
No, but joking aside, these are really good pencils, and we're going to see them in action. For me, the sign of, and I only learnt this when I joined, when we were Ho-Chand, obviously, the craft store, and I just thought a watercolour pencil was a watercolour pencil. And then, and I hadn't actually, because I wasn't really a crafter before joining the channel. Last time I think I'd crafted was sort of like A-levels and GCSEs and stuff. And you just think a pencil's a pencil.
Absolutely.
And when you saw Guess, and this is the real test, and you'll see it with Lou, watch with these watercolour pencils, when she lays it down, you won't see any lines after using it. And that is that eureka point. Please try it, because years ago, when I first joined the channel, I had some pencils at home, and I did a show with some, I can't remember what brand we had, but with some expensive watercolour pencils, and the guest explained, look how they totally blend out. So I thought, I'm going to try these with my pencils at home. I just couldn't do it.
No.
They were scratchy, and you could still see the lines. So it's the movement you get with the pigment. $34.99 is your price. We are approaching 40% of the stock with this set of 24 pencils. Again, please, please just wait to see them in action. But I do love the colour palette as well. And if you think about this as a crafter, this has got all your key colours. So we've got our watercolours, our landscapes in there. When I say watercolours, so our blues, the greens. You've got your brights, your vivids. Then you've got your more natural, earthy tones in there. I would say, Lou, that's pretty much it. And the white's so important too.
Oh, yeah, because it works absolutely amazingly on black.
Yeah.
They're opaque on black.
Oh, that's... Now that's...
It's a game changer, that,
it is a
because
game
it's
changer.
like, how often... there is a Chinese white, but that's transparent in watercolours, but to get a watercolour pencil that you can use as a pencil, but then change it into a wash.
That's it. That's big. Okay, two flex payments here for £17.50. Your item number is 375256. We have got another option, so if you prefer a set of 12, that's at the bottom of your screen, $19.99. We'll just flash them as the main details there. So we're giving you choices. $19.99, saving £6 if you do want to go for the set of 12. Personally, though, I hate to say it, I would be going for the ODS. I'm not trying to detract you from the $19.99 here, but just think, the ODS was a few pounds more, and you're getting 24. $34.99. So anyway, the choice is absolutely yours. 255073 item number, though, if you want to go here. Okay. Now, we're moving on. We're sticking with the watercolour theme, but these are watercolour markers, and they are very good.
These are not... You look at these and you go, oh, you have a certain thing in mind, like graphics and all that.
Yeah.
You watch.
Okay.
Just watch. They're not a bit what you think. Because you think you put a marker down or lay marker down, you're going to get a line straight away. You're thinking of permanent pens. These, change everything.
I mean, I'm flipping the script here, but because we've only got one camera on you, but we have got the overhead. Do you want to just literally just show us rather so we can see?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'll use the pieces of paper that we've got.
Okay.
Sorry, it's a bit tricky.
Not expecting a full demo. I mean,
No,
just literally just lay it down.
Absolutely fine. Let's lay down two colours that are totally different, and then let's see what we get.
Okay.
Here's we're looking at blending together. Before we go into it, I'm not going to explain about the nibs. We'll show you this. So let's lay that down.
Okay.
So I'm using the brush tip there.
Yeah.
We have a bullet tip as well, but
You've
that
been
comes
quite
up later.
rough with them. You don't have to.
Oh, you don't mess about, and you can make some amazing little flowers with them just with the nib.
Oh yeah. Oh, I like it, Lou.
Yeah, it's really simple to use. So let's look. Right, I'm laying the colour down. It's nice and juicy, and all I'm going to do is just get my water, and I'm just going.
And they do come with you're getting in this set, 17-piece set, so you are getting one watercolour brush as well.
There we go. It's moving now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm using the wrong paper here. Can I use the other paper? I've got the wrong paper. Can I use this one? Sorry. Do it again here. I've got my other paper. Not prepared. Try it now. There we go. Sometimes, now that is a really good point, because you use the paper that is important. It really is important, because if you don't use the right paper, what happens is it doesn't move. Now we see it.
So you need
There
a
we go.
watercolour paper.
Yeah, this is the other one is for alcohol pens, just to make that clear. The other one's for not the one on the shelf, that one
the
there.
one you just used.
Yeah. So I want to make that clear.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah.
There we go.
I mean, you're getting look at the movement that you got there.
And we're not getting any. We're getting a bleed, but it's a nice controlled bleed, you know. So it's really important to think that really those colours, you wouldn't have thought you'd have got a beautiful purple out of them.
No.
But if you bring one colour to the other colour and then let the water mix the two together, you're going to get fantastic. And that's not a one-off. That happens with all of them.
Right.
But just make it. And like I say, this is like a UPO for alcohol pens, totally different paper, but actually it makes you realise that you could be doing something slightly wrong if you're using different paper.
Good point. Okay, so here, if you do want to take a look, you're going to get a 17-piece set, 16 colours, one watercolour brush, beautiful watercolour brush as well, from Faber-Castell. Should be $79.99. You are saving £30. You've got the brushstroke nib on one side, the bullet nib on the other, and again the colour palette really strong here. So if you're thinking about how you're going to be using this, what type of craft you're going to be using this for, if you're a lover of watercolours, you want to create colour washes, fantastic. If you just want to have an explosion, a real infusion of colour, you're able to do that as well. Lou showed it, just going neat in there. I mean, they are bright, they're vivid, they're powerful, and I love the price on these too. £25 is your first flexi payment if you do want to split the price in half. The saving is incredible too. This is effectively like a second one-day special, really, in my eyes. 669791, your item number. We're going to stick with the watercolour markers. We've just got different options for you. Now, here is a set of 3, so you've got when I say options, I mean if you wanted to go for all of these, you're getting all 3. So this is the whole enchilada. Now I've got to tell you, this has been very, very busy. 2/3 of the stock has gone. The saving goes up. £50 saving. So effectively, look at the price that you're paying here, and thinking about how much you're paying for each set, considering the quality that you're getting. 30 of these incredible watercolour markers from Faber-Castell as well. I just want to show you a little colour swatch. You know, Lou was saying about the way they blend out. Now, look here. This is just a few of the colours, obviously you're getting 30. But look at the blend that you're able to achieve. So we can go really vivid and bright, wash it down. You're not seeing, those lines are just disappearing coming through. Now I want to give you an idea. Set of 10 would normally be $39.99 with our saving on it, by the way, because we have got a saving on there. The usual price is $49.99. So that price here, exceptional, really, really good. 486166, your item number, £50 saving, and we've got 3 flexi payments too. Stop it. Look at the flexi payments. I'm going to show you a few more of the colours. $36.66 today. And you're going to get the whole set. That is incredible. 486166, your item number. We're busy again. Over 2/3 of the stock has gone. That is a very, very good buy. Just really quickly, Lou, and I know I've got to move on, but as a crafter, why would you want to get these? How would you be using these?
Well, first of all, these are they're in the same sort of family as the Pitt pen, but they're a watercolour version. And you've got all the tones you need, but I know they're going to work every single time. I know they're going to work for what I want to do with watercolours. It's really important that all these colours allow me to experiment as well, because it's at first when you're starting, it's hard to mix colours. You don't need to with these. Everything's done for you. And then as you get creative, you mix them. You mix your colours as you get a bit more.
So we can go onto a glass mat, we can mix our colours if we want to pick up different techniques. And think about this. Let's say you're a stamper. So if you're a stamper and you've got some beautiful images, think of all those beautiful, beautiful stamps that you want to do justice to. So just off the top of my head, obviously we had Studio Lights yesterday, maybe Pink Ink. You know, there are lots and lots of fantastic stamps out there. just putting, and the way you can work with the alcohol markers, you're just laying down a little bit of colour, and then you're able to create that wash, pull it out, and achieve those beautiful watercolour effects. Equally, if you want to achieve a beautiful colour wash as well, so for backgrounds, and Lou just showed it how easy you do. These pens make you look like you're an expert. Yeah. Create those beautiful backgrounds coming through. Got to tell you, we're at 70% of the stock. We are so busy for these. Potentially, and it's something that we were discussing. I was discussing with my producer, Charlotte. Charlotte is, and I'm not just saying this because she's producing today, she's an excellent producer. Yeah. And when she calls something, 9 out of 10 times she is right. And she said to me, I think these potentially could go this hour. We'll see, but it's looking like it could be the case. 486166, your item number there. Right, we're going to move on. Did I big you up too much there, Charlotte? You went all coy. Okay, let's have a little look at our Faber-Castell. These are your marker pads. So, obviously, designed to work perfectly, playmates with the markers.
Right. Leonie and I were like laughing because I said, right, try that, Leonie. And she went, oh, that's a bit. I said, there's no way I would put that with that. And when I did it, I was like, what's going on here? And this is a 70 GSM, very thin paper, and it's made for the markers. And when as I was doing all the little experiments, it doesn't go through. It bleeds like watercolour. All the colour on the back is from it when I pushed it on top. Look, that doesn't go through, and yet it's really juicy. And it's made to do all these, and I was gobsmacked. And you can pick out colours with it. And it's so, this is made for that. Yeah. And you wouldn't ever, in a million years, feel that and think, you'd think that was alcohol pens, that it's not. Yeah. It's not, it's very different to alcohol paper, but I was like, oh, wow.
It's interesting stuff. What is it, gummed? What does that mean?
Well,
I know what gummed means, but how...
Gummed on one side just means it's not loose leaf, so it's got a spine on it there. Now, it will ruckle, don't worry about that, but that's the nature of the paper. I don't know. I've been trying to research it. It's so difficult to research. But what it is it's gummed on one side, so you're free to use it this way. But honestly, if you are worried, you can iron it if you want, but I tend to, I've left these overnight, put them in a book, or put them in the back of it, and it dries flat. But it's the nature of the paper that allows you to get all these wonderful washes. I mean, that's a wash from this. Let me show you. I did a little bit of acetate, put it on, and I did a lovely little wash with it. And the thing you touched on before is when I'm going out and I want to use watercolours, I put the watercolours on the paper, and then the watercolour pens on acetate, and then
so watercolour pencils, you've just created a little
on the
colour
paper,
swatch.
like, and that's
like
a palette I could take away with me anywhere.
That's
and
cool.
This I can put on, but I can still put them on the paper as well and reactivate them. But it doesn't. I find this is better because it concentrates them for some reason.
Yeah, that's good.
But yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy to show you them on this. Yeah. I was, like I say, playing last night, and I was like, "What? That shouldn't be happening. Yeah. What's going on?" And Leonie's laughing her head off because she's like, "I know what's going on here."
Oh, so, I know that lays on very nicely.
Oh, it does. It's super smooth, and what it's doing is, it's really strange because it behaves like a marker paper. But it just completely doesn't behave like a marker paper. And you're like, hang on, how's that happening?
What?
So you can put that on. I've got a line, that's because I left it, but taking that out, I can blend. And my advice is to get really simple lines like this. Then what I can do is drop in another colour if I wanted to add some more. Put it on the mat or direct to line. I mean, I'm going to show you a landscape doing this, so it'll give you content really and make you realise, you know, why you would do this. And you can see how strong that is. And then wash it out. And my advice is, I work on single papers, I don't work on the pad because it's just me, because in my head I'm thinking I'm putting all the one underneath. And no, that's only cool, it's only because the water's cool, it's not wet. It doesn't go through, it's weird. It's weird. And
It's
yet it dries flat.
Special paper. Well, we're going to continue with the techniques in just a moment. If you do want to go for this pad, £11.99 your price. It is the A3 option, 915982. We do have the set of 2 A4, so it's really a choice and preference whether you prefer to work off the A3 or get 2 lots of the A4. Same paper, same principle. You're just getting 2 A4s. The only difference is the actual size and the fact that it's split into 2. £13.99 your price here. 838730 your item number. We're going to jump onto our website. Lots to discover there, so feel free to have a little look at your leisure. Website is such a great resource. I use the app. You can get all the same features from our website on the app, so just download the Craft Store app and have a go. But we have got lots of different options as well with all our mediums, so do have a look. So we try and we really do as a company, and I know our buyers work really hard to accommodate all budgets. Oh, can we just, Charlotte, can we find, I feel I'm doing a lot of producing from the floor, I've got to apologise, but can we find the metallics? There they are. Now, the metallics, we were having a little bit of a look at them this morning in our production meeting. Oh, they're good. I mean, they are really, really good. I know they've been popular. Should I tell you why we had a look? Because we didn't do the launch hour yesterday, but we were looking at the minutes and the left over from yesterday, and everyone was saying the metallics were so busy. So Charlotte and I were like, we've got to see why everyone was buying the metallics. And when we had a look, we're like, okay, get it. Over 50% of the stock has gone for the metallics. Wait till you see those. They are very, very good. Okay, I think enough for me. We're going to start having a play, and I kind of feel this show, it's all about techniques.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, I'm going to do some pictures and obviously build up, but can I just tell you that, but before we start, these pens are 1.5 nib, bullet nib, no priming involved at all. So, take that off, take that off. Normally that would be a blank nib. I have to pump, 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 and then get it. No. And these are brand new out of the packet. Straight on. Fine line, no bleeding, nothing.
Now
so
that's
it's
so
clear.
handy to have as a good metallic as a pen.
Right, because it's, and if you know Pitt pens, you
Yeah.
know the family of Pitt pens, which are these, and you know that these come from the Pitt pen family, then you know what you're getting. And, you know, India ink is permanent ink, so it's like going to work on all the top of the techniques we're going to do. But they're a must-have because they're already primed. You don't get blobs. You can get blob if you start messing about with them, but you just leave them. You just don't have to do anything. It makes a big, big difference.
Lovely, thank you for that.
Right, so first of all, right, I'm going to show you how to de-damp. De-damp your wet wipe.
De-damp a wet wipe?
Right, because when you go straight on, you'll get a wash, and it's the moisture in this that is washing the colour. So all you do to do it is just roll it on that, and then you're not getting too much moisture. Well, why do I do that? Well, I don't want it too wet. That's still too wet. I'm not going to mess about. That's better. That's much better now for what I'm going to do, which is so simple. You've
So
probably
now,
seen
would
me
you
do
say
it
it's
before.
moist to the touch?
Yeah, it's not. You can feel that that's been out half an hour. That one's really damp. That
Okay.
one's sort of springing back.
Okay.
That one's keeping it shape. Right. I know it sounds daft. I've got a piece of paper that's scrap, and I've ripped it into like, it looks like Mount Fuji. That
Does.
So I've ripped it like that just to get a positive and negative. So the first thing I'm going to do.
That's a very nice rip. You should keep
It
that. It
is.
needs to be
I'm
made into a
keeping that.
stencil.
I'm keeping that.
See, that's a really good rip.
Well, we'll go with purple, shall we? Because
Yeah.
it's the first one I picked up.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is just lay some colour down. I'm going to get a little bit of a scene going on, okay? So with my dryish, I have to check. Yeah, that stays crumpled. That, can you see it different?
Yeah, no, we can see it.
You can see it, can't you?
Yeah.
It's not just me being a weirdo,
No,
is
no.
it? Right, so what you can do is either place it like that, but make sure that it's all over. Now, what I've done is, I played along last night with Matthew. It was brilliant. Woohoo! Got to see it? Show it.
Oh, that's pretty.
I did that last night.
Lou,
So-
that's beautiful. That's a work of art.
I don't know, but I
Come
enjoyed
on.
it. So he kindly give me the board.
Look, before we start, can I just say the metallics look like they're about to go. So there's set of 2 metallics, over 70% of the stock, really busy. A lot of you right now are putting those in your basket. So the minute we showed them, suddenly there was a massive surge. They're very good. And like you're saying, you consider these are metallics, the Pitt Pen brand or family.
Absolutely. You know it's a win-win. So I'm going to put the top one on. So I'm going to put a mountain in here, just with a little bit of colour. Now, what I like about the pens is they dry quite quickly on here, but they concentrate. It's almost like, you know, a gravy or a jus, where it concentrates.
Yes, that's nice.
That's you, that, isn't it?
Wow.
And all I'm going to do is just, don't want it too dark because I'm going to build up layers. So the first one I just put on here, and it will be attracted to the fibres. Don't worry, that's part and parcel of it. So I've just got that. So then I take it away.
Oh, that's nice.
Now what I want to do is protect that.
Yeah.
It's not perfect, and it really don't matter about it being perfect, because I just want to take away the whiteness.
Do you know what I love about working with you, Lou? You always show me a different way to use a medium, because I'll be honest, I would have never have thought to use it in this way with a sort of, a slightly damp, wet white.
Well, I think we've all got, most of us have got this sort of cloth we use, and I think if I'm going to show you how to use these pens, it's got to be 100 and on my art achievable. If you can't do this, what am I showing you for? You'll be saying, well, I can't do that, and you really can, because if you just record this and take it back, it really is easy. I'm not doing anything special. What we are doing, though, we're creating mountains coming down. So as they come towards us, they're going to get darker and darker. So I'm going to just put this back on, and I'm just going to move it across. I've got my mole pen, and I'm going to go quite dark there. Not so dark that I'm covering everything up. Now, my advice is keep, as Yanis is quite right in saying, keep your ripped paper. I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to add one of the greys with it now. And the reason I'm going to use the greys is because I want to knock it down, but I don't want to lose too much colour. I just want to create shade.
I'm so glad you're showing the greys. We've got the details for the full 30 on your screen right now. And just look at the colour palette that you're actually getting here. There is something for every project. So for me, I'm seeing landscapes, seascapes, perfect. For your flowers, you've got your beautiful, bold, vivid colours, or your sunsets. You imagine these sunsets that you're going to create. And then down here, the browns, your neutral, your earthy tones. So that, to me, is the full complement. You've pretty much got every colour you'd want.
Yeah, it does. And that little grey edge to it has just created another...
Look, that's beautiful.
Another fit. It's really easy to do, seriously.
That's
now,
so good.
If you've got this, now what's happening is, it's not a bad thing, but I want to explain what's happening. A lot of your ink will be transferring to this. Don't worry too much, because it's watercolour. I can get a wetter wipe and try and pull that down. But there, you know, so if I wanted to, I could pull that down. But remember, it's reactivated by water. It's water-based and water-soluble, totally different things. So I've got that there. I'm just going to add another one here. So this time, I'm going to go back with my grey. And then I'm going to go back, and you need very little. I mean, I'm using very, very little, and I love the fact that I've got the brush tip. It's just, and the way it's made, it's like German engineering, that's all I'm going to say. So I'm looking at that now, and I think, right, I don't want it to be a bit contrived. So I'm placing that mountain there to see, do I like that? Do I like that? Yeah, right, okay, so I'll put one there, and I'm really trying, I'm going to do quite dark here. So I'm picking both up and just pulling that down. What I want to do is try and get rid of that. Now, this fibre here, if you wanted to get completely rid of that, what you could do is put a PVA on it or anything like an acrylic, and what that'll do is seal it. There we go. Now, I want to add some more.
Have you ever been skiing?
Oh, no, I find it hard enough standing up, so...
Fair enough. It's the kind of view I can imagine. So lucky enough, I've been skiing a few times, but it's the kind of views you're fortunate enough to see. Top of the mountain,
yeah,
looking
I can
out.
imagine how amazing that is. So what I've done is I want to show you that you can pull in with the marker itself. So if you feel that you need a little bit more depth,
go neat.
Couple of dots. Oh,
and it really is just a couple of dots. And it shows you the the power and the punch of the pigment.
Now what I'm going to do is pick some colour off this. I'm just going to go across there. And the difference is you choose a different colour. You choose the colour that you want. Now I'm just going to, you need to leave this to dry a little bit, because if you don't, what happens is you're going to pill the paper. I'll show you on the other paper as well. But what I want to do is just put a little bit of colour in the background. So lo and behold, let's go with a little bit of yellow. Now we can do this two ways. I'm going to do it quite a simple way, and I'm just going to lay down a colour there. Bright yellow, looks mad, but I'm going to just use a brush this time, and if you get the pack, it's in the, and I'm just going to brush it out just to show you how far that goes.
Lou, that's ridiculous. One tiny little line and you've created that whole backwash.
Now that, I did that, so don't worry, I did that. So I'm just going to put a blob of water there, and I'll see if I could do it. Sometimes you've got to get the timing right for this. You just get a fade. You can hardly see it, but what I want to do is put some more on. And it works, actually, I'll tell you, the fade works better with the paper that's made for these pens. I'm just going to add a tiny bit. There we go, that's really hard. Not. And what I'm going to do is just blend it out while I can.
Okay. Oh, nice.
So the pen, the brush that you use is quite important. And then what I really need to do is just bring it out again. And what you use the pip pens for, you could use your gold pens. You've got a bit of a halo there. Let's go in with a little bit of pink in the sky. And it will, as we're talking, that'll work and it'll fade, because at the moment it's sort of, you can see a little bit of a line, but they do go. It's just, it needs time to sort of absorb into this paper. That's better. There we go. So I'm going to pull in just a little bit there, clean that off, and pull the pink there. So we've got a nice pink sky. Looks very, very sort of not pink at the moment. So here now I'm just going to put the other one maybe like this, and I'm just going to run it across the front. So let's go with a very dark. You can use the dark purple that you want. You can even use the pencils if you want, and I'll show you both. So my little colour chart here is, I've got all my colours, so I can do whatever I want. So I'm going to go in with the purple.
Now this is the one-day special with the pencils. So they're watercolour pencil. They are not polychromos, but Lou's saying, you know, it's a kind of same ilk when you talk about the quality, but they're obviously different. Polychromos are not watercolour based. These are watercolour pencils. Look at the movement Lou's able to achieve with these pencils. Apparently she's just created her own colour palette onto a piece of paper.
Yep, and that's the beauty of them, because I don't want to be told I need that colour and that colour. I want to say, right, I want that colour on it. So I can move between the pencils and these whenever I want. Add the colour, let it blend, let it bleed. Now, the bleeding won't happen with the marker paper. It happens with this. And I'm loading the colour up, and I'm just letting the colour bleed out. Now, the one thing I don't normally do, and I'm going to do now, is I'm going to go in with a black. And you're like, what? Yes, I know. And all I'm going to do is put the black line here. And it's almost on the paper. But what that does is darkens it just at the bottom.
Now this is where the black we're using here is from a marker pen, so the set of, we've got the set of 30. And
then you can just run what we call a vignette round the side. So I'm just going to get, let's go with the purple again and a little bit of grey. I don't want to use too many colours. I mean, I've used 3 here, but when this is dry, you could put your lavender on the front just to create that nice little moonscape. And
this is a lovely scene. It's very uplifting. Yeah, it's interesting listening to team talk. So Chris, our director, is probably one of the most positive people I've ever met. And he was saying what he'd love to do is just there, all you need is a sentiment, a positive verse, done. That's a work of art.
It's so simple to do. And if you don't like it, wipe it off, because you've got a baby wipe on it. Yeah. And if you want to go in with your gold markers, job's done, because you can add all your markers to this if I wanted to put, like there, I want to wash out some of the purple from the baby wipe, so
Yeah.
I just wash it out. Just wash it out, put some water on. It looks dodgy, but as soon as I do that, I've pulled the colour out. I'm going to put a little bit more back in. Right, so I've got this little landscape. I could put anything on it. Let's just see what it looks like. It has bled underneath, but that's me in the water. But I just want to sort of show you the same frame like we've got with those. I think this might be a bit small, but we'll try it.
Okay.
There we go.
That's it. Lovely. And it just shows you the potential with the marker pens. But also, look at it, you're getting the quality from Faber-Castell. You're getting the price as well, saving that £50. It just wins. And speaking of value, our one-day special, again, you're getting a phenomenal deal. We're talking about pencils. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to ask Lou. Lou, not a demonstration, but have you just got a clean piece of watercolour paper, white piece of paper, watercolour paper?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Could you just scribble any colour of your choice from the one-day special and show people, because we described how we get that movement.
Oh, the
of pigment.
laydown? Yeah, of course
just
can.
watch
Of course I
this.
can.
Before I start giving you all the details for the pencils, just a couple of seconds with Lou, watch how good these pencils are.
Right, so I'm going to go in. Right, normal length, these will break. You ready? I'm using a gritty paper.
Yeah.
You can see the two. Smooth paper.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I'll do it on both.
Right.
There's a difference. There is a big difference in the substrate that you use, because that's got more tooth. That one hasn't. It's smoother. If you
Okay.
think about, we call it knot and hot. Knot means it's not been ironed. Think of it that way. Let's move this on. Ready?
Yeah. Wow. I mean, Lou, you do not need anybody to
washing
tell
it.
you how good these pencils are. Just you can see it for your own eyes.
There we go.
That's incredible.
So we've got that lay down of colour.
That is incredible.
And then let's move it over to this one.
No lines, no scratches, total colour blend. See, that's what I want to see. When I'm investing in some watercolour pencils, that is exactly what I want to see. And frankly, pencils, I mean, if you consider the price we're offering these at,
There we go.
they really should be a lot more. I mean, well, they normally are. The regular retail price, you'd be paying £15 more. So the set you're seeing on your screen now should be a penny shy of £50. You're paying £34.99. And these are absolutely first rate.
I think what people don't realise is they work so well together with your pens. So if I want to lay down more colour on top, I build up the colour and it's not pulling the underneath up. So if I wanted to add, when this is dry and think, oh yeah, this looks a little bit wanting in areas, what I do, very simply, more control, less water. I'm just going to go in with my pencil. It has to be dry, because otherwise you're going to rip up the fibres, and you don't really want to do that. But you can do it on that. Scribble on your card and just activate it and let it. There we go. That's miles better.
Love that.
And just let it fill up. And when all that settles down, because you can see the pilling, you'll get a totally different sort of haze to it. It looks wonderful. But
And
yeah.
the quality of these pencils, I would imagine, and I didn't ask you this question in our prep meeting, so I'm going to put you on the spot, but I feel confident in the answer. We could take our watercolour brush, just taking a little colour from the actual tip of the nib, the pencil. Oh, well, Lou's just showing it now. Don't ever dip your pencils into the water.
Never.
And try this, because then the water seeps up the actual wood. I've got to point out, and this is a compliment to Faber-Castell, and just researching, actually I'm using Leonie's research notes, but she wrote down that it is from sustainable wood as well, which is important.
The CO2 emissions and all, they are so savvy. They have their own Amazonian jungles and forests that they keep up. Animal rescue sites. They only use the wood from sustainable forests. They are so savvy. Just go and have a look at the jungles and the rescue places that they have for animals. And they never ever, they're not going to go into the Amazon and knock everything down. They're going to rebuild everything, but then make sure there's a place for the animals to stay. It's just, it's a bit special. It's a bit special.
That's a tagline for Faber-Castell. They are a bit special.
They
They
are a
really
bit
are. And
special.
you're looking for something that stands out. So a reason I just wanted to show you, rather than me talking about it, just let Lou demonstrate, just laying down onto your watercolour paper and seeing the movement of the pigment. That's what you want from a watercolour pencil. If you've ever tried with pencils, and I've been in this boat when I first joined the channel, say I had some watercolour pencils, I tried to use them, see if I could get the same effect. Couldn't. You always still, the lines were still there, they were scratchy. With this, that pigment, the quality of the pigment, the movement, these are phenomenal. They're Faber-Castell, so you know the quality. Just one other thing to point out, and Lou mentioned it earlier on, the white pen here. Now this is really interesting because you can use this on black cardstock and it's still opaque, so you still see it. So think about your black pencil, sorry, your white pencil highlighting. So if you want to use it for eyes, if you just want to use it to highlight bits of your work, that is a pencil you're going to use time and time again. The white's really valuable. But then all the colours going through, the different shades, the yellow transitioning to the orange, to the reds, then you've got your blues, your purple in there, your greens, your earthy tones, your browns, all of this. It's another great colour palette for $34.99. If you've ever watched guests on the channel, and you see they time and time again they'll stamp or they'll do a background or they'll do a technique using watercolor pencil. Like, how do they do that? Genuinely, you need the right paper, so make sure it's watercolor paper, but you need the right mediums too. These are the right mediums. And we've got 2 flexi payments of £17.50, 375 256 your item number. We are over 40% of the stock and we are very, very busy for this option. They are exceptional pencils, and I mean that. And you know, I'll never say it just for the sake of it. They really are very, very good. Okay, now we're going to move on to our markers. So we've got 2 different options with our markers. This is a 16-piece set. Sorry, 17-piece set. The reason why I want to draw that attention, you're getting 16 colours is what I meant to say, and then you're getting your watercolour brush in there as well. So you're getting your water brush. So beautiful markers. We've seen them in action. This might be the set for you. If you're thinking, okay, 16 colours with the watercolour brush, I've kind of got all the key colours I want here. 2 flexi payments are £25. You've got your brush stroke nib on one side and then your bullet nib on the other. We are over 40% of the stock here, so there is a theme to the hour, and it is busy. 669791, your item number there. Then we go on to our larger set. I know why it's been busy. We love a bargain, and actually I know how savvy shoppers are. Crafters are savvy shoppers. You're not going to buy something unless it's a great price. And when we show you, we bring you an offer, and we see how quickly people are putting the baskets and checking out, you know you've got something that really is a cut above the rest. I mean, that price, the saving is incredible. That £50 saving, the 3 flexi payments as well. I mean, if you really think about this, now I know there are 3 flexi payments as opposed to the 2 with the smaller sets, but you're getting 30 colours in here, the full gambit, really. If you're thinking about your colour palette, your brights up here, you've got a beautiful collection of greens and blues, and then you've got your natural colours all the way through to black. You've got all your natural colours and neutral colours in there. £109.99, saving £50. We are over 70% of the stock. Really busy for this option, and adding it into your stash. If you don't have anything like this already in your crafty stash, or you might have bought other pens in the past, they're starting to run out, you're losing colours, and you're thinking, okay, now's the time to replace. Getting a complete collection like this, and it's going to last a very long time. Just watching Lou using the pens, these are pens where you use them so sparingly. So whether it is just a little bit on your glass mat, and look, just drawing like tiny, tiny little lines, but just getting so much coverage from that. They're great. They really are great. If you want to get the right paper to work with these, now I've got to stress, this is absolutely paper. I mean, to feel it, I was shocked. It's 70 GSM, but, and how often do you hear us saying 70 GSM? Normally there's a 1 in front of that. But the way they work, and is that this paper is designed to work with the markers, and you get such beautiful movement and a finish to them. So the gummed only relates to the fact that it's gummed in. You can tear out the individual sheets. £11.99 is your price. 915-982 your item number there. If you do want to go for the exactly same paper to work with your markers, I say with the markers that also watching Lou working with the watercolour pencils, a one-day special, brilliant for this as well. So any watercolour mediums. The only difference here is you've got 2 A4 as opposed to one large A3. It's broken down into 2 A4 pads, $13.99 your price, 838730 your item number. Now, we've got to talk to you about the metallics. We did mention them at the start of the show. They'd been busy. We are approaching 80% of the stock. So with the metallics, you could be a situation where we might potentially be going limited stock this hour, maybe even more, we'll see. But metallics are very, very good quality. So don't miss out on those. 823792 item number. I think we should continue the fun. Oh, if there is anything on the show that you would like to see in action, or you just want to say to Lou, could you show us this? Please do. It's the joy of us being a live TV channel. So you've got that interaction, that instant interaction. Lou's there saying, I love doing it. So please get in touch. If it's whether the markers, the paper, the pencils, get in touch. Say, please, could you show? And we always strive to do our best to accommodate. So Lou, what we get? Oh, the email, I should say. I didn't give you the email. Is studio@thecraftstore.com.
Thank you to everybody for sending emails yesterday. I got, I'm not literally hundreds, but I did get many, many. Thank you so many. I've tried to message you back. Here I've laid it down on black card.
This is the pencils?
These are the pencils.
On black card?
So I've used white, I've used grey. I'll show you the colours.
Lou, so often pencils, they're great on obviously white cardstock, but the minute you go into black, they're lost. Do you never see colour like that on black?
No, it's really difficult to try and get it over unless you see it. The white, now can I just explain that these pencils are sold individually. You can get them, and they are the retail price of them is $2.95 each.
$2.95 per pencil?
Per pencil.
Okay.
Right, so you will use some more than others, like the black and the white and the greys, which I do. So you can buy them separately, so you don't have to buy another full box. However, I want to show you, you do get a different effect. They're
so
the
it'd be about 70, for the one-day special, so I'm working out my maths, it'd be over about £70.
Well, we sold out the other one, but it worked out 108.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy.
That's when you think about it, and you can find these prices. It would be over £70 if you were to buy these individually per pencil.
Do you know what though? You go to an art studio or an art shop or anywhere, it's quite a nice place to go visit, see the books, and there'll be a display somewhere with this on it because look at them. They're beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful.
You know, and I'm not one for packaging because it needs to be sustainable for me. But they're using all sustainable packaging. Anyway, I'm not going to go into the politics of that because I don't want to, but I think that, you know, people taking care of what they do and how they do it is amazing. Nice. So I've got the white card. There we go. I'm getting a creamy white.
Oh, yeah.
So, highlight. When that's dry, I can actually pick up the pencil, build up the colour. Now, I'm only using a little wash there, but if I wanted to, I could actually go back in, just put a little bit more down like that, and then blend it out. So if I'm doing the outline of something, I can blend it right out like that.
Just look at that blend.
So
if you need any reason to endorse the pen and see the quality of the pen, it's in front of you right now. Because that, to me, is what you want from a watercolour pencil.
I've blended it right out now, so you might not see much colour, but there is colour. And again, I'll try the little test of... Is that right colour? Oh, it's this one. Sorry, mixed colour. Okay. It's hard to see because black does change it slightly. This might not be the right one either. But all you do is you go to the line and it creates a crisp line.
Beautiful.
There's the grey. So let's look at the grey.
Grey,
and the grey's a warm tone. It's a beautiful white.
Nice.
So again, let's put the grey on here. Give it a line like that. Don't go over the top of the line, but bring the line down. Blend it down. There we go.
Nice. I had a good question from Sue. Sue, thank you. And this is exactly what we want. So please get these questions coming in because you're asking questions that I actually hadn't thought of, and this is a very good one. So, special pencils. We've seen the quality of them. Do we need to do anything different when we're sharpening them?
There's two schools of thought to this. That you turn the pencil or you turn the sharpener.
Okay.
So we brought some sharpeners the other day, and I've found that when I'm sharpening, people tend to sharpen the pencil.
Oh yeah, I always do that. Turn the pencil.
I sharpen.
Do you use the sharpener?
Yeah,
Okay.
because it doesn't jar on the wood,
Ah.
and it flows.
Well,
And the other thing
yeah,
is,
that's interesting.
Paola pointed this out, you'll know the difference between these and polychromos,
Yeah.
because these are hexagon and the other are round. So there is a
You
big
won't
difference.
get them mixed up.
No, and there are different banding around the colours,
Yeah.
but on the pencil, you've got everything. You've got watercolour, it says it there, it gives you the light fastness
Mm-hmm.
there, and the number, and each of these numbers corresponds to a paint number, a marker number, and colour, and a
That's
watercolour,
right. So you get that
colour.
continuity across
All
the
of
Faber
them.
Castell
Yeah,
brand.
because if you want it in a marker,
Yeah.
you want it in a pen, you want it in a tube,
Yeah.
you've got the colour.
Lou, could you do me a favour? You know that last colour, was it a pink?
Yeah.
Could you do
Yeah.
that onto some white? Just, you know, when we said demonstrate, I would just love to see
Yeah, sure,
the
I'll do it on
colour
this
on
one.
there.
So,
So I think it's,
okay. I'll get this one. So the pink one.
Well, did I say pink? It's kind of, it's this one here. It's a, is that bright? It's like one of the reds. I might
One
say.
of the red. You can have any
Yeah.
colour you want.
Okay. Well, you know, we'll stick with the one-day special only because I know that it's very, very
This
busy
one,
right
and
now.
You want it on white.
Yeah, we just see a colour wash. Should we try and create a little sunset, maybe? Am I being too demanding? I fear.
Do you it?
A little bit.
No, it doesn't matter.
I
It
thought,
doesn't matter.
what's wrong with me today?
I
I'm
just
so
want to show
demanding.
you the colour. There's the colour
Okay.
laid down.
I mean, that's. Lou, I could watch that all day. Come on.
Right,
Watercolour
now.
pencils, typically,
Bring your white up to it.
you need to have an exceptionally good watercolour pencil to be able to do this.
There we go. That's just a little flat down.
I love that.
Let the water come down. I've not used
I
the
love
water.
it.
And this is, I'm using the brush out of the set. And just to explain, the
Hmm.
brush in the set has been engineered so that the nib of it, that's in the big set, has, and we've got all click, that's important. It's got a really sharp edge on it, and that's to make what we call scratch marks into
okay.
it. So if I
That's-
wanted to, I can do this.
This is from the marker set, the 16-piece marker set, not the one-day
And
special.
you can see the marks it creates, yeah?
Oh, yeah, like that.
So you can create graffito, which is scratching into,
Yeah.
but that's how that pen has been made there to do that. It's also very ergonomic. You've got enough squeeze without it pouring out,
Mm-hmm.
but I love that effect. But if I don't like that, right, okay, let's pick that
Look
colour
at
up,
that.
get rid of it. I don't want it all there. I can take it away. Now I can really paint. Now, you saw how much pencil I put on?
That's just so impressive.
Let me just put a tiny bit of water with it.
Yeah.
There we go. Now that little bit is still, it'll just, I can fill
And-
that whole page now. Let's get a bigger brush, a bit of
Not
water
a
on it.
line to be seen as well. That is, and I promise you, if you've ever worked with watercolour pencils, that I hate to say it, cheap. You know, you can see watercolour pencils and
Buy
you think,
cheap,
oh, it's
buy
a
twice.
bargain. You really do, and you will not be able to do techniques like this with a cheap watercolour brush.
Now you can see all the
Oh, pencil, sorry.
scratches.
Yeah.
So all the scratches are made with the
lid.
edge,
Yeah.
which you get, the sort of, you've broken fibres, so you're also making like a little well. But that's the wash you can get with that little bit.
That's
That's
so
all of it. I mean, I can go back in,
Yeah, yeah.
add more. I can even, and people don't realise, you can scribble on a mat with these.
Wow.
So I scribble on a glass mat. and
I
you
wouldn't have
think,
thought to do that in a million
exactly.
years.
And there's my wash. Now people don't realise it.
Lou.
It even works on. It doesn't stay on glass. Don't get me wrong, but it does.
Yeah.
You can scratch it out here and have. Actually, let me show you something
These
now.
are so good.
Scratch this out like that.
Yeah.
Let's go with a bit of that. Now, this is the beauty, and
bit
all
of a
the
mix.
cross doodling, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Let's go for a mix. There we go. Turn it over.
So using the pencils with the markers, that is instant sunset. Love that.
So, just going to clean my brush. I like to clean my brush because it shows true colours for you.
Yeah.
Add a little bit more red to that side, add a little bit more yellow here. And there, that's all off the marker pen and
Pencil.
pencil together.
And do you know what's so impressive about that? The marker pen is not dominating the pencil.
Totally.
You just hold it there, we've got a great shot.
I think that's a really good point, Yanis, because you'd think that the marker pen would just totally obliterate it, but in actual effect, it doesn't.
No.
And the nice thing is the techniques you can get.
Drippy, drippy. Yeah.
And
that's it. Looks like a lava lamp.
exactly. And if I don't want that pool in there, just take that away. And you can do this from the top. If I wanted to, if I just take this back, this one I did before, and I just showed you some colour, but
oh yeah.
if I do just the water on it now, what you'll get is the water changing the background, so you'll get light and dark happening.
So
so you can add that.
reactivating. You know, going back to the other piece, if you just hold up that. Anyone else seeing the candle? If we just hold. So what I was thinking is, no, the other way. Well, it could be that way. But I'm thinking going around. We could use our metallics then, if we wanted to go around and define an image. So it's like seeing a shape in clouds.
Absolutely. I can now take this one, and I'll just put in
That's,
a little. Not a lot. I don't want to go too mad.
yeah.
And then maybe just highlighting. I'm using gold because
Oh yeah.
I'll show you on the camera, just so that the sun is.
We're gonna. What we'll do, Lou, if you show it to your camera one, and then we'll give it a wiggle, the crafty Lou wiggle.
I'm going to put a little bit of silver on it as well because
I've got news with the metallics, by the way, Lou. Do you like the metallics?
I do.
Yeah, so does everyone else, because they've technically sold out. If they are in your basket, please make sure to check out, because as of now, they are gone. They're out of here.
Right. Well, you can just see now. If it don't wiggle, I'm sorry, it's my fault, but it really has got a metallic sheen, and it's a fine sheen. It's not blobby. It's not sort of disintegrated into the watercolour, and this is still a little bit damp. But when you get, you'll see, it just highlights it. When you it's hard to see, it really is. I do appreciate that.
No, that's right.
But
we can
I
see
can
that.
show it you
We
on
can
black card just so you see how strong it is. No blobbing, no worrying about it. So
Look
you get
at
to
that.
see the pure colour,
Yeah.
and it's a nice gold. It's not a
Lou, we've got to move on because they're gone, I'm afraid.
oh, right, well, you get a great colour.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Right, anything.
We got 2 minutes. What do you want to dazzle us with in 2
Are
minutes?
you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready? We're going to do a drawing or a colouring in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Right, so I've got a piece of paper, it could be any paper. I'm just going to grow a shape. I did this last night, you probably saw it. I'm going to, from that, we're going to get an apple, right? I know you're laughing, don't care, but I'm just going to lay down a little bit of colour.
Nice.
Nothing else.
I mean, that is such little colour if you think about it.
Oh, it is. I don't need any more, look. I'm going to add a little bit of pink. Now, what you do need to do is keep thinking, it's a very about, I think it might be a pear, this. So just let the water work. Now, I'm going to do the negative part of this. So I'm just going to go and paint the outside
Got
of it.
a minute left.
So just painting the outside, I'm going to put a little bit more colour on it. So just going to place, oh, sorry, that one. So I'm going to paint the outside of the apple.
We've got 45 seconds.
And we're done. You can just see it. And then I'm going to put in a little mark there, and there's our little apple.
Oh, that's nice. And just shows what you can achieve. Very abstract, but beautiful. Lou, thank you so much.
I've loved it. I always do with you. I love working
right back at you. Lou, will be back at 12 o'clock, I think, with myself. So we're going to have some more fun at 12. So I'm looking forward to that, Lou. I love these pencils. Genuinely love these pencils.
They are very, very good.
To the point that I think I might be taking a trip to the call centre. They are very, very good. Okay, I hope you've enjoyed the show. We've got plenty more coming up. Do make sure to tune back in at 12, though, for a second look at our one-day special today. Well, we're going from one Lou to another fantastic Lou and the lovely Hayley, who can take you through for stamping with JMC Designs. After that, Oakwood will be here with a happy hour, and then we got Rowan Dean embroidery.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting, and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting's all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, I'm rubbing my hands together because we've got a fabulous hour ahead of us. Got some brilliant designs, and of course you can see JMC designs the title. So we've got some quite quirky styles, some cutesy styles as well. And talking of cutesy, I've got a lovely Lou Sims with me. How you doing, cutesy?
Oh, I'm doing really well. That's made my morning. Thank you.
I was just saying, because we've just come off the back of a show with Lou Withers, and I was wondering if there's a collective noun for more than one Lou, so a group of Lou's. So if you've got any suggestions, then do get in touch. I'm thinking of creative of Lou's. I think that would be a nice idea.
That's nice. I like that. Yes.
Yeah. Or a gaggle. Or a giggle. A giggle of Lou's.
Gaggle.
Yeah, definitely a giggle. Now, what we've got is a fabulous array of different styles of stamps. So I do urge you to jump on the website and have a little look. But we've got some brand new designs to share with you as well, which is where we're going to start. Now, the details are already up on your screen. These are fabulous designs, Lou.
I've always had a thing for Julia's florals.
Yes, yeah.
It's because she always draws in a way that you can you can take them out there, wherever you want them to go. You can rein them back in and create what I would call traditional floral images with them. But they'll work with every single genre, whether you want to do card making, art journaling. Yeah. Just play with them, you know. And I've always said to her something. I do love your florals.
Oh, bless you. Well, the thing that I love about them is you've got the simplicity of the design. And when I say simplicity, I mean that it's not kind of over-egged. You've not got shadow lines in there and cross hatches and detail in that scenario, which gives you the opportunity for you to kind of add that yourself. But I think with these as well, also giving you the confidence to maybe extend the designs, maybe to do a little bit of your own artwork to work with these, because it's that sort of style that you could do so.
Totally. I mean, you could actually stamp within the petals because they're big enough. They're a nice open design that you could paper piece with quite easily. It's not complicated colouring. Yes. So if you don't want to do complicated colouring, you don't have to, but you still can get a beautiful effect with them.
Certainly do.
But you can actually, which I'm going to show hopefully in one of the demos, you can make the flowers bigger.
Yes.
As well, by just cutting into them in a slightly different way.
Oh, okay.
So you can, the set can become more than it actually is. And they're beautiful designs. As I said, you can go traditional, you can go bold, funky, or just colour up just one statement flower, a little bit of stenciling or wording in the background. I mean, that's a perfect example there, where you've just got the flower and the sentiment.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, I know it's a tag, but you could easily change that to a card topper.
Incidentally, you've seen these lovely papers. We have got papers that we're going to be sharing with you in a few moments as well. And, of course, they lend themselves really well to work alongside those. But I love that. It's almost like an ice cream flower, isn't it, that one?
It is. It's
cupcake flower.
But that flower there sort of thing, think about your decoupaging of that. You could cut that into different layers if you wanted to.
That's a good point, yeah.
You know, and bring each layer up with 3D foam, and you've changed the look of it again.
Absolutely. A lovely array of stamps. Brilliant price as well. £18.98. Rapidly approaching 10% of the stock. Incidentally, not choosing with these, you are going to get both of them, which means you have got the latest designs, those funky florals, coming to you for an absolute bargain price of £18.98. 291077 if you're liking the look of those. But as I said, we've got more to share with you. Now we've got the cutest little characters. I'm not just referring to our Lou. These are so sweet. You can have loads of fun with these. I've not seen these before, Lou, but they're adorable.
They have been on before, but Julia's done them as bigger bundles. And now, if you bought into it, you can do them small. But Julia loves to do where you have a focal image, and then you will have slightly smaller focal images with a sentiment, and then accessory stamps. You know, our worker stamps, as we call them. And you've got a beautiful array of different images there, and different flowers. I love the way Julia colours her packaging.
Yes.
As well, because
that helps you get started, doesn't
it?
It? Yeah.
I think packaging, that, you know, is a great way if you don't know what colours to use straight away with them. You've got there, but you've got lots of different. So you've got characters there, you've got little creatures. Combine them all together. I mean, you've got a fence there, the door.
The fairy door is amazing.
The door is
That's
just absolutely
such a useful one to have.
But you've got butterflies, you know, so. Within all of it, you've got a little bit of absolutely everything you can do to create a background.
Beautiful. And I love the fact that you've got the kind of coloured in packaging there. It's going to help you on your way if you're not too sure where to get started. But also, when you look at the outline stamps, when you're stamping them out, there's certain elements that you'll notice within there that will kind of cross-pollinate with other things. So, for instance, we've got this fabulous little kind of ladybug lady. You can see she's got a little antenna there. But straight away, I'm looking at her skirt and thinking, gosh, that's reminding me of the ice cream flower or the cupcake flower we saw just a few moments ago.
Yeah, so you could easily... I mean, that's Catherine who takes off their heads, isn't it? But, you know, you could easily cut the body away and you have got a different form of flower. But then you could colour her up as being like a flower, if you wanted it to be that way as well, sort of thing. I mean, and that butterfly is beautiful.
Isn't it gorgeous?
Because you could stamp the wings out, and you could easily layer that up without very much, you know, it doesn't have to be tricky at all.
Definitely.
And then that little lady, I know. But I like the dots there that you're a worker stamps. If you stamp them in different colours, you've got a nice, simple, easy background, you know, to work with, to build up. I know it's good, adorable, isn't it?
Very much, absolutely adorable. And like you say, additional elements like the fairy door, like the little fence that you've got in there, you will use those over and over again on many other collections of stamps that you've got. So if you like, in the set that we've got here for you, got 2 stamps, any 2 of those. That's the tricky bit, though, isn't it? You are loving Sammy. Now, Sammy the snail. Oh, I thought I was just bringing it up. Got to show you that one. Have a look at this one while I try and find one with little Sammy on there, because they are absolutely beautiful designs throughout. Oh, I found Sammy. Sammy's teamed up with one of the stencils we've got coming up. There it is. Always a happy little snail, that one, isn't it? Happy Sammy. Happy Sammy. It's a bit of a tongue twister there.
A little bit of alliteration there.
That's it, very much so. Oh, look at this. Now, this is utilising some of those gorgeous papers that we've got as well.
The images make you smile. They're bold, you know. They can be bold and bright, or knock them back in different ways. I mean, that one just, you know, the lovely card.
So cute. I love it. And then, of course, the characters, if you're choosing to go for the characters. Characters work well with the papers as well. But again, don't forget this wonderful beehive that we've got. I'm going to show you that one in a few moments. But, oh no. I think I killed Sammy. Oh, no, I didn't. No, it was Dottie I got instead. Oh, I'm knocking them all over now. It was Dottie. I knocked Dottie off her spot. Hey, see what I did there? So there we go, pop that one back there. But the flowers as well. Oh, look at this. That is gorgeous, isn't it?
It's stunning, isn't it? That's from one of the papers as well, but combining it with the different sentiments you've got in there. So Julia wants her range to work with whatever you pick up. From whatever range she's done, you can combine them without having to overthink.
Yeah.
It just comes naturally that you can go, oh, well, I have a paper from here, a topper from there, a stamp from there.
Makes sense.
And they just work.
Love it. There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of your stamps, keep a note of that item number, because if you have got any gaps within your collection that you might want to revisit at a later stage, then by all means, please do so. But you can choose any two of the gorgeous designs that we're sharing with you here for just £17.98. That's 628800. But of course, I've been telling you about those papers. It's only right and proper I show you them, really. I've been waffling on about them for ages. So these are beautiful, and you are going to get them all. Yeah, it's a bumper bundle, but it's not a bumper bundle price. Look at the price on your screen there. Just £26.97, and you're actually getting 3 packs. They are all absolutely gorgeous. I'll take you through those in just a few moments. Now, these are beautiful papers. I mean, the designs you've got, Lou.
I know. I mean, you've got an automatic background there. I mean, when you look at that, you cut that down the middle, and you've got 2 DL cards or 2 A6 cards, because you've got all the, I mean, that one there. I love the background with the little cross hatching.
Yes,
but there's elements in there that if you really want to make papers go as far as possible, cut them out.
Definitely. Oh gosh, yes.
I mean, I love that one. But I mean, you've got different flowers there. If you wanted to cut all the circles out, you could cut all the circles out.
Almost die cut those as well, couldn't you? If you've got little circles, I don't know, or a paint, a punch maybe.
And that one there where you've got the rainbow, I think.
How pretty.
I mean, you've got automatically a front of a card.
Yes.
And then a focal image on the front, and you're done. I mean, that one I think is beautiful. I love the butterflies on there.
Well.
But again, that's another one that you could, create quick and easy cards with them. I mean, the papers are 160 GSM, and they're on a matte finish. So it means we can do all our inky techniques. We can overstamp. We can add our mediums and our gels. And lotion, as I keep calling it, lotions and potions to it. So it's a beautiful, but it's a bright, fresh colour palette. And I think sometimes we shy away from bright colours. And we've got them there, as an example straight away about what will work together.
Definitely. And I love these. These are nice as well if you're not necessarily a stamper. So if you're not invested in the stamps, this topper pack is the perfect one to give you the embellishments that you need. So here you can see, love that kind of nod to your ladybirds featuring there. You've got fabulous sentiments featuring here as well. Then, of course, you've got your characters. I love these. They're like little kind of rectangular ones, so nice and easy to cut out.
Yeah, I mean, if you can use them as toppers as is,
Yeah.
or if you wanted to, cut them away. I mean, topper packs are invaluable. Like we were saying about the front registration sheets for stamps. Toppers are another way of showing you, one, how to layer up all your stamps, so you've got an idea, but also colourways.
Yeah.
And they're a great starting point if you're new to stamping and you can't think about what should be in the foreground, what should be in the background. It is an absolute, a wonderful way to use.
Oh, they're beautiful. Slightly weightier as well than the papers that we've just looked at.
Yeah,
280 GSM.
Yeah, and they're on like a silk card. They're not on a glossy. So they've got a nice finish to them, but they're not glossy. But again, you can still, put your inks on there, your paints, if you want to add your shadowing.
Definitely.
The snippable sheets, as Julia calls them, which is like the flowers and the sentiments, they're 170 GSM, but they're also silk. So they match as well.
Yeah, they've got that same kind of sheen.
Yeah.
The last set that we've got for you, again, these are all coming together, though. So this particular set, again, A4, these ones have got a similar sort of feel to the papers that we looked at just a few moments ago.
But this is just to show that, all the collections work together. Whatever you pick up from whatever paper pack, you'll always, and including the toppers, you'll find something that goes with something. I mean, they're beautiful to cut out those roses.
Absolutely beautiful. So again, you're going to get those in there as well. You're actually getting 5 sheets, 5 different designs. Oh, I do apologise, little tickle growing there. So yeah, a brilliant bundle, very affordable, £12 saving as well. So take advantage while you've got the chance. 198220. You are getting everything, and all of those down at the front there. Beautiful. You're going to be able to use them in so many different ways. Nice bases to add to as well. So if you're liking the look of those, then do take advantage. Now, we're going to head over to demonstration in just a few moments, but I need to show you those stencils because, again, we've been mentioning these, we've been seeing them in the finished samples, and they are beautiful. I love it. absolutely love the beehive that you've got in here. Now, all of these are coming together. So $14.99, no additional kind of choosing which ones of these you're going to go for. So you're going to get your beehive, Build-A-Branch and your candy florals. Now, you can see your candy florals. I mean, they're like a swirl, aren't they, these? I love them.
They are, but you can colour those in lots of different ways as well. You know, if you went monochrome and then just had a bright character on the front, it changes it all together. They're a nice design that you can easily cut them out as well.
True.
I mean, and then, you know, add your different colours, go blues, greens, do half of it, and I've got like a wave.
Yes,
and then so you could just do half and then build it that way, and you've got like a wave sort of scene.
And I guess you could kind of do them and then rotate it slightly and then do them again, and you kind of got layered
create a shadow effect and layering on there sort of.
Love it.
The beehive is beautiful.
Oh, isn't it adorable?
And there's so much, I've got a demo with the beehive, but there is so much you can do with that as is.
Yeah.
You know, with your inks and your brushes and layering it all down in your different colours. But it's crying out to be, you could draw inside it.
Yeah, that's so true, yeah.
So you could use it for like doodling or whatever, but you could draw inside it and write words, write messages. But it's such a lovely one to ink up.
Isn't it just?
And
of course, a nice one. We saw it working with the papers earlier on as well. A nice open area. So you're not going to lose any of that detail. Obviously, you can use as little or as much. I love those. Those are such fun flowers, aren't they? And of course, that lovely combination that you've got with your stencil, they're giving you the ability to build it up in whatever way you like. But then it gives you the creativity. That's the key thing. It's the foundations, those building blocks for you to get creative on top. Whether it's the papers or the stamps that you're using alongside them, you are going to get some incredible results. Just $14.99 for all three of those, and 024553 is the item number if you're needing those ones. So, any questions that you need to ask, then you get in touch via email, studio@thecraftstore.com, and anything else you want to peruse, you'll find on the website. Now, of course, Lou will be explaining to us everything that she's working with as she goes, so you can add them into your basket just by simply clicking on that Add to Basket button. Got little bundles where you might be making some savings. We've got pick and mixes you can add into your mix as well, and I would love to see anything that you've been creating with any of the JMC designed pieces that we're looking at today as well, because we always love a bit of inspiration from you guys at home as well. 7-day savers are there as well, so if you need to stock up on anything else, maybe like your self-adhesive papers there, you can see you can pop those all in at the same time. But of course, creativity is the key when it comes to stamps and stencils, and we have got a fabulous Lou here is going to help us with the creativity. So, what's the plan?
Right, I'm going to play with the Daisy Do first. And we've got the stamped images. Sorry, my card's this way round because I want to stamp it lengthways.
Okay.
But just because we've got this stamp doesn't mean we can't create scenes or make something bigger or smaller. And I just wanted to show different ways that we can extend on these. You know, so we can make a bigger card, a smaller card, create frames. Basically anything. Right, I'm going to try my ink pad. I did re-ink it. If not, I have another one in reserve.
Oh, I love that. An understudy ink pad, always a good thing.
Yeah. You know, when you all good plans, you ink it, you re-ink it, and you just. I'm going to blame it that it's been in the car and it's cold.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got that there. Oh, it did work.
Lovely.
So we've got the two flowers there, and then we've got a beautiful open flower. I'm just going to move this around for my magnets.
What kind of cardstock are you stamping on too, Lou?
I'm using the Dolly Dimples card at the moment, but I stamp onto lots of different cards. But so I want to just create a little bit of a border going along here and build up a bit of a scene. Now, I wanted to create the scene that you didn't feel like you had to do masking, because I appreciate that sometimes that can be a little bit daunting, and the flower images are open enough that I can place them amongst each other, you know, without having to mask.
Got you, yes, yeah.
And I'm hoping it's going to be easier once I show you what I'm trying to do, something. So what I've done there is I've just built it up there, and I'm just going to build one more either side. So I'm only using part of the stamp here, and I've just created a little bit of a focal point, and we've got a stamp in there that could be a leaf, but it could also be a petal. So if you wanted to rotate it, you could stamp it and create then your sorry, that was a bit vicious this morning. You could
finger off.
You could create your own type of flower that you wanted to do.
And I think it's really clever because with this, there's no measuring being involved,
No.
but those flowers almost look like you've kind of placed them carefully.
Yeah.
But it's just simply by rotating and just using.
So it was
little bits.
just using little bits like that. So I'm gonna work with my distress inks this morning. I've got back into my distress inks.
Sometimes you forget them, don't we? And concentrate on other inks. And it's like, oh, actually.
And I'm going to colour up the image there. Sorry, I have to turn it so I can. And I'm not going to do fancy colouring because I want to show that that you don't need to make these flowers look beautiful. You don't always need to do lots of layering. They work just as beautifully as is. So.
That looks fabulous. Like you say, nice open areas.
It's a nice open area. So if you're new to
fiddly,
if you're new to stamping, you can make it as complicated or as you could add all your layers in. You could do all the flicks. Add like little parts coming through there. Right. So then what I just want to do is I just want to go over with a little bit of the darker blue. And now I know this looks a mess at the moment, but I do have a plan. You know when you go, I do have a plan.
Regularly we hear our guests say, bear with it, stick with this.
It's one of those, it is really hard to, when we're demoing, we say that, and you just go, please, just... Right, so I'm just going to roughly blend those in, and I'm just adding a little bit more water to it, because what I want the water to do is do the work for me.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to drop a tiny little bit of purple in whilst it's wet, and let the capillary action of the water colour go down the petal.
It sounds like it's automatically blending it, really, isn't
Yeah.
it, then?
So we've got that.
Oh, I like that.
Going on like that there.
Good choice of colours, Lou.
I know, I'm being really brave with purple at the moment.
Oh, is purple not your colour, then?
No, I've always struggled with purple, and I don't... Sorry, I've got a bit of water on the end there. And even though blue is my favourite colour, and purple is made, I just...
Just one of those.
Yeah. Now, I'm going round the little dots that are in here. If that's tricky, colour them all in, and then if you've got anything like your jelly rolls, go over the top. That doesn't necessarily have to be...
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to be the white. If you've got a sparkle, use a complementary colour with the sparkle, and you've added another little bit of depth to the flower.
But this is brilliant because it's just showing that if you've just got your ink pad, you don't have to invest in anything more than the inks that you've already got within your stash.
No. So if you've got a water reactive inks, so then I'll add a little bit of water to that. And I just want to add the tiniest little bit of pink. And because the water is wet, the pink will merge in with the purple. And I'm just going to let that dry.
Look good there.
And, well, it's not dry yet. You know when you just go... The thing with watercolours, isn't it? It's that thing that, whilst it's still wet, it doesn't always look as how you want it to, but as it starts to dry, it gets... So, we've got that... And again, you've got all these little bits here. If you didn't want to watercolour like I'm doing, and you've got things like jelly rolls, your glazes, bring it all in. And colour each, you could colour each one of those a different colour, green or...
You could almost make it Halloween-y, couldn't you?
Yeah,
your
there's
deeper
so much.
purples, your orange.
Yeah. And we'll just add a little bit of the blue.
To draw little smiley faces on the centre of the petals, decoupage it up. There's all sorts you could do with this one.
There is so much there. And now, so I'm going to use exactly the same colours on this, but all I've done would have a yellow centre.
Right.
Okay. Then what I wanted to do is I've actually gone ahead and I've cut round all of these. So in
Right.
good time-honoured fashion.
Oh, here's that phrase.
Yay. Here's one I've done earlier. So I've taken that design, so I've used exactly the same colours, and all I've done is I've just done a yellow centre. So that would go there. So that's now a frame in its own right. And I wanted to show that you could create big and small cards with these.
Okay.
Right, so as I said, I've done a lot of the bits and pieces already. And I've created myself like an aperture with a piece of acetate.
Right.
So that's going to go and sit on top of there. And then I can now put this here, and I've got a starting point. So if I grab another frame and frame that over the top, I've got a little place for a sentiment. But then I thought this is where the papers come in. So I've grabbed a couple of the papers.
Oh,
so
okay.
now where
so
we've got the
seen
papers,
building that. Oh my goodness, look at that!
So we've now got the papers there. So we've created a background on the back of our card, and you could put a white panel in there, you know, where you could stamp your sentiment, or. But then if you wanted to introduce another colour, we've got that beautiful. The same paper has got that flower. So now I've created. I will stick these down in between the shows. I just wanted to show lots of different ideas. So I've now got another flower from the paper as a contrast colour. Okay, so that's just one of the papers.
See, that's nice to do that because you're kind of auditioning the different pieces before you commit to it, aren't you? Yeah.
And this is another one of the papers. So we've got this beautiful rainbow.
Oh, I love this.
So now when I put that back on top, and I put my flowers there, and then I've got my frame, I've got that striking background again.
Beautiful.
You could carry on stamping, you know, inside it, but also then on the bottom there, I've got these flowers and the greens. So putting that on top now, I'm using the flowers, and I've created then even further depth because they're slightly darker now with all the different layers.
Perfect.
So
and I love it because the papers are helping you such a long journey, not having to start with that background.
No.
Papers, incidentally, they're at the bottom of the screen, and don't forget you're going to get all of those papers. It's not choices. You're going to get them all. It's a really bumper bundle, and they're all kind of designed with the stamps in mind. Don't forget you've got toppers in there as well, so if you're not a stamper, then those toppers are going to help you on your way as well. But it really is a bumper bundle. Time-saving as well. So as Lou's just shown us there, just auditioning those, bringing them in. Take inspiration from them as well. When you look at them, they'll give you ideas of different styles of backgrounds that maybe you can create in the future as well. But you can see the details there, 198220 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Got an introductory price of £12 on that one, so take advantage while you've got the opportunity. And of course, don't forget to add in the stamps because the stamps have got the same sort of content with regards to those papers. So brand new stamps we've got for you. We're going to go back to Lou in just a few moments. I just very quickly wanted to show you these stamps because, of course, with these, you've got your two brand new designs. Now, rapidly approaching 20% of the stock has gone. So, yes, if you're liking the look of these, if you want to add them to your collection, maybe you are a collector of JMC Designs stamps, then you need these ones. And they are big size stamps. You see, Lou's been working with this one throughout, and we have seen it appearing in those papers as well. And you are getting all of these, your Daisy Do and your Whimsical Wildflowers, just for £18.98. So please do not miss out on these. As we say, very popular item. Lots of you adding them to your baskets and checking your baskets out. If you want to get hold of them, you need to be doing the same as well. So, of course, Lou, you're auditioning those pieces.
Right, so I'm taking this one and doing the same idea. I've now made it bigger, so there's a little bit more there. So I've got this part here. Now, if I put this up the top here and add a frame, I've taken two stamps and suddenly I've made myself an 8x8 card.
Of course,
just by doing those different designs that way. Again, put the backing papers in, like we had the blue, and you've got that, and all you would need is a sentiment stamped out in the centre there, and you've created something totally different. So, like I said, you know when you play. So taking these ones here, I then took the different stamps. So I've stamped it again, but I've taken off the greenery. And all I've done is I've cut in between the petals. So now I can now layer that slightly above, and I've got a 3D flower.
Wow, yes.
But if you then see, you can tell I've had a real play. I've done exactly the same. If I tuck this one behind, I've now made the flower bigger. So suddenly it's a bigger daisy, but put the 3D layer back on top again, and I've got an even bigger flower. So don't think that the flower sizes are just that.
Yes.
You can make them bigger and smaller, you know, depending on the project that you want to make.
That is really
and they work,
yeah,
you know, work beautifully. So if you like your 3D layering,
go for it.
Go for it. Something. I just wanted to show, you know, that from one set that you can make bigger as well as smaller
And it's nice because I'm not into my cutting out. I use my die cutting machine. I use, obviously, my electronic die cutting machine and my physical dies as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not into kind of cutting out unless it's a simplistic design. I wouldn't mind cutting these out because it's something nice and easy. You don't have to overly concentrate. You haven't got little tiny bits in there you could quite easily trim off. But with these, a lovely design. Beautiful throughout.
And it is, and the same. I've just now made a smaller frame to go on the top here. But if you wanted to add some depth, I mean, I've just cut these out, so I can now add these into the corner, and then what I said, these ones here I've cut as leaves, but stamp them round multiple times, and you've now created, you know, something totally different again.
And I love this because with our mobile phones, we can be taking photos of these, can't we? And then when you're not too sure of what to create, you can kind of come back and go through your library and get inspiration that way.
And I've actually cut these from the papers, you know, from the scraps of paper you don't want to throw away. Because, so I've just stamped and cut them out. So now, you know, you can create, and that's just using 2 of the stamps, and there's 3 of the stamps in there, or 3 of the, you know, so you can create lots of bigger pictures, but if you prefer the cleaner look, you can go for the cleaner look as well.
That's made me think that it's a nice idea to embellish a photo frame as well. So maybe you've got photos of your nieces, nephews, grandkids in the garden with all the flowers, then you can kind of enhance them with those as well, can't you?
So, you know, that was, you know, just really to give a quick idea about how simple colouring, but you can actually then make quite an effective
I love it. Fabulous. Thank you, Lou. So, yes, if you want to use stamps which are going to give you all that creativity, then 20% of the stock has gone. Don't forget, you're going to be able to use them in a whole variety of different ways, as Lou's just shown us. And I think the beauty is that they're just nice designs, simplistic designs, but then they can be as complex as you want them to be. They're kind of like foundation blocks, aren't they? That you take them to whatever level you need to take them to. So, £18.98, 291077 if you are liking the look of those. Now, got pick a mix that you might want to add in alongside these. This is brilliant because these, we've seen them before, but they have been in larger bundles. So sometimes larger bundles mean that they're out of your reach. Maybe when we have a larger bundle, we have smaller bundles or individuals available that you missed out on because they never last very long. Well, this is the opportunity for you to either to get them now or to fill in any gaps that you've got missing from your JMC design collection. So you've got the most incredible stamps. They all work really well together, to be honest, and because they're in kind of pick 2s, you could actually go in and get all of them if you wanted to. Yeah, you pay them up. So you've got little Dottie. Dottie is the cutest little ladybird you'd ever see in there. Absolutely beautiful. You're loving Sammy. Sammy's a popular little chappie, or chappess, I'm not sure. Queenie, you're liking Queenie. Well, Queen Bee naturally makes sense. I love the fact that she's got a little handbag. I wonder if that's for all the honey. Then you've got your secret garden door, and of course you could use that in so many different ways. Cut around it, turn it into a little opening door. You never know, any of these characters could be behind there. Maybe it's Honey Tot, because a girl, she could sit behind there, and you've got a little miniature version there of your Queenie there as well. Then you've also got your Belle Blue. Very, very, I love her dress. Amazing. And then you've got little Daisy Tot there, and of course Lady Dot as well. So they all work so well together, and I love it because you've also got those lovely little elements. Did I say Lazy Dot or Lady Dot? Did I say Lady Dot? Oh, that Dot, she's lazy. That Dot, she's so lazy. No, she's not. She's a lady. Now, look at this. Little Sammy appearing here with one of the stencils that we've got obviously we showed you earlier on. We'll probably have another little look at those in a few moments. Then, of course, your little characters. Oh, you are going to have so much fun with these. They're lovely just to cut out and have a selection of them, or stamp out, should I say. Have them as a collection, and then you can add your colours at a later stage. And the beauty is, with some of those sets, you've got the larger character on one set and then the smaller on another. So do check out the imagery of these on the website, because you'll see that there are certain combinations you might want to go for, because they will work beautifully well together. I love this little spinner card that you've got there, because when you've got the stamps, of course, you can stamp and create as many of these as you want. When you're going for those papers, then obviously when you utilise the papers, then at some point you're going to exhaust them. Unless you go for a second set. But with the papers, of course, sorry, the stamps, of course, you've got almost a bountiful supply. Can I show you this one as well? Now, this in the background here, this fabulous beehive, we've got that one as a stencil, but that's actually where the papers have been cut out. And of course, you've got the floral content that's been added by way of the stamp. And then, of course, you've got all your fabulous little characters. Aren't they adorable? just £17.98. You get 2 sets there, and within each of those sets, there's a lot of stamps, supportive stamps there as well. So lots of kind of little fillers that are going to fill in those gaps, lots of wonderful sentiments. The sentiments are very much in keeping with the designs as well. So you've got things like sweet like honey, you're so sweet. So very much keeping together with those designs, and a brilliant value price there at £17.98. So if you like the look of these and you want to take advantage, then you'll need those details. 628800 if you wanted to pop those into your basket. Now the papers, these of course are brilliant foundations, especially if you're not too sure on how to build up your background, or you want to concentrate on a certain area and you want a little bit of help. Well, the papers are perfect for that. Bumper bundle, because you are getting everything. You can get everything from your 160 GSM with your matte finish right the way through to your 280 GSM silk card toppers here. You've got paper sheets that you can kind of fussy cut around as well. They're 170 GSM. So you're going to get 20 sheets of your toppers and 50 sheets of your gorgeous colourful papers as well. So there's a lot within there, huge amount of content, and for that price, how much does that work out per sheet then? Because that is an incredible price when you look at that. £26.97 for all of that. Didn't realise there were so many sheets. Works out at 39p per sheet. Now, you'd be hard-pressed to actually get quality plain papers and cardstock for that. So the fact that they're already printed, phenomenal value. 198220. And don't forget, 39p is going to get you all of those. So if you're making little cards and you're making cards to sell, you can see that it's literally pennies you are spending on those toppers to put your little projects together. Love those. So if you want those, 198220, £26.97. But last but by no means least, those stencils. Now, you're loving these stencils. These are brilliant because you can get them all. But they've been popular. So if you wanted to get hold of them, you need to be aware that 40% of the stock has gone. So you're going to get lovely swirly flowers, as you can see here, your candy florals. You've got your fabulous branch there with all the detail that you can kind of double stencil and build up your design as you go. And then, of course, that wonderful beehive there. I love that one. Really lovely one. And as our director said, oh, beehive. Behave. £14.99. I've got a chuckle over there from our lovely Katerina there. So yes, 024553 if you're wanting to get hold of that. Do pop those ones into your basket. Now, 7-day savers. I haven't told you about those yet, have I? Now, if you're into stencils, we've got a lovely collection of stencils there as well. And again, these are all sorts here. You've got all sorts of different sizes and shapes and designs. Just £17.86 if you are wanting these. £11 saving, and that saving is only good until Sunday. 8 AM, they're going to go up in price, unless we sell out of them prior to that. So 740123. Now, when you're actually stamping and cutting out, something that's a very useful base to work with is your self-adhesive paper. Now, most exciting photo of the day? Maybe not, but it's what you can do with it, isn't it? You've got 100 sheets there, perfect for you to stamp on. You can add your detail, add your colour, fussy cut around, and they're already sticky. Just stick them in place. £19.99. Brilliant if you wanted to make your stickers for your planners and journals as well. I use them all the time with my silhouette. 314048 if you'd like to get hold of those. But Lou, oh, you're in your element there. I can see you.
I know. I'm using the beautiful stencil, sort of the candy florals. Now, I made a start, and the only reason I've made a start is this is an old Distress ink that's really light, and I wanted to do that as a background layer, and you're not going to really see it. So I thought I'll make a start with that. And I want to create quite a subtle sort of background. And I'm using spun sugar. So this time I want to try and something a little bit more vintage. I was trying to think, you know, it's horrible when we pigeonhole a design, isn't it,
yes,
or a style. To try and explain.
More subdued with the colour tones.
A little bit more subdued,
okay.
So we can. So you don't always have to go bold and bright. They can, like I said, the florals, Julia's florals, suit any style of crafting. So I'm now just going into the centre with the spun sugar, and the spun sugar is a light colour, and I know it's going to look hard to see it on air, but I just wanted to create a really beautiful, soft background. So that there, and then I'm hoping there's just enough little bit of ink. Yeah, there is. And this is just my mustard seed one in there. So I love doing this. It's a great way of cleaning off your blending brushes and
yes, yeah.
You know, so they're ready for the next. Obviously, I use that quite heavily because there's still quite a lot on there. So if I take that away, and all I've done with the tape was I didn't want it to go over in different card places, that was it. But I will save the tape for...
If you wanted a raised finish with this, maybe
Paste.
like icing, you could use something like a paste?
Yeah, these are
okay.
350 micron mylar, so they're a thicker stencil, so you can get that beautiful raise. They emboss through a die cutting machine.
wow.
An absolute treat. So if you took one of the backing papers, embossed these, and then took a sanding block, the papers are strong enough to do that, and you can create a totally different look that way.
Oh, okay.
So I've created a really soft,
Oh, look at that.
subtle little background using them, and that's
Pretty.
exactly what I wanted to do. So let's file you over there. Now I'm going to use the beautiful, from the Women's Called Wildflowers, I'm going to use this big flower, this beautiful flower.
Oh, I love this. It's almost like a kind of like
Yeah.
trumpety type flower. Isn't it gorgeous?
But this time what I want to use it with is I'm going to use it with my distress inks.
Okay.
And I've got walnut
Oh, so you're
stain.
stamping it with you at distress.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So I'm pouncing this quite well. I can feel the table having its own little workout. So if we put that on there, and I want to see how many layers of ink I want to put on, because I've started quite lightly. Yeah, I just want to put a little bit more in where because I want to use the ink that I've got to start all my colouring. Right, so that, just want to put a little bit there, and then picked in some picked raspberry to go with it. So if we move that, and I'll move that onto the top of the table. So all I'm going to do is just use that one stamp, because the stamps can be used, by themselves, or we can just add a little bit more to it. So put the, and I'm just going to use a little bit of the ink, but also pull in some of the ink from the edges.
Ah, okay.
And I don't want to make them stand out too much, because the subtlety of the design can then colours come through as well. So we've got that there. And I just want to add a tiny little bit of the pink to go down. So we've got the little bit of the pink to match in with the background.
That's clever, using that, yeah. Ties it together, doesn't it? Yeah.
And then we can just do the two together. And I just need to water this down a little bit more. I've got water brushes there, which would be... And all I'm going to do with this bit here is that there is lots of detail on this stamp, but you don't have to colour it all in great detail if that's what you don't want to do. So
Okay.
it looks like I'm obliterating it now, but it will work, I promise. You get a promise. So all the walnut stain is doing is being my background colour.
Okay.
For the moment. And then using the picked raspberry, I'm just going to add some more detail in. So like I said, I wanted to create like a little vintage feel.
Okay. Oh, now we've had some pictures sent in.
Oh, that's
show you
lovely.
some pictures. Charmaine's been emailing us, so got some lovely pictures to share with you. Look at these. Aren't they cute? Adorable. Oh, fabulous. I love that little kind. Well, is it a hair? Is it a hat? It could be whichever you choose, isn't it? Beautiful design there. So again, we've got these stamps featuring within the hour. And is it Charmaine that's been using these the papers, or was that Helen? Was it Helen that emailed and said she's using some of the papers as well for little Day of the Dead dresses for her little ladies that she's working with? This is a nice one. I've got the fairy door in the background with this one. So again, Charmaine's been utilising this one. I just love that. I love those glasses now. The eyes and the whole thing of really. It's just all their face. Beautiful, gorgeous. And the last one that we're going to share with you is this one again. Utilising those papers, doesn't that show it off well? Like it. Thank you so much. Thank you for sending those pictures in. Enjoyed that. Like it when we see pictures and inspiration from our viewers.
Right, so I'm just building this up. So yeah, I'm colouring now. You know when I'm lost in the motion of colouring. So I've kept the colours very simple. And I wanted to make it look vintage, and then all I just want to do is just pull out some of the ink around the outside. So if you go over the lines, it doesn't matter because we're going to pull it like a ghosting effect.
Ah, okay, yeah. That makes it nice and easy, isn't it? Nice and forgiving.
And you can, you know, create your shadow that way. So I've got to move my card otherwise.
That's okay. That'll be comfortable when you're doing it.
So we've created a little bit more of a shadowing effect. And you could keep blending this out, you know, lighter and lighter. And then we've got,
You've got little hearts there, haven't you? Cute.
And you could, like I said before, you know, bring all your different pens in, your different techniques. Once it's dry, we did that there. And then I'm just going to...
Oh, okay.
Well, I might as well use up the ink, mightn't I, really?
That's a fair point, yes.
It seems and then I can just knock back a little bit of it.
Oh, it's lovely.
But then if you suddenly... Where's my card? So now I would play with that a little bit more. I'd let it dry and keep layering and layering. I'm just dropping bits on the floor, sorry. But if I suddenly now put that on a... oh, thank you, Hayley.
Okay.
On craft card there, bring in a little bit of ribbon.
Oh, isn't that lovely? Yes.
So we've got that now going like that. So we can have a bit of ribbon there. And I've just stamped out a sentiment that comes from it just for you. And that can go on there. So you can create a quick and simple vintage-inspired card.
Beautiful?
But then what I thought would be really nice...
Okay.
was I actually carried on and did exactly the same.
Right,
here.
yeah.
And then I cut away different layers to create decoupage. So where, if I turn this around, where we see the red layer here, I actually cut that away, and that became a layer. And then I cut away the whole of this bar, you know, the outside bits, so we could, and I then cut the centre away.
Okay.
And I've layered them all up, because I actually thought what would be really nice is then, once you've done all that, I took just some stamens, knotted them together, and I've layered that inside each of the card there, so the layer, and doing exactly the same with the leaves. And then just the sentiment. So that's a simple A6 card, but if you wanted it to be bigger, this is now making it 7 by 5, I can put that on the centre there. And I've just brought in some of the washi, but we've got to change it up. You've got some of the, I could easily cut, so I'm just going to do it very quickly. So if I cut this strip down, because the papers have got patterns within patterns within patterns, if that makes sense. That you can see, I could easily start building it up that way and put all the little bits of the papers I've got around, and just to create, you know, a more of a vintage style effect card. And if you want to do your layering and you want to bring in other bits that you've got from your stash, it can change the look of the flower totally.
Love it, Lou. Thank you. Totally different look. So we've gone kind of from the bright side that we saw a few moments ago to something a little bit more earthy, a little bit more vintage style, more muted. Just shows you how versatile one set of stamps can be, really, doesn't it? And that's what you've got with here. You've got the versatility for a brilliant price of just £18.98. Turn those stamps around. You can see that gorgeous line that you've got there. Nice, easy line for you to follow. And you can see there, obviously, the flower that we've just seen Lou working with in that demonstration. Prior to that demonstration, if you have just joined us, Lou was working with this one and some of the additional elements that you've got within there. These have been the main focal point of Lou's demos, and she's given us some really brilliant ideas of how to work with them. I mean, the design team have had a whale of a time. You can always tell when a design team have worked with a set and enjoyed it, because there's so many different styles. And I think that's the thing with these. You could give them to 100 different people and you would get so many different variations of how they've worked with them, because of course you can use them in so many different ways. It might be that you're adding your colour, kind of like your watercolour tones, as you can see with this one. Got a lot of movement of colour. They'd lend themselves really, really well to working with alcohol pens as well, because you've got a nice large open area for you to blend. Love the additional elements that you've got, because those supportive elements mean that you can kind of create frames, as you can see. So all these leaves all come from one little stamp, as has that gorgeous flower that you've got there as well. Different sizes of flowers, again, different sizes of cards when you're working with these. And these gorgeous papers at the bottom here, they come from that set that we were chatting about earlier on. Means that you can kind of save a little bit of time sometimes in the process by bringing those in. And sometimes they will help, because by bringing those papers in, you can kind of look for inspiration of colours and different combinations variations with your main flowers that you're going to be working with, but they all work so beautifully well together. Now, this is a brand new set. First time that we've seen them, and you've been loving them. So much so that a quarter of the stock has gone already. So if you're wanting these and you wanted to add them to your collection, then please do. So details on your screen there, 291077. Now, Lou's back with us at 5 o'clock, but is it the same stamps that we've got coming up a little bit later on? So even more ideas from them. Love it. I'm looking forward to that one then. So if you wanted to get hold of yours, then please do so. A couple of other things that I just very quickly need to share with you, then we're going to head back and see AALL. And this is your pick and mix. So here you are going to choose any stamp sets. Of course, you can revisit, you can go back in and get additionals if you're wanting to. But for each pairing, each two you choose, you're paying just £17.98. You've got all sorts of fabulous characters that Lou's been working with. And of course, they're all very much in the same style that we've seen previously with those flowers that we've just looked at. As you heard, with regards to these, Julia always wants to make sure that you've got elements that will work with future designs as well as designs you've already got within your stash. So 628800, just £17.98, but you decide on your pairings. You're still loving your little Sammy, very much so. So yes, very cute little character with regards to that one as well. So with our Loos, we were talking about collective Loos, and Emily's just spoken, and yeah, we haven't had any names come in. All we've come up with so far is a giggle of Loos and a creative of Loos. I know that you are going to come up with something way more improver than that. But yeah, because of course we've got Lou with us here, and of course Lou Sims joining us. So yeah, do check out on the website the papers we've been talking about. They are on there, as are those stencils, which have been very, very popular as well. Talking of which, I spy a beehive over there. What are you up to,
I'm
Lou?
busy playing something. Right, I thought I'm mixing in, I think, a little bit of absolutely everything on the counter.
I love it.
Because I wanted to show how versatile everything is together. Now, I've taken the beehive. You can work with it either way. So it could go that way round, and the doors, going that way.
Yeah.
Or flip it, and it could go that way round. So you've got different choices. Now, what I did was I took the beehive and I just drew round it.
Just with a regular pencil?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is just to show you how the different process. If you watch me, if I did it all on air sort of thing, it was it. And then I just do along the bottom of the doors there. We've got that bit there.
Okay.
And then, so that is my rough shape of my beehive. Now, I wanted to create an outside ledge. And all I did was I just slipped the stencil over a slight smidgen. Nice technical
I see,
term.
Yeah, okay, right.
And then I did exactly the same the other side.
Right.
And then a little bit on the top there. And that's now given me a cutting edge. Oh, can you see? Sorry, I've done a light pencil. I do apologise. But that's given me an actual cutting edge that I can cut it out. So I did that. Oh, you can see. So that was all cut out.
Okay.
And then what I did was I inked the edges. So I've gone from that to that. So that's there, as you can see. So it's now slightly bigger than my stencil. So I could put my stencil back inside and ink and layer up that way if I wanted to, but I've got it now slightly larger. But I thought, well, we've got these lovely papers on. So what I did was I took some of the papers and I drew around each of the different parts, and I've layered them up. So they now sit inside there. And I've put them on 3D foam, because why not?
Okay.
So all I did was put the paper onto a bit of 3D foam, drew around it and cut it that way.
Clever.
But I've actually stamped it, so don't think the sentiments have to be, separate. I've got Sweet Like Honey. I could have carried on repeating that all the way round. I could take a micron pen and doodle around the edges if I really wanted it to stand out even more. So that's that there. So then I went from one step further, and using the same principle, I created a card blank. So there's my outside edge of my beehive.
That's clever, yes.
And then folded it in half. So let's grab my glue. And I've taken one of the papers that we've got there, and I've just cut it down to fit inside.
Nice. Nice paper, that one.
And so it's now going to sit on the inside of my card. And
Now
that's
we've
going to
had
sit there.
a suggestion through for our collective nouns.
Oh,
So this is from Spencer, and this is... I must admit, it did pop into my head, this one, but Spencer has come up with a lavatory of loos.
I was wondering when it was going to...
Or you can make it a convenience of loos.
A convenience of loos,
Convenience of loos.
So I've got that layer piece of paper there, and then this was the offcut from it. So that's going to go and sit there. So it ties in together. And I don't think I even used half a sheet.
Well, you don't need a huge amount, really, do you?
No. So that's now going to sit there like that.
Lovely.
And so if I take my beehive now, that's going to sit on the top there, and I've got a white edge around so it can then stand proud and the background can stand proud. That's just my thing. I like to cut leaving a white edge. I know we're all different.
Sometimes it separates it from the background, doesn't it?
It does.
So,
I do start out with good intentions. You know, you're going to cut to the line, and then I just go, I find it quicker not to. But
sometimes I think it can be a little bit more forgiving if you leave a little bit of that white edge there.
And then if you go wrong, you can cut to the line.
Yes.
So I've got that background there, and I'm just going to layer up my, this is where you pray.
I love what you've done with these papers.
So, well, we've got the beautiful, different, like we've got a wonderful yellow colour in there that I could have gone more traditional.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But I thought the one which was, you know, this part of this paper has the yellow part of it, but I could have mixed it up and done yellow, pink
yes.
from each of the designs. We've got the ones that have got the beautiful, like, hexagonal designs on there as well. And, you know, if you wanted to keep in with the total bee theme, she says.
I love that. It's a good suggestion of yours, using the foam back adhesives to go on the back of your papers. I think that's a really clever idea, because you haven't got to worry about any little dips in there, have you?
No. And then any bits that are left over, you can still keep and stamp on. So this is my beehive. Okay. So I've just got that there. So that's sitting there now. Now, you can, here now, we could bring in the stamp that's got the beautiful door on. So if I wanted to, I could put the door stamp on the top there, and that could actually work, you know, colour it all in, and that could actually work. So you could bring your stamped element in there straight away. I mean, to me, it needs hinging there, so the door opens.
Oh, that is so cute.
But what I thought was, still with the same papers, I drew around the stencil.
Oh, okay, right.
And then I put this on the foam as well, and I actually made the door, so that is all the stencil pieces. A little green door. But then I'm left with this one as well, where I cut them all out.
Oh, wow.
So I could do exactly the same, but have this.
Yes, yeah.
There. You know, so we've got the stamp. So if you don't want to do as many layers as I've done, you know, like cutting out through the stencil, I wanted to show that stencils are templates. Inking, I mean, well, they are for inking, but they are templates as well to help you create. So we've got that going on there. And I'll put that to one side for the moment. And I have stamped ahead already and started to make a little bit of colouring with my flowers. And I'm going to stick to watercolour. And I've just stamped it out and I've just cut it. And I brought my pencil there that I could then add shading on. Where's my green gone? Oh, you know, so good I put it away. I know there's going to be people. I do tidy up as I craft, and
you are a very tidy crafter. Just to let you know, we've only got a couple of minutes left.
I will then show you what I'm going to do. So I won't finish all this in. So this would be green. Okay. So we'll just pretend I've done all the others, and I would do exactly the same with the flowers. I've got my pencil there that I could then add a little bit of shading into each one. So, right. I've also then stamped out, we get some little adorable little bee images as well, so I've stamped them out. And then Julia always has the papers, so I've got this flower.
Oh, look at that.
Now that would sit on the top there. So that ties in with all the different colour zones.
Doesn't it just?
But I can bring in my stamped flowers to go over the top and add a different layer to it. And then I've obviously got my little bees that would go round.
And of course, if it's an opening door, you could have one of the little bee characters inside.
So you've got then You're So Sweet, so that could go on there. But if you, if I do move that, so I'm going to keep that one there, but we could bring in Queenie.
There she is.
So there she is. So now Queenie could be sitting along there, but I can still use the flowers that I've done before and layer up. So if I took these ones away, I could still use all the stamped flowers. There's Queenie.
Pop them in and around.
And put them around and about.
So cute.
And again, the bees are around and about however you want to use them. And you've got Sweet Like Honey, or You're So Sweet. We'll put You're So Sweet.
You could go on and on and on. We've only got 10 seconds left, Lou.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we're going to see you back at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Don't forget those stencils that Lou's been working with. They come as a trio. All three of them come together. Very affordable at $14.99, and the details are on your screen. We will see you a little later on. Bye for now. Back with a lovely Karen. We've got a happy hour as well, so it's time to bag a bargain. Then I'll be joining our lovely Katrina and Rowan Dean Embroidery. It's looking fabulous from what I can see over here. And then we're back with a one-day special.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. So it's an Oakwood Archer happy hour, which means we have got lots of incredible bargains for this hour and this hour only. Can I just draw your attention to this first item? Should be $31.92. These are not options. You're getting all of these. We actually even went and checked the price. If anyone who watches a lot of the Craft Store, we were doing a show, it was a few weeks ago, and a $4.99. Can I introduce you to lovely Karen, by the way? Sorry, here's lovely Karen. Hello, Karen.
Hello.
Sorry. I love working with you because you kind of give me an update of what's been going on in your life. Saying Jacob's just bought a multi-bike.
A multi-bike to go racing, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I ask about your little boy, don't I, and
I
that.
like hearing about Jacob. No, but the point of the story I was going to say, so, and I know you watch a lot of the craft store.
Not as much as I used to do, because I
Okay.
have other things to do,
busy.
but
That's
I
okay.
still watch, yeah.
Well, we're doing a show, and Charlotte, my producer, is telling me off, like, I should be talking about this story. It's like a story that we shouldn't say, but mistake. $4.99 popped up. The item was not meant to be $4.99.
I've been on one of those shows.
Okay, it happens.
Yeah,
it happens. It's
it
live
happens,
TV.
yeah.
Everyone saw the bargain and actually snapped it up. But the point I'm trying to make, we were worried that this was one of those occasions. So my producer, Charlotte, very diligent, went to check. It is the correct price, but it feels like it should be a mistake. When you consider everything that you're seeing here, you're going to get for £9.92. 32 designer decoupage papers. And we're already busy. That's ridiculous.
It's beautiful paper. It really, really is. It's not flimsy. It's not rice paper. It is a decoupage paper. It doesn't tear as easy as rice paper, but it goes on beautifully, smooths out, glue underneath, glue on top. Absolutely beautiful. Very hard wearing, and it's got a nice texture to it.
We're 2 minutes into the show. How much do you reckon's gone? 10%?
I'm going to say, knowing you, about 50.
Okay. Well, now, Kara.
But I'm pushing it.
You're pushing it. Come on now. I started at 10. I'm not going to get up to 50.
But you normally play tricks on me, you know, like what's your favourite colour? And oh, it's got green. So
Kara,
I was just trying to play your
we're 2
game.
minutes into the show. I can't believe you jumped straight to 50. Do you know how much has gone?
20%.
50% of the stock. 50% of the stock has gone. When you said, I'll tell you a little secret. So when you said 50, my producer's like, well, we're approaching 50. I didn't expect you to say 50. I thought you were going to say like 20%.
Well, I know, because you normally play jokes on me, so I was trying to be one step ahead.
Well, everyone's one step ahead. Look, we're going to just whip through the designs because this is going to sell like in the next minute or two. So if you want to get hold of it, please put in your basket now. We asked the question because we knew this was such a good price. So we did ask the question, could we get hold of any more? No, that's it. Once this sells out, it is gone. It'll be taken off the counter, and you're having a look at all these beautiful, beautiful designs. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. When you start looking through, have I gone straight to the wrong side? When you start looking through multiple sheets.
There are 4 different sheets in each one. They're not the same. It's not 8 designs and 4 of each. They are. Every single one is 4 designs for
Look
each
at this
one.
Look at this. Now, you'll notice the beautiful green pigment in the design. And look at the green on the screen, everybody. We are limited stock. It is about to go. I'm calling it. The next minute, I think this is going to sell out. That's how busy we've gone. And you're getting 32 sheets of designer paper. Absolute bargain. That's the only way I can describe this. But you're still getting all the quality that we associate with Oakwood. If you're sat at home, would this be falling into your basket?
I'd be rather upset because I'd have probably missed it by now because I'm not that fast.
Well, you see, got to be quick because it has technically sold out. Cautionary tale. We knew it was going to go. Well done, everybody. You've got it in your baskets. If any bounce back, I'll let you know. And in interest of fairness, it will be fastest fingers first. But my advice, if it is in your basket, check out, secure your purchase. We have got more happy hours, don't worry, that was just the first, but that is a statement of intent of what we're going to be bringing this out, because we've got some goodies. Now, another great saving here, £28, such a beautiful collection. We're getting the dies and we're getting the corresponding stamp as well in there as well. So you've got the stamp, you're getting the stamp and the die, yeah.
Yes, they completely match. The you stamp the stamp matches the die, but the dies can be alone because if you can see in there the embossed detail onto it, it's not 2 passes through your die cutting machine. It's just the one. Yeah. Don't need to emboss. Those peacock feathers are absolutely stunning. You've got sentiments, and then you've got some flowers that are also deeply embossed. And then you've got your frames. You've got 3 nice little frames that you can build up and put together.
Well, I'm just looking at the sets and showing some, just a few examples of what you can do here. I mean, first and foremost, that peacock, that's a good peacock.
He's a classic, isn't he?
Yeah, we like the
Absolutely
peacock.
Classic.
A very handsome boy. There you go. So there you got that wonderful peacock. But then as you start exploring, now you mentioned the feather. Have a look at that. That is a beautiful feather.
And it's a nice sized feather, isn't it? Really, really. The biggest feather is what? Let's have a quick measure for you. down to there. It's 6.5 inches.
That's a good size.
It's a beautiful size, yeah.
Then we've got, this is nice. That's a nice technique. Now you'd be forgiven for thinking that was embossed. I think it's the paper. But it has got embossed detail from the actual die, right?
It's an embossed detail from the paper, and then all it's had on to it is some gilding wax, very lightly put over the top.
That's very nice. But it shows you that's a prime example of the fact you don't need to use, you can just use the die by itself. You don't need to use it with the stamp, but it's nice having the stamp, obviously. But here, now this is just using the flowers. That's cool, with a little bit of doodle detail.
Yes, yeah, just something different. So it's you can do it into your journals, cut them out, stick them in your journals, colour them, paper piece them, do exactly what you want.
Some more examples of the flowers. Really nice. It's a nice set going through, and a great price. £24.97. That's your first flexi payment. You're saving £28, but as crafters, we can appreciate the value, because here, I mean, the dies alone, think how much you'd be paying for a die set of that size and quality and detail in them. So you've got the wonderful feathers, you've got the peacock we're seeing right now, but it's not just the peacock, it's the scene builder as well, the additional feathers, the florals in there. Then you've got a layering sort of frame in there too. Up here we've got the flowers, and then you've got the corresponding stamps with the sentiments. Very, very nice set at a great saving for this hour and this hour only. 415-887 your item number. If you just want to go for the peacock and the corresponding die, so the stamp and die combo, we're going to just have a look here. You can see £16.98 is your price. That's a good price.
That's a really good price for both of them, isn't it?
You would, I mean, come on.
And each stamp set corresponds and matches exactly to the die.
Yeah, should be £24.98. Great price. I'll show you a few more examples and what we can be achieving here. Now, this is nice. Thinking about your, what kind of cardstock, if you have that sort of specialty cardstock, gold, mirror card, yeah, and that beautiful embossed detail, maybe you want to start exploring the feathers. Nice. Oh, but that is from the other set, actually. Put that down. Sorry, that's from the other set. But you can see here, another one with the peacock. Or what about using the stamp? Now here, I'm going to show many with the stamp. The stamp, all that lovely detail. We have a show coming up. We had it earlier on. We've got another show with a one-day special on Lou. Got some great watercolour pencils from Faber-Castell. They would, come on, Karen, watercolour pencils with this.
Watercolour pencils, yeah, because you have to think about a peacock. It's not just one colour. It's like petrol, isn't it? The way that it runs, and that paper, stamp it on that paper that she's got. And how the colours are running, that'd be just like a peacock.
Nice. We're just seeing here, I'm just hearing there's different techniques with peacocks. You're seeing, you know, their beautiful foliage, how to get them to perform on camera, to see it. I'll tell you a story afterwards. £16.98 is your price there. 367027 your item number. Okay, now, we've got some storage for you. If I just pick this up here, yeah. Always busy every time we brought this to you. £7 saving. This is your A4 storage folder with the wallets. You get the wallet and the magnetic sheet inside. So it comes with 3 magnetic sheets, and you're also going to get 3 refills. So that's 6 in total for the I mean, come on, 2 flexi payments for £13.99. Yeah. That is incredible, and I'm actually very surprised that it's got flexi payments. I do think that is a mistake, because typically flexi payment is reserved for high ticket items, sort of looking at £50, £40, £50 plus. Take advantage, because you don't rarely see a flexi payment for £13.99. We've checked our notes, and our producer Charlotte's checked our notes. We shouldn't have flexi payment on this, but we are showing it, so we will honour that. So there we go. You've got
ideal
this.
for if you're wanting something else and you wanted a flexi basket without having to spend the full 60.
You know.
I know my shopping.
Yeah, Karen. Karen knows, she is a fan. Just to remind you, you're getting 6 of the wallets with the magnetic sheets. We'll show you that, actually. We've got a picture. So there we go. You are getting your A4 storage with the wallets for £27.98 I have never brought this to you before. We have had it on before. I've never brought this to you with a flexi payment. This, I feel, is just a one-off, so take advantage, because I think next time we feature it, that would have been rectified and you will not be able to split the price. 990009, your item number. Now, we have added the A5 storage. Now, I'm sorry this is not a happy hour, but we thought we'd bring it to you just in case this is your preferred size. $16.99 is your price. You're going to get 10 of the magnetic sheets with their little storage pockets, the little fold. How do you describe wallets? Little wallets, yeah?
Yeah, the wallets.
Wallets,
yeah,
yeah.
they're not a folder because they don't fold over, but it's a wallet.
A little one.
It's an open-ended wallet with the magnetic sheet into it.
It's a great way to store all your dies, keeping them safe. 242830 item number. Now, we've got some stencils that I believe would complement the Peacock collection very nicely. Beautiful stencils. $9.99 is your price if you want to get hold of both of these. And just having a little look. There we go. We're just having a little look now. $9.99 is your price, and you are getting both of those. 827144, your item number. Just looking for that. Have we got any examples with these, Karen? Did we see?
They're on the backs of some of the cards that you've been looking at.
Yes.
So they're all in the back.
Like this
backdrop.
One. Thank you. Just showing you. There's one example. Beautiful. I was giggling. If you saw me, and I'll just let everyone know, if you saw me pause while I was showing you the stencils, we've had to get, you'll notice there's a big gap next to me where the decoupage papers were. They've gone now, so they're completely sold out. But my mask, I'd hid my mask behind them.
Yeah.
And the team were like, God, hide your mask. Your
We
mask
couldn't move it for you.
No, of course, no one can touch it.
Nobody can touch it.
Well, apart from I'm clean. There you go.
And we're all going like this.
Nature of the times there. I tell you, I feel dirty moving my mask by myself. Okay, we're going to move on. But there we go. $9.99 is your price. 827144 your item number. Now, we've got MDF for you. So MDF, again, we're thinking of that continuity and the consistency from our stamp and dies to our stencils, and now we've got the MDF. 99 pieces in total, beautifully detailed. Everything just pops out. I mean, $9.99 is a blooming good price.
It is, yeah, and it's very thick. It's really thick MDF as well, isn't it?
Yeah, just showing you that there.
Yeah.
Good
But very
quality.
well engraved onto it as well. So once you've done your base coat, and then you've got places where you'll be able to colour in, and you've got the guidance to be able to where to colour.
Like that. 339256. Oh, that's a good shot. 339256 item number. Sorry, Chris, I was taken aback. I thought that's a lovely shot there. Okay. So we're going to jump onto the website. There are a lot more happy hours there. Let's have a little look. This is the time to take advantage of the savings, especially on essentials. So if you do want to get that storage, I mean, that is a really good price. And again, I'm just going to remind everyone, take advantage of the Flexi, because it should not be there. Also got red liner tape as well at a great price. Now wait a second. The 8 tape runners, that's a bit of a tasty saving as well. $15.92 your price for those tape runners. Should be, what, $23.92? So £8 saving. Again, it's an essential. It's what we will use. We have got the is it lace designs on there as well. A bit of a trim, lace trim on there at $14.98 your price. Another really good saving. So lots to explore. Have a look at our website and take advantage. Right now, though, we're going to enjoy some crafting with Karen. If you do have any questions, if there's anything that you'd like to see, please get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com, and we'll always strive to do our best. So what are we going to play with?
So what we're going to start off with is I'll show how the stamp and the die work together. I've done some of my Jelly Bean Super Smooth, the 240, and I've put evergreen bow and peacock feathers, and it gives it that nice little bits of colour. Oh, it's better on overhead, isn't it? Looks better on overhead, but it gives it that nice peacocky colours.
Oh yeah.
I've got a VersaFine. I'm hoping this one's okay and doesn't need juicing up. And you can see all the detail into this peacock, and it will fit on an A5. It fits across from a 6x6 there. I'm going to just bob it down and just press lightly. Now, I'm not using my stamping platform, but you've got all these details in here. So if you let it just hang in there for a little while the ink sinks through to it. And make sure I've pressed everything down.
They're a good size.
From it, it's a very, very good size. If it doesn't work, just let's just laugh, shall we? If it doesn't work,
Karen.
Yep.
In all the years we worked together, you have never ever let me down with a stamp.
Yeah, you always just laugh
You know,
anyway.
yeah, it's gonna look. It's gonna be perfect.
There we go. I missed a little bit there.
No,
but
you're being too. I would never. No one would ever have noticed.
You would never have noticed.
I actually
No, well,
can't see where you think where.
I
where it's
noticed.
missed.
I noticed. We're always our own critics, though, aren't we? So I'm just taking off some of that wet ink, just in case it was too wet. And then we're going to get the dye. So we're going to bring the dye out. And what you can see here with the dye, it's a really sturdy dye. It's full, what you would say, it's got like a full metal jacket.
Full metal, yes.
Full metal
Background.
jacket onto
Solid.
it. It's
Built to
absolutely
last.
solid, built to last. And then we're just going to bob that over. And it's got some little, you can see, you will see there that it's not fitted properly, but you can pop it over. If you want to do it the other way and die cut it first, I can show you how we die cut and then stamp.
Okay.
It's only techniques today, isn't it? With it's the prices that.
I like techniques. Now we're just going to show you. You've got options with this, so we're going to kind of flitter between the two.
Yeah.
Both busy. If you just want to go for the dies and the stamps, they come as a combo, $16.98. Ridiculous price for both of those. If you're having a little look, both those sets, $16.98. It's such a good price. And Peacock as an image, bless you, Maddie. Peacock as an image, it's such an endearing image that will never date.
It'll never date, never date.
Yeah.
It's very popular for, well, now weddings are starting, it's very popular to have peacocks at your weddings, isn't it?
Is it
so
really?
If you, yeah, in your garden, with these posh people that have all the marquees, they have peacocks running around the garden on weddings, yeah. Yeah, they hire peacocks for the day.
You can hire a peacock for the day?
You can hire a peacock. And there's also white peacocks. Did you know that?
I didn't know this. Are they peahens?
No. I don't think they are.
Oh, okay.
I did some research on it, but it's quite a while back. And I think they're more in India, the white peacocks.
I've never heard of a white peacock.
Oh, yes, white peacock.
Did a peacock landed in a neighbour's garden like a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
So obviously they can fly. I think it escaped from somewhere.
A wedding.
Yeah, probably a wedding. Yeah. Very good, Karen.
And what you can see, that's cut out straight away. But all we're going to do is just... There we go. And it's done it all. But if I turn it over, you may just see that it's embossed. However, what I will do is I'll run it through on the pearlescent card so you can see the embossing.
That looks... I mean, we're having the combo of the die and the stamp together, that looks stunning. And thinking about how we'd be using that, Karen, because I'd use that in my journals, I'd use it on my cards, I'd use it in mixed media, I'd use it on MDF.
Use it in
construction,
in
gift bags.
Gift bags, front of the gift bags, put them into frames. Don't forget, once you've stamped them all out, you can start cutting all these out and decoupaging them and building them up. You could cut the bottom off. Or to cut the top off and have it so that you put more underneath with one
More
layer
plumage.
on top, more plumage,
Yes.
definitely.
A full plumage.
A full plumage, yes. Yeah, but that's really, really cut out so neatly, gone round. You don't have to use any scissors, any fussy cutting or anything like that. I'm so glad you showed that, because it's achievable. It really is. Whatever level of crafter you are, we can get to that stage. But if we have a look at this, I know it's including the big bundle as well. I'm just focusing on the smaller bundle for a moment. But look at, you're getting the peacock, and that's what Karen's just demonstrated so beautifully. But there are so many other elements to this, and you've got the corresponding die for every stamp here as well, which is so valuable. So no fussy cutting out. So if you really wanted to layer up, if you wanted decoupage, if you wanted to build up some depth, create a whole image with it, and it can be lavish. I'm imagining those flowers sort of trestling over the above the peacock, and then get that, like you're saying, layer up on the actual tail. This is a great set. It is beautiful set. It's what you're going to call a very staple go-to classic one.
Yeah.
So I'm using the pearlescent cardstock now. I've just gone through the pearlescent cardstock.
Cuts beautifully.
And that's what you can see there. Look
Yeah.
at the embossing in that.
Oh.
Absolutely stunning. If you do that in a white pearlescent and then start using the pens that Lou's got and everything else, you'll be able to do in between all those, doodle in between them and everything else. But it's absolutely stunning. And I've only put that through, I put that through once. I didn't need to emboss or anything else. That's why how good the dies will cut out.
Well, Oakwood, and this is why I like investing in brands where I already know the quality you're going to get. So instantly, you see the Oakwood name, the Oakwood branding, you know it's synonymous with quality.
It is, yes, definitely, it's synonymous with quality. And the dye goes on and on and on.
It's a good question from Charlotte, my producer, actually, and now you mention it, I was just thinking this. So with our flower shaping kit, could you use that to shape the tail of the actual peacock
You
as well?
certainly could. We could use this mat. Let's have a go. Are we going to do it on the plain paper?
Well, okay, I'll
We've
just
got
show
a bit of
everyone.
an
I have got the kit here.
The kit there.
So $11.99 for everything we're getting there. That's very good. Come on. So it's a 4-piece tool set. You've got the professional tweezers in here, and these are, I think, with the tweezers, are they the reverse grip? They're fantastic
They are
for embossing.
fantastic, yes.
So
yes.
anytime when you want to hold something and you don't have to keep the pressure on, so those reverse tweezers are really good. And then you've got your embossing tools with the different sizes. That is a great set for $11.99. Really good price.
So we're ad-libbing here because
Okay.
my tweezers are at home on my craft table because I use them quite often, and then I've not brought any flower shaping mat, but this is the big one. You've got the really large size, the medium size. As you all know, these are the tools that I do all my scoring with when I'm doing my construction. You've got the smaller size, which I think is about 1 millimetre, and that's about a 2 or a 3 millimetre. And you start off, and I would warm it up first. You don't want to go on to, you don't want it to be totally cold.
Would that help you?
I'm fine. Go on.
Oh.
I've got exactly everything. It's just the tweezers
Well,
I've left at home. But I'm just going to start embossing.
Do you know how hard that was to get out of the packaging without destroying the packaging? Just lie to you.
I am so
That's
sorry.
okay. That's what I was helping.
Yeah, it was on my tweezers that I've left at home. And if you don't have the mat, then use you could use what do you call it? Mouse mat.
Yeah, mouse.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
Well, I've just got the reverse tweezers, just playing around with the reverse tweezers. And this is the beauty of the reverse tweezers. You don't have to keep hold of them. So you can see here, now, where these come into their own, heat techniques. So if you're looking to emboss or hold something up, then you can keep your hands well away and you've got it nice and firm. So it's elongating your grip.
So all I've been doing is actually just rubbing into the plumage, and you can see now that it starts stretching the fibres, and it's bringing it forward. And then if you do 2 or 3 like that, bring it up with the proper mat, and then you want one of those, you can have it all coming out like a proper.
That's a good shout.
Like a really.
But it looks really good though. Where you've moulded that.
Yeah.
It's worth shaping. Good shout from Charlotte.
Yeah, and that's not shaping it with the proper, the proper mats. Do a little bit in my hand. I never thought I'd be flower shaping today.
Nice.
And I'm just going round in circles, but I'm using the big one, and the big one doesn't. If I was to use the little one, I could go through it and tear it. The big one sort of goes on a lot more space,
it's a bit more
just
forgiving,
breaks the
would you say?
fibres slowly rather than actually damaging the cardstock.
So do you tend to reach for the big one first, or does it depend on the project?
I would always go big first.
Okay.
But go bigger first, and then go down in sizes, because with fibres, they're like that. You want to tease them rather than go straight in.
Yeah.
If you go straight in with a small one, you end up with a crease.
Okay.
If I show you, perhaps with this, so we've gone in with the big one. And we go there like that, but if you go in with the small one, you will see the difference.
Oh yeah.
and that's not as smooth.
No.
But you'd keep working that and keep
The big
working
one.
it, and it's like when you've got, you know, when you've had a meal and you've eaten too much and you just keep rubbing at your waistband to move it out, that kind of thing. Well, that's what you do with paper and cardstock. You've got to tease it.
Do you know what made me laugh there? Like the minute you said that story, instantly in my ear, Charlotte was like, "Oh yeah, yeah, I know, we've all been."
Excuse me, yeah. Sorry. Yes, I know the one. We know the one. So that's that stamp. Would you like
Nice.
to see the feathers cut out?
I would do, and just while you're doing that, I'm going to mention we have got the cardstock as well. So if you're watching the cardstock, it's beautiful cardstock. It's a part of the pick and mix. Have a look here. We will have a little play ourselves. How many do we get? Choose any 4. What? I tell you what, we've got Chris, our fabulous director. We've got a wonderful producer, Charlotte. So you get to pick one each. What are you going to go for? Maddie, you're going to choose as well, so start looking. Maddie, our floor manager. So, Webster, sorry, give it full name. Chris is going for the copper. So do you want me to give you your email address as well? Yeah. Okay. We go for the rose gold, that's Charlotte. Maddie, what do you want to go for? They can't actually see you. You've got to speak, Maddie. Just say it, don't be shy. It's only an hour show. Fuchsia, okay. Go for the fuchsia, and just to be quick, I'll go for the pink. So there we go, that's our choices. See, as Maddie took 45 minutes to make her choice. So there's our choices, but you pick any 4. Look, joking aside, it is a very, very good cardstock. How do you describe this?
Posh.
Boy, it is.
I
It is
wanted
posh.
to say it without. Yeah.
Can I
It's
just show
really,
you?
it's really exquisite. It has its little sheen into it as well. It's got like it's not glitter, but it's got a different sheen onto it. And then sometimes when I've only got a little bit left, say I've been doing my matting and layering and all my embossing and everything else, and I've only got a bit left, I can turn it over, what you would call scrap, turn it over, and I know I can blend my inks on the back.
Nice.
Change the colour
I've
of
just
it.
picked up one sheet at random. Karen had a sheet brought in the studio here. Now look, this is when we talk about posh, decadent. Now you imagine, and this is just one of the colourways I've got to stress, but my goodness, it's a good one. You imagine that embossed, or die cut, or just a simple matte and layer, and this is what we want from our cardstock. The fact that it is 300 GSM means that it's sturdy, beautiful to die cut, and wonderful to emboss. Please use your embossing folders, and something like this would look extravagant. Okay.
£3 a packet.
Oh, look, £11.96, saving £4. It is such good value for money. When you think about it, £3 per pack, because you are getting 4 packs. I've got to stress that. You will be getting 40 sheets in total for £11.96.
So you did hear I just popped that through, but here we go. So I'm just going to bring these out. Got one there, so that's the little one. We've got the flowers. I don't think that one cut. That one didn't cut, but it needed a second pass because it had gone through the middle of my machine.
Okay.
So it was my soft spot on the machine.
Yeah, okay.
And there we go. So that's that one. I think I put too many in one go, to be totally honest. However, what I could do is I can stick that back on.
And just go back
and then put it back through, but I won't on this occasion. Put them to the side, and what you can see here is all these bits are all coming out, but that's a beautiful feather. If you collect feathers, that's absolutely gorgeous.
Are you a feather collector?
I love feathers.
Yeah.
I love
no,
feathers.
nice. Very pretty.
Yeah, very pretty. You get some beautiful ones, but look at the embossing and everything else in there.
Oh, and with that cardstock too.
Yes.
Beautiful pearl cardstock.
Beautiful pearl cardstock. You put some gilding flakes or or some of the waxes or the Pearl X and things like that. Put that over the top of it. Absolutely beautiful. Even down to the little shapes coming out of the small ones there. But the next thing that we'll have a look, we'll do while we're stood here, is we're going to do some embossing. Now this is not, I don't think this is the right one. This is not the right mat, so we're going to just try and do the embossing with that one. Nice. It's usually a thicker one with this machine.
I know you were we were trying to find the mat on
Yes,
walkies.
I've forgotten the re-embossing mat.
Well, it happens.
And I usually pop things. So it's the mat first. It's then your cardstock. Then it's your stencil. Because what you're aiming to do is the rubber in that is to push through there. That's, I have to speak to myself and tell myself that because I often get it wrong way around and forget. Now I'm putting both ones through, so I'm not sure how the sandwich will do with it.
We'll give it a go, and as Karen was saying, we're not using
the correct
embossing mat, so this might not work out, but let's give it a go.
It may not work properly, but if it doesn't work, we'll just get the embossing. We'll just get the embossing tools and start doing it manually. Oh, look at that!
There's always a solution.
Oh,
I have to say.
I think that embossing mat works better than the original.
You're not kidding.
Gorgeous.
Look at that. On that, on the cardstock, that is stunning.
Yeah.
Would you run, because you've got such a beautiful emboss on there, would you run some gilding wax over it?
You could run gilding wax over it, you could pearlex it. What you could do as well...
Could we trim around the edges with our trimmer?
We certainly can, but what we could do is we could have taken it off in one go, and we could have got our embossing inks embossed through that. And I've got silver. We'll have a go at that. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, let's
do that.
Let's do that. And then afterwards, can we trim with our trimmer? Only because we have got a deal with the trimmers on the show. Might as well see them in action, eh?
We might as well see it all in action.
You're getting a set of two as well.
Yes.
For £16.98, saving £3. Good price for two. Keep one in your craft room, keep one in your bag to take to your classes, or even gift one away. 681-616.
So I've gone over with an anti-static bag because it's gone through there, but because the embossing is so deep, I can just pop it straight back on. Near enough. There we go, that's gone in there. We shall do an embossing ink, and what we'll do is we'll dab onto it. With it being a pearl cardstock, you would need to use your anti-static bag onto it to stop any stray bits going over.
Okay.
That's that. So it may not be perfect, but we will get there. And then we're going to take that off. Let's get a little sheet to catch the
Remember the good old days where I
powder.
could help you with this?
I know. They'll be back soon, won't they? They'll be back soon. And then you'll wish that they'll not be, because you'll have that many people, that you'll have that many things to do. And you'll be putting tops on everything and washing brushes out and everything for everybody, won't you?
That's it.
Look at that going straight on top. With the embossing through that, you've eliminated the risk of putting your embossing ink going underneath the stencil.
It's good.
And then I'm going to pop that away. I'm not like Lou Sims at all. I just pile everything up and then clear it away at the end.
She's very organised, aren't you?
Oh, very, very. I'm very envious. Very envious. Let's get that and then see how this pops up. So this is the cardstock and showing how you can neat emboss onto it.
Would tweezers help? I've got some tweezers I can hand
borrow
you.
your tweezers? Yes,
you
please.
You can borrow tweezers. Our reverse tweezers from our toolkit.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Because if you start embossing onto your mat there, you're going to cause steam below underneath. So you do, when you're embossing, you will need to hold it away from a glass mat.
There is that age-old debate, because some crafters prefer to heat emboss from above, others from below, and it is that preference on top, behind.
It's quicker on top. You can see it more on top. You run the risk of burning from underneath, especially if you sort of like get carried away and start talking like I do.
Do you get a smoother finish from behind?
You get a smoother finish from behind, so it depends on what kind of finish that you want.
Yeah.
Going from behind, you've got to be much more alert and aware of it. Going from the top, you can sort of get distracted and you know.
But it's a bit quicker going on top.
It is on top, yeah, because you can see exactly where you're going.
Yeah.
So we've done that from on top there, but if we squeeze them, Karen. Don't try and just pull them off. Squeeze them.
Squeeze them.
And then we'll do a little bit from
behind.
From underneath, and you'll be able to see.
You're absolutely right, though. You have to be careful so not to burn the paper with this technique.
You have to be very, very careful. I'm not very confident underneath.
Do you know where I tend to go from underneath is if you don't want the powders to scatter as well.
Yes, yes. If you want a smooth finish, go from underneath, but I'm not. I like get it on and get it done.
There you go.
Straight in and straight out.
Words to live by.
If you're doing wedding invitations or anything like that, take the time and do it from underneath. If not, do it from top.
Yeah.
And that's there. If you've got something really fine, I would do underneath. That's
Karen,
beautiful.
that is stunning.
And then we can get our peacock and put our peacock on there.
Oh, come
and
on.
even though it's a different colour.
Okay, let's think about this, because I can see that on a gift bag. Beautiful.
Well, this cardstock's beautiful, making gift bags.
Gift bag. I could see that for a gift box. I could see that as a card. I mean, there's so... What about the front of a journal?
Definitely.
You know, there are so many possibilities, and that's just one demonstration.
Put it on a different colour. If you put that, if you got a craft journal, and think of that as craft with that colour on, it's absolutely stunning. So you just some gifts for the gifts, and all you need to do is just cut it out, put it on, cut it out, and build it up. But absolutely stunning.
Karen, this doesn't feel like this hour does not feel like work, because we are just surrounded. We are just playing.
We're just
One
playing.
thing I'm noticing, and I really hope that it's coming across at home, the cardstock is incredible. Again, I'm just going to pick out a sheet at random, just the one on top here. So it's 300 GSM. Look, matches beautifully. I didn't realise this. Team say matches my shirt. But isn't that stunning? And it's that pearlescent finish. So the quality and using this, because there are times when we want to use our fancy luxury cardstock. So whether it is die cutting, a sentiment, if you can use it from matte and layer, but I'd make sure that I reclaimed as much as I could that's hidden underneath. We have got a trimmer on board as well, if you do want to trim down. We're actually seeing it in action. Tell you what, Karen, you're not hanging around, are you? You're getting straight in for the trim.
Cut that. But you know, if you're matting and layering with these trimmers, the best part about it is, well, I'll just cut this down, and I'm layering. It's a very, very tiny, convenient trimmer. You can get new blades for it, but this is the size of it. This is the complete size of it. It doesn't stretch out or anything.
Right.
If you're going to crops or anything, then that's great to carry. Now, when I carry I've got one of these great big, trimmers. Yeah. And when I try to bring it here, I need a trolley just to bring it in.
It's huge.
This is.
I've seen walking. It's a three-man job just to carry it in.
It's a three-man job just to get my trimmer in there. And I bought this mini one as well, the mini version, the portable one. But it's still this big by this big.
That's the portable one?
And that was the portable one, yeah. So I need a new bag for it. I need to get it on a trolley. But then again, so we're going to do, so we're matting and layering on there.
Just before we can continue, because I want to see this, but I don't want to interrupt you when we get into it. I've got some very, very, very sad news. Very sad news. It's not that sad. You're looking at me. It's not that sad. The A4 storage, I'm afraid, has sold out. We're trying to make calls to see if we can get hold of any more, but we're not able to get hold of anyone. So as it stands at the moment, that has sold out, and I don't think we're going to be able to bring it back. If that changes, of course, I'll let you know. That, for me, was a game changer. I've never seen a flexi on this. I hope... what happens, and when something sells out, we make calls to see if we can get hold of any more, but it's all dependent on if we can get through to the right people. As it stands, we haven't heard back. If it changes, I'll let you know, and I'm hoping we can keep that flexi as well for this hour. But if we do bring it back, that flexi will not be here on future shows. That was a mistake, so well done everyone who got hold of that. Okay.
So we're just doing this by eye. We're just popping it together, and I'm going to mat with this sort of antique gold.
Nice.
And I'm
it is like an old gold.
There. It's like an old antique gold. So I'm going to mat on top and have the part around the embossed part behind it. However, if I put that over, all that I've done underneath is just a waste.
Yeah.
So
That was the
let's-
thing. I'd always try and reclaim as much as I could.
Yes, yeah. So I could go in and just cut round it with scissors, but this trimmer is amazing because I'm going to cut from the inside. Because it's got the point part here, that means I can go in and cut from the inside. And I can then cut myself a frame out. Hopefully I've measured it okay. And I'm just going round. I've not matched it up yet because I'm only doing the little bits. I'm using this side as my ruler, as John would say. It's not a ruler, it's a rule.
Yeah.
And then I've done most of it. And I can go around, even what, you know, when you're making the stepper cards and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing that you want to use.
Yeah,
I'm going to go in with my scissors now because I know that I'm covering that up.
Yeah.
And because I've coloured it and embossed it, I'm finding it quite difficult to see. I suppose if I turned it round, I would be able to see it better.
So the beauty there is we've reclaimed that back, and then we'd use that as another matte layer, as a topper.
Well, I think what we're going to do, we're going to have a little go, and it's not something I've done before, but I think what we'll cut a shape out of this.
We are
embossed one.
We are using the scissors.
Yep.
The details on your screen right now, $14.98. You're getting a set of 2 scissors, so you're actually getting the micro serrated. Are a go-to. They are. I've got a pair at home, and they cut through anything. They're really, really good. And then you've got your soft grip scissors in there as well, which is just your utility universal scissors. But the micro serrated are so durable. They are very, very good.
These cut cans.
I know.
Yeah, I cut cans. You know, when you're cutting flowers out of cans, these are Teflon coated, and you can see I have got glossy accents stuck onto these, but they're not dropping up or anything.
When we say cans, Karen means like soft drink cans and stuff like that.
Yeah. Aluminium cans.
Aluminium cans. Yeah.
So that's going to go on there, and then that one would go on there. And we've done something.
Oh, that's nice.
We've done a little bit. We've got this bit left.
Okay, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking we're going to cut something with it.
Okay.
It may squash it, it may not, but we'll
give it a go.
We're going to give it a go.
We might as well test it. While we're doing that, I've just got a collection of some of the papers you can get from that pick and mix, that beautiful pearl paper. So you're choosing 4 packs, 4 colorways of your choice. You're going to get 40 sheets in total, but look at the quality of this. I mean, it is absolutely sumptuous stuff. Really, really nice. So if you do want to get hold of this, now's the time to pop it into the basket. £11.96 your price, saving £4, 025 815 your item number. Going to talk about the set of 2, the stamp and die duo that we've been working with. This is our peacock, really, really popular. What strikes me here, I absolutely love it when I have a stamp with the corresponding dies. You don't have to worry about fussy cutting because you miss out. I mean, you could fussy cut the peacock out, but you'd miss the detail and go around the beak. So you don't have to worry about that. But also, they both stand alone, and we've shown with the detail of the emboss, and I'm so impressed with just purely using the peacock as an emboss without the stamp. All that detail is there. Let me just show you this. This is without the stamp. That, to me, is so impressive. So that's all that beautiful embossed detail that you're getting with the peacock. So you don't need to use a stamp, but equally, when you do bring the stamp into play, let me just find one, where are we, here. Now, that is stunning. Do you see, you've got, but look at all of this. You're getting the sort of scene builders in there too. So the foliage and the flowers around for your peacock. It's a great set. You've got your hero stamp, you've got your worker stamp. The sentiment's in the larger set. We're just focusing on the peacock, but the flowers definitely are in the duo that you're seeing here for $16.98. It's a good price for a really nice set, and I think a set that if you just, this is not going to break the bank. $16.98 will not break the bank. So if you just want to get a set that it will stand the test of time, peacocks will never date. If you want to add a little flourish, something different, and we've shown all the different possibilities with it, I just think, I found my mind wondering, you know, I was saying $16.98 won't break the price. Went out, 2 drinks, hot drinks, and 2 pieces of the cake, I think came close to about $16.98 for it. I was in Windsor. And the cake wasn't even nice.
Was it not nice?
No, It wasn't
No,
even
you
nice.
you go to these things and they got this great big piece of cake, haven't
Well,
they?
they look lovely in the window. But they never give you the pieces that you see.
You get it, and it's like 20 quid.
I know. I couldn't.
You know, and you think. Sort of like my eyes. Why are my eyes so greedy? And 20 quid could have bought me some cardstock.
I tell you what, exactly my point. For 16, I'd rather pay $16.98 and get a die-and stamped geo that is going to stand me for years and years and years, rather than a stale piece of cake that was gone in about 10 minutes.
And you're going, ugh. So I've done that bit that we embossed. Now, the die has actually taken out the embossing part of it, and you can see around the outside here the embossing part's still there. So if we took it away nice and carefully, we've got like a to pop onto that. Oh, we could do that, couldn't we?
Oh,
That'd
yeah.
be nice.
Oh, that's not. Yeah, oh,
That's quite nice.
Well, you know what
That's
you could do.
different.
You know what you could do? I would stamp inside, and then I'd get foam tape underneath and raise that
And
up.
raise it up. Yes, yeah. So that's bringing the coordination of that. I'm going it back through the die cutting machine's not ruined any of that embossing.
Love it.
But let's have a look what we've got here.
Got good things.
And there we go. And you can
Now
still
that's really
even
pretty.
see, even though it was embossed and it's flattened it out, you can still see the embossing. Oh, that's nice. That looks lovely on
Do you know, it looks
there,
like
doesn't
pattern
it?
paper. Sorry, like you print beautiful pattern
Yes.
paper, like fabrics.
Yeah,
Sorry, not
like
that's what I meant.
fabric.
Like
It
pattern
does.
fabric.
Yeah, yeah. So that's that one. Would you like me to make a quick box?
I would love you to make a quick box. Can I hold up that peacock just to show everyone while you're getting set?
You certainly can. I'll pass
okay?
you all
Thank
the
you.
lot for you to look at.
Look at this. I think we need to see it in its entirety. That is beautiful. Come on. There you go. Lovely. Okay, I'm going to put that down.
So what colour? Should we go burgundy?
Let's do it. Is it in
I
honour
did
of
burgundy.
my shirt? Okay, you
Yeah,
can do that.
match
Yeah.
your shirt. So we'll do, are we going to do you want a small bag or a big bag?
Well, Maddie, would you like a small bag or a big bag? She wants a big bag.
She wants a big bag, so it's 2 pieces.
Say a big bag. Maddie was like this. How big do you want? There you go, okay.
Well, we've not got A3, sweetheart, but I would if it was A3.
Now, just as we're getting set here, I want to tell you we have got the complete collection with regard to the peacocks. So we've got, and apologies, I was a little late in getting this to you. I know we had the details on there. So you're getting the stamp and die that we've just shown you as the pair, but you're also going to get the sentiments in there too, and all of the dies as well. Can we just go up to sentiments for a moment? Because a sentiment I've seen used a lot, and I will hold it up. Let me just show you here, actually, it's easier for everyone to see. This, I think this is a really good one. If I had this, I'd be reaching for it a lot. So feathers are a reminder that angels are always near. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, and it's very true.
Yeah,
Very true.
totally agree. Yeah. So you've got your peacock feathers in there. Obviously, you've got your peacock, but that's just one of the sentiments that you're getting, along with your peacock stamp, and then all of these dies. I like the fact we have the frame that you can then work with your peacock. So if you wanted to put it in a frame, you've got your flowers in there, you've got your peacock feathers. This is a very, very, very good set. You've seen the quality of the dies, and look at that saving, £28 saving. 2 flexi payments of £24.97. 415887 is your item number.
So
You've got 9 minutes.
9 minutes. I've scored one while we're not there, but I'll go. I'll show you how this cardstock scores. I've 2 pieces of cardstock exactly the same size, and I'm going to score them exactly the same to make a. It's called a box bag. First thing I would do is I'm going to score at 1/2 inch, and the reason I'm scoring at 1/2 inch, I've not gone into centimetres, so you can do centimetres, you can do inches.
Do you prefer to work inches?
I used to have to work to centimetres because everything was cut to centimetres, but I work with both. I don't think of them as a measurement, I just think of them as a number.
You're very good with numbers.
I'm very good, I'm very good with numbers, yeah, I'm very good with numbers.
Everyone needs a Karen in their life. Whenever I do shows with you, you work out the maths in like blink of an eye.
So we've got 1/2 inch, and the reason for that is the bit that's going to stick. I'm going to do...
It's a flap.
Yeah, it's the part that's the part that sticks over. I'm going to do it at 2 inches, so 1/2 inch plus 2 inches is 2.5, and I've scored the other one at that, and you can see how that's scoring with your score tools here. Turn it round, and I'm turning it exactly the same way on both of them. Now this part here is your side part of the bag. To make the box bag go together, this part must be exactly the bottom must be exactly the same. You have to keep the proportions in to keep it together. So the best way, no matter what measurement you put there, make sure that the bottom one is exactly the same. And that's going at 2 inches.
Nice.
At 2 inches there. And you can see that what I would then do, that you can either have it as a box and not score into here, or you can score it halfway down, which we know that that's 2 inches. I'm going to score at 1. I'm going to go quite down to the bottom. That will give it so that my sides will crease in.
Okay.
This is the way I think through construction of how to put things together. So then we're going to bring in a Teflon tool, and we're going to first we'll cut. So this is going to be a tab at the bottom, so this needs to be straight, and you're going to cut both of them the same way, but I'm going to cut that out slightly because I don't want it to overhang. I'm going to cut up to there, cut that out slightly, and cut that part off. Now I will always cut a little bit off the top, because when you're putting two together, if you cut that off, you eliminate the risk of it overhanging or showing or anything else like that.
Okay. So
we're going to do it with both pairs of scissors, and you can see each one works in its own way. This one you'll need to do, they're not as long, and the other one, and that's that cut there.
Nice.
So both pairs of scissors work absolutely amazingly. Put that into the bin. Next thing is just to turn it over and to burnish. And I'm just burning down the creases. I'm not worrying about that centre crease as of yet. It's got a lovely sheen on it, this one.
Beautiful
but
sheen,
as you can see, the cardstock has...
Oh.
It's not cracked or
No, that
anything.
is pristine.
It's pristine.
Beautiful, beautiful, crisp.
I would suggest that you would get a Teflon tool.
Yeah.
Because to me, a Teflon tool doesn't damage your cardstock as much as what a bone folder or a cheaper bone folder can.
And
but I love my Teflon
Cool Cats
tools.
do a great Teflon tool.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love. Well, you know, look at
Maggie
that.
and
You know,
Kay.
I love my Cool Cats.
They are Cool Cats.
They
Love
are
Maggie
Cool
and Kay.
Cats.
I haven't seen them for a little while.
And
but
I'm
they're
going to
great.
see him today.
Oh, can you say hello from me?
I certainly will. I certainly will.
Love Maggie and
Now,
Kay.
this is a shiny card.
Yeah.
It's a shiny card and that. So I'm going to use red liner tape because tape will go better. Glue it could mark it.
Yeah, okay. And we have got red liner tape on the show, so if you're looking to stock up on your red liner tape at a bargain price, so saving £3, £16.98 is your price. You're getting 24 reels of red liner tape.
Wow.
So your 3mm, your 6mm and your 9mm, 8 reels of each for £16.98. Very good value. 612-206, your item number.
That's just over 50 pence a roll.
It's ridiculous.
It's...
Because when you think about this, when you think about it...
I used to pay £2.50 a roll for
This
it.
is what I was going to say. You can go onto the high street and just get one reel, say, of 9mm, and you're looking at £2 odd just for a reel.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just over 50 pence. Yeah.
Well, we're
Is it? No.
We'll
16, 24. 24 into 16, no, that's not
70
right.
pence.
70 pence.
Well, that's
yeah.
okay. It is 70 is technically just over 50p.
Yeah. Just a little off over. Matt, see, you're going on about me maths and it's not there.
It's all right.
Teflon tool again with your liner
Red liner
tape.
tape, yeah.
Can you, if you...
This is a really good tip if you
be
ever
able
struggle
to
to get it off.
Yeah, if I start pulling at that, you can see underneath there I've got lots of air. If I burnish it down, you can see the air moving out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that means that I've now made that seal complete. Should have the, doesn't matter, I don't need the tweezers. I've got my pokey tool from that set, and I'm just going to bob one onto there, and you don't need them.
Straight hair?
Yeah, it's when I've had my hair cut. And that one goes into there like that, just matching it up. Again, we made the seal with that part, make the seal with this part.
Yeah.
Turn it over. Now, bend that one over, and if you put it down like that,
Perfect.
if you've done your measurements and you've scored right, it'll just fold straight into
To
it.
perfection.
To perfection.
Yeah.
Take that one off.
Now, just as we're doing this, I know we're coming towards the end of the show. Please make sure, if you want to take advantage of the savings on the show, do make sure to check out your baskets, because at the end of the hour, all the prices will revert back to their regular retail price. So the £4 saving here will evaporate.
So that one goes in, those two go down, that glues to there. You've got a box bag, and then this part here. There we go, that part. And you just use it, because you've scored it, and that's the testament to the card, you can just squeeze that in, turn that one round, squeeze that one in, and there you go.
Well, get some ribbon as a little handle, and that is just the most beautiful gift bag.
Or the other thing is, take another piece of card, score it, cut it down, score it, and make a flap over.
Oh. And with this, I tell you something, with this cardstock, it will be the most beautiful flap you've ever seen. Such stunning cardstock with the pearlescent, just seeing that here, absolutely gorgeous. Oh, so great to make your gift bags, to score, to emboss. There is so much you can do with it. Unfortunately, time has beaten us. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Karen.
very much.
Now, you've been busy today. Have you got any more hours?
No, I've got a meeting with someone straight after, and then I'm going to pack for Cool Cats.
Oh.
Because they had a busy show on Friday.
They did have
They've got most of it done, but everything, they've got to replenish it, so I'm going packing for them.
Please say hello to Maggie and Kay from me. I love them both. Thank you, Karen,
Thank
you to Oakwood. We've had such a great show. I really hope you've enjoyed it. So we've got the phenomenal Rowan Dean up next with Rowan Dean Embroidery. After that, Faber-Castell, our one-day special, will be making an appearance. And then we've got Christmas with that crafty roux.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people. I hope you can join me on my Let Leonie Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 a.m. and 2 p.m.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, as you saw on your screen there, got a fabulous Rowan-Dean hour. So brace yourselves. You know it's going to get busy, especially because we've got 3 brand new things to share with you as well. So do jump ahead, have a little look. I'll take you through everything, don't worry. But of course, I'm not here by myself. I've got the lovely Katrina. Fresh back from Alexander Palace. You've had a busy weekend, haven't you?
We've had a very busy time, but glad to be here.
Lovely.
So
many of our viewers come and say hello to you there?
Lots of people. It was really lovely. There were lots of viewers who said that they watch the shows all the time.
I know it's a popular show.
So that was really lovely.
Sometimes it's nice to put faces to names, isn't it? Because sometimes when you see the orders going through, you don't necessarily see that person. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. It was really lovely. Every day there were people who came and said that they watched the programmes and they liked the projects and the keen stitchers, and sometimes stitch along with me when they're watching it.
This is the thing. If you've ever been to any of the exhibitions, you will always see literally a horde of people all around the little demo area that you've got on the Rowan-Dean stand. Obviously, I don't know how it works nowadays, but in the past, before kind of pre-COVID, there'd be loads of little sessions you could sit down and have a little go yourself. But what we've got here are comprehensive kits where you've got everything that you could possibly need in them to have a little bit of a dabble maybe, or to create an actual project like this one. This is absolutely beautiful. Now, 10% of the stock has gone already. We were busy for this one before we even became live with the show. But what you've got here is a project. You've got your garden fireworks accessory case. Straight away, you can see that kind of explosion of colour on there, Katrina. Amazing. But it's practical as well.
I mean, I just love the colours that are in the garden just now. You know, the chrysanthemums, the sedums and the rudbeckia, they're all there's loads of colour in the garden, and they're just like, you know, garden fireworks to me.
It is absolutely beautiful. So you can see here some gorgeous florals taking shape on here, but what it is an actual needlework case, which I think is brilliant because you've got your hand-dyed felt, I'm guessing, with this one.
That's right, yes.
But the pockets, again, with loads of embroidery detail going on, somewhere for you to keep all your goodies. Now, these goodies don't come with the kit, but I know you'll have plenty of these in your own stash, but it gives you the perfect opportunity for you to keep everything together. We have got these available, incidentally, so if you do want to make yours exactly as Katrina's got hers, then you can do. Jump onto the website, you'll be able to find all those details. But things like this, needle cases, these are almost like heirloom pieces, aren't they? They get passed on through generations.
I think so. It takes time to make them absolutely beautiful, and on this one there's quite a lot of easy stitching, but there's a lot of stitching, but there's a lot of sparkle as well. So
absolutely,
you know,
beautiful.
you can add to it. You could make perhaps use cards to enhance the inside of it, or you know, there's so many things you could do with this.
Well, this is it. Now, it starts off with your coverage. You can see that similar sort of style and sizing. And then, of course, you've got your outline there. So if you've ever worked with a Rowan-Dean kit, you'll know exactly how it comes together. You've got your baseline to start with, but then you've got all your gorgeousness within here. So you've got loads in here. Now, I'm guessing it comes with the instructions as well?
Yes, step by step.
Wonderful. And then all your organs, you've got your ribbon there for doing your time. I mean, that's not just ribbon, that is kind of ribbon with a capital R. That's beautiful.
It's really pretty.
Isn't it gorgeous, keeping that gorgeous colour tone going through? Loads and loads of different organzas, which I'm guessing we build up as a background.
Well, there's lots of terracotta and maroons and greens and bright pinks.
Beautiful.
Really, when you overlay the colours, you're going to get new colours. So really, really nice to create that drama.
Gorgeous. Sequins, of course, you're going to have that little bit of sparkle, your beads and sequins featuring in here as well. As I mentioned, your fabrics, including your hand-dyed felt in there. But look at this for an array of threads. My goodness, we've got all sorts in here, Katrina.
I know, I got a bit carried away with the colours, I think.
You did just, didn't you?
so I started off with 17 colours, and then I had to add an extra card because I kept using lots of different colours.
The extra, the appendix.
Yes, yes. But there's lots of sparkly threads, there's lots of variegated threads. I quite like using some of the wool threads as well. So you've got a really nice mix of texture there, just to create a little bit of texture with the organza. So the organza is giving you the background and the stitching is giving you the texture.
I love it. Now, I know we're going to see this one in action, aren't we, in a little while, so I'm going to leave the details with you. What I will do is give you a little bit of advice that if you're liking the look of this, that you get involved as soon as you can, because it is literally flying out. Busy on the phone lines as well, so if you do prefer to speak to somebody when you're placing your order, then obviously you do so, but bear in mind you might be in a little bit of a queue, but we will get to you as soon as we possibly can. Obviously, if you want to bypass those queues, get your order in the system a little bit speedier, then the website is the place to go, and that's where you'll find the other kits. But I'll show you those, don't worry. So if you are on the phone line, kind of keep one ear on what I'm saying, an eye on the screen, and hopefully you'll be able to add these into your order as you place it in a little while. But for the time being, details on your screen there for your beautiful accessory case with those garden fireworks on there, 252856. Make sure you're adding that into your basket. It's absolutely beautiful. You're going to love working with that, but also love using it afterwards as well. Now, the card kits that Katrina brings to us are always incredibly popular, and this is a brilliant one as well. Absolutely gorgeous. It's perfect for autumn because, of course, you've got those gorgeous colours in here. And again, they're always popular, these kits, aren't they?
I think they're good because you've got 60 individual designs, and then you've almost got a picture that you could frame individually, or you could send it to someone who you just know which is going to love an embroidered card.
I knew I was going to knock one of those over. I've got my daft sleeves on. Let me just open up the... obviously, this is kind of like your canvas to start with. So you've got your 6 pieces of art, all beautiful. Of course, perfect to go in the greeting cards. You've got your card bases, you've got your envelopes naturally included with this one as well. But equally so, the size of the fabric and the surrounding area means you could actually turn them into kind of little pieces, little framed pieces as well. Beautiful designs, as you can see here. Again, all sorts of different fabrics and thread. The organzas in so many different colours. They really do add to these, don't they?
I think that it's the colours of the moment, isn't it? Those autumn colours, and there's one that's like a bouquet of flowers, and that's got a profusion of the sequins and the lazy daisies and the sparkle. I mean, at the moment, I think in my garden, 2 or 3 are just flowering their socks off at the moment. You know, the heleniums are there. They're really going well. The asters are going well. So they're just really lovely flowers for this time of year.
Oh, I'm so envious. We've not really had a lot of time to dedicate to our garden this year, so we've not got any colour at all. It's really miserable. But next year we will do it. Now, of course, I could bring all that colour inside with these, couldn't I, if I wanted to? 6 beautiful designs. Again, you've got everything you need, but what an affordable price again, £21.95. These could almost be 6 little Christmas things that you created. Rather than putting them in onto the cards, you could put them into little frames or put them onto the card, send your greeting, your birthday greeting or whatever the occasion, and perhaps include a little frame, because that is the kind of card that if you receive, that's not getting put away a week after your birthday, is it?
Absolutely not. It wants to be on show.
It's beautiful. But of course, those gorgeous designs you could actually embroider onto something else as well, couldn't you, if you wanted, little cushions and all sorts of things. Oh, I've just noticed the butterfly. Beautiful. 775-119. If you're liking the look of this particular kit, then why not treat yourself to it? It's kind of one of those ones that's lovely to make for other people, but also nice as a bit of self-indulgence.
Absolutely.
Love it. And we all deserve a bit of that, don't we? So what else can I tempt you with? Well, because the cards are so popular, we've got another bundle for you. And this is kind of seasonally based. And you'll know this because you've got lots of reds and greens, beautiful sparkle in there. So naturally perfect for the Christmas season. I love the way they've actually got a bauble created with these as well.
Well, it's on the felt. So you could either keep it as onto the card, or you could actually make it either to hang on the tree, or I think it's only taped.
There's a little bit of hook and loop on there, yeah. I'm not going to pull it away because I might not get it stuck back on again. But
it'd be great as a gift tag.
Yes,
or you could actually just hang it on the tree or put it on the mantelpiece or have it as a card. So it's really easy stitching there, and use some of the leftover thread to make the cord.
I love this. It's a slightly different base this time. So you've got your printed base in the same way as we saw before, but this time you've got it on that gorgeous tweed, which is such a beautiful fabric to work with. I mean, it feels gorgeous under your hands as well, but look at this. You're getting a big piece of tweed. It's worth the wait, honestly. I know I'm taking my time opening it up, but again, with this one, just a little bit of a foundation to build on.
I think so. I think there's 6 designs, and then you're going to add the organza over the top, and then a little bit of stitching. And I think over time, the size of the fabric has increased, so I keep adding a little bit more and a little bit more on there. But you know, you've got fabulous, you know, ones that are very Christmassy, like the trees, but you know, the ivy and the sparkly
colours.
beads and colours. Lovely, lovely combination. It's that flash of pink with the red, I think, is
Isn't
really
it
lovely.
just? It's the texture as well, because you've kind of got your traditional style of skeins in here, but then you've got, sometimes there's ombre, sometimes you've got that metallic thread, sometimes you've got the fluffiness. I mean, look at that. That's a beautifully fluffy thread. Is that like a mohair that you've got there? It's gorgeous.
There's a mohair and there's also a knitting yarn for the little bow.
Beautiful. The thing that I love about this is you've got more than you need for the actual kit, but you don't have to go out and buy each one of these as a full ball or as a full skein. So it's a very affordable way for you to get some absolutely incredible results, and you will have threads left over. So I'm sure you'll be able to find fabrics of your own. Probably got them on the show. We often have the tweed available, that you could be making more of these, taking inspiration from the original pieces, or maybe you're going to go a little bit free rein and create your own designs. 032 762 just £21.95 being your price. So we've kind of looked at a self-indulgent project, maybe with your little case there for your accessories. Got cards that you can be able to give to your fans, friends and family. But what about if you want to make a gift, maybe more something to go in a frame? Well, this is the perfect one for you as well, and it is absolutely beautiful. There's something about bluebells, isn't there? I don't think I've ever come across anybody that says, oh, I don't like the look of a bluebell wart.
It's just it's the colours, it's the drama, it's the light, because it's going to be springtime and everything's starting to go into flowering and into bud. So it's a really nice piece that, you know, again here the organza is being used as the background. Same as with the lavender, there's a little bit of green organza under there, just to give you a starting point for the colours. But you know, it has the print on the fabric anyway.
And this is such an affordable price. We've got 3 independent kits, so they come separately packaged, these, and separate instructions and everything.
They're all separate. So if you wanted to give them to friends and family, that would be great. But they're just a nice combination of stitching and easy stitching. I think that's the thing to remember about this kind of stitching. It's never wrong. It's what you're always going to create a little bit of the plant, but we're not doing a botanical study, so you can add more beads or more stitches. So it's quite free and creative in that way.
Isn't it beautiful? Now you're actually getting 3 pieces of art in here. So that little pop of red, as you can see there again, a few little French knots I can notice in there as you go. It's got to be a French knot or 2 in there, and then of course that gorgeous piece, as you can see, with that lavender feel. Love the perspective that you've got of this one going off into the distance. Absolutely beautiful. All coming to you for just £39.85. Needless to say, the kits don't include the mounts, they don't include the frames. That's very much a personal affair, how you're going to actually display these, because you might not necessarily want to put them into a frame. You might want to put them into a practical piece. Maybe you're going to add them to a needle case. Maybe it's a case that you're going to be adding them to a cushion or whatever project it is you're wanting to create. So that is left to your own devices, but what you've got is the perfect foundations to get started. 739-225 if you're liking to get hold of those. Now, there's lots more to share with you, so website's a good place to go, but I know that lots of you are placing your calls on the phone. So display hoops, this is something that's worth considering. With this one you've got 5, 6 and 7 display hoops. Perfect. You can use them for your embroidery as well, but they are best used with regards to display, because your work looks absolutely amazing in these, and we have got worker hoops that we can share with you as well. So 727069 if you are wanting these, all 3 for just £12.99. Now what else can I tempt you with? Well, there's so much gorgeousness. Oh, this is a pretty one. I remember seeing this one before. These are your asters. Asters come in a whole variety of colours, as do these kits, as you can see. Now you're going to get all 3 of these that you can put together in whatever kind of amalgamation you like. Put them in little separate frames if you're wanting to, but what a bargain price. £19.95, 946543. So I'm going to head over to demonstration. If you've got any questions that you're wanting to ask, if you want to share any of your artwork, you know how to get in touch. studio@thecraftstore.com. I would love to hear from you. And of course, Katrina's back at 2 o'clock this afternoon as well. So if there's any questions you've got to ask, then why not get involved, and I will pose those questions to her and hopefully get some answers live for you. So it's kicking off with that fabulous case. Oh, she's like, she's all very excited.
I've got the fabrics ready to work with. Okay, so I've really enjoyed actually stitching this. It's really been fun to do. So the first thing is you'll get a collection of organzas in your kit, and they're just the right size. You can cut these smaller, but you're going to cover the whole surface of the fabric with organza. And if you'll notice, I've put several layers on here. So really, if I was starting off with the blank fabric, I would just be placing them all the way over the design, and then I've actually taken them beyond the design just so that there isn't any white fabric showing. So you could either do the same, make the organzas go right to the edge of the fabric, or you could make them fit within the edge of the design.
I guess they get caught up, don't they, when you sew it all together.
So I wanted to just take them beyond, and then you can trim that away later, or if you found it you'd like to trim that to start with. So I've done a temporary stitch all the way over the surface. So that's going to, once I've pinned the fabrics on, then I've just taken a temporary stitch and I've just worked all the way over, just so that it holds in place and there aren't many pins left in there. So then you're ready to start and actually do the stitching. So I called it Garden Fireworks because one of the flowers here is a chrysanthemum, and that's just, it looks to me as if it's radiating stitches just exploding out from the centre, and that's why I sort of, the firework effect, and just using different textured yarns and different wools just to create that. So as you go through the design, we use several stitches. So the first one I want to show you is stem stitch. So stem stitch we're using here for the grasses in the centre, so that the centre of the design is much flatter than the edge, so that when you fold your design and make it into the accessory pack, that it's not going to get, you're not going to be working with sequins or too many beads in the way. So the area in the middle is quite flat, and then as you work the rest of the design, that becomes much more textured at the front and the back of the design. So stem stitch, so this is stem stitch. I've used it here, so you're going to cover the print. I think this one is much easier to work without the frame to start with.
Oh,
so
right, okay.
I'm using 3 strands here. So in your instructions it'll say how many threads. So I've just pulled the thread through to the right side, and then I'm just going to take a small, almost like a back stitch, and each time I'm going to keep the thread to the top, and I'm just going to insert the needle where the last one came out. And so you'll cover the whole of that line, and it's a great stitch that will curve. So some of the petals are curved, so if you wanted to use it for lettering or different kinds of curves, it's the perfect stitch. And that's going to go all the way around, and these are fabulous at the moment. So the Rudbeckia is really, really bright in the garden just at the moment. So that's my Rudbeckia there.
That yellow against that red looks amazing.
It's great, it's great. And then you just, a couple of stitches on the back. So don't worry about the back of the design. Doesn't matter what the back looks like. It will be covered when you make it into the accessory case. But stem stitches, it's a really lovely way of creating grasses and the petals. So then I can put my design back into its frame.
And just as you pop in that into the hoop, I think I found the area that you were just working on your finished example there, and you can see there, just, I think it was the top corner, wasn't it? Just
that's
where
it.
you've got those gorgeous sequins and elements there, so you can see
a little bit of Rudbeckia there.
Look at this, I love this, all this beadwork and little French knots there as well. And there you can see that explosion. Oh, look at the little bee as well there. Oh, I love those little wings lifted up as well. So you can see where those gorgeous colours literally exploding, just like fireworks there. Beautiful. Now, 30% of the stock has gone of this particular kit, so this is what Katrina's just getting started with the design that she's sharing with you. So if you're wanting it, the details are on your screen, but we are going to go back to Katrina because, of course, she's popped her fabric into the hoop now. And which bit are you going to work on
I'm
next?
just going to do a little bit of a French knot in the centre of the Rudbeckia. Just to show you that you're going to feel it has quite a dark centre to the flower. So I'm using a metallic thread. You could work this with French knots, or you could work it with satin stitch, but I'm going to work it with a couple of French knots and then show you some more French knots for the sedums above. So to do this stitch, you just thread the needle,
okay,
and you're just going to let's just see if it's not got tangled to start with. So you're just going to take the thread. It's easier if it's in a hoop. So you're just going to take the thread once, twice, and then as you take the needle down, it's not in exactly the same place, almost like one thread over.
Okay.
And then as soon as you've pushed it through, then you're just going to tighten that thread, and that's going to give a really nice knot. And
adds a lot of texture, doesn't it, as well, when you do the knot, yeah.
And it's super in a metallic thread, so you're going to just fill that little space with French knots.
Incidentally, if you need a working hoop, we've got the details at the bottom of the screen. The hoop that Katrina is working with is one of the hoops that you get within that particular set. So you're going to get your two sets, two hoops, should I say, your 5-inch as well as your 7-inch. You're also going to get your scissors as well. Of course, your scissors could actually find a little home, couldn't they? You could be popping them in there, in your little case when you've actually completed it, couldn't you? So there you go. $15.99, a lovely little set there. And of course, when you have created your fabulous accessory wallet, then you've got somewhere to keep them. So when you go on and do more of those embroideries, you know exactly where they are. 464785. That will get you your 2 hoops and your scissors. And of course, you can add in your kit for your fabulous accessory case alongside them as well.
Okay, so it's easy, it's lovely to work on one section in your design, and then the chrysanthemum is actually worked with lazy daisies or detached chain.
Ooh, okay.
So detached chain, I'm just going to show you how to do that. Now I've got my frame on the work here, but if you find it awkward to bring the thread through, just take it out of the hoop. It's one of those stitches, stem stitch and lazy daisy. Sometimes it's easier without the frame. All right, so what you're going to do is you're just going to take the needle almost into the same place, and then you're going to bring the needle out on the surface, and then you're going to tuck the thread underneath, and as you pull the needle towards yourself, it forms like a loop. All right, and it's that loop that's like almost like the first part of a chain stitch, and then you're just going to take the thread down, and if you wanted to, you can extend that stitch so it looks quite spiky. So I'm just going to build a couple of those all the way around. And it's a variegated thread, so the magic just happens as you're starting to stitch. You don't need to think about where the colours are going to land. You're just going to go all the way around.
And that stitch is perfect for a chrysanthemum when you think about the kind of the slender petals that you get, yeah.
And so, you know, so if you did feel a little bit difficult to bring the needle back onto the surface, then just take it out and then put it back in. And that's the beauty of this kind of frame. You can put the frame in, you can remove it, and it's not going to distort the fabric. It's going to keep that flatter as you've got all the organzas. So you can see easily how that's starting to work.
Really quickly.
And go in between the threads. So there's a woolen thread there. And you've got a guide as to the direction, so you can almost have it exploding from the centre. And just
with the
take
instructions,
that
does it tell you which of the threads to work with and do it in order? Or
yeah, all the rounding kits have step-by-step instructions. So you notice that the card's got numbers on.
Yes.
So as you're using it, it would say use thread number 5 or thread number 6, and it would tell you if it needed to be taken down and stranded. So these brightly coloured ones here, some of the variegated, but when it's stranded cotton, it's made of 6 strands. And so you can either take those and split those into 3 or 2, just depending on what we're going to use it for. And that would tell you in the instructions how to do that.
Because I think this would make a fabulous gift for somebody. Not necessarily made up. I mean, it'd be fabulous if you can make it up and give it to somebody. But as a gift, as a Christmas gift, maybe, if you know somebody that's into their sewing, this is something they could quite easily sit down. Especially, you know, between Christmas and New Year. There's that little bit of a lull, isn't there? Sometimes it's nice to have a project to get started with. Well, something like this, I mean, this would be a fabulous one, wouldn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Imagine opening that up Christmas morning and be able to get stitching with that one. It'd be like, oh yeah, you have to get on with dinner yourself. Sorry, I'm just busy stitching. 252856, really pretty design. And as I say, it's one of those items that when you've created it, obviously if you're a sewer, you'll be using it yourself, but there'll be people that will look forward to kind of being able to use this themselves as well as a gift and that kind of idea. So yeah, nice. Really nice kit, and I can't remember, was it yourself that had got, was it your grandma's needle case? Was it you Katrina, or am I getting you mixed up with somebody else?
Might have been somebody else.
I know, because I remember chatting to somebody and they'd inherated their grandma's needle case.
I think it's a lovely idea though, isn't it?
It might have been Natasha actually, I think Natasha might have mentioned
a lovely idea.
Yeah, but it is that kind of thing, isn't it? Love it. Katrina, was there any more that you wanted to show us with that piece?
I think that gets you started onto the design, and I think later on I'm going to show you the other half as to how to complete the inside of the felt part, so that you'll get a hand-dyed piece in your kit, and then I've placed some organzas over the top, so that's going to give it strength, and then we're going to hand stitch that around that and add as much sparkle. So that's not printed on, that's just for you to have a play with the colours and the ones that you've done on the other side, and so you can create a whole sparkly creative part inside the
I love it. I'm going to see that 2 o'clock.
That's 2 o'clock.
Definitely be tuning in for that one. So the inside, as Katrina's just described to you there, looks just as pretty as the outside. So you can see how those foundation pieces that she's popped in place are already building up there. But then your additional designs, you've got additional beads in there, the sequins, and of course that gorgeous stitching around the edge. Turns it into a practical accessory case. Absolutely gorgeous, beautiful design, and lots of you have been taking advantage of this one. Now, I've stepped away from Katrina, so you're not missing anything. So if you are wanting to place your order, especially if it's for this one, you'll need to know that 30% of the stock has gone. So if this is something that you like in the look of, do not miss out on this one. So 252856 if you're wanting to get hold of this one, please do so. It's a very, very popular one, so if you're liking the look of it, make sure you get in as early as you possibly can. I think the phone queues have died down a little now, so if you are looking at placing your order on the phone line, it'd be a good time to do it now. And of course, don't forget those new additional items you might like to add in alongside them. Don't forget, if you're looking at filling your accessory case, we can help you. Down at the bottom of your screen, obviously you've got your scissors in there along with your worker hoops, but all the little kind of the pebble with the needles in there and the additional bits and pieces that we see Katrina working with are also available on the website as well. But something that you have found and you are loving, and what's not to love about these? They're absolutely gorgeous pieces, and they're nice little manageable size pieces. Sometimes you might be working on a different style of embroidery, maybe you've got a cross stitch on the go, and sometimes it's quite a lot of concentration you have to use when you're working on those. It's nice to have a breakaway project that you can work with, and these lovely asters are the perfect opportunity to do so, and such an affordable price. So you can see they're £19.95. It's going to get you all 3 of these. Now, if you want your display hoops, we've got those as well, so we can help you with those as well. But these are beautiful. They've kind of got a fluffiness to them as well.
Yeah, you can add different fabrics underneath the actual print, you know, underneath your stitching. So you place on a couple of circles of organza, and then you stitch over the top. But this time, with this one, you're adding metallic threads, you're adding variegated threads, and I think I've even got little folded up pieces of organza just to create a little bit of texture. You know, just take a little square of organza and then fold it into quarters and add those on there. So that's the stitches we've done already, you know, the straight stitch, a little bit of lazy daisy for the leaves, and a few beads. So really, really easy to do. And each one's, you can have fun doing each one, totally different colours.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I love that you kind of got your purples, you've got your pinks, multicolour in there as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, put them together as a little trio. They can look amazing on your wall. But again, you might want to use them in different projects. You might want to use them in something that you're going to be looking at every single day. It could be a cushion. It could be another little needle case that you're creating. It could be anything that you want it to be, because of course you're going to get your groundwork, your ground base really with regards to this one, with your design printed on there, ready. I'm sorry, I'm wrecking this completely. Lovely Bernadette's put the counter together so beautifully, and I just come in and just throw things around. But it shows you that you've got a really considerable size piece of fabric there. So if you wanted to add a mount as well, you could be looking at something that's almost 12 inches square. So you could be creating 3 big pieces. We've got them in the little hoops, as you can see here, but I think that's brilliant value, especially if you want to make them larger using that little tip. So 946-543 if you're wanting to get hold of those ones. So yeah, pop them into your basket. Something else to share with you, another one that's going to look beautiful within a hoop, and again, your floors. Look at this one. It sounds like a modern piece of art. Absolutely beautiful. From a distance, you wouldn't even think that this had been stitched, because it looks like it's been painted. And I love that ombre effect. It's amazing what you can achieve with stitches, isn't it?
It is, it is. So you're almost like painting with the thread. I mean, look at those seleniums. They are that light with variegated colours there. So you can, you know, they do come very orange, or you can make them very yellow. And then the little gems in the front are like lazy daisies, just in the oranges. Really, really lovely to do. But they're a lovely flower that flowers right a long time. And the
Beautiful.
two together are just fantastic.
I
and
love
the
your
beads in the
knowledge
middle.
on flowers. It's amazing.
The beads are great too.
Gorgeous. The beads in the centre there, of course, they're all included, as are all the threads, your organzas, and of course your base fabric to get started with as well. So 941499 if you're wanting to get hold of that particular one. Lots of very affordable kits as well. Again, that's another one that'd be brilliant to actually give as a gift to somebody. Again, £14.99, £15. Quite often a budget for a price as well. Talking of that price point, we've got another one which is a lovely one. This has kind of got your three-dimensional, and whenever you see this on a piece of embroidery, you know it's a Rowan-Dean one. It's that kind of signature piece. We've got that three-dimensional embroidery with your little butterfly, as you can see. But what a gorgeous design, as you can see there. Lots of organza again, lots of beautiful large pieces with this one. So again, it's a considerable size piece of fabric. So if you do want to go on and create something large, then of course add your mount, you can make it even bigger. Incidentally as well, we've not mentioned, if you've never bought a Rowan-Dean kit before and you're watching, you're thinking, oh, it looks amazing, but I really don't know where to get started. Obviously you can go back and watch Katrina's shows, but these are the kind of instructions that you are receiving. So you don't have to know about those stitches within the instructions. It's like you take everybody back to basics as if they've never stitched before.
Well, I think that's good just to see how it starts, and because that's sometimes the hardest part. Where do I start?
Yes,
you know,
yeah.
you can see the finished design, and sometimes that can look really complicated. But when you actually break it down, it's got easy steps, and so you just take one or two steps to start with, and then that gets you going on the stitching.
Just have the confidence to give it a go. I think that's the thing. That's something that Katrina regularly says. So whether you're a novice and you're thinking, oh, which kit shall I go for? And Katrina will just say, just go for the one that you like. Go for the one that you like the look of and the colours. So maybe this one will be it. 911982 if you're liking the look of that one as well. A couple more things to share with you before we head back to see Katrina. This is really pretty. Little scene with this one. And sometimes the scenes are just absolutely idyllic. It might be representing somewhere that you've been, you've visited, or maybe it's a fantasy place that you'd love to go to. Maybe even if you do only go there in your head. But this is a gorgeous one, a sunset scene.
I think it's nice to have just a colour group and work with one group of colours. You know, you've got that tree. I just love that tree in the distance there.
Yeah.
It's almost as if it's really autumn now. And then at the organzas in the foreground there. So it's a nice little piece, a nice size. If you're new to stitching, it's quite a nice size to start with as well.
And if you're new to stitching, it's nice because this one has actually got the hoop in there as well. So could we actually use the hoop to work with, or are we best looking at the spring hoops?
I think you're best working with the spring hoop, because the display one doesn't have any way of tightening the tension.
It doesn't, does it? It's kind of you've got your hook on there,
great
yeah.
for display, but I think the spring hoop is better. And then once you've got one of those, you know, they last forever.
One-time investment,
and they're great. You know, they hold the fabric whether you're working in the tweed or the cotton.
Beautiful. And again, a nice one to give as a gift. Again, very affordable at $15.95, or maybe a little treat for yourself. 788-685. I don't know where I got the fives from, but there you go. So that is one of the beautiful scenes. But before you check out your basket, I would urge you to look at this particular one, because you've got sunset and then you've got dawn. And this is a lovely one. Lots of cool tones with this one. Lovely fresh look at the day. But have you noticed that when you actually bring them together, which I will do, you've kind of got the same scene. So it's kind of showing you at different points of the day, which I think is brilliant. So I'll take the sunset away again, but you've got the same design there or thereabouts. So if you are putting these together on a wall, they're going to look absolutely incredible, beautiful. And I love the fluffiness that you've got down there as well.
A little bit of organza gathered up there.
Isn't it
and I
gorgeous?
think the metallic thread just adds to that as well. That, you know, quite gentle colours, and it's the variegated threads in this one that, you know, that little flash of orange and the pinks and the sort of blues there. They're just lovely.
Beautiful. So it's almost like you've got daytime, nighttime with these. So 453945, just £15.95 for your dawn. Don't forget, there's lots of other things you might want to consider. If you want to stock up on your linen, stock up on your things like your tweed and of course your organza, we can help you with those as well. But we're going to head back over to Katrina to see what she's got planned for a next demo. What are we up to next?
Well, I just would like to show everybody. Hopefully we'll get time to do more designs as well. This is the Autumn Delight. So I just would like to show you how you start. So I've placed on the organzas for each of them, and I've just pinned these on. If you wanted to, you could tack all the way, you know, do a temporary stitch just to take the pins out, and then work on each design. And I would sort of suggest doing all 6 designs before you cut them up and put them onto the cards. So I'm just going to show you the threads. a lot of threads here again. We've got some wools, we've got some variegated threads, we've got some bright colours for the sedums, and then we've got some sparkly ones as well. And of course, you will get the bead thread in there as well. So a nice set of colours to work with. And again, it's just to show you that the hoop fits from one to the other. You can work round each design. So I'm just going to work on a little bit of the sedums here. So again, just doing a French knot, because I think that's the one that people tend to worry and think it's quite difficult, but actually it's so easy to do. I've done a couple of French knots, and if your thread starts to curl and starts to twist, just turn your work upside down, I don't know, and you can let the needle unspin.
Oh, so just let it
and
drop?
Then it's just going to, you know, because you're working with the thread backwards and forwards, and just every now and again, if it starts to twist, just untwist it. So you put the your hoop in there again, and then it's the same thing. You're going to go around once, twice, almost into the same place. Tighten the thread. Now, if you don't tighten the thread, say that you want it to be a little bit of a loopy French knot, this time you just go and you can leave it much loose around the needle, and it's not one that's messy. You know, you've deliberately made it a little bit loopy, so you could add some of those in if you wish. So but it's not wrong. You just to start with, just get used to doing the tension of the thread, and you'll be able to do loads and loads of French knots.
Is that the smaller hoop that you're working with?
So this is the 5-inch hoop.
Yes.
I think
for the little cards, isn't it?
For the little cards, and I think it's probably out of the two, it's one of the most useful. But you know, you've got both of them, so that means, you know, for the larger pieces, it's much more useful to have the bigger 7-inch one. So I'm just going to show you the next bit, which is just maybe, this is the same if you're doing the Christmas card one or any of the designs. I've got all my beads here, put them in a little bit of a container, and I've got a different needle to thread and the bead thread, and you're just going to take a couple of the beads, and you're just going to dip in. Doesn't matter which ones, so these flowers are really rich in pinks and reds, so you can take some of the beads and you're just going to add them in between. Put them in a little bit of a container and dip into the beads. Some of them you can make them more red, other ones you can make the flowers more pink, but it's a mix of colours, so as the autumn goes on, the flowers get darker and darker. So that's how you add the beads. It's the idea of using this special thread is that it doesn't stretch when it's on your work. It'll just stay in place whether you're putting one bead on or you're putting a row of beads on.
It's brilliant because you include the needle, especially for the beads as well. So every one of these kits, you're going to get your needle not only for working your actual designs with regards to your flossies, or it might be the case that you're using your fabulous mohair and all those different types of yarns and threads that you've got in there. But you've also got a separate one dedicated for your beads and that little bit of bead thread that you're going to need. So you don't have to go looking for those, because again, that's something else that you probably have to buy on a big card or something like that, and you're not necessarily going to be using much. You've only got a few little beads that you want to attach, so that's why the beauty is that it's all included within there. You've got way more than you need, though. Sometimes you'll only need a few little strands of this, but if you keep your strands, don't forget, we've got the additional tweed, we've got the additional linen, we've got the additional organzas that you can kind of make up your own kits as you go. And, of course, you will have pieces left over from each and every one of these. And these are beautiful cards, as you can see there. Those gorgeous autumnal colours coming through. This is like a little dip through the window of Katrina's garden, going looking outside. This is what she gets to look at the moment. Oh, are you envious? I certainly am. £21.95, comprehensive kit with all the elements that you need to create your 6 beautiful projects. And of course, you can put them onto your cards if you so choose. If you wanted to use them in other ways, then you can do, because of course you might want to use them in a variety of different ways. I mean, I was going to say pin cushion, but you would put this kind of in the centre, and you have to put all your pins around the outside, wouldn't you, really? 775 119 if you're wanting to get hold of this one. Of course, Katrina's brought us some fabulous brand new items. We've been looking at that fabulous needle case just while Katrina's getting herself ready for a demonstration. We've been looking at this one, obviously, with the first demonstrations. Katrina's going to be adding to the demo of this one at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Just been looking at those gorgeous autumnal tones with regards to the cards as well. And I know, Katrina, you're getting yourself ready for your next demonstration. What are you showing us next?
We're going to have a look at the seasonal greetings cards.
Oh,
just because it's a little bit of
perfect.
Christmas, you know, it's a little while away, but it's something a little bit different to work out.
Well, it's what I dread to think. I don't know whether, are we into single figures week-wise with regards to Christmas? I don't know if I want to know. It's one of those questions that you kind of ask and you think, I don't actually know if I want to know the answer. 74 days. Oh, my goodness.
I don't know. It seems a long time away to me.
Yeah, well, somebody said to me, have you done all your Christmas shopping? I thought, well, you're joking, it's October. Don't start that yet. Some people are all finished though, aren't they? Very organised. Now, the set that Katrina's going to be sharing with us, I'm just going to bring the packaging in to show you. Because with this set, I just wanted to show you the designs because these are beautiful. So if you are thinking about getting ready for your Christmas cards and you're looking at stitching them, then obviously you're going to need a little bit of time. Now, with regards to these, I'm not suggesting, well, you could make kind of 100 of these if you're going to for all your friends and family, but I would certainly be keeping these ones for my nearest and dearest and definitely make sure that they are keeping those because these are nice little projects. You could bring them out every single year. I've actually got cards that are so pretty that I put them away with my Christmas decorations and bring them out the following year because they just look so amazing. So these might be the ones that you're going to go for. And again, a set of 6 of these that you're going to be working with. And this time we're working with tweed.
This time we're working with tweed. I mean, I think they lend themselves to the designs on the fabric. So it's 100% wool. It's big enough so that you can get all 6 of your designs. Well, actually, in a way, you're almost getting 7 designs because if you make the 6th one as the bauble, you've got space if you wanted to make this as a bauble,
yes.
or you've got an extra space on the fabric to do another bit of
a bit of doodling.
Whichever. So whichever you prefer. So, but you'll get the felt. So this is what the felt looks like before it's hand dyed. So all here I've started with. You've got 6 designs to work at, and I just drew on from the template a circle, and then I've done a little bit of chain stitch, and then really I've added just some texture in organza. So I just want to show you a little bit of that. So to create the texture, you're just going to take a little strip of the organza, and it doesn't matter whether it's even or whether it's it doesn't matter if it's even, it doesn't matter if it's not perfectly straight. I've taken it across the width of the fabric, and I'm just going to find a little bit of colour. Let's take a little bit.
So every last scrap that you've got of your organza, keep it, because the smallest pieces are useful.
They are, and I think sometimes you've never got enough colours, you've never got enough pieces, so keep them all. And I'm just going to
I love that thread that you've got. It's kind of got like a loop in it.
This one is just a strand of cotton.
The one that's across your hoop at the moment. You kind of got those, like, little loopy bits
I'm going
in
to
it.
show that because we're going to actually couch that down. So this is it's a lovely yarn it's a looped thread, but I'm just going to concertina the thread and just pin it into place, and then you just hold that in place with a couple of stitches. So you don't actually see the stitches, you just see the texture of the thread. So first of all, we've got the organza on there, and we've got the edge of the card, and the idea is there are 3 trees, and then you've got texture. So in the night sky there, we've got sparkly threads and sparkly beads. Beautiful. But this one just kind of nice and gives that little bit of a snow effect in the foreground. So you could stitch that on with the white stranded thread that's in the kit. So I mean, look at all those colours. They are very Christmassy. So you've got lovely metallic threads and stranded threads and variegated threads and some textured ones. So you've got a mixture there to work with, really lovely to work with. And we're just going to add a little bit, got my strip of organza, and then I'm just going to take a running stitch all the way down the middle of the thread. Just take that and make sure there's a knot on the end there. And then I'm just going to gather that up, make sure there's a knot.
Oh, yes.
Make sure there's a
You
knot,
need a
'cause
knot,
then it just
otherwise
comes out.
Do it all again.
Yeah. Okay, so as you gather that up, that's going to form a little flower.
Oh, isn't that pretty?
Right, and then you just squash all the folds into one place, and you're just going to do a couple of stitches just to hold that in place. So you could add these to the wreath, or you could add them, you know, you'll have loads and loads of organza, so you could add this in the foreground and use the same thread to attach that. And I'm just going to take that little piece off there and make that shorter. So you could just add it directly to your circle, and what I would do is probably keep it whole before and finish it all, then cut it out at the end.
Oh, so that
you've got
the
something
square
to work
that you've
with.
got.
It's quite a big piece of
It
felt.
is. It's a considerable sized piece, that one. Yeah, so you've got plenty of room on there.
So that would be the way to do that. Right, it might be too tricky to do it if you cut it out beforehand. So I've got my little piece here, and then to add it either to you can just take it through and just take that and add it to the foreground there, and you've got a
We've had
fluffy.
some photographs sent in, Katrina.
Lovely.
Shall I show you?
Yes, lovely.
Oh, these are beautiful. My goodness, Michelle.
Oh, wow,
This
that's
is
superb.
beautiful. So this one is the Harvest Cowslip. I can see those gorgeous cowslips in the background. Isn't that gorgeous?
Gorgeous. Fabulous colours.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
I love
Really
it.
nice.
And the thing is, even though these are kits and you're kind of following guidelines, no two stitchers will actually stitch these the same, whether they look different. So that's the beauty of them.
That's the beauty of it, and I
Yeah.
think it's lovely. And then hang it up and admire it.
It's gorgeous. Now Jane sent us a picture in as well. Oh, look!
lovely.
Oh, adorable!
That
That
little
is
robin.
so cute.
And the holly, I love the berries and
Isn't that
the
cute?
holly
I
in
love
there.
it. Oh, now she's been busy shopping. So, what have you bought today, Jane? Oh, she's gone for the wildflower kit. Good choice. You're going to enjoy that one. Don't forget, let us see when you created that one. Send those photos in for that one as well. So, I am nosy, aren't I? What have you bought? She's saying, mind your own business. What are we up to next,
Okay, we're
Katrina?
gonna
Just to give you a bit of a time check, we've got about kind of 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes left.
Okay, lovely. Okay, so if you were going to stitch this thread, you would use the white one strands, but really you can use any of the colours to add that. So you've pinned on your thread, and you're just going to go over the top. Now you'll really see this one this time. It'll have a sparkly fleck to it, so that you can add a little bit more sparkle. So this kit, you can add as much sparkle as you wish. You can go mad with the colours, mad with the beads. Some people like to add the sequins, and you're just
They're
going to
almost
catch that
nice
on.
where the loops are. They could almost be like little locator points for you to put a little bead in place or a little sequin, couldn't they? If you're
I
not
think
sure where to put things.
That's a really good idea.
I love it. It's just so unusual. I don't think I've ever seen a thread like that before.
So I think it adds to the texture. It just gives a little bit more interest, and I think that's the fun thing about the card kits, is there are different things to do on each card, so that you're not going to be repeating the same thing. You'll be definitely doing a couple of French knots then.
Oh,
I have to say, I have to do a few French knots, but
It's not finished till at least there's a couple of French
knots on there.
I love the ivy leaf as well that you've got just below the piece that you're working on as well. It's got all that shimmer and shine and sparkle in there as well.
Just lovely, and I think the tweed is just nice to hold, but it lends itself to a lot of different designs, and I think that's really.
You've worked with
really
the tweed
lovely.
a lot, so for anybody that's not embroidered on tweed before, any advice, any guidance?
Just try it, because it's just lovely to hold, and I think the threads glide through the fabric really well, and it's just beautiful to hold, because it is a dress fabric, so you could make it into a skirt,
Maybe
or
like a brooch
jacket,
or something like that.
but
Or like
something,
you say, embroider it onto a jacket or a pocket.
it would be a perfect fabric. So this one is the ivy here. So in this to do this one, you'll have the threads, the colours, the different kinds of colours. But this time, instead of the shape is printed on the fabric, you're just going to place over the print
the organza, and then you're going to stitch all the way around and then cut the excess away. So when you're cutting the excess away, you just leave a little bit all round the edge, and that's enough just to hold it in place. So you can overlay the different colours and just get a really fabulous effect.
And it's so detailed. I mean, the detail that you've actually got on your piece of tweed when you get it, I mean, there's no guesswork involved. You can really see where that design is. Love the fact that we don't have to trace the design on as well. It's already there, ready to go.
Everything's there. And then once you've got you've been all the way around, you can add French knots, you can add more stem stitch. So stem stitch, remember, is the one that we did earlier on. And you can add as much glitter as you wanted. So you can take one of the edges of the leaves, you can add more sparkle to it, you can use that stem stitch, and this one you probably would manage the stem stitch in the frame, but you can just add little highlights of colours. You can work over the design and really make that sparkle.
Isn't it brilliant? It's gorgeous because it kind of gives a boundary to those areas as well, kind of reinforces the detail. Look at the sparkle that you've got.
It's going to be great. It's going to be lovely. And I think that just gets you in the mood for
Love it.
Got seasonal celebration, I think.
Well, that's it. Well, the design that you created there, obviously, with your ivy, not dissimilar to the holly leaf, so similar sort of idea and texture. And, of course, within this set, you've got those beautiful, beautiful cards. And I love this because you've got the little beads, you've got your embellishments, you've got those fabulous little sequins. Love the striped organza in there. It's got quite a contemporary look to it. Very, very effective. And, again, look at there with the bauble. And the bauble, of course, you're going to stitch onto the felt, which you do get included in there, which means you've actually got a little corner on your tweed, as Katrina explained to you. So that's kind of like your free reign. You can do whatever you like and then maybe repeat one of the designs, or maybe it's a case that you're just going to have a go and you think, you know what, I'm going to create something in my own style.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. I've never done a bauble on a card before, but I think it works well, and I could see, you know, that was something that you could do and make a gift tag for everybody in the family and keep that. I think that's what Ted's family used to do. They used to keep the same gift tag every year, and that was yours. And so it would be nice to make a special one for.
Yeah, and that's nice. We kind of do that with baubles. Whenever we have a new baby in the family, I always get a bauble for that baby's first Christmas. And I've got baubles that I put on my tree from when I was a baby, and they don't match anything else. They're very much from a style back in the 60s, so they're kind of a different style to what we've got on the tree now. But it just adds to it, and I remember kind of putting it on the tree as a little girl and things like that. Of course, you've got a couple of additional cards in there. I didn't show you all of the cards, so there's the last couple there, and of course, there you go. That's the one that Katrina was showing us, that fabulous kind of loopy thread. I think it's fabulous, that thread. I love it. It's probably got a proper name, but loopy kind of describes how it is, doesn't it? Fabulous set of cards, and of course you've got your bauble there that you're going to be creating as well. Absolutely beautiful. And of course Katrina's been taking us through our paces with regards to these. So Katrina, we've got about 5 minutes or so left. Have you got anything else that you want to share with us?
I'd like to show, just to say that you could, once you've got your organza, there's lots of ways of fraying it and distorting it, and we use them in, say you were doing the next one, the group, you know, where you're doing harvest poppies and you're just distorting the fabric. If it's on the bias, it means it's much easier to fray, it's easier to get that effect. You sort of be a bit mean to it, and then you can place that over the fabrics and really get a lovely texture, and just hold that down, maybe with a couple of French knots, a couple of beads or a couple of sequins, and then have fun with those, the variegated threads, and remember, put as much sparkle on as you possibly can. I think that's the way. But anyway, here we go. This is if you're going to make a cord, you may have one that you've in your box that you could use, but this is a couple of reels lengths of thread, and I'm just going to twist it. You can twist it with a pencil, or you can just use the tension, and you keep winding it round until almost it's going to go together. And then once it goes together, the tighter the twist, the better. And then as it starts to move, you can actually just make that, and you've got your cord, and that could be the cord. That could be the cord for the bauble.
That is brilliant.
You can stitch that down in place, and then you've got the other side of the felt to create. So you won't see any of the back. You'll just have that one piece.
Oh, Katrina,
trapped in between. So you could use ribbon, or you could use some of the threads from the card, or you could add some of the sparkly ones in between there. That would be really nice.
Because you've got more than enough in that kit. You've been very generous.
I'm just looking at you've got
There's
a lot of threads.
The only thing that's missing is a kitchen sink. Katrina, thank you. Back at 2 o'clock with Paola.
Yes.
I know she's going to love these designs, so yeah, make sure you do tune in then. But I just want to mention one of the brand new items. Obviously, we've seen the different items with the different kits, but one of the ones that you've been loving more so are this fabulous kit that we've got here. And I think it's because you've got such a beautiful project, an amazing piece of art that you're going to be able to create and use over the years. So you've got your ribbon included, beautiful sparkle ribbon, as you can see, which is going to work alongside those beautiful sparkle threads that you've got within your design. You can see you've got your sequins there, your flowered sequins, your shaped sequins in there, but you've got all the design and inspiration included, the organzas, you've got your base piece. So if I bring the base piece in, you can see here, that is your foundation piece that you're going to be building your design on, but you've got everything in here. In fact, you've got the 17 threads that were the plan with regards to this one, but Katrina just couldn't stop herself. So you've actually got an additional 8 that have been added. Had to go onto a separate card, there's that many in there. But it's proving to be a very popular kit, and I think it's because not only does it look amazing, but it's got practical applications as well. So if you're a sewer, you are going to absolutely relish creating this one, but then you've got your practical use of this, because you're going to create those pockets with that hand-dyed felt in there to put all your little bits and pieces in. And the bits and pieces aren't included, but we have got these available, so you can add them in if you're wanting to, and there's a place somewhere for your little scissors to go as well. So everything in its place, so as when you come to work on your future kits, you know it's all there. 40% of the stock has gone though, so if you like the look of it and you don't want to miss out on it, now would be a really good time for you to place your order. Obviously we're going to be back at 2 o'clock and Katrina's going to be showing us more from this particular design, but if you wanted to get hold of it, details are there, 252-856. Do pop it into your basket as soon as you can. Another item that is new to us today, those fabulous autumnal theme cards. So if you have just joined us, feast your eyes on these, because these are individual little kits that you're going to be able to create, which of course you can put onto the card basis. They come with their envelopes as well, but of course if you want to utilise them in different ways, you can. Giving these as cards to people, please do make sure that you include maybe a little frame, because I can guarantee they will not want to be putting these away after their birthday or celebration. They are absolutely gorgeous. Katrina, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been another lovely hour.
Goes so quickly.
Doesn't it just? Does indeed. But the good news is Katrina's back at 2 o'clock, so make sure you do come back and join her then. Anything in your basket? Now is a perfect time for you to check your baskets out, because after the break we're going to be back with a one-day special, so it does mean that we will be very busy again. So I'd get in there before you get the rush for the one-day special. Yes, indeed, and it's a Faber-Castell one. It's a beautiful one. I'm going to be back afterwards, Christmas with Crafty Roo. Ooh, looking forward to that one. And then we're back with a lovely Katrina.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specializing in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the craft store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the craft store.
I am Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Well, a very warm welcome. So we have another look, our second look today at the one-day special, been extremely popular, bought by a brand, and very rarely do I get to say this, established in 1761, one of the oldest industrial companies in the world. I want to give you an idea how long it's been around for. It's been a family-run business, and it's been, there's been, I think, 9 generations have run the company. Can I introduce you to lovely Lou, who I'm also looking to as well? 9 generations, Lou. That's incredible.
Each one wanted to improve, and yeah, there was the heritage. Wow.
It's incredible. And Lou was telling me, she's an absolute mine of information. So they're the largest producer of wood-cased pencils, and you were saying to me, 2 billion pencils, graphite and colour pencils a year.
That's just
2 billion.
And they're so sustainable with what they use and what they make.
That's really important too, and you were talking about that last hour.
Yeah, they're really, really important. That they really want to make sure that what they do doesn't have a huge impact.
Yeah, and the reason why I wanted to talk about that is it all goes down to the quality, and you know that with Faber-Castell, but anyone may be new to the brand. It's a brand that's been around a very long time. Something that wasn't around for as long as we would have liked was our 36 pencil set, I should say. Now, this is what happened. We were trying to get hold of more stock at 8 o'clock this morning. Because it's so early, we weren't able to get hold of anyone. But it was just, and this actually sold out last night. So throughout the night, through the night we couldn't get hold of anyone. This morning we couldn't get hold of anyone. Where we were very lucky, our supplier was actually in for a meeting after, well, it was in this morning, it was a couple of hours ago, was in for a meeting, so we're able to talk to them directly. They've given us a little bit more stock. We had to plead. We have not got a lot. It is on extended, 10 days extended delivery, but you've got exactly the same deal. So you're saving £28. You're getting 36 colours. And as we have a look through, look, my goodness. The colours are stunning. There's the pink, actually, the last show. Do you remember the pink stood out to me? I said, oh, we use pink, and realised we didn't have it on the show, so we changed it. Yeah. So you've got all those colours coming through. You see your yellows onto your oranges, your reds, your deeper, richer maroons, pinks, purples, blues. Look at the amount of blues and greens you have. So seascapes, skies, landscapes coming through. Then your natural colours, your earthy tones, your autumnal colours, your leaves, your greys in there as well. Finally, your white and your black. And what's interesting with the colourways, and again, something else, Lou, I was impressed hearing you talk about the pencils. So you're saying the lighter colours are transparent, the darker colours are opaque, which means that you can layer up and you still get all the vibrancy from both. Yeah,
and they're really beautiful on black cardstock as well, which makes a huge difference, because normally they'd be that transparent. They wouldn't be seen, but they are. And the colour, the laydown is crazy.
What? You hear us say it. Shall we see it? Just really, really quickly. Could you just show us? Yeah, maybe, sure. And this is what is a signature of a really good watercolour pencil, is the movement that you get. I mean, the pigment is exceptional. Just watch this.
Now, I've only put some down.
I mean, wow.
There's the paint. So I'll just clean my brush.
I mean, this is a pencil, everybody. You'd be forgiven for thinking that was an ink.
Right, so the next one, I'm going to go to the yellow, but I'm not going to stop there. That's laid down a pencil. Yep. That is a bright, bright colour. So just going to take a bit off here.
Well, now we're building up our purples.
So we'll get our purple there, which is a beautiful colour, and we'll get our orange. And we can go back and forth, back and forth. I'll do it with this one, we've got more room, till we go Now,
That's stunning. I mean, you see that there? The possibility.
There we go.
Okay, so now we've got the blue and we're moving on to a green. So you're going through the full colour wheel.
so
Lou, that's impressive.
it's very, very, very impressive because there's that much colour on. What I'm having to do is take the colour off,
And
put
move
it
it
down
around.
here, and then try it because I want you to get a nice purple. There we go, a nice purple. So,
Do you know, Lou, what stands out to me, and I hope you can see this at home as well. I know you can because I'm watching the monitors here in the studio. But you are not seeing any scratch marks. You know, have you ever used, and I was talking about this in our earlier hour, I had... The extender stock's gone. Oh, okay. I was worried there for a second. I heard gone. I thought the extended delivery is gone. A third of the stock, though, has gone here. And again, we have not got a huge amount of stock. And it is, once it's gone, it's gone. I'm categorically telling you, the only reason we got hold of the little amount we could put on extended delivery is because the supplier, just purely fortuitously, was here for a meeting, and we're able to harangue them into giving us a little bit more stock. But really good set. Now, the point I was just trying to make, when I first joined the craft store, when we were at Hochanda, I had at home a tin of watercolour pencils that I got really cheaply. I think they were like a tenner for it. And I tried to do the techniques that I'd seen here at the craft store with, I think it was Faber-Castell, don't hold me to this, it might have been another set, but the watercolour pencils, I was blown away. So I thought, I'm going to try this with my pencils at home. No way, no how. I was on watercolour pencil, on watercolour paper, tried to do exactly what Lou just showed you. You could see the scratch marks, I was getting no movement on there. It was just a different world, and I'm sure at home a lot of crafters can relate. These pencils are exceptional. Things to point out. Now, you've got it's a shatter-resistant lead.
Yeah.
So it's resistant, it's not proof, but it is resistant, which means it's more durable in there. And also, it's the different techniques we can do with our pencils. So, for instance, you can shave with it. You can either use a standing block or a knife. Get your sort of little, how would you describe it? Off. You know, if you sand it down, shavings, the word I'm looking for.
right, yeah,
you
yeah.
get your little shavings.
Oh, keep them, yeah.
Oh, no, absolutely. As a technique, then spritz them with some spray, and suddenly you get a beautiful effect, an explosion of colour there too. It really is I think the reason why these have been so popular, it's the quality you get. A lot of viewers know Faber-Castell and the quality that brings. Great price for pencils you will absolutely use. So if you love watercolour, if you love your stamping, if you want to create great backgrounds, whatever you might want to do, these pencils will allow you to do those techniques and do them to perfection. So you've got 2 flexi payments. I mean, the price here is really good. And my producer, Kim, pointed this out, and she's really on the ball. She was saying the price you're paying for 36 would be the regular retail price of our one-day special, and that would be the price. At the end of the one-day special, it will go back up to $49.99. We're just going to flash the details for the one-day special. So I know with the one-day special, and that's still a great alternative. So if you want to go for the 24 pens and save £15, fantastic. Say, there you go, $49.99. But if we just have a look at the 36 again, and you'll see the savings. I'm sorry, Kim, I'm making you work hard here. But you can see here, £28 saving. $49.99, and you're getting 36 pencils in total. And you've still got the flexi payments too of £25. We're going to play with these. We're going to see them in action. If you have any questions, please get in touch. That's what we're here for. studio@thecraftstore.com. Now, also back on extended delivery, and we're very proud of this too. We have got, this is cool. So, with it, we got our metallics, so you got your silver and your gold, and you're also getting 4 of the pip pens.
Go for these.
Now that is a monster price. When you think about it, $16.24 for 2 metallic pens, and they are very, very good. And you're getting the 4 pip pens. These did sell out. They are, again, back on extended delivery the 22nd of October, but my goodness, worth it. And I love hearing Lou in the background. She saw that and she was like, go for it. Just go for it.
Just go for that.
Yeah.
Because I've got the pip pens. The pip pens, India ink. What's not to like? You've got all the different drawing nibs you need and a brush pen.
Yeah, very, very good. Well, we're going to have a bit of a play,
Yeah.
Lou. Are we going to go to Lou? Yeah, let's do it. All right, we'll go to Lou and have a play.
Do you want to see the metallics?
Yeah, please.
Right, so we've got beautiful laydown of colour. We've got no splattering, no priming.
Yeah. I mean, that's strong.
right? And you normally get a stutter, and with that it means that the pen, the ink's not coming out. Look at that. Totally. Now, if I wanted to, I could just keep going over and colouring it.
And do you know what?
The intensity of colour.
I mean, that's solid. One thing that's standing out: no blobbing.
No, not at all.
You know, sometimes metallic pens, they can get a bit blobby.
Yeah, and you can put as many layers as you want. Now, it's a 1.5 nib, and the nibs on all Pitt pens are at the top there. And it is really important that, you know, it's a bullet point. And if you find that the bullet point is getting a little bit flat, don't worry, because what you do is just roll it around. And I'll show you what I mean. Just clean it, roll it, and you get a beautiful point back on it. Right. And then, again, that was me, it wasn't the pen.
Yeah.
And then let's see.
Yeah, I mean, these are nice.
But also, don't forget, people
like
always forget this. They go gold, silver. Oh, that's nice. Well, why not both? So what you do, put 2 on.
Yeah.
Go back over with your light and blend it in, and we'll get no join. There we go. Just to show you that it's gold and silver, and there's no join whatsoever.
Well, if you just show that, Lou, we've got camera 1. Should we forward it to camera 1?
There we go.
And we'll get in and have a look. You're getting a lot of love for your little wiggle.
It's not a bad wiggle, that is it?
The withers wiggle.
Wiggle away, I like that. But can you see it's joined, it's not peeled the paper. This isn't this isn't watercolour, this is cardstock, so it's not made for this, but it's working on it, beautiful. Yeah. And
we'll get the 4 Pitt pens in there as well.
Right, let's go. I'm going to use an S, which is, I think it's a 3. It's an S, so you get a fine medium, but in other words, it's a 3.
Now, would this be a permanent? So if we laid this down, then we could go over with our watercolours and it wouldn't shift, so you wouldn't be spoiling it.
The Indian mark, the Pitt pen is Indian ink, so it's like the original tattoos were made with Indian ink. Oh. And you can just see I've laid down there. Now, I'm only using a light one, and the reason it's like this is not dry yet. Yeah. You need to let it dry, and when it dries, it sits on the top better.
Oh, yeah.
Can you see?
So
I'll just move that back. So you can see that's still... You need to let metallic colours cure, and then you can draw. But I'm still getting a beautiful 0.3 is not what we normally use. We normally use a 1 mil and above. So if you think that this is a fine drawing pen, and I'll just show you on a piece of paper, it's a beautiful in line. In regard to, let's go for B, which is at the brush. All the marks you can make with that, and then we'll go for the 0.7 in relationship to this one.
I mean, you've got big hitters in here. These are key sort of sizes.
You can see the difference, you know. And when you're drawing and you want to create some sort of hatching, you want to create depth. So the bigger the line and the closer it is, the more depth you're going to get. That's where these pens come into their own, because you can produce all these lines, different lines.
This is such a good bundle. Where I tend to use Pitt pens, and they're an absolute saving grace. I might have learnt this from you, Lou, actually. When you stamp, if you've ever stamped a detailed stamp and just missed a fraction of something, and we've all done it, and I thought, I'm not going to be able to line this back up. Just get your Pitt pen out. Only takes a second. I mean, I'm talking just if you missed a little bit of detail. Also, doodling. Now, if only there was a group that maybe focused on some mindful moodling.
Yeah.
So, do you want to give everyone a little shout of your group?
Yeah, it's a group that we created through the lockdown, and it's about taking time out each day to do a mood drawing doodle, and we use pens like this, and these pens just sort of set out your creativity when you doodle. So yeah, I can thoroughly endorse the pens for that as well.
And the group is Mindful Moodling. Is it just Mindful Moodling?
Yeah, just Mindful Moodling, and the group is Junk Journal's Mindful Mixed Media Art. But just look for that Mindful Moodling, and you'll find us. And join in. It's
Please
free.
Do.
I used to do it every day, but I can't do it every day now. But I do it whenever I can, and it's 12 o'clock, and we sit down and we all do this with pens, watercolour pens together.
Nice. All right, so we've got a lot on the show. Just a reminder, the metallics, really busy for those. They're on extended delivery. Also, the 36 pencils are back and 40% of the stock has gone in a few minutes. We've just really started the show. Now, this is extended delivery, so it will be dispatched on the 22nd of October again. But value, absolute tick. A monster saving here of £28. Do you know what? We're £28. You think about it. The set's $49. We're paying $49.99. So value for money. Great, great, great saving. Way better than half price saving in the mix. And look at the colour palette that you're getting. Something. Oh, Lou, you read my mind. Lou, the pink. I would just love to see the pink in action. And earlier on, if you were watching our show earlier, we are going to go down the counter and then we're going to see it, by the way. I know we've got other things to show. But the pink, wait till you see, is a colour that I wanted to show earlier on, but we couldn't because we didn't have this in stock. So we're glad to bring this back on extended delivery. We do not have a huge amount. If you do want to get it into your baskets, I would maybe look, well, not maybe, I'll definitely look to get it in your baskets sooner rather than later, because it looks like it will be selling out for a second time this hour. 970-127, your item number. We have got the one-day special too. So we want to give choices to every budget. One-day special, you're getting 24 pencils, all the quality that you would expect. So just looking at the set 36, so all that same quality, you're just getting 24 as opposed to 36, but still a great colour palette. As we have a look at this, all your big hitters that you would want. So 36 is kind of expanding on these colour families. So you're getting a few extra pencils into the mix. But here we've got our yellows, we've got our orange, our reds, our blues, our greens, our natural colours, sort of earthy tones coming through, and the white and the black. Point out, these are watercolour pencils, but the only way you really appreciate how good they are, if I just hold up this swatch, let's just pick. Now this is, actually I think this is a swatch for the 36, but just wanted to show you, like, look at the blue here, the way you're able to draw out that colour, and there are no lines. You can't see where the actual pencil was laid down. And that goes for all the colours. So let me pop this down. You can see the colours here, $34.99 your price, saving £15. That is a one-day special. At 6 o'clock, the price will revert back to its regular retail price, what you should be paying, which would be $49.99. 375-256, your item number. Now we're going to talk about watercolour markers. These are exceptional. Got to tell you, with this set, we're approaching 60% of the stock. It says a 17-piece gift set. Let me explain. So you're getting the watercolour brush in there, and then you're getting 16 colours. They are dual nibs, so you've got a beautiful soft brushstroke nib on one side, and then on the other side you've got your bullet nib. Water-based ink. But what I love about the water-based ink, you can get incredible movement on there. You can also get, with these, there's a light fastness to them. So you've got, it shows the quality of the ink that you're working with. 2 flexi payments of £25, 669-791, your item number there. Another option we want to get to, the set of 30. Now this has been extremely busy. We are 80% of the stock. You are getting absolutely spoilt with the colours. It is a beautiful, nice description from our producer Kim in my ear, was saying it's like a kaleidoscope of colour, and you are absolutely right. Okay, let's think about this as crafters. How are we going to be using this? Because we've got our brights here, so I'll be thinking sunsets, colour washers, fantastic, but also your brights for your flowers. So imagine the flowers you're going to create there. As we go down, and I say this all the time, but that to me is my landscapes and seascapes. So beautiful skies in their rich green fields. I mean, that's going to look stunning. So many blues and greens to play with, and they blend wonderfully together. And then finally, you've got your earthy tones coming through here, your more natural tones. So 3 distinct sets, they all work together. The greys, incredible for your shadowing. Grey is such a useful colour to go through if you don't want to maybe put in a black. But it all boils down to the techniques and how usable these are. When you see them in action, you're going to fall in love with them. Please believe me on that. We have got 3 flexi payments, $36.66. You are saving it's another monster saving of £50. £50 saving. Incredible. 486-166 your item number, and 3 flexi payments on there, so do not miss out. We have got some papers for you as well. Now I'm stressing papers because it's 70 GSM, but these are designed to work with your markers. And it is like, the team in my ear are saying it's like witchcraft in the sense that it works. It really does. The pens do not bleed through. I have to say, though, that's it's a compliment to the pens, the way they work, that they're designed not to bleed through papers. But papers specifically engineered to get the best out of your pens. So the movement of your pigments in there. You've got two choices, and we are going to see that in action shortly. But you've got two choices. This is your A3, $11.99 your price, $915,982. If you prefer to go for, and this is really a personal choice here, personal preference, if A4 is more suited to you and you just want to go for 2 sets of A4 as opposed to 1 set of the A3, the 2 sets of A4 have been the more popular choice. We've been tracking it. You're getting 100 sheets in total. $13.99 is your price, 838730 item number. And if you're wondering about gummed, Lou was explaining, all that means is at the top here, so it's gummed so you can pull out individual leaves of paper. So we're going to head to Lou for our first demonstration. I can't wait for this. So what we're going to do, Lou?
Well, just thought I'd mix you some colours to show you the difference in papers and all sorts of different things, so you get a good feel for it. So I've got the paper, just watercolour paper that you've probably got at home or card. I've also got it on our paper that's on the show, which is just crazy stuff. It really is crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So the first thing I'm going to do is just going to run this colour just to show you how I'm just going to let it bleed all the way through, and you can make a really colourful background like this. It's really important that you get to see the mixing as well, because that's how easy it is. And you've got a wonderful mix of colours. You know, what happens if we want to use green with blue? And this is a really good way of you getting to know these pencils and pens, so that you know that when you come to, say you want to colour certain items, and you think, well, how am I going to get that colour? Now you know, and you can keep your swatch with you. So here, I'm going to put this in, and we've got a turquoise, a blue-green or a green-blue, depending on which is more prominent. And here, this luscious yellow, because you can lose a lot of colour with yellow. And what I've noticed is, well, what I've noticed lack of, is normally I'd get like a milky look on the colour, which indicates bind dot and fillers. I can't see it on this. Can't see it at all. So all those now mingle together, and you can do, that's the paper. I'm going to do some more later, but you can see you get a beautiful, there's the one from before. So just to show you that the colour is incredibly intense.
Luke, could you do me a favour? If you show it to camera 1 and we're getting close, I just want to challenge everyone at home to see if you can spot any lines that the pencil left, because I cannot see anything, and that to me, that looks like paint or inks. That does not look, if you were just to show that to somebody at a distance and say, what medium did I use, I don't think people would be saying pencils, and that is a massive, massive compliment to the quality of the pencils. The vividness of the colour is exceptional.
Well, a little tip for you, if you haven't seen any of the other shows, if you put it on a piece of card, there's your watercolour palette to take away with you.
Yeah.
So if you want to go out on a day out, scribble on a piece of card and use it like that.
Lovely.
So now I'm going to move to the water paper we've got, the marker paper we've got. Right, this is just, I don't get this. I don't get this at all. So let's go with the pink. There we go. Yanis's pink.
Oh yeah, it's one of my favourite colours.
Then I'm going to go to it's like a coral, which is a nice colour because we can now mix pinks. So let's go to that. I always clean my brush because I want you to get a true colour. Nice. And corals, with them being a light, they can lose a little bit of colour, but these don't. And then we'll go down to a...
Do you know, it's just magic the way the lines just disappear. And this is why, and I keep on going on about it, but a good watercolour pencil, I won't say good, an exceptional watercolour pencil, this is what you should achieve. And the amount of times I've seen pencils being used and you don't get that effect.
And this is really off-putting. I've said it time and time again. That's when we start blaming ourselves, saying, oh, it's me, it's my fault. No, it isn't. It isn't. If you haven't got... This morning, actually, or was it? I can't remember which. It might have been. And I used alcohol paper with these, and it didn't move.
This morning,
yeah, it didn't move, and that's a really good point. So I'm just going to blend these together. And
so
you can be quite rude.
Paper,
yeah, it has to be the right one, because that way, if you're getting bad results, then just check that you've got. So you can also take the colour away. I can darken it, I can add colours. If I want a little bit of this in here, I can add it. So this is the 70 GSM marker paper.
Yeah.
That's the watercolour paper. To me, you've got whatever suits your need.
So good. And you can create. You had a really good idea earlier on. Lou was saying if you're going out and about and doing some crafting, just get a sheet of watercolour cardstock, scribble on your colour palette, and then effectively you can take that with you. All you've got is a sheet of paper, all your colours there. You just need a watercolour brush and you're good to go.
There you go. That's what I was saying. You scribble on your card. I mean, I've used a lot of this purple, and then I can just bring the purple, mix a little bit of blue in just to bring it a little bit darker, maybe a bit more. And now that is acting like my palette.
Yeah.
A little bit of light. So all these colours, I'll just move it a little bit. All these colours now are acting like watercolour palettes here. So yeah, just to show you that you can add to the top, and I can add markers on top of pencils and pencils on top of markers, get real depth. They're all matching colours.
All matching colours, and they're all water-based, and that is the real key. And why, personally, I love water-based, because you can mix anything. As long as it's water-based, it mixes with other things. Very, very busy for our set of 36. If you do want to go for this, it is on extended delivery, 22nd of October. $49.99 is your price, saving £28, and you've got 2 flexi payments as well of £25 as well, so we're able to split that in half, and we are so happy that we're still able to bring this to you. So do take advantage of the price, the savings, and the flexi. A little birdie told me, and I don't want to preempt this because you didn't tell me, but a little birdie told me we might be playing with jelly plates today.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Are we going to be playing with jelly
Whatever
plates?
you want, yeah. We could do jelly plates now. I was going to draw some flowers and background papers, jelly plates. You tell me when you want me to do it and I'll do it.
Now.
Okay?
Okay.
Right. Well, I've got some rather dodgy gel plates here.
Okay.
But I am going to show you how to do this beautiful background paper in a bit. You can just see it. It's 3 blobs of marker.
Right.
3 blobs. Anyway. Now, you can see these are rather dodgy. These have seen better days. I don't care, because this is what I like about these. I like the fact that they've got bits of, they're a bit like me, a bit rough round edges, you know, bumps and lumps and bits and bobs. Don't matter to me.
But they're well seasoned, and that's what you want from a jelly plate.
Of course you do. Of course you do. So I'm using these 2. Actually, these are the 2 here. I use them a lot, but it really doesn't matter. You can use any of them with anything. I'm going to use the marker paper simply because it's so perfect for these, and if something's made for it, it makes sense to use it. So I'm going to go with my light colour first. So I'm going to use my brush end, and I'm just going to lay some down.
And what's interesting, Lou, and you explained this in a previous hour, that depending on how you use your brush end, so whether it's feathering it on the side or going on the top, you can achieve different effects, flower shapes. So thinking about how you're holding the brush can achieve different results as well.
Absolutely. There's a drawing way, there's a stenciling, a drawing way, a shading way, and it really is different effects for different ways you're holding them. So I'm just going to put that on there. I'm not going to run it too much. Have a piece of scrap always, because sometimes the scrap is nicer than your print. And it happens, that's what happens. So I've got this, I'm going to drop that on. Now, the thing is about this paper, it's thin enough to get amazing results. So I'm just going to drop this on.
This is our marker paper.
First print. Now, if your bray is dry, just run over it. Now, it's thin enough for you to get all the details. That's what really, really blew me away. So, take that off.
Oh, yeah. Jelly plate with our watercolour markers.
Ready?
What?
So I'm going to take that off. Let's have a look at what's left. It is very addictive. This is what's left. Now don't forget you've got positive, negative, so you'll have a different effect. But then it dries so quickly I can put another colour straight on the top. Now I prefer these.
Oh, wow.
So
could you hold that up, Liv? Would you hold it to camera 1 and we'll see both in there? I mean, they're both good. I think I like the more open one, the sort of cellular look.
yeah, well, you can mount that. That's the clean off, or the others can be the clean off. It doesn't matter to you. So I'm going to go down and put some more colour on now.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got the green and the blue there, the yellow and green, sorry. I'm going to go on with the purple and pink on top. I'm not going to clean this, but if you did, you would get a great effect. In fact, I will, I'll show it you because I might as well do it while I've got time. Just spray some just a mist of water. Now what you need to do is you just need to activate it. You'd be surprised. Now this is watercolour paper, so you'll get a different effect. Just move it over. But I will get a really nice clean off. Leave that. Let's go back to our paper. Right. I'm just going to take a full print from that.
Have we put any more ink on there?
No.
We're still going on the same line?
Yeah, I'm just cleaning it off.
You've got like 4 pulls off that.
So that's a background. You can't really see it on the telly, but that's a background now that perhaps...
If you hold that up straight, Lou, I think we can see it better on camera 1. Now lift it a bit more forward. Bit more. There you go. You can. I know it's subtle, but you can see that.
It's just
we can see that. Yeah,
but that's what you want. That's just a clean up. So if you think that you've got layer upon layer upon layer, so that's more or less clean now. So I'm going to go straight on. Just going to dab off because I don't want it too runny. I want nice effect, but I don't want it to be like overly runny. So colours. Go for pink because you like pink. So let's go with a pink. I'm just going to do one colour now. I'm not using a lot, by the way. I don't want to because I want it to be subtle so I can build up layers and build up layers. So just set and get the piece that you clean your brayer on. Leave that, it doesn't really matter. It's not going to do anything. So now we've got two colours. We've got green and pink in our clean off. So that's a really nice colour as well. That's just our cleaning our roller. So that's a background that we normally do with mixed media. You can do it with this. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put a pull on this, put the same one on. We can go back onto another one. Let's do it while this is damp. So now we've got a damp area. Doesn't matter if it's off. I'm just going to move that because it's quite slippy, that page. Normally, you'd take this off and you'd go, can you see how it wrinkles? Don't worry about that. It's not coming through, and it doesn't come through. It's damp. It's not wet. It's weird.
Alchemy.
It is. So now we've got 2 layers, very light layers, but they build up and build up and build up and build up. So we've got the layers on top of that. You can see.
Lou, I mean, it's all the effects we traditionally associate with our acrylic paints, but we're using our water-based ink.
Well, this is it, and it's subtle, but if you put more ink on, it would be. Now, if you put this with a gel medium and did that, you'd get a glaze, and that would be really strong colour. So I'm just going to go on with the red, pink, with one of the first ones we did.
Okay.
And the nice thing is, you can not see through it, because you can't, but you've got like a look through it. Now, that's beautiful. I really like it. It's so subtle, but it's beautiful.
I think that is very, very effective. You're absolutely right. You said it's addictive, and using your jelly plate is addictive, and I just love I love discovering a new way to use my jelly plates. So I know so many of you have a jelly plate. Have you ever used your markers with these? These are a water-based marker, and that's important because you've got the water solubility. They will mix with the pencils, so if you wanted to, any of your water-based mediums they will play with as well. You've got a beautiful brushstroke nib and then a bullet nib. Could you just show us, Lou? And because the brushstroke nib is lovely. Could you show us the difference with the 2 nibs, please?
That is made to stay to a point, so you've got a fat line, as I call it, and we've got a fine line. So I will quickly show you that on a piece of card so it's easier to see. So in essence we can do a really, oh no, I can't put it on that, I'll tell you why, it's got surface on it and I don't want to sort of interfere with it. So we can do a really fine line.
Yeah.
Or
oh yeah.
Now this is what I'm going to show you later. Instant flowers.
Oh, that's nice.
Instant flowers, and then I could go one step further and wash them out. I'll show you these flowers in a bit, but yeah, I make them into a watercolour.
Joe, I'm thinking, what about like creating like a shooting star type effect? And you've got
Always.
the trail coming through.
But don't forget, even on this now, if I wanted to just add some more colour, I
just
can
lifting
do
it.
because I can use that as a palette. So the colour that's intense here can still be used. So this could be like the middle of a flower, and then I could put some more leaves around the side, and you get a lovely sort of bleed out now. But let's go back to the gel plate for a minute.
Yeah.
I'll show you some of that in a minute. So
Okay.
what I've done here now is I've put that colour on there.
Ah.
I want to try and get a nice ombre colour. Always try and use light first, but it doesn't really matter because you can clean them off. So I'm just going to put that in the middle.
Yeah.
Now, if I wanted to, I could put end to end.
Oh.
End to end. I did this years ago with some other stuff that I used to show.
So you've blended on the pen, and obviously you're not damaged the pen, they're
No,
both
no, it
quality
just
based,
cleans
and then it
off.
just cleans off, yeah.
Just cleans off, but you start with a light.
Start with the green.
Do it again for you. There we go. Just, you don't need a lot, the light to the dark, and then if I show you that this will be yellow as well, and then it'll go back to teal.
Yeah.
There you go. So, colour to colour is
So
absolutely fine.
The teal and the yellow blended on the nib, but green.
Yes, and then it went back to teal. It mixes and then splits again.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a little bit of a spray. There's two things you can do, and I'll show you this one first because this is I love the gel plate because it's what's the word you can never tell what's going to happen. You can never tell. So
unpredictable.
Unpredictable.
Yeah.
I've got another jelly plate, so I'm just going to drop that on. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that off. Now, I don't know how successful this is, but let's see. I want a sort of a vignette. I want the edge to be a vignette. So hopefully, if it's done it, oh yeah, there we go. And I like to call that my earth look, seriously, because you've got this pattern here, and then you can add colours. Now, if you do that again...
Go in with your pit pen if you wanted to obviously get a bit more focused.
Absolutely. I'm just going to take another print. But don't forget, I've also... No, now left. That's what you want, though, because you still use it.
Got every last ounce.
See. But if I move this, let's see what we've got with this, because I'm going to show you another really quick trick with these. These are the tricks that you really need to use. I'm cleaning the middle of this off.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got another print.
Oh, I like that.
So
Well, that really does look like the earth, doesn't it?
That's another print. So that's just using 2 jelly plates.
Lou, they're so good. I've just got to tell you, we are busy for both options, but you can go for the larger option. A lot of you are taking advantage of the £50 saving. We are approaching limited stock here. We're busy. So if you do want to get hold of these, £50 saving, $109.99. You're getting all 3 sets, but it is the quality of the ink here. So it is a water-based ink that you're getting. You're water soluble. You get incredible movement with the ink. A lot of the times, just watching Lou earlier on, how she was working with her markers, just scribbling a little out on your glass, if you've got your glass mat, and then just picking up, lifting up, and painting with it. These are going to last you a very long time. The power and vividness of the water-based ink is incredible. Also, it's got a light fastness to it as well, which is important because it all boils down to the quality that you get with Faber-Castell. So if you're waiting to invest in a set of Faber-Castell pens, the fact that they're water-based means they'll work with any of your water-based mediums at home. You've got that beautiful, soft brush nib, and then that wonderful bullet nib in there as well. Great set, great price, and you got the 3 flexi payments of $36.66. Your item number is 486166. We're limited stock, everybody. So set 30. Price for me it's not all about the price, and I understand that. As I was chatting to Julia yesterday, and we had such a big saving on our studio lights, and I was saying, Julia, the saving's incredible. And she said, but it's not always about the saving. I get what she meant by that, because it has to be something you're going to use and you're going to love. And this, to me, is going to be a cornerstone of your craft dream. You're going to be using these pens day in, day out.
You're going to use them with everything you've got. There's nothing you can't use them unless it, you know, specifically says don't use with watercolour. But there's nothing you can't use with them. And it makes it look so good.
Yeah.
It really does.
Just really quickly, I know we're going to head back to Lou in just a moment. We have got the options with the paper. Two ways you can look at this. So we've got the A3 to work on a grander scale if you want, which is great. If you just want, because obviously we're getting 50 sheets of the A3, if you want those 50 sheets to become 100 sheets of A4, just cut them in half. Just saying. $11.99 is your price, $915,982 your item number. Now, if you prefer to have two separate pads, which I understand, because you might want one pad to take out and about with you, take to craft classes, and another pad to maybe have on your craft desk, two pads, $13.99, and you are getting 100 sheets of A4, 838-730. So we have got another option. We brought it back on extended delivery. It's sold out at 8 o'clock this morning. It's the Pitt pens with the two metallic paints. So you've got your gold and your silver in this. This is a really good bundle. I love the fact that you're getting key sizes with your Pitt pens, and then you're getting that gold and metallic marker in there, which is really good metallic markers for $16.24, 823-792 your item number. It is on extended delivery and will be dispatched on the 22nd. All right, now we're just going to talk very quickly about our 36 pencils. Another one that we've brought back on an extended delivery, and we're really proud to be able to give these to you because they sold out yesterday. And I want to tell you very quickly a bit of the backstory, just in case you're watching earlier on at 8 and a little bit annoyed we didn't have those at 8. We couldn't bring you those at 8 because we couldn't get hold of anyone at 8 o'clock. We tried and nobody was about, and the same problem in the evening yesterday as well. So what we've done, and we were just so fortunate, the supplier happened to be into the craft store for a meeting, and we kind of collared the supplier and said, listen, we need more of these, can we have more of these? And kindly they have obliged. It is on extended delivery, the 22nd of October, well worth the wait. The price is incredible. The pencils are staggeringly good. I mean, breathtakingly good. These are going to be your go-tos, and seeing them in action, Lou, I know you've got demonstrations set up, but just really quickly, I'm so sorry to do this to you. Piece of paper, pick any colour you like from there. You just have to see this, because you hear me talking about this. This is not a demonstration, it's literally take a couple of seconds.
Just
scribble on some colour and just show everyone the movement on there. Because
just put some colour down, and this can be a palette, whatever you want.
This is what I want to see from a watercolour pencil, and I really think that's so important.
And I'm using the thin paper as well.
It's the reason why, thank you, Lou, and the reason why I wanted to show you that is I can talk about this all day long, but it's that kind of demonstration, and just seeing it with your own eyes, you realise why this sold out and why it's back on extended delivery. So $49.99 is your price, £28 saving. We're approaching 60% of the extended delivery. I mean, we are busy for this, so if you do want to get it into your basket, do make sure you don't miss out. Such a great pencil set at such a good price. 970-127, your item number. Wow. We're busy. We are very, very busy for this. Okay, Luke, let's do it.
Okay, I thought I'd show you some really quick techniques. The techniques that I go to when I'm a bit, I don't know what to do, what should I do? And it fires my mojo. Just put the pen all over. You can see I've already done it slightly, but not a lot. They keep going like, can you just do? And I'm like, well, yeah, of course, but what happens to this? So I love it though, don't get me wrong, I do love that, because that's what I thrive on. I like challenges. Now what I'm going to do is squirt the air with mist of water and pass this through, because what I don't want is too much water. It might not be enough, but we'll see.
Have you been hanging out with Ben, our floor manager? Because that's how he puts on his aftershave.
Well, that's how you should do it.
Oh.
You should walk
sprays
into
the
it.
air and walks through it.
Yeah, you should walk into it. Now, it might have dried a little bit, but forgive me. So what I'll do is, I might have to do it again for you, but that's one print. Ready?
Oh.
It looks like I'm just flapping it around. I'm not. There is a reason.
Yeah.
2. Bit more water, because it's drying. 3.
Ooh, what?
4.
How do you get more intense?
Because the water, I added water to it, and I didn't add enough there.
Oh, okay.
This will do probably another 1 page.
So, I mean, come on. We've used the markers on this.
Yeah, just use the markers, I promise you, nothing else.
And look how many prints you're able to get.
You'll get to the point where
You get to the point where you get carpal tunnel before the ink runs out.
you get to the point where you think, I can't possibly get any more. Now I've just swashed that, so I need to do it again. I could do another sheet out of what's left on this.
Luke,
and I'm not joking to you. I've not put any more on.
How? Come on.
No, it'll go
It's
even
like a
more.
magic trick. You
Another
cannot-
sheet. Another sheet at least.
No way.
Yeah.
Do
easy.
it. Let's go. Let's keep on going.
Well, it's getting a bit blobby now, but
All
they're
right.
nice backgrounds.
Yeah.
You know, and you can see how the water's interacting, so a bit more water.
I know, obviously, you might not be pushing it to this degree, but it just illustrates, actually, it's a really strong illustration of the amount of ink that we've got. All right, we'll stop there, Lou, because I can see it is starting to run out a bit.
There we go. I would
Yeah.
say that's not much there, but
Okay.
we've got 2 prints there, so that is...
Can you show all the
2.
prints?
There's the first one with the intense.
Yeah.
That's the intense ink.
All right, so that's 1. Then there's 6. And there's another 6. That's 12, that's 13. And then the last
2.
sheet, yeah.
And 2. I wouldn't do any more than the 2. So
I mean, that's incredible.
that's from 1 application. And if you want it really, if I say that's how you do it, really intense at first, then you do the colour, leave it to dry, add some more, you get an intense, even more intense. But watch. Oh, no. You can still add to it. If I want to, I can now add an ombre around this. Just
no, Lou.
allow it to come
So
out.
we're still able to activate on there. I've got to tell you, breaking news on the markers. We've just technically sold out of our markers, but we did think ahead with this. So when we were asking about the pencils, we did also very cheekily ask about the markers, and we're able to get some more on extended delivery. So we're going to be able to bring that back on extended delivery once again the 22nd of October. But do make sure, if you've got it in your basket right now, so I'm speaking to anyone who's got the watercolour markers, a set of 30 in their basket right now, if you check out right now, you'll have it on immediate dispatch. If it jumps out of your basket and you put it back in, it will be on extended delivery and be dispatched on the 22nd. So just giving you that information.
Well, here I've just shown you how you can do wet into wet. So you stamp you colour your stamp with your pens, and then all you do is just pull the colour into the places that you want, and it's done for you.
I've got a question for you, Lou.
Yep.
Have you got any watercolour paper to hand, or any of the marker paper?
Yeah.
If you just wet it and just touch the pens onto it, would that be a technique?
Yeah, of course you can. So put some water in. I'm going to show you. I'm determined to show you some quick flowers though, because I think once you see what you can do with these pens and and little flowers, you'll be blown away.
Okay.
So, right, a pen.
Yeah.
And oh, they're here. Ooh. Right. So I've wet this here. Let's see. Yep. I don't think it's wet enough actually, but yeah, you can see it starts to bleed. If I get a little bit more.
You see suddenly it feathers out, you've got those tendrils, it's kind of like organic.
There
Well,
we
there
go.
you go. Now it's starting to jump.
Colouring all the background.
Yeah.
And it's pushing the water away.
But do you see how all those other around the surrounding suddenly pops out as well?
What I would do with that is just leave that dry and do it again.
Yeah.
Don't touch those colours, but intermingle with another colour, and before you know it, you'll get a mix. And even wet though, it's starting to look nice. Starts to look like an anemone.
Oh, Lou! And you can see where you are hitting those pops of colour.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and if it
pops of
gets a
water.
bit, if it does, the colour seems to be getting wet. Don't worry, it will come back.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, it's beautiful technique.
nice
It's
technique.
really gentle. Right, really quick techniques on drawing.
Go for it.
With markers, because it's ever so easy to do. And I've drawn them down. I've been really good. So what you can do, I'm not going to use a pencil. I'm just going to use a pen. So the first thing I'm going to do is we'll use this one, and it is a flicker line, a very thin line, like that.
Right.
And then I'm trying to look at my drawings because they're really dodgy, but who cares? That one,
Yeah.
that one, that one.
Uh-huh.
Then this one here, and then
Okay.
now all I'm going to do is bring the colour in here, a bit more. Sometimes you've just got to go. There we go. And we start to bleed it in. I'm going to put a bit more on my mat. That's it. So then we'll do another one. So I'm going to just allow this to go on here. I'm going
Nice.
to put on some colour here.
Oh, this is very pretty.
And it looks really rough here, but you start to get it to blend. Now, I'm not a lover of them, so I need to let them dry before I go on to them, but I'm definitely going to show you these ferns. So the ferns, they come in sort of branches like that. Well, they're not ferns, they're like ladies' maidenhead fern, and they're really, really fine. But what you can do, just very, very simply, is just make them slightly bigger. We're going to go, so that's that. These aren't working exactly, sometimes they work really well, and sometimes you're just like, no, I don't like that as much as I did yesterday.
Yeah.
So this time, I've got a bit of yellow,
Nice.
bit of red.
Strong. Ooh, okay. Look at the movement that you get.
And I'm just going to pull this in like this.
Yeah.
Put some colour on it. And the thing is, you get to know how much colour, how long to leave it, what you want to do. You just really get to know your own product.
Nice.
So here, I'm going to leave that now because it needs time to
dry.
set, because I put a lot of water on it. But I'm going to use the colour now.
Yeah, we have had a question just while you're doing this, just
Yeah.
to arm you with this. This is from Sally. So thank
Hi,
you very much,
Sally.
Sally, who's emailed in. Sally's saying, great show, loving your demonstrations, Lou.
Thank you.
She wants to know, Sally, you might have just tuned in, because I know we did explore this a bit earlier on at 8, but we can revisit it maybe. So she was asking, the pencils, can we use those with the markers? Because she said
all of
that
it.
both have fallen into a basket.
Absolutely all of it. So all of it works together. In fact, it works even nicer together. If you want me to show you, I'll put a little bit of the marker.
Nice.
Using the tip on the brush just to damp it down.
So
and
this
I
is
can add
showing,
some
Sally,
colour.
this is, for you, this is showing that the pencils absolutely will work with the markers.
I'm going to show you now on another piece of paper that I've got. I'm going to draw, I don't like that apple, it's rubbish, so I'm going to draw you a better one. So let's go for green instead, because we get a better green apple.
And we've
Right.
got the markers at the bottom, and we're showing you the set of 36 pencils on there as well. Lou, with the pencils, you told a story, so you're saying, because some viewers will be aware of the polychromo.
Yeah.
These are not polychromo because they're water-based.
Yep.
But quality-wise, I mean, they're very, very good, aren't they?
Oh, these are watercolour polychromos.
Well, that's a massive statement.
These are the polychromos of the watercolour market. So,
Yeah.
you know, that's a hard act to follow, but they're as
Yeah.
good as the reputation that they've got for them.
Love that.
Here all I've done is I've put a piece of green down like that.
Looks like a
and scribbled-
slither of lime.
Yeah, and I've scribbled the outside of an apple. I'm going to go and do my flowers better than that for you for the next show. I've got them all drawn here, ready, even holly. But for some reason, some days it just doesn't work, but don't stress, honestly. So I'm just going to add a little bit more colour there.
Nice.
I'm going to drop a little bit of this in. So we've got like a proper apple. Now, what I'm going to do is just here, put that there, and because that's wet, watch, I'll show you, I've got a really thick paint. As you're wetting this, that's becoming like a really solid paint, look.
Oh, yeah.
So,
oh, yeah.
really solid paint.
Look at
So,
that. From a pencil, again, it's just the quality of
Yeah,
these
ready?
pencils are exceptional.
watch this now with that little bit. Now, when the nib's wet, you will get that, but that's not a problem. So here,
Yeah.
what I'm going to do is just gently put a little bit more colour into that.
Very
But now I'm going to draw the background. So I'm going to get the grey. And I love grey because, well, this is a greeny grey, and I love it because it's neutral. I'm going to get this now. I'm going to forget that I've drawn that, and I'm going to draw the opposite side of my apple.
Right.
Rather dodgy apple, I will say.
Wow.
And then all I'm going to do is get that little colour I've got there, but instead of going inwards, you just go outwards.
Oh, I like that.
So all you're doing is suggesting. There we go.
You're
And then I
reminding-
don't like this, so what I would do is go back in. And there we go. I'm happy with that now.
You're reminding Ben, our floor manager, he's reminiscing. He spent hours in an artist studio. You're taking him back there.
Was you, Ben, eh?
He was, yeah. He was a life model, but still, it counts.
I always remember my first life model. It scared the life out of me. I couldn't draw him.
Was it Ben?
No,
You're
it
not
wasn't
actually meant
Ben.
to draw on the life model, though, Lou. That's
No,
where you might
the
have
thing
gone wrong.
is, it was a very nice man, and he just got his kit off, and I couldn't look at him, so I had to draw him like that.
No, did you really?
Yeah, I was just so embarrassed. I had to put me. Can I show you?
Go on.
You know when you've got.
Yeah.
I had to draw him with my hand over so I couldn't see his pictures. I had to go like that because my mum would have gone mad at me. So I had to draw him like put my thumb over it and everything.
Wow.
Not on it.
Not over it.
I couldn't see it.
I tell you what, that's not a compliment for the life model. Now, we have unfortunately run out of time just
There
having
we
a
go.
look. So 54 minutes, unfortunately, time has beaten us. Thank you so much for your company, Lou, and thank you as well.
I'm going to get better flowers for you later,
All right.
honestly. I'm going to get my head round it.
We'll do that. The pencils have been the real star of the show, and I want to thank the whole team for being able to get this back in stock. So thank you, and I can see how appreciative everyone at home has been just by the fact that they've been so incredibly busy. So $49.99 is your price. Now, I want to put this into context. Our one-day special, regular retail price, the set of 24, the usual price, the regular retail price is $49.99. We've got the set in there to highlight the point. Now, I know the one-day special, you're saving £15, $34.99, which is great. We will just show you the set of 36. I think the reason why viewers have been going for 36, this to me is a second one-day special. Actually, you know, it's as if we got 3 one-day specials on the show with the 2 sets of the pencils and the set of 30 water markers. So $49.99, saving £28. Lou said a massive statement. If you heard of polychromos, and they are so highly regarded, Faber-Castell polychromos are exceptional pencils. These are the polychromos of the watercolouring world, the watercolour pencil world. You can see Lou working with these, just the quality, the pigment, the movement, everything that you want from a watercolour pencil. The fact that the light go transparent, you get more opaqueness from the darker colours, they're just incredible. Fortunately, time has beaten us, but we're going to have one final hour at 4 o'clock, final call, to explore how good everything on the show is from Faber-Castell. Speaking of good, I would like to say a huge thank you to the one and only Lou, who's been incredible.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm going to mix them all with mediums the last show. So I'm going to mix gel medium, matte medium with them all.
Wow, that's interesting.
So you can get really high quality glazes.
So please make sure to tune back in there and get the most from your mediums. Really appreciate you joining us for this hour. I hope you've learned a lot. Plenty more, though, coming up here at the Craft Store. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you right back here in a moment. It's Christmas with Crafty Roo, an hour not to be missed. After that, the lovely Rowan Dean will be returning with some beautiful embroidery work. And then we've got some stamping with Liza.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the Craft Store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really hope you can join me and continue your crafting journey with me, and we can see all the new ideas, tips and techniques that we can do together.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company, and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps, and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion, and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping.
Welcome. Oh, wow, we are in for a treat this hour because we're kind of getting your preparations underway for Christmas. You can see we've already got the Christmas stockings up. We've got trees galore in our set here, and I've got the perfect person to get your preparations going. Lovely Kim from Crafty Room. Hello, my darling.
Hello.
Oh, I am excited.
I know we've got Christmas trees, stockings.
They literally brought these out for you.
I know. I was so pleased. I've done a little dance and everything.
I love it. Now, the reason being is we're going to be drawing our attention towards Christmas and the preparations, but one of my favourite parts of Christmas is an advent calendar. Now, this is something that I know you introduced last year because you concern your customers, your little community, the little Crafty Roo community you were looking out for last year, and you introduced this, and they wanted it back.
They did. Last year, I said this was a one-off. We are not doing another advent calendar. Because last year we needed a bit of cheering up, and the advent calendar was it was fun, and it was something we do every day, and we got together every day, and we had some lovely stamps in it. And about July we started getting queries. When's the next one?
Oh my
You are
goodness.
doing one this year, aren't you? It's like not sure. And then it was like, you know what? It was fun. I've got to admit, I enjoyed it too. It was fun, and so we've brought it back.
Well, this is it. Now, this isn't your average advent calendar where you've got your little windows and your doors, and you open these up and you've got, I don't know, a bit of chocolate in there or something like that. This one, it's almost like a little crafting experience, and I love this because it wasn't just about putting things in windows. You wanted it to be more than that.
No, when we first started designing this, right back last year when we first brought out the first one, I didn't just want you to get 24 little stamps, because there are little holes in there. And, 24 little stamps would be great, don't get me wrong, I love my stamps. But I wanted it to kind of all mix and merge together. So the way we've done it, because it's Crafty Roo style advent calendar.
Okay, all right.
So what you do is you get your advent calendar, it's got 24 days on there.
Okay.
So we count down every day up to Christmas. But behind each of the doors, you either get a stamp, and then on special days, you open up the door, you'll find a little piece of paper, what's it called? That special word, I can't remember how to say it. Go on, you said it before.
Oh, ephemera.
That's the one. A little bit of that. And you open one of your envelopes. And inside your envelope, you will get the packaging for your stamps, because you don't want 24 little stamps just
so kind
hanging
of
around.
collecting the whole series, yeah.
And so each one is like a collection. It's a set of stamps.
Okay.
So you get your stamp packaging, you get your acetate to carry your stamps, and you also get inspiration in there. So there is either 4 or 5 different samples and a step-by-step guide in that little envelope.
Wow. But
Yeah.
it doesn't stop there, because
Absolutely
you get
not.
involved with these, and there's little videos that people can join in with as well.
Yeah, so every day from the 1st of December, we're going to start it a day early, because I want to show you what you should have in your box as well. So every day you'll have myself or Claire Horner popping onto YouTube and Facebook and saying, this is the stamp you should have in your box today. and it will be there because we've done it slightly different this year. Last year we had a few things move in the post, so we fixed that by the way we packaged it. So every day on YouTube and Facebook there'll be a little video, only a couple of minutes, showing you the stamp, having a bit of a chat, and we're going to build up a project every single
So it's like
set.
an ongoing, it's almost like a crafty course then, isn't it? Yeah.
In a way, it's just different. It's just something every day. Just take that 5 minutes, because we all know what that run up to Christmas is like.
Yes.
It can get a little bit hectic.
Yeah.
So this is our little 5 minutes of crafting to just come together, look at our stamps, and have a bit of fun. And then on the special days.
And this, I think this is the thing that's important, because obviously the special days you've got those envelopes there, but you were talking about that a lot of the people that got involved with this, they may be living alone, they might not have family close by, might not even celebrate Christmas, because I know a lot of people that don't because they're by themselves, but it's one of those situations that it gets everybody together.
It is, and it was so much fun. As we got closer and closer to Christmas, it was just so much fun. And we have a fantastic group on Facebook called the Crafty Roos, and that community is just wonderful, and you could see the excitement building, because you do get that bigger stamp set on Christmas Day as well.
You know, big blue envelope.
I know, it is a big stamp set in there, and I've got to admit, I absolutely love the big doodle stamp in there. I'm not going to say what it is.
You can't say anymore.
You can't say anymore. It is a big, well, I can say, got a big doodle stamp in there, a mini polyplate in there, and a little saying. These are all brand new stamps.
So when we're looking at the value on our screen, I mean, £31.49, from what you've just said, we're getting way more than that included in this.
We are. The Christmas Day gift is £17
Wow.
retail.
So that's one element.
Yeah.
Wow.
We try and cram we always do. We always try and cram as much as we can into these boxes.
Okay.
And yeah, it's good fun. I can't
So
wait,
if we
actually.
put it all together, I'm guessing we're looking at over £50 worth of product in there with all the different elements. And I know we did our sums earlier. I can't remember the exact figure, but definitely over £50. £53.96. I think we figured it out to be there. So there you go. That's worth your value. Now, when you're actually ordering this is going to be dispatched straight away. So we're not going to wait until like the middle of November or something. It's going to be on its way.
No, they take up lots of room, them boxes. So they're definitely going out.
She wants a room back, and I don't blame you.
Need the shelf space back.
But we need to make a rule, don't we? So if anybody that's getting hold of these, it is an advent calendar designed for that first window to be opened on the 1st of December. Now, I am the worst person. And this would be me. I'd want to get in there and have a peek. I'd maybe even open the whole lot up. Now, if we're doing that, please keep it to yourself, because there's a lot of people that really do enjoy working with these.
Yeah, it's a plea more than anything. It's just, please keep the contents as secret as possible, and if you want to, open them along with us. If not, you know, if you want to get it home and rip the whole thing apart and see what's in there, great, go for it. It's just keep it secret until we start opening it together.
It's been a popular bundle. I think lots of people that got involved last year have been waiting for this one, so much so that 30% of the stock has gone. Now, if you've got a Freedom member, then you've got that little discount there, cheeky little discount to start you on your way. But of course, if you're not, everybody can take advantage of this one. That is the key thing. You don't have to be a little member of that Crafty Roo group, which I love. It sounds like a fabulous little place to be. I think I want to move in. 018-157, brilliant value for money. If you want to get involved, do it as soon as you possibly can, because this is one of those kind of kits that obviously there's not a bountiful supply of these. It's kind of first customers first with regards to this one, so get involved as soon as you can. But we want to be crafting in this hour. We don't want to be waiting until the 1st of December, and we're certainly not going to be crafting with anything from the advent calendars. We're not spoiling any surprises here, but what we have got is a fabulous set of stamps that we're going to be sharing with you. These ones, I love the title of these, Corner Doodles, and they've got the snowflakes involved with these, so perfect for the season. You can see there 9 stamps for £12.99. Now, this is something that you do so well, Kim. Bring us such beautiful stamps at such affordable prices.
Yeah, this one, we brought out, not a similar one, a Christmas tree version of this earlier in the year. And I've been sat playing with this one, because I meant to release this at the same time, but it wasn't quite ready. There's a few tweaks on it that I wanted to do. So now I think it's ready. So we're launching it today. But you can see the size of that.
It's huge in comparison with the packaging there. Look at that. My goodness, that is big. Okie dokie.
The idea behind this is it's really quick and simple cards. You literally splat your colour on, you whack your stamp, and then you don't have to do any more. You can see I've coloured a little bit in on one of my samples, but you don't have to. These are big statement stamps that you literally just stamp in the corners, put a sentiment on there and you're done.
I love it. Love a bit of splatting and what was the other one that you said?
I don't know.
Smacking and splatting. They're crafty phrases you don't come across every day, do you?
It's
But nice
just
and
having
easy.
fun though.
It is.
Because I know this time of year, I know people can get a little bit anxious about getting all those Christmas cards done. And it's just a way of doing really simple, quick cards. See how simple is that one? I've just stamped 4 corners and a saying.
And what a fabulous phrase. And the phrases, the sentiments, they work so well alongside your snowflakes. So we're all like snowflakes, different in our own beautiful way. Isn't that adorable? This one's a lovely one as well. If wishes were snowflakes, I'd send you a blizzard. Oh, adorable. I don't mind getting caught up in that kind of blizzard. But you can see here, I mean, it's a big stamp. So if you are working with your larger cards, don't forget you've got your smaller stamps that would allow you to build up your background if you're wanting to, or it might be that you're simply taking that phrase, that sentiment, and adding that to the centre. Very classy look, that one, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. And to be honest, when you're actually stamping with these corners, unless the sentiment is there, kind of giving the reference to Christmas, I think you could get away with those all year round.
That's what I wanted with this set. More, I know not everybody celebrates Christmas, so it was more of a winter set than a Christmas set with these.
And it's beautiful because you've got open areas there, which mean that you can add that shimmer, add that sparkle, add that little kind of twist of designer touch that I know so many of you like to do. And I love that, the simplicity of the colours there, but what a beautiful design. $12.99, incredibly affordable. You're liking that one as well? You're loving everything that Kim's brought in for us. So, mind you, don't blame you. 40% of the stock having gone of that one, so if that's one that you're wanting to get involved with, you better be quick, hadn't you? Get involved with this one. 906112. It's worth popping it into your basket alongside your advent calendar that we showed you earlier on. But before you check your basket out, I've got a feeling you'll want this one as well, because this is a lovely one. Fabulous set. I mean, they work so well together, these. They're available by themselves, so if you do want to go for them, but you won't get that £4 saving, and it makes sense to take the saving as well. And I love this. I love the kind of doodle aspect. You do that so well, Kim.
Yeah, this one to me, I wanted it to be rustic. You see, this year I've noticed a lot of the Christmas items are looking really rustic. You know, there's a lot of things stamped onto wood and things like that coming out this year. So I thought, you know what, we need something similar that we just literally whack it on a piece of card and you get that effect from it. So you'll notice I've got a slightly different font to normal. It's a little bit more jagged, a little bit more rustic. And then you've got that lovely, very simple wreath. Now, is it a Christmas wreath? Is it just a wreath for, you know...
It is, yeah, definitely could be all year round, couldn't it? Yeah, beautiful. Put some gorgeous spring flowers in there. It's going to look absolutely gorgeous for springtime, autumn time, winter time. It doesn't matter. It's just down to the colours, isn't it? Now, of course, let me just show you. Bring the packaging back in there. That is the packaging. Oh, my goodness. It's huge.
Yeah, the packaging doesn't quite show it to scale. It's a really big stamp. So it does fit with our circle polyplate, which I know we've got in the show as well.
We have, yeah.
So that inner circle of that is 10 centimetres.
Wow.
So it is a big, it's a statement. It's on your card. You've got it there on a 6x6 card and it just fills the space.
And it's nice because I know a lot of people have been making their Christmas cards. They started way back in the beginning of the year, because I know a lot of people do that. If you're like me, and you're yet to start, but you're looking for ideas, then I think this is brilliant, because if you excuse the expression, it's quite a simplistic style. So it means if you've got a lot of cards to create, you can be able to do them quite quickly.
Pop them in your stamping press, and then you'll literally just ink it up and just keep going. You can make your own little production, can't you? I love it. Change the sentiment a few times just to, you know, change it up.
To be honest, I think as well, when you're looking at the white card here, if you were to kind of use like a silver maybe embossing pad, I think that could pass for a wedding invitation. Obviously not thinking of you, because that's not really the kind of sentiment you want to send, is it, on a wedding invitation? But yeah, you know,
I'm not too good with my embossing powder, so I did shy away from it. But yeah, embossed, that would look just stunning.
Gorgeous. Little placement, you can see the little kind of gems that have been added there as well.
And you'll notice at the bottom, I haven't actually linked it up. So you've got a place there for either a bow or for your spring flowers, like you were saying, just on its own like that. I didn't want to put something there because I think that would have made it be something else. So it would have made it Christmas or made it...
It's a clever stamp as well, because if you kind of just ink up part of it, you can almost make it into an oval and play around with the design. It's a very clever style. very clever indeed. And again, as you can see here, lots of different ideas, changing the colours out, so maybe not your traditional colours, not necessarily in your traditional style of a wreath, but equally so if you do want to use it in your very kind of traditional sense, then you can do. Absolutely beautiful. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, it's a duo. You're going to get both of those with a £4 saving. But as I mentioned, if you do want to go just for one set and rather than getting them together, you can. But they are at around my £12.99 individually. So yeah, there you go, £4 saving. I'd certainly want to be saving that. So 887016, or check them out individually. Now the polyplate is the way that you can kind of add that colour detail. Perfect sizing to work alongside that 10cm area that you've got. And we've got these available as well. And if you're wanting to get hold of your polyplate, doesn't just come by itself there. It comes with a little phrase as well. So you've got your happiness within.
Yeah,
I'm looking for a stamp. I can't see a
I
stamp.
always forget something. I'm really sorry.
Oh, is that what the stamp? Oh, I was just looking, thinking now it says that, and I'm tentatively saying it. Can I show you? There
It is. It's that one.
We've got it.
Happiness
There
is
you
not
go.
out there. It's within you.
Oh,
it's that
is
saying right there. I knew I'd forgotten something.
That's okay, don't worry. You're forgiven. You're forgiven.
Halfway down the M6 now, you get that nagging feeling, don't you?
Oh, I get the nagging feeling on the M6 very, very regularly. Don't you worry. Now, this is a beautiful design. You can see that gorgeous kind of sphere in the background that's been created using the polyplate. So, looking forward to seeing this in action. If you know how they work and you fancy getting hold of your circular one that is going to work alongside that fabulous wreath that we just looked, then here you go. This is the one for you. Make sure you're taking advantage of it. I'm just going to bring in one of those previous cards that we saw, because it kind of gives you the opportunity to create that perfect sphere to work alongside it, because they are sized absolutely perfectly. £12.99, such an affordable price as well. 996-267 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Website's the place to go though. You are going to find everything that we're working with. Of course, if you want to ask any questions, then by all means please do get in touch. studio@thecraftstore.com. I think you've already been emailing in. If you're wanting the advent calendar, a little bit of a heads up on that one. You might want to get in sooner rather than later, because well, I'll tell you in a minute, because yeah, it has been busy for that one. Still got stock available at the moment, but I have got a bit of an update, so yeah, keep a note of that item number because you're going to want it. 018157. But yes, a bit of an update with regards to that one. It's been a popular one. It's been a popular one, so much so limited in stock. So as we kind of predicted, if you're wanting yours and it's in your basket, do check your basket out. That is the key thing. And we have had a question. Mary's got involved. So Mary, hello. Perfect name for Christmas, really, isn't it? So the contents within here, this is a really good question as well. And I'm glad you asked it, Mary, because I forgot to mention it to you. With regards to this, are the contents, is it all Christmas related?
Oh, absolutely not. So there are, I'm just trying to count it quickly in my head, the first envelope, so the first days, 1, 2, 3 and 4, are Christmas. Absolutely.
Okay. Which is perfect for me, because that's when I pretty much start my Christmas cards.
Yeah, and these ones are great for, you know, those little gift card envelopes.
Oh, yes, yes.
You
So
put
if
them
you're
in,
giving-
in like your
It's like
card
a
and
voucher
things.
kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you always think, don't really look like much.
Yes.
Great for decorating that. That was one of the samples we've done for that. And really quick, simple cards out of that first set. So absolutely, first envelope, day 4 is about Christmas. So days 1 to 4, all about Christmas. After that, no, absolutely not. It's got nothing to do with Christmas after then. It is just fun. It's crafty style, so you've got textures in there, you've got sayings in there, you've got doodles, you've got a polyplate on Christmas Day. So it's all our style.
Perfect.
Miniature. Well, apart from a few that are bigger, quite a few that are bigger actually. But it's fun. I can't wait to start sharing it.
Now, you've already let the little cat out of the bag. I'm not going to repeat what you said there. But yeah, Christmas Day, you've got that extra special envelope. Don't forget, as we heard, the contents of that are worth in excess of £17 in its own right. So if you consider everything else that's in there, and you will have something for every single window as well as Christmas Day. So it's a fabulous bundle to get involved with. Now, thank you to everybody who's checked your baskets out. I do like it when everybody listens to what I have to say, because some of you could have potentially missed out on that one. But we are now going to be able to bring it to you on extended delivery because the stock has sold out. So thank you to everybody. Now, it's still going to get it in plenty of time for Christmas, so don't worry. We're just looking at the 18th of October with regards to the dispatch on that one. So you still get it in plenty of time. Same rule. I'm calling it a rule. It's not a rule. It's just a request that if you do get yours and you do empty it out, because you just cannot wait until December, December, then please do keep the contents to yourself. Don't share it on social media because we don't want anybody getting any spoils. Nobody likes a spoiler, do they? So make sure that you are taking advantage of this one as quick as you can, because on extended delivery it is flying out still. $34.99 unless you're a Freedom member, £31.49, and we've got queues on the phone lines now. So certainly a sense of urgency if you want in the advent calendar, and we have only got one show with Kim today as well, so we're not going to get a second look at this one. So details there, 018157. Drawing our attention away from the advent calendar for a few moments, because obviously we can't work with it because we don't know what's in there. It's all a surprise.
We'll be playing with that from the 1st of December onwards.
Fabulous. What are we going to be creating in this?
I'm going to use the snowflake corner.
Oh, okay, right.
So you look at that corner and you think it's going to be a square card. It doesn't have to be. So, and also you look at it and think, it's Christmas, it's got to be your red, your green and blue.
That's true.
So I'm not. I'm going pink and purple today.
Nice.
I'm going to do really, really quick on this one. So I'm just going to splat some on my top. So this is what I like. I like really quick crafting. Nothing too complicated. So I'm literally just splatting in my corners.
Okay.
There we go. Let's turn this one round. I had that horrid feeling then. Where's my heat gun gone?
Oh, is
it's
that
right
pretty?
there.
Just a few little splatters in the right colour look amazing, don't they?
They do. It doesn't take much at all. Oh, I treated myself to a new kitchen roll. Can't find the end. No, it's one of those perks. I know. Christmas trees and a new kitchen roll in one day.
Oh, it's too much. You won't sleep tonight.
I won't. Far too excited. Oh, I didn't turn me.
Oh, so we've got 50p for the meter.
Not to worry. We'll keep going.
Okay, we'll get that sorted out. Is it? I don't know where it's plugged in. I think. Oh, I can see. It's behind. It's by the tree.
I think
by
it's
the
tree.
We'll get that sorted out.
It's all right.
So yeah, what can I tell you about the doodle stamps that you've got with regards to these? So if you are wanting to take advantage, then please do get involved as soon as you possibly can. I'm just trying to look where the extension lead is for it. I think we've done it. I think we've got power.
Okay.
We've got power. Would you like to do a test? A test with your heat gun, just to make sure.
We've got power.
We've got power. Thank you.
That was me getting excited about Christmas trees. I didn't check my heat gun.
It's funny because I'm actually wandering around the set following a green cable that's attached to the extension lead, figuring out which of the plugs it's plugged into.
And I only need it for like 2 minutes just to dry my splats, because nobody likes soggy splats.
Oh, no, definitely not.
Definitely not today. So all I've done, a few little splatters in my background. Saying that it's taking longer than normal to dry.
That's all right, don't worry.
Come on, mister.
You've got purple there as well.
Absolutely.
So what were the colours that you used there? Wilted violet, I can see.
And picked raspberry.
Nice, good choices.
I do like those two. They work really well together. And the new flamingo one as well, that worked quite well in that little mix.
Yeah, it's quite a collection of those now, isn't
Oh, there is. Right. You see, didn't need it for much at all. Let's just get rid of my other splatters. And then I'm going to grab my big... Move that over to one side, my big stamp. Now, these are big stamps, so treat them as if they would be a poly plate. Pop it on and roll it down. Oh, make sure you leave yourself enough room on your mats.
So why are you rolling it?
Because I don't want bubbles.
Oh,
if you get big air bubbles behind it, it's not going to stamp as easy.
Okay.
And I'm just going to grab my stamping mat, only because my hands are a little bit sore at the moment, so I am using a stamping mat.
Do you bring the acrylic plates to us as well? Or is
from time to time.
Okay.
But at the moment, I'm letting you into a secret, aren't I? It's really hard to get hold of acrylic.
Oh, okay.
So it's a tough one. So
yeah, as I say, it's
everyone wants
difficult.
acrylic.
Yeah, all round, isn't it, at the moment? Man, look at the size of this stamp. It's huge.
No pressure there, making it stamp. Pop that over there. So, like I say, I'm using my stamping mat today just because I can't quite get as much pressure as I normally would like.
Yeah.
But if you've got a stamping platform or anything like that, you will need a big stamping block.
Could you do it the other way around if you wanted to, and kind of stick it to your glass mat and take your cardstock to it?
You could. The only thing I don't like about doing it that way is I'm not a very neat inker, and what I mean by that is I get black splodges everywhere.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yep. So, yes you can, but just make sure you clean up your mat and make sure you don't rock your paper.
Fair enough then.
Because otherwise you'll end up, you can see I've got black ink here, up here. Oh, look
I'm a bit like that, I
all
must
over the
admit.
place. But that's just me. That is because I am such a messy...
I'm a bit like that. I end up with
crafter.
the other day I got green ink on my hands, and I hadn't even used green ink, so I'm not quite sure where it came from.
Like literally I walked through we call it the crafty cave, and I walked out and I had ink all down my pants, and I was like, I don't even know where I've been near to get that on my pants, let alone all down the leg like it was. So I'm just making sure I press that really well.
I love that kind of wave that you've got there as well. I mean, that's something you could extend, couldn't you? Kind of make it go across as a border almost.
Don't know why I threw that over there. That's what we want to work with.
Oh, look at that.
So I'm not using the whole of the corner. I've just stamped a little bit in there. I'm just drying this because I want to add a little bit more colour in there.
Okay. Love the doodle nature of it. It's just so effective. It just looks fabulous. Love it.
Right, so I'm going to put that over there. And I'm going to, purple I think for this one.
Okay.
I'm just going to ink it up again. So literally I've used purple, pink and a bit of black ink. Oops, that rhymes. I'm on a roll. Just get that there.
That's nice because it shows that as long as you've got the right ingredients, the right stamps, the right quality of elements, that you don't need a huge amount. Everybody gets started somewhere, don't they?
Absolutely. You know, you don't need a big stash, really. It's nice to have a big stash, don't get me wrong. But sometimes just a couple of colours and a good black ink is all you need. Oh, and a doodle pen, of course, because I can't not doodle. I'm going to colour these bits in as well to get me colour coming down. So you can see I've just taken a paintbrush, a little bit of water. And you could go to town with this. You could be putting your sparkles in there. You could be doing anything.
Well, the open areas that you've got, you could kind of doodle within those, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
If you wanted to. You've also got like these little ones in the background. There is a very big snowflake polyplate as well on the website that fits behind the big image. So if you've got our big snowflake polyplate, I think it was last year, it does fit behind on this as well.
Oh, okay. We'll have to look at that one.
We do try and make everything. I don't want you to buy one of our products and you can only use it for that one reason.
Yeah.
I want to, oh, hang on a minute, we can use it with that. We can pull all those different elements in. Because that, to me, makes it a really good crafty stash because it's got more than one use, hasn't it?
It has indeed.
So I'm going to pop that there. And it's like the wreath set as well. I know I've brought it back with the circle polyplate today, but it also works with a painted circle polyplate. So, you know, it just keeps building your little stash all at a little bit at a time.
Absolutely perfect. Love it. It's gorgeous.
And who said we need traditional Christmas colours?
Well, I don't even know what the colours are for this year because quite often they'll say, oh, it's teal or it's pink or it's purple. I don't know if there's actually a colour theme. We kind of dig out the same. We alternate between kind of traditional red and green, and then sometimes we'll have kind of like a white and silver. And I think we were white and silver last year, so it might be the red and green that comes down out the loft this year. I don't know, I haven't decided yet.
Oh, my tree is really eclectic, I think is the word I'm looking for.
Okay.
I've got ceramics, hand-painted ceramics that were done by my auntie who lives in the States from 1979.
Oh my goodness.
So they were on my granddad's tree, they were on my mum's tree, they're on my tree.
Oh, wow.
And every year you get that little high pitch, be careful with that.
Yes, yeah.
You know, it's the kids start pulling them out.
Yeah, and it's kind of those are the memories, aren't they, that you make at Christmas time.
Yeah. And Mr. Who has to get the super glue out every year just to stick something back on somebody. It's like a running joke. Every year something drops off something.
I love it. Now, the stamp set that we've got on your screen there, that's your snowflake doodles. It's been a popular one. 80% of the stock has gone of this particular one. I'm going to take away the packaging because, of course, as you've seen, the stamp is way bigger than the packaging. If you're wanting to get hold of this, you need to be quick. We can't get any more, so this one is not going to be going on to extended delivery. So if you want it, you need to be getting it now. You need to be jumping onto the website, placing your order for it, getting on the phone lines. If you're not already on the phone lines, then you need to be thinking about it pretty quickly because we are now down to the last 20% of the stock that we have got. Kim obviously has bought as many as she possibly can to us, but she's going to be busy with not only these fabulous stamps, but those fabulous advent calendars that you've all been loving as well. Yeah, if you want to take advantage, make sure you're doing it now. We haven't got another show with Crafty Roo today, so this is your own opportunity really to take advantage. And of course the beauty is you can use it in its entirety or you can just use a small segment of this particular stamp. But 9 stamps coming to you for £12.99 is amazing value for money. So if you like it, then certainly make sure you are getting hold of it as quick as you possibly can. 906112. And look at that.
So all we need now for that is a quick sentiment on there.
Okay.
So I'm not going to use one of them. I'm going to actually sneak. And oops, you can tell I really look after my stamps. So I'm going to pop on there. I think.
Oh, is this from one of the sentiment sets
This
that
is
we've
from
got?
the Christmas
with the wreath.
Yep, the Christmas ones.
Okay.
So I think they all work really well together. I'm going to pop Christmas wishes on there.
And these are good sized sentiments that you've got with these as well.
They are. And have I got enough? Oh, I have. Look at that. I've left myself enough room. So on this one, you also get to you and to you both. So let me start with that one. Ooh, I don't know what's on that stamping block. Let's move it out of the way. It looks like glue. You can tell this is my stash that I use all the time, isn't it? Like, ooh, what was I using that with last?
I'm a bit like that. They all tell a story, don't they?
They do. And it's like when you look at your desk as well, it's like, oh yeah, that's where I dropped such a thing. Yeah, just ignore that big patch of whatever. So I'm going to pop that there. Hope I've left myself enough room.
Okay.
So to you. I know it doesn't make much sense because we're writing it backwards.
Now, have you put the stamp on the right way around? Just, oh, yes, you had. It's all right. I think it must have been turned over the other way because it looked like it was the right. Looked like you were about to be stamping up the back of it. So, I'm glad that you got it the right way.
Oh, I won't put it past me though. So we've got Christmas wishes to you. There we go.
Look at
if I'd have been
that.
thinking about it, I should have done that last little bit of to you in purple, but it's all right. Grab my little guillotine out.
And this is good as well because you've cut it, but then you're trimming it down rather than doing it the other way around.
I cheat. These are all my little. I've got a massive scrap drawer, and you know when you're cutting down like your 5x7s and things like that, you get this fabulous little bit left over, and they are just wonderful for putting your sentiments on. Yeah, so I can
Good
go
idea.
on there. Oops, making funny noises on my desk. Yeah, put that on there as well. Oops, a daisy.
All these dinky little guillotines are so useful, aren't they?
This one is super old, but it just keeps going.
I've got one similar to that, but I think it must be slightly larger than that. It's more of an A5 sort of size.
No, this one, it's
Proper
small
dinky.
enough. It's small enough not to get lost on my desk, if that makes sense.
Yeah, any smaller and it'd disappear.
It'll end up on the floor and all sorts. So I've just got my little silver saying. Bring that back in for you. So we've got our little card like that, and then we've got our little sentiment just like that. We could even.
That is beautiful.
We've got 2 seconds. I'll just do one more thing.
Can I ask as well, can we make and sell cards like these as
Absolutely.
well?
As long as you don't scan it into your computer and sell the image.
Oh gosh, naturally. I mean, there's no fun in that. It's the crafting bit
It's the
we want to be
crafty
doing.
bit we want. All right, I'm going to do pink, I think. So I just want a little bit here. Should have made sure I inked it up. Oh, I did. I inked it up enough.
And again, it's tying everything together, isn't it? Just keeping the simplicity of the palette of 2 colours.
And then if you wanted to as well, you could grab your doodle pens. I'm trying to just get the edge of my legs, you know, my long bits on me.
Your legs.
So everything gets named. I was crafting the other day and I described something as a spiky one and everyone was like, yep, I know exactly which one you mean. I was like, yeah.
It's like a crafty ruism, isn't it?
Yeah. Right. I'm not going to stick this together because I don't know where my glue is, but
that's okay. We get the gist of it. It looks
can just go
beautiful.
on there. Might be tempted even just to distress around the edge, but
I love it.
really quick and simple, that one.
Wonderful.
Isn't it?
Now I know we've got some more demos, so I'm going to let you get ready if that's
Okey-dokey.
okay. So you guys, this particular set is now limited in stock. We could see it coming, couldn't we? Now we stepped away from our lovely Kim, nearly called her Rue then, getting all so many different names mixed up. So yeah, if you're wanting to take advantage of this one, be aware it is limited in stock. We've got no more stock of this one. There's not going to be an extended delivery of this one. If you want it and you want to get hold of it straight away, you need to be quick. Gone through some the finished samples, but this just shows you what a beautiful stamp it is. It's a big stamp when you're using it by itself, but of course it's not just one stamp, it's 9 stamps in total. You've got your larger stamp, which of course you can use in the corner absolutely beautifully, but then you've got your smaller elements, so maybe you're just going to be framing a piece. Might be that you're framing the sentiment, it might be that you're using those corners in this particular style, or maybe the smaller ones to frame your sentiment, as you can see there. And there's another one here, a similar sort of idea to the one that we just saw created a few moments ago, but with the other sentiment, as you can see in there. Well, because of course it comes with sentiments. Sentiments that we saw Kim working with came from the set at the bottom of your screen. But I love that one. If wishes were snowflakes, I would send you a blizzard. Absolutely beautiful. 906 112. Do not miss out on this one. If you're liking the look of it and you're wanting to take advantage, extremely limited in stock now. I will keep you updated, but please don't wait till the end of the hour, because I've got a feeling you'll be disappointed. Get it now while you've got the chance. You're not missing anything at the moment. I'm going to go to demo in a little while, but for the time being, make sure you get hold of that one. Now, if you're wanting more from us, of course, the sentiments, we've got some featuring in there, but the larger sentiments, these are, I love these because these are kind of like the sentiment that the card builds up around. Well, these will work alongside that fabulous wreath that we've got as well. Now, with this one, you've got a duo, so you've got two sets of stamps. You've got your large wreath, as you can see there, and it is a big wreath. Taking the packaging away there, because the packaging's got a lot of information on there, and obviously you want to see the size of the stamps with these. So both of these coming to you, they're going to give you the £4 saving that you can see on your screen there. They are available individually at £12.99, but to be honest, everything works so well. The wreath is designed to work with your fabulous poly plate, which we've got on the show as well. And then the sentiments that you've got obviously on the plate at the same time will work with it, but of course you can cross-pollinate these over as well. So with regards to the sentiments that we've got in this bundle, you've got your traditionals in there, as you can see there, Noel, wishes, Christmas, season's greetings. Of course, you've got thinking of you and best wishes with the wreath, because the wreath isn't just for Christmas. To be honest, the style of it, you could use it all year round easily. It's a beautiful design, whether you're using it and filling in the colour with, whether it's your traditional greens, whether you're going down your kind of antique theme, if you're wanting to turn it, it's almost like a laurel wreath now, isn't it? And that little gap that you've got is a perfect placement for you to pop your little ribbon, as you can see in there. And of course the beauty is, because you've got so many wonderful sentiments in here, you can build those up, make your own backgrounds, or maybe you are going to be utilising that fabulous poly plate alongside these to add your colour, because you can see it sits beautifully. It's a 10cm poly plate, perfect to work alongside that one. £21.98 if you're wanting all your stamps coming together, 13 of them, brilliant value. Then the details are there, 887016. The poly plate, if you're wanting to add that one in, I can help you with the details of that one as well, because these are they. 996267 if you're wanting this one, £12.99. You have been loving it. It's a useful one to have. Of course, it works perfectly alongside the little wreath we were looking at. It does come with a little sentiment in there as well. And I love that. Happiness within, it's a lovely little phrase, that one. Love it. So, yeah, if you're wanting to get a hold of that one, please do so. Oh, something else I need to tell you about as well. Snowflake Corner. Yep, no surprise in telling you, technically it's sold out. So if it's in your basket, then you've kind of reserved it, but it's not yours, and that reservation won't last forever. So if you're not checking your basket out in the next 10 minutes or so, you will miss out on that, and somebody who will thought they missed out will come along and be able to pick it up and place their order. So 906112, if it's in your basket, check your basket out. Equally so, the advent calendar. Now, if you've got this one in your basket, maybe you got involved at the top of the hour, and you'll have heard us talk about the experience of this one. Absolutely brilliant. It's on extended delivery. It's sold out earlier on. Now, if you're wanting to get involved with this one, the details are on your screen. With regards to this one, shall we quickly kind of go through what we've got with this one, just in case anybody's joined us? Because I think it's not just an advent calendar; it's a whole experience that we've got.
It's a crafty real advent calendar.
Exactly. So of course it's going to be a little bit different. So we've got your traditional numbers 1 to 24. So behind every window we're going to find either a little something, or a little bit of ephemera as well. We were talking about.
The word. You get 5 of those ephemera. That's the one. Pieces, but the rest are all stamps. The days you get your ephemera, you open. I nearly said it then.
You did well.
You open an envelope which contains a larger stamp or larger stamps.
Okay.
It also has your packaging in, your acetate to hold your stamp sheets, and you've got inspiration. So 4 or 5 different samples that I've made, because I don't let anybody else work on this. This is mine
top
to work
secret
with.
then.
Absolutely. Because people like my mum who does my samples with me, you know, it's a gift for her as well.
Yes,
you know, Claire as well, she doesn't get to see any of this until she starts to open it to help me do some of the videos. So it is a surprise. It's all, literally, it's like secret squirrel work.
Oh, I love it.
So you've got your inspiration in there and you get a step-by-step. So if you are completely new to stamping, you think, I might want to give this a bit of a go, there is a step-by-step on how to use those stamps. And I've tried to do the step-by-step using everything you get within that set.
Okay.
You get your, on days 4, 9, 14, 19 and 24, you do get, it's like the end of that collection.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've tried to group them.
Fair enough.
Oh,
Yes,
and
there
then
you
Christmas
go.
Day.
Christmas Day. Well, Christmas
yeah,
Day, you're going to get your big blue envelope. And your big blue envelope is going to contain goods to the value of £17. In fact, overall, the whole bundle, if you were to take the different items and buy them individually, you'd be looking at spending over £50. I think it's something like £53.96. So it's brilliant value for money, but it's not necessarily about the value for money. It's about the experience. You are going to be able to open each one of those windows, have a little surprise, whether it's within the window or whether it's from that envelope. And the beauty is that you will have little videos every single day. You will be able to join Kim or Claire, Crafty-Roo, all coming together. So it's making that kind of little Christmas community. So you know you can rapidly get onto the website, onto YouTube, should I say, watch the videos, craft with that particular item that you've had on that particular day, and then there's projects that will come together, kind of amalgamating everything, which I think is a really fabulous idea. Had a question from Mary come through earlier on, and the first few of those windows do relate to Christmas, the contents, but after that they are not. And the items that come for those Christmas projects, they will be utilised, which will help you with your Christmas preparations. It's one of those things that I want to tell you so much about it, but I can't tell you too much because I'm going to spoil the surprise. But what I can tell you is with regard to the extended delivery stock, now approaching half of the stock has gone. We literally had to pin Kim down because we knew it was going to be a popular one. So yeah, if you want to get involved, do not leave it too long. If you're watching on repeat, potentially you've missed out on it. But if you're watching live, the details are there on your screen to take advantage. So Kim, what's next? What are we doing next?
What I will say as well, the videos are really helpful to help you find where the day is on your calendar.
Okay.
Because last year, some of them was like, I just can't find the day. I'm sure we're missing a day. And then literally, it was like, no, it's here. Look, it's this.
It's nice if everybody kind of gets theirs and opens them at the same time.
Yeah,
as well,
we
isn't it?
did have people waiting for the videos to open them on the days, and it was just such a lovely, like you say, experience.
Yes.
And that run up to Christmas, and I was really concerned that we were going every day, so every day up to Christmas Eve, and then you'd have nothing on Christmas Day, so it was kind of like, oh, what do we do now? But you don't, because you get that lovely Christmas Day gift as well, and it's lovely. And this year we are going to do one on Christmas Day with that Christmas Day gift.
Oh, I love
It'll be a
it.
video, but
naturally. So demo-wise, what are we up to now?
I'm going to play with the poly plate now.
Oh, okay.
I can't have a poly plate and not play with it. So first up, when you get your poly plate out, it will be quite sticky. So the first thing you need to do is give it a bit of a drink, otherwise all it wants is your inks. Yep. And we don't want that, we want it to give those inks back. And just if you rub your finger on it, you'll see mine's picked up loads of dust from just being open in the studio.
Oh, it's a dusty place.
I know. It's fine. So all I want to do is make it so my finger rubs over the top, which is all good.
So
if
nice
it's
smooth
catching,
feel.
yeah, if it's catching like it is there, because I've rubbed all my water off. If it's catching, it just means that my poly plate's still drinking it in. There you go.
Okay.
Nice swoosh over the top. So I'm going to use Distress inks for this, not oxides, inks.
Okay, and the reason being?
Because I'm going to layer my colours up. If you did this with oxides, you'd be ruining your oxides. And it'd take a bit to get the colours out. So basically you want a yellow, an orange and a red. Yep.
Okay,
that's
with you
simple.
so far.
So all over with my yellow.
And does it matter which one you start with?
Palest first.
Okay.
Always your palest. You'll notice whenever I come to do something like this, I always layer them up, palest to darkest.
Right.
And that, right, so that one's done. It's moved to the side. I'm now on my next one. So I'm doing about 2/3 of it. So just whack it on there. Don't go in a straight line, because sunsets generally, or sunrises, aren't generally in a straight line.
That's true.
So if you kind of, I always do it with the pointy bit up, so you get more of a feathered
that's a good tip.
look.
Like that one.
And then, so I've done that one, it's out the way. I'm going to there we go. Didn't want to come off that one. Did that the other day with that black ink. I don't know what it is with that one ink, it just will not. The lid just does not want to come off. I'm just going to tidy that up because for once I'm going to try and be clean and simple. So we're actually doing one very similar to that card you showed a minute ago.
Okay, I love that design.
Yeah. So I'm just spritzing. You'll notice my spritzer is like at chin height at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah. And the reason for that is I want these lovely bubbles to form. If I did it down here, we're going to end up with pools of water.
Okay, right.
We don't want that. We want the lovely bubbles. So I'm going to pop that over there. I've got a 6x6 card, so I've cut this down. So it's about 5 3/4, 5 1/2, something like that. Don't really matter which way it goes. All I want it to do is go splat right in the middle. So I'm just eyeballing it. Splat it down.
Oh, look, I love seeing that.
This is what I love about polyplates. It's that moment where it all just mixes and merges together. It makes you smile. Right, this one, if it had any loose water, lift it up to the darker shade. Otherwise, all you're doing is putting your dark ink over.
Okay, right.
I'm going to need that, aren't I? I have to move it out of the way. Nope, not finished with that yet.
Okay.
Let's move that to one side. Put that away nice and neatly. Right, I'm just going to give that a quick blast with my heat gun so that we can stamp over the top, and then we're going to use our wreath.
Okay, should I tease people with that card that we were looking at earlier?
Go on, that's the one we're going to do.
I love this.
Similar-ish.
And I think it's brilliant because those colours that you've chosen are absolutely perfect. They're kind of like autumnal. You can see it could be a Christmas tree. It doesn't have to be on this occasion. Just wishing best wishes for whatever the occasion is. But of course, within the sentiment set, you've got loads and loads of different sentiments that you could work with this one. The polyplate that we're working with does come with a lovely little phrase, a happiness phrase as well. I've got a feeling that would fit in as well. Let me just bring that in.
It would.
So, yeah,
happiness
similar
is
sort
not
of
out
size,
there,
isn't it?
it's within you, is that saying?
So, yeah, that would work alongside the wreath, wouldn't it? It certainly fits within the polyplate because it's designed to go with it. And there you go, another fabulous way of using it. Love that. Beautiful.
We do try and size everything so that, like I said before, it's got to be usable on more than one item for me, because otherwise it's just standalone, and it's that thing that I can't be bothered getting out because it's that that one thing. Whereas
sometimes you don't want to think about what's going to work with everything.
No. Yeah. So if you just grab your sayings, you know it's going to fit generally.
Perfect.
There's a few that don't, but.
Almost
not in
looks
this
like an orb on your card there, the way that you've done that colouring.
Yeah, it's my
three-dimensional.
So now I'm just going to ink up this one. You'll notice I don't ink up like this.
Okay.
Because we leave the centre of our stamps in, and the reason we do that is so they don't lose shape.
That's a really good point, actually, not thought of it, yeah.
I lose... it's one of those catch-22s because I lose this design space because I could, in theory, put another stamp in there. But if I do that, it weakens this stamp and it lets... It lets it distort. So I would much rather you be able to pick up a stamp, especially one as big as this, because generally you're going to be putting it onto either its final destination or on top of something that you've already worked on. And I want to know that it's going to be in the right proportions, which is why we always
warped, couldn't it?
Absolutely. I'm hoping I've got enough ink on this. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. I wasn't watching. I was too busy chatting. That's my problem.
We're having to. I keep forgetting that we're here to work.
So all I'm doing is eyeballing it. You'll notice I'm going to splat this down and then I'll talk about it. You'll notice our leaves kind of make a circle. They do dip down occasionally, but they make that circle. So if you line it up best you can around the edge. And I've been stood chatting now and I've not been pressing.
Bless you. And the thing is, don't be too quick to lift that stamp up as well. You need to wait for the ink to make contact, really, don't you?
Exactly. And also, my polyplate is probably not the driest it should be, but it's as good as it's going to be. I'm very impatient when I'm crafting, you've probably noticed.
Well, the thing is, sometimes when you're doing things, especially when you're doing them on TV, just a few seconds can seem like hours sometimes.
Oh, that's why I was thinking that's not very dark. I've done it in grey, not black.
Oh, but I kind of like it.
It works still, doesn't it? Happy accidents and all that. Right, I think, should we go green or should we go brown?
Ooh, I think brown's going to work nicely with that. And since we're kind of autumn, aren't we?
So all I'm going to do again is this. I've now switched to my oxide because I want a bit more of a solid colour.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've gone for my oxides. And the grey, you know, you can mix and match them as much as you want. Oh, I knew I hadn't taken the purple out of that brush. We nearly have purple leaves then.
You need some of that brush cleaner that we had on with Lou the other day. It was amazing stuff.
My brushes are always filthy.
Oh, she had this magic stuff it was. It was brilliant. But life back into your brushes. I think it all sold out there, so...
Hopefully you'll be bringing it back.
Oh, yes, I'm sure we will.
I'll have to keep my eye out for that now. But my brushes, literally... I came to do something the other day, you know, lovely, subtle background. I think it's that... Oh, no, it's not. It's on something else. a lovely subtle blue background, and I went to put my brush down, it was bright red. I was like, that's not subtle at all. So you can see I am not being very particular about colouring these in.
But it's nice because the sketchy detail that you've got of the stamp kind of is very forgiving in that sense, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's why I draw like that. It's all very, very forgiving. You'll notice I'm going a bit darker on those that are on my polyplate, just so it stands out a little bit more.
Okay.
And then on these ones, I'm using more of a watered down version. Oops, she says, and she's not actually put any water on the brush that time. But you can see it's really quick and easy to do.
Again, it's just a perfect one that's used for so many different occasions. I mean, perfect for Christmas. We all love a wreath at Christmas, and you got that little gap that you've just worked your way past it. You could be putting a little bow in there. It could be little jingle bells you're putting on there.
It could be like a flower or something. You know, it could be anything, because I don't think the wreath screams out Christmas or spring or anything like that.
No, definitely not.
I do think it's quite a universal one.
It's one that quite often around Easter time we'll see kind of wreaths appear with little Easter eggs and little bunny rabbits. And you could do that with this one. Really useful stamp.
And a lot of our sayings you've got already will fit in this because they fit in that circle polyplate. So again, it's all been sized. Oh, am I going to run out? Let's see.
Hold our breath.
There we go, perfect, just enough. Let's clean my brush as I go this time. There we go.
Lovely.
Don't think I need it again. Right, so it looks all right like that. We could just leave it like that.
Yeah.
But what I like to do is, you see how on here, it's just, sorry, I've got my hands all over the place. There you go. It's just sinking into the background a little bit. These ones look perfect because that little sketch line, that little gap, is standing out. Whereas this one, if I just go on and do a little bit with my white.
Oh, because it's got, yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's got all
it's
of our
almost
doodles.
like you're putting the white cardstock back in place, yeah.
Exactly, it gives you almost like that frame to it. And I won't do it all because it does take a little bit. And it's very soggy because I've just gone over the top of it. But I'm going to put one in there just because. And everyone knows what I'm like. Once the doodle pens come out, that's me lost. I could spend hours doodling. Pop a little bit back in there. But you can see straight away, just adding that little bit of white.
Again, doesn't it? Yeah.
And then you could do the same if you were having your gems in there, or just pop a little bit of. I forgot this side. There we go. Just round.
Bless you.
Bless you. I was only saying how dusty it was before. There we go. So, I think I'm quite happy with, I've missed that little bit out there. But you could go to town. So you can see just those little bits of white just raises it back up again.
I love it. And of course I've got the card that was the inspiration for the demo, or the demo that was the inspiration. I don't know which way around it came. It's like a chicken and egg situation, isn't it? But here you go. You can see where the polyplate's been used. It's a 10cm circle. It's going to sit beautifully, as you can see, within the boundaries of that wreath. So definitely consider adding that in. It's at the bottom of your screen. But the wreath itself, I mean, it's a beautiful design. You can see all that little white detail that Kim has added to this one just to finish it off, to make it look absolutely perfect. Beautiful design. So if you are treating yourself to the wreath with the Christmas greetings, then please do treat yourself with regards to your polyplate as well. And of course, all that we need now is a sentiment,
Absolutely.
I guess.
So I have got the thinking of you on, because I do think these two are just, they're going to be really useful.
It's a useful
aren't they?
one, isn't it? Yeah.
Because again, that wreath doesn't dictate what it is. It's just, you know, it could just be thinking of you. It's just a.
Thinking of you, well, it could be thinking of you on your first day at a new job, or thinking of you with a sympathy style card, thinking of you on, well, whatever
Just
occasion,
because.
like you say, just because
Just because.
Yeah.
So I put mine at a wonky donkey angle only because I then don't have to stand and faff.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Because if I was trying to line that up, it'd have to be level with the bottom. But if you put it at a wonky donkey angle, nobody knows, do they?
That's a good tip as well, isn't it?
So all I'm going to do again, if I wanted to just make this jump a little bit more, grab my pen. I told you, once I start playing with my pens, that is me gone. Just add a little bit in here, and again, all it does, make sure my ends don't get crusty. Sometimes when you're working on slightly damp card, the end of the pen will start to crust over a little bit. So just rub it on your fingers and it just starts flowing
Does it
again.
make a difference? Though,
It does,
you can see
you can see
there,
on
yeah.
the thinking, it really starts to jump out, whereas I've not done
Yeah.
it on the oven new. But
Beautiful.
it does.
I love it. Yeah. Thank you, Kim. So there you go. Have you added that wreath set into your basket yet? Well, if not, why not? Because it's such an that's incredibly useful. It's a big size stamp, so when we take the packaging away, you can see the real size of that, along with those sentiments. Thinking of you and best wishes, and of course we've just seen that one being used there as well. And then of course, alongside that particular wreath, you have got your sentiments. Big, bold sentiments that will sit within that area perfectly. And don't forget, your poly plate at the bottom of the screen will sit with that as well, because it's a 10cm circle, which is perfect for that aperture, the area that you've got there. Brilliant value for money. It's been a very, very popular one. Lots of you, oh, wrong way around. Lots of you have been taking advantage of that one. And of course, the two together means you are getting your savings. So that £4 saving could be going towards your poly plate, couldn't it? Because at £12.99, it's worth popping that one into your basket as well. Very useful little piece that you can use. Makes you able to use all the different elements that you've got from your ink pads as well. As we saw there, using the different ink pads. Brilliant idea. Using distress inks to get that ombre effect, and then of course going on and using your distress inks to add your colour to other areas. Comes with a little phrase there as well, as you can see. So your happiness is within, and basically what it says is happiness is not out there, it's within you, which I think is lovely. So at 996-267 if you're wanting to get hold of this one. Now, we have been incredibly busy during this hour, and you have been loving the Advent calendar amongst many other things as well. And I love it that everybody's getting so involved with this concept. I mean, honestly, it's beautiful, because Advent calendars, we come across Advent calendars and we know that something behind the different windows, but this is so much more. This is a proper little kind of group community thing.
Yeah, it's almost like, well, it'll be 5 little projects, won't it, on the run up to Christmas, and then we've got our Christmas Day. It's just fun, and it's that, you know, just building it as well.
It's being a part of it, I think, as well. I think that's why your viewers and your customers have been loving this one. So what you've got is you've got obviously your 24 windows that are featuring within your Advent calendar. You've got your little windows behind each and every one of them. There is something, whether it's going to be a stamp, whether it's going to be a bit of ephemera. But within these, you also got the indication of an envelope that you're going to open on certain days. So the envelopes will have a number on there. On that particular day, you open the envelope up, and in there, you're going to find all sorts of things. It could be instructions, it could be the packaging, because when you're actually building these up, you're kind of collecting a lovely little set that are going to work well together. And if you don't know how you're going to be working with those, don't worry, you've got the video, the YouTube channel that you'll be able to watch from Crafty Roo on each and every day, kicking things off on, is it the 30th of November you're going to do it, before, the day before?
Yep, we're just going to do a quick video to say this is what you should have in your calendars, and let's get ready. It's going to be lots and lots of fun.
Every single day, you're not going to go through you're not going to go through every window, though, are you?
Yeah, we go through every single day. Oh, not on that day.
No. Oh my goodness! All of a sudden, I was like, oh, it's sacrilege. So no, on the day that you'll be able to see what you're opening.
So we open up the calendar, we look what's inside, we have a bit of a chat and a bit of a natter. My dulcet tones every day, poor things.
That's all
we open it up, we have a bit of a chatter. We are going to have a bit of a play as well, and hopefully start to build up a card. And then on the day when we open our envelope, we look at the inspiration, we look at the step-by-step. We're not going to do the step-by-step because you've already got those.
Yes, yeah.
We'll make something completely different on that day. And then the following day, we start with a brand new set.
Piece.
And I have tried to mix it up, so you're not going to get Christmas and then something similar. It's mixed up, and each ones are they are a lovely usable set, and what you can make from them are just wonderful.
Can you just burst into tell people? You can see your passion behind what's going to be in there, but it is like it's all zipped up. I can't tell you because it's going to spoil the surprise. Now, what we can tell you is the first few windows, there will be Christmas related, because that's kind of getting you in the mood for the season, isn't it? And of course, the elements that you've got from there, you're going to be able to create maybe things like your Christmas tags, utilising those pieces. But after that, not Christmas related at all. So the beauty of this one is you're going to have lots to see you through into the new year. And don't forget, big blue envelope, you're going to be opening that on the 25th of December, and you will have a video as well. It's not going to be live, because if Kim's anything like me, she'll be in her pyjamas till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And yes, it's one of those situations that Christmas Day is being kept special, but you've still got that video that you can go and watch. Kim, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
It's been a fabulous hour, and thank you for bringing this and listening to your customers, because it's your customers that wanted it back again.
Yeah, they did. They twisted my arm. They told me we had to do it again. So it's here. It's coming.
And it's all ready
1st
to
of
go.
December.
When are you back again? Do we know?
20th of November, I think.
Oh, okay. Fair
I think
enough.
it's a
Look forward
Saturday.
to Saturday. Look forward to that one. So yeah, if you get in your advent calendar now, it will be dispatched on extended delivery now. 18th of October. Plenty of time for Christmas though. And if you do start peeking in those windows, don't forget. Shh. Keep it to yourself, because some people want to take advantage of that surprise. So don't go doing any spoilers for anyone at all, but make sure you get involved with the crafty group as well from the 1st of December. So anything else in your basket, check your baskets out. Very, very busy. I have to say, if you're watching on repeat, I just hope you've managed to get hold of the advent calendar. If you're watching live though, check it out now and you can guarantee you got it. See you soon. Oh, I love that. I know I'm going to love the next one as well, because it's Rowan doing most beautiful kits coming up. Then we're going to be doing a little bit of stamping, and then we're back with a one-day special at 4 o'clock then. My goodness.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Did you know you can watch the craft store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Good afternoon. Oh, I love that. I mean, I have to say, these hours always inspire us because, of course, we have got Rowan Dean, we have got beautiful color, texture, and we have got the gorgeous, inspirational Katrina here with us. Katrina, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Now, it's great to have you with brand new kits that they haven't been seen anywhere else but here at the craft store.
That's right. They're really brand new, so brand new that... yes, this is the first time. You might have seen them maybe a little bit in progress as I was stitching them perhaps earlier, but this is it finished, the finished design.
It is absolutely gorgeous. Now, we are going to start with the amazing garden fireworks accessory case kit. Now, this is special, isn't it?
Oh, I've really enjoyed doing this. The idea that plants can be as if they're fireworks, and the colour and the splashes of colour, especially now. And we're going, you know, we're not into winter, there's still lots of colour in the garden. So we've got sedum plants, we've got wallflowers, we've got chrysanthemums, all that look like garden fireworks. So that's the inspiration for this piece. And really to have something that you can use, that you can keep, you know, your pins and scissors and magnets. So if you're just going round to see a friend, or you're sitting in a different, you've got all the equipment that you're going to need and take with you.
I love the end result, but also I love that your kits are so comprehensive. That we start with this material that is such a. What would you call the material that you print?
Well, it's a cotton. That's what we use, and we use this in all our designs. And then a little bit of an outline on the fabric. It's good to have a starting point. Not every line's on the fabric, just a few of them. And then, of course, there's the lovely organzas, and that's what, in this particular one, where the whole background is created using layers of organza in bright pinks, maroons, reds, greens.
No need to transfer any design whatsoever.
No need to transfer it. It's all ready to stitch. And obviously, I've put the colours on in a certain way, but you can just have a play around with the fabrics and see which ones that you want to overlap. You'll get new colours appearing. When we get to the demo, I'm going to show you where I've put my the fabrics, and it's an exciting background to stitch on.
Yeah, and of course you have got these beautiful threads in here, gorgeous variated. Some of them are kind of metallic with yarn in here, different textures. Then you also have given us those beautiful beads, always a little bit of a sparkle.
Lots of sparkle, and some flower-shaped sequins, lots of gold and pink beads, so that you can make the whole area in between the stitching quite textured.
You can see there now. Of course, you are getting everything you need, including, I believe it's a chenille needle and a bead needle.
And a bead needle you need that smaller needle just so that it goes through the beads, and a special thread to do that.
And then, of course, the hand-dyed felt here as well for the inner pages, right? There we have it. Now, of course, if you want I'm making a mess of everything, but you can see it here, how gorgeous it is, how now lovely it feels. £27.95. I mean, they are, you know, it's just fireworks in the garden. 252856 is your item number, brand new today, not only here at the craft store, but anywhere else as well. £27.95. Now, I know that there is the book, right? There's kind of the book, of course, the landscapes and flowers, and you can see them here. Now, this is your book, isn't it, Katrina?
It is, and I think it's on its third print now.
Wow.
So it's been really popular.
And I think this is one of Search Press bestsellers, isn't it?
I think so.
It is, and of course, Search Press are renowned for their, kind of craft style books, and the fact that they put so much effort into making sure that the photography is right, not only beautiful, but it depicts the project, so we can see exactly what we are aiming for.
Absolutely. I mean, I had visions of what I would like it to be, but when the book actually came, it was just wow. They presented it really well.
I love how it is the inspiration there and how to compose it and everything is. It's £17.99. Exists in Spanish, which I own it and I was thoroughly recommended. 903483 is your item number. Moving on to the next one, which we have got a card, beautiful pack. This is of course the Autumn Delights. I really love the colours you have chosen for this collection.
The colours are so rich and so bright. I think they're the ones that are out now in the garden, and you can just see the bright. There's a lot of colour. You would think at this time of year there wouldn't be, but there's fabulous flashes of maroons and pinks, and lots of yellow in the Rebecchias, and all the sort of wallflower type plants. So lots of pinks, purples, lots of sparkle as well. It gives a chance to do some lovely stitching, but easy stitching. It all looks, sometimes you can make stitching look complicated, but actually it is so easy to do. Just with the starting point on the fabric, It's very easy. You've got 6 projects, so that makes it great.
It is, and of course, £21.95 gives you all the blank cards, the envelopes. It gives you as well the printed cotton in here. Again, all 6 projects, and I'm sure like you are very generous, aren't you? So there's always a little bit extra to have.
I do, because that's, you know, sometimes you start to stitch, you get carried away with one part of the design, and you want to add a little bit more and a little bit more. So I've learned now, give a good size piece of fabric in case you get carried away with the
Indeed.
stitching.
And we sometimes like to get carried away. And then, of course, we have got the beads in here as well, with all those beautiful sequins and all those elements in here to create something that is with the beautiful sparkle, with those kind of elements in there as well. And then, of course, we do have the amazing, gorgeous threads, metallics, and, of course, the different threads and needles that you need. £21.95 is your price, 775-119, brand new today. Remember, these ones are hot off the press from Rowan-Dean. First time you have seen them, do check out your baskets if you want them. Then moving on to a returning favorite, which of course is Christmas. I love the way that we can do Christmas cards that then are going to be framed. We know that when the person is going to receive them.
I think so, and that makes it extra special, doesn't it? When you think it's going to be kept, and the person that you're giving it to is really appreciative of all the time that it takes to stitch. So I think it's really nice, and I like the way that on these ones that it's stitched on the tweed, and I think that enhances the designs.
Yeah. Now, of course, and the fact that we are getting, for instance, the bubble in there, so we can put it on, you know, like we could be an ornament for the tree. But then look at this, as you have got the printed elements, 5 of them, but then of course the extra element there to create your own. And I love how you give us an outline, but then we can use our own imagination even more to kind of create even more, you know, kind of be free, right?
I think that's great, and you can add more French knots, or you can add more beads, or you can add the stitching, or and I think that's great. It's not so prescriptive that you can't just get carried away with your own ideas.
I love that, and of course you are getting also the threads, the organza. But I will be quick to check out your baskets. A quarter of the stock has gone. You are getting even, like, I love that you are giving us that satin fabric, the sparkly fabric as well in here. All those different elements to create the texture that you can see in here. Love the trees in there as well. I love the kind of way that it's been built in there as well. So many elements, so many textures in this kit. £21.95 is your price for the Season's Greetings card. 032762 is your item number. Then we have got the wildflower bundle here. Absolutely, this one I saw it and I remembered, like, I love the poppies in there with those tiny little beautiful satin reds, or the you know, the lavender as well. You know, it's just, you can almost smell it.
That's right. They're very textured, but I think the thing about these 3 designs is they're really very, very easy to do, and it's the organzas, it's the threads that make the designs. The designs really are only perhaps a little bit of straight stitch, a few French knots, and some lazy daisies, but they're all the poppies. It's the poppies that really just the red and just a few beads to give it a little bit of sparkle as well.
And so you can see, I like when you kind of, the light hits at the different angles, that then, you know, that satin finish, you can comes to life as well. Absolutely glorious, a beautiful burst of colors. Now, if you want to go for this bundle, the bluebells, the poppies, and the lavender kit, all 3 of them, £19.93. Remember, you are getting enough to make 3 projects, and if you wanted to go for the hardwood, you know, the hoop displays, we have got those ones as well at the bottom of this screen. Now, this kit, the one with the bluebells and the poppies, has got a flexi-buy basket, which means that you can spread the cost in 2 interest-free payments of £19.93, which means that you could add the hardwood display hoops in 3 different sizes and then split the cost for that. And these ones are the ones that you would be getting. Now, of course, £12.99 is your price in one single payment for the hoops, but if you want to go for the kids, well, £39.85 could be one-off payment with a saving of £5. 739-225. I think I've made that quite complicated. Well, then we have got a smaller kit. This is the trio of asters, isn't it?
Yes,
I like them.
They're good. They're great flowers, and what I like about the trio of asters is that you've got 3 different colourways.
and ways of making them all individual plants, so you could hang them all together, or you could give them away as individual projects, because they've all got their own instructions.
I love, look at the beautiful colors in there. And they do really are like, the fireworks that you were talking about, that kind of explosion, that kind of element into it. Absolutely beautiful in here. A third of the stock has gone, and £19 and 95 is your price. 946543 is your item number. Now, the next one, let's have a look how we need to pronounce it. Oh, Heleniums. Heleniums. Yes. Got it right. Heleniums. Heleniums. Yeah, Heleniums, yeah. And geums. They're a gorgeous little orange flower. Really, really pretty. Now, I love this one. I love the way that we are getting in here the printed cotton, and the texture that you are going to get as well is phenomenal. But let's look at the printed panel, because I love that the fact that it comes in with it, so you just need to start playing, not having any difficult techniques at all.
It's very easy. It's mostly straight stitch, and this time, like the colours are the background. Yeah. So you're putting the organzas in place, and that's just going to be like a bit like a painted background, except it's the fabric. Yeah. Lots of layers of fabric, really lovely, and you can work with those and see which colour combinations you want to create, and then stitch. And it's the stitching that holds the organza in place.
Yeah. Absolutely. I remember every kit comes with a kind of a guidance and instructions on how to achieve it. 941499 is your item number. Then we are moving on to the Red Admiral. Is that the name of the butterfly? The butterfly. Indeed, it is. And that's your technique that you kind of embroider into the organza.
That's right.
And then you cut it off.
Yeah, I think it's a great way of getting a shape and making it really 3D on the background there. So the organza is the butterfly, and that's stitched first, and then you work on the picture on the cotton fabric and put the two together.
Yeah, absolutely. That is brilliant. I love that. You have got, of course, the printed element, and then you have got all the elements in here, the beads in here, and then, of course, you have got them in there as well. Now, if you want to go for this kit, £14 and 95 is your price. 911982 is your item number. Then moving on to the next one, then we have the sunset in here. Absolutely glorious colors there with those beautiful silhouettes and the kind of hint. £15 and 95 is your price. 788685 is your item number. And then we have got from the sunset to the dawn. Now these kits are really good value because we also get in the hoops, the display hoops.
That's right, and that means that, you know, if you're giving them as a gift, you can frame them straight away, and I think that enhances them.
Absolutely. And the dawn has got more of those blue colors in here. You can remember, you know, these misty mornings when we wake up and there is that kind of beautiful blues coming through it. But just a little bit of hints of, you know, also the sun kind of warmer tones in there. £15 and 95 is your price. 945 is your item number. Numbers confuse me. Anyway, moving on to, we have got the organza pack. We have got two different item numbers for two different colors. The first one is the assorted one. So this one you are getting 10 different colors. Beautiful. And I love this displays how you get a rainbow and they lay on top of each other. I think they look
great like that. You know, when you overlap the colors and the fabrics, you get new colors. But these are all really bright colors. You know, got bright purples and oranges, and they look fabulous. So if you want to change, you know, if you're doing one of the designs or the accessory case and you want to add different colours in there, it's perfect.
It's absolutely perfect. And I love the way that, you know, you're giving us a kind of a play around kit in a way, because they're kind of, we can then incorporate it to other previous like kits that we may have and add more organza or just play around or make beautiful butterflies as well. $11.95 is your price. 118313 is for the you know, the assorted one. We have got another option as well, which is at the bottom in here. So this is more the greens and the yellows. So it's more of a landscape.
It's more of a landscape. You know, if you want to do a bigger design, you could use those colours. You know, if you're using your own photographs and things to create a piece of work. But you know, it's nice to have
other colours that you could introduce into your piece.
Absolutely, it's beautiful. Now, if you want a set of 10 of the landscape colours with those beautiful sandy colours or Mediterranean seas, if you wanted to go there, 675623 is your item number. 11.95 is your price for them. Remember, if you add them to a basket that has got a flexi-buy option, then you can flexi-buy those ones as well. So, or if your basket is above £60 as well, you can then spread the cost in interest-free payments. Right, now with all that being seen everything, now of course, Katrina, you're going to show us the accessory pack, isn't it?
I am. I'm going to start with garden fireworks. Earlier on I showed that, you're going to take all the organzas, all the different colours, and they're going to be placed over the white fabric. You'll still be able to see the design. I've extended the fabrics to go over the edge so that when I'm constructing the accessory case, I won't have any frayed edges around the edge. But you can have a play around with the fabrics. You might only want to put the coloured fabrics in a band across the middle. It's up to you. So once I've pinned them on, I've then tacked them in place so that I've taken all the pins out, and I'm just going to use a temporary stitch. That'll come out at the end, just so that I can see the colours and I can get stitching. So the first thing I'm going to show you is I'm going to show you a couple of the stitches are great if you don't use the frame to start with. So a lazy daisy and maybe stem stitch, these are ones that sometimes are easier without the frame. So I've got my thread for the colour of the firework and the chrysanthemum at the top. There's on the print you'll see that there are directive lines so that you can follow those to get the shape of the firework. But to do the stitch, really, really easy. I'm using one of the variegated threads, and this time you just take the needle back into the same place, and then you're going to bring the needle out on the surface, and then you're just going to tuck the thread underneath, and as you pull that thread towards you, you're going to get a loop, and then you're going to hold that loop in place, and you're just going to take a little straight stitch just to make it more spiky and go all the way around. So you're going to fill the whole shape with this stitch, and you can use several colours. They'll all be listed in the instruction sheet, but I wanted to make it like a firework. So you're just going to take that all the way around. And as you start to work, you'll see the colours, the change in the colours, and that's the beauty of variegated threads. You won't need to think about that. It's just going to happen. It's it's lovely to see. It's exciting to see what happens with the colours, because this is such a colourful project that you'll really have a lot of fun with it. So as you go around, you're going to rotate your work just so that you get all the stitches on there, and then to fasten off, you're just going to run the thread a couple of times across the back, and then you can restart. So that's one that where I haven't put the work into my frame, and the other stitch is stem stitch. Now we did this earlier on, but I think it's worth showing you a little bit more. So this time I'm going to do a leaf. So I've worked a stem stitch along the central vein, and then I'm just going to take, and I'm going to repeat that stitch, and I'm just going to go round the edge of my work and just take the thread, and where I reach a little part where there's going to be a spiky part to the leaf, I'm just going to take a small stitch, and then I'm going to restart further on. So you'll get a jagged edge as you go around, and it'll make a spiky edge to the plant. And again, that's done really not 6 strands. So when I say 6 strands, the stranded cotton is made of 6 threads, and so I've taken 3 of them just to get a finer appearance when it's stitched. So you're just going to take that round, and eventually you'll reach the top of the bottom of the leaf. It's quite quick to do that, and you'll see that those really are easy to do and create that effect. So once you've completed that little bit, then you can
put your work back into the hoop.
And then
you can start on some of the other ones. So the hoop's really to keep the stitches in place for the ones that really you need the frame.
And you use the spring-loaded hook.
Yeah, it's great. It's really good. I'll show you how to put it into your work. So this work is like what we would call a working hoop.
Okay, yeah.
So it means that, you know, it's going to be really, really great to do the stitching and get the best results.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put...
Yeah. And of course the hoops, we have them on the show as well. So it's a set of the 7-inch and the 5-inch. You can see them both in here with embroidery scissors as well. It's £15 and 99 is your price. And of course 646 785. Now if you want additional needles, we have got those ones as well for you. So there we are coming, and they come in with pins as well. So there you are getting the chenille needle, the pebble, then you are getting the pins, the magnets, and 4-pin needles as well. So you can create your own, you know, a kind of magnet, pin holder magnet in there. 741201 is your item number for those ones. Back to you, Katrina.
Okay, so you just release the spring on the flat surface so that that's going to stay in your work, and that's going to keep it taut as you're working. So if you're applying the French knots, or you're applying some of the straight stitches, and you can move the work all the way along through your piece.
Perfect,
so I've done the chrysanthemum, some wallflowers, and then again the rudbeckia, and again some French knots. So French knots, I don't think I can do a kit without French knots. I've tried. It's impossible.
And also it's just such a signature thing from you, but also it's just like that dimension that you are achieving.
It just makes it textured, and I think it's the one stitch that people think is difficult, but actually it's so easy. So I'm just going to show you how. Yeah, really, really easy. So here I've got a thread, and this time I've got 3 strands. So I'm just going to leave the work on the table there, and that just gives you both hands to work the stitch. So I'm just going to hold that fairly taut, about 1 centimetre, 2 centimetres away, and then I'm going to go around once, twice, and then take the needle back, but not into the same place, just about 1 thread over. As soon as you pushed it through the needle, you then just tighten that and just hold that thread, and that's the sort of secret really, to hold that thread. So as you pull the needle through, just let go, and it'll just take itself all the way through. And I've got 3 strands, so it'll be quite a dainty knot.
So you increase the size by having more strands of thread rather than making more knot, well, not knots, but you know, turns around the needle.
So if you wanted the knot to be really big, like the ones next to it, I've used 6 strands. So each time you either go around twice or you go around once.
And I know in this kit there is some yarn, green yarn. So if we use yarn, would it be bigger as well?
Bigger. The heavier the thread, and the the thicker the thread, you'll get a different effect.
So that means that we can play around with the number of strands. So if we wanted to have like little tiny buds, we could do that.
2 strands, or 1 strand, maybe not. Yeah, but 2 strands would be great.
And berries, you could do tiny berries.
See, once you know a stitch, you go out of here and you start looking at your work and you think, French knots, oh, that would look great in stem stitch, you know, branches on a tree. So it's the kind of thing, once you know 4 or 5 stitches, you can do so many things. And when we have, you know, I think looking back here, we've got several hundred different designs. So I think, but they're all using the same stitches. So once you know those 4 or 5 stitches, you can do some fabulous things with the ornaments. So I'm just going to take that through. So once you've created, you're just going to move along your design, and then at the end you'll take off the edges of the fabric there. So I'm just going to show you the other parts of this project. So the other part of the project, I mean, I know you could probably, if you wanted, you could keep this piece and make it into a picture, or you could put it on a jacket. You know, if you didn't want to make the accessory kit, then you could add to it. But anyway, I'm going to show you the accessory kit. So this part is really, it's a piece of hand-dyed felt, and I've folded the felt. It comes with, there isn't any print on it, it's just fabric, and I'm just going to fold the fabric up, and then I'm just going to take some of the colours that are in the kit and I'm just going to lay those over the surface of get the organza out the way. Just take a little bit, you can have as many layers as you wish. And this will act as a little bit of a stabilizer to the edge.
I love the combination of that pinkish and the, you know, the green and the background. And you would think that the organza, because it's kind of transparent, would kind of lose its color over the green, but it doesn't.
It doesn't, and it's just really lovely. There'll be plenty in the pack to actually have a go and just see which color combinations you want to do, and then just pin those in place. And then, of course, then you're going to start your stitching.
Right.
And you can do anything on, there isn't any printing, so this is where you can be really, really creative. Take some of the elements on your other, on the front design, and just add some. So here I've started some chrysanthemums with the lazy daisy. You can add, I mean, when you look at, the colours of these are just delightful. So you might want to use sequins, you might want to use some of the star shapes, you might want to use only beads. It's really whatever you'd like to do. Right, you're going to decorate, you're going to enhance that whole area with stitching, and then once you've completed that,
then
the next thing is to think about how you're going to make it into your accessory case. And I'm going to stitch the edge, so I'm just going to show you how you could stitch the edge. And I'm just going to do a blanket stitch along the edge, so you could use 6 strands or you could use 3 strands. You can have several layers. I'm just going to get that threaded through there. So
and all those techniques are also in the book, aren't they?
If you, one of the ideas of writing the book was to say, what can you use, what can you do with the stitches? You know, you only need a few stitches, and so if you can refer to that as almost like a reference book, and there are lots of little projects in there that you can.
And I love how close up these pictures are of the stitches, because then it's obviously that, you know, if you want, most of us we like to have a reference in there that we can see exactly the technique, how it's done, and of course the book details on the left-hand side of the screen.
And I think if you, as well as some projects, you know, you might have a few threads that you want to practice a stitch with. Well, this is perfect opportunity. You could add some French knots or fly stitch or whatever stitch you want to try on your piece. So I'm just doing a blanket stitch, so it's just a stitch that's going to finish the edge all the way up through, and then when you get to the other side, I'll just do a little bit of that. When you get to the other side, I'm just going to fasten the thread through into the felt at the back, and then once you've gone all the way along, then you can decide how deep you want to make your the pockets.
The
pockets are going to be.
So if we wanted to make it maybe for even marker pen, like, you know, I'm thinking a paper crafter, we could make them very, very close to each other.
Depends what
like
you want
to
use it for. You could put narrow columns. Now you could stitch this all by hand. If you wanted to, you could do it by machine. I suggest to do it by hand. So for me, on the one that I was going to create, I was just going to use the flower head pins just to pin into shape, and I've marked the halfway point so that that's where it's going to form that page. I'll straighten those up a little bit. So decide what you want to have in your book, and I'm going to have some of the pebble, and then I'm going to have the scissors.
So that, are they all the chenille needles different sizes, or
they're all different sizes? And so if you there's some of them very large and some of them very small. Now I would recommend use the ones that we've got in the kit. But if you want to use a heavier needle, there's nothing to stop you, and it's quite a nice way of keeping that. Just if you're using heavy wools, then perhaps a larger eye is easier.
Absolutely.
And then you could put, my pins, I'm not going to put them in, but you could put pins in there, you could put tape measure, you could put a bar of chocolate in there, you could put anything.
Oh, I like that, bars of chocolate down there.
A couple of bars, in there, just extras. And then when you've completed all of the layers, then you're going to join them together
Oh, it could be also makeup. Like it could be for the lipstick, mascara,
Yeah,
you know, and
could
it could be like a present, or maybe for Christmas as well. That could be so. Then you can actually put a couple of the items there as well.
Yeah, there's lots of things that you could use. So once you've got your it together, is a piece of calico to cover the background, and you're going to make it into your book, whether you stitch it by hand or by machine. And then there are ribbons where you can tie it to the edge and tie that and make it into
Okay.
I like a little tiny book.
Yeah,
So it's
it
lovely.
is absolutely gorgeous. And now, of course, if you want to go for the accessory pack with the chenille needles, the pebbles, the pink magnets, that we can, $10.99 is your price, $741,201. Now, the fat quarters, if you want to, maybe you are a paper craft and you have got lots of different stamps, and then you want to kind of do the same techniques that of course, Katrina does onto the same fabric, you can go for the fat quarter of the cotton fabric. Now, it has got a different weight that canvas or quilting cotton. Katrina has selected for the best result when you want to put embroidery, when you want to put the layers of course, organza and then the beads and everything. It has to be a nice tight weave, and then you can go for whatever color you want. So you can go for perle, duck egg, there is white, there is cream, there is terracotta, there is beautiful aubergine, mushy piece as well. I'm getting hungry. I'm really hungry now suddenly. All these mentions of asparagus. Oh, I love good asparagus. Anyway, $12.99 is your price. 246064 is your item number. And of course, you can find them on the website, thecraftstore.com, and there you can then make your own selection. Remember that Rowandine, well, how many years actually Rowandine has been in? It's been a while.
It's a long time.
It's a long time.
It's over 30 years.
Imagine
well over
30 years of experience, 30 years of amazing colors, amazing texture, amazing techniques. And this is what you are getting when you go for even a brand new kit today. All this expertise, all the kind of knowledge from Katrina comes in embodied in this kit. Look at the explosion of color and texture. The beads of, kind of the sparkle there. I love how there is hints of a sparkle. But one of the things I absolutely adore about Rowandine kits is the easiness of it. Whether you have done many before or you have done none, you have got the printed cotton in here to start off, but you can be creative. You can say how much or how little of that detail kind of comes in. You are in charge of that. Then, of course, we have those gorgeous, kind of threads as well with the metallic, elements in here as well. You have got the reds, the beautiful purples in there. And then, of course, you have the beautiful, purples in here with those metallic colors there. Now, all those ones, of course, they are, included in this kit, including the chenille needle and the beads, because you are getting beads, you are getting sparkle, you are getting, of course, the sequins in there to add a different dimension. And I love how you have got the sequins and then they become part of the design, almost replicating what you embroider. And is that amazing kind of whimsical element of organzas as well that give you the transparency, the overlaying, that sheen and color as well in here. And then you have, of course, the amazing hand-dyed felt, which means that when you assemble it together, you have got the tactile nature of that felt in here and those beautiful sparks of light there as well. So everything in here included for you to use. 252856 is your item number. £27.95 is your price. And remember, if you add it to a flexi basket option, then you can flexi buy that as well. Right, moving on, and then we have got the autumn nice next, and then of course you have them in here. Now, in here you have got, it's an Autumn Delight, sorry. This is the cards in there. So you have got all 6 blank cards, the printed cotton in which you have got all the elements in there. £21.95 is your price. 775119 is your item number. And anybody would be so happy to get one of these cards. And then you can frame it. See, Kim and the voice in my ear, we are in the same wavelength, because that's exactly what I would do. Like, if somebody receives something like that is gonna frame it, isn't it? It could be also a kit that you send to somebody so they can start doing, because there's smaller, smaller steps as well. There's smaller kind of bite sizes in here. Yeah, and I would put a card, another few bits and pieces, and then I would cut a piece. So then you can actually make 6 different gifts to 6 different people. And if you are careful, and you are getting them the inspiration. 775-119 is your item number. £21.95 is your price. Moving on to the next one. We have got in here the beautiful season's greetings. Now this is our returning favorite now, because this one features the Christmas elements, and it's not printed in cotton, it's printed into these amazing, I love this one, these amazing tweed that again Katrina has selected and is made especially for her, and it means that its embroidery is really nice, isn't it?
I think it's great, just really easy to stitch on, and I just think it enhances the Christmas colours.
Yeah.
It looks quite a natural fabric.
It does, indeed, it does. Now, £21.95 is your price, and of course you are getting all the different elements in here. A third of the stock has gone. 032762 is your item number for this one. Now, if you want yours, do check out your baskets. Remember, they are comprehensive kits. Maybe the only thing that you're going to need is that a spring-loaded embroidery hoop, plus, of course, scissors, which are also, that's a kit that we are offering here. It's a bundle. Now, then we have the gorgeous, the bluebells. We have got the lavender, and we have got the poppies in here. The wildflower set. Now, this is such a great kit because you are getting 3 individual projects in here. And those 3 projects, you can see here, £39.85 is your price. You are saving £5. 739-225 is your item number for this one. And if you want it, you know what to do. Check out your baskets. Then we have got the asters. Now the asters in here, we can see them here. So they are absolutely glorious, aren't they? Now this one, £19.95 is your price. 946543 is your item number. You can see that gorgeous, kind of lovely asters there coming through. Now 946543 is your item number. You are getting all 3 projects, and then you have got them in here that if you want the hardwood hoops, we have got them as well. And then we have got the heleniums and the geums. Yeah, yes. The heleniums. £14.95 is your price. 941499 is your item number. And then you can see here as well, you can see the printed cotton, and then we have got the gorgeous and then you have got the kind of organza as well, and then we have got the gorgeous beads as well. All right, 941499 is your item number. Now, which kit you would recommend to somebody who has never done any of your kits?
I would recommend pick the picture that you just love, and that makes you finish it. So I mean, the asters or the sunset and dawn are a nice size. Sometimes if you're starting, you might not want to start with a huge picture. So something fairly small, but they're all, just pick the picture you just love, and then that makes you finish it, because they've all got the same, more or less, the same stitches. The French knots, the straight stitch, a couple of fly stitches. Just have a go. It's really easy and really fun.
It is absolutely very beautiful. And then of course we have got the red admiral, not blue admiral. I was thinking of an admiral is a uniform rather than. Admirals have got a blue uniform, navy blue, don't they? I think they do. I don't know. Or maybe red. 911982. I don't know. I think. Oh, I was right. Yeah. Admirals, they do have got a navy. £14.95 is your price, but this one, of course, is the butterfly. So you have got the red admiral in there, and of course you can see here the threads as well. Oh, I think we have gone to a tangent. I have thrown everybody to a tangent, which we shouldn't have gone. 911982 is your item number. Then we have got the sunset. Sunset is just the most beautiful beautiful thing, isn't it? On Sunday there was this glorious sunset, and it was just so absolutely amazing. And this could be, you know, kind of the first start to kind of immortalize a specific sunset. And you know what I would do as well with these ones? It's just like, because you have got such a glorious threads in here, you can really be adding more detail if you wanted to.
Absolutely. I mean, we always give a great big piece of fabric, so if you want to extend that design or you want to add more, you know, you could fill in more of the design. There's plenty of thread and plenty of fabric to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course you are getting the Harwood hoop as well with this one. £15.95 is your price. 788685 is your item number. And then moving on to the next one we have got in here. This one is the dawn, and here you can see the beautiful dawn. So then you have got again the printed panel as well here, and then we now, am I right thinking the panel is the same, right?
The panel is the same.
So this landscape basically is the same landscape, and it's of course if you put it side by side, you can see it. So it's the same one. I love that you have done that.
I mean, it's just the evening and then the morning colours. I mean, I love that tree.
You could do it like almost like a bubble,
yeah,
that kind of you rotated, you know, it's like, and of course the dawn is the one that we are looking at now, which has got the hints of blue in here with those beautiful French notes in here. £15.95 is your price. 453945 is your item number. Now, of course, these the Harwood hoops. I mean, this one comes with one hoop, but if you want to have all three different sizes, so it's the 7-inch, the 5-inch, and the 6-inch for $12.99. 727069 is your item number if you want those ones. You know what to do. Check out your baskets. Right, back to you, Katrina.
Okay.
Are you using the card kit?
I'm just going to show the card kit a little bit, and then I'm going to move to some of the other ones.
Perfect.
So that we can, because I'm going to just say most of our designs are a little bit of straight stitch. So I'm just going to show you what I mean by straight stitch. So there'll be a print. This one's going to be the bouquet of flowers on Autumn Delight. So I'm taking the full length and I'm just going to stitch over the print just with the full 6 strands, and I'm making the vase for the flowers here with straight stitches. And obviously I'm going to, at the end of the project, at the end of the vase part, you won't see any of the organza, so you're just going to go over like so. And then the next part would be take some of the.
I love the organic
sequins.
kind of without care, almost carefree rather than without care.
That's it. It's just a few stitches, a few of the beads, and then you can add, and it's going to go all the way over the design, and you're going to add some French knots as well. So I'll just show you how to do one of the little sequins quickly. So that all that you do is you use the bead thread.
Okay.
And that means it's going to be you're just going to thread that through, and then you can add one of the sequins. So you can add as few or as many as you wish. But the idea of this is it's a full bouquet of flowers using the autumnal colours. And that's probably, you can go all the way around the flower. Or 3 stitches would probably be enough. And then fasten that off. And then you can add some French knots, and you can add some straight stitches as well.
Perfect.
So really, they're so easy to do, and fill the whole of that space with flowers and French knots. It'd be great.
And then you can, and it's just love that, because it exemplifies how simple it is to do these kits. Whether you have got experience or not, this is achievable. And remember, there are different kits for all sorts of different budgets as well. If you want to just try one, the Autumn Delights, because it's 6 different projects for the cards, that means that you have got 6 different projects. So it might be a little bit quicker if you are concerned about time to finish one project as well. And you are getting the 6 blank cards as well. Let's have a look at the different designs that you are getting in that one, including those beautiful starburst kind of flowers that kind of give you that explosion of happiness in beauty and color.
Absolutely, because at the moment they're all
flowering their socks off at the moment. You know, you've got the sedums, you've got the asters, you've got the heleniums, and they're all just fabulous colours. They're deeper than the summer colours, but they're actually lovely to do.
Yeah, they
Lovely
are
to stitch.
absolutely gorgeous. £21.95 is your price. Remember, you are going to get enough there. You are getting the six blank cards, and you can see them here. I mean, I love that one because, of course, it has got the butterfly in there. You can see there with the beautiful sparkle, the flowers, and even the, like, look at that sequin. And of course, the sequins may be a little bit, there may be a little bit of variation, but look at those French knots, the smaller ones, kind of creating all those different elements in here. Absolutely glorious. And then look at those beautiful sunflowers. Look at these gorgeous elements in here. Now, if we look closely, we can see that there are some French notes in tiny there between the beads as well there as well. And then we have got these one, which is the one that Katrina was working on, and we can see that as well. Wow, we have French knots with I can see here a little bit of a loose
French knot, and then that makes them really quite bold, and you can use tiny beads in them.
Could you show us how to do one of those ones?
If it's very easily.
Because that would be, I mean, well, you said get ready for that, because it would be really amazing to see that one done. Because it's just, there's techniques that, you know, kind of we can explore in every single one.
So this is a loose or loopy French knot.
Yeah.
You know, you can make them very loose. So it's the same process. So you're going to go around once, twice. So this time you don't tighten the thread around the needle. You just place the needle, and as you hold that thread, then you'll end up with a loop, and you'll end up, it's not one that's gone wrong, it's just more textured and more bold. Looks great if you're using a metallic thread. So this time very loosely around the needle, and then you're going to add, and you can make those very loopy in amongst all of the sequins, or you can, and then you can add single turn ones where you can just do one, and that's just going to make a tiny knot.
Perfect. That's so pretty. And of course, we have got them in here. You can see them in there that way, like this in there. Look at that. I love the different techniques. And then there is another one in there as well. And then we have got two more samples to show from the Autumn Delights kits. And you can see that here. Absolutely beautiful with those beads. And then we move on to this one, in which I adore the way that the organza, three strands of 3 pieces of organza overlaying it together, creating that beautiful variation of color. Those organza driven knots in there as well, and those beautiful flowers. Now 775119 is your item number for Autumn Delights kit. £21.95 is your price for this one. Now I know that Katrina, you wanted to show us the beautiful trio of asters, right?
I just wanted to. Time always disappears when we're on the show, but this one is really lovely. So again, it's straight stitches. It's straight stitches radiating from a point, and there are three prints on the fabric. If I just lift one across, so there are 3 prints that you're going to work on, and each design you will add your own flowers so that they all become quite different. But it's really interesting to do. I've got some fabrics on as the background. I've got some little bits of organza, and each combination, whichever combination of colours that you do, you can make them, you can add more texture to them by starting off with the 6 strands and then taking the threads down to 1 strand. And all in between, you're going to do French knots and beads, as if you were looking down on top of the flowers.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
You know,
yeah, I like that. Yeah.
And then the variegated threads, you'll get the greens and the sort of bluey greens, and you can just add a little bit of metallic there. We've got some organza where if you take a little tiny piece of the organza that I've probably buried, you just take the organza in, and just get a little bit of organza that's disappeared, and just take a little bit of this one. So you take a little bit of organza just to create a little bit of texture, and if you cut it into 4 like so, and then you fold it into quarters, and you fold it into almost a cone shape, you can add texture and little bits of organza just to create texture and foliage in the piece. So there's the stitch that we've already done, Lazy Daisy, and we've done a couple of stitches with a fly stitch. So I'll just show you if we've got time for a little bit of fly stitch there. So fly stitches is sort of just to create a bit of a leaf. So again here, I'm just going to take the thread and I'm just going to take the stitch across and back into the middle, and then I'm going to take the thread all the way in and I'm going to create some
that's
leaves.
lovely.
So you will complete and add a textured edge to the design, and they'll all turn out to be quite different and quite textured. And again, just add a few more. So really, once you've got the basic shapes of the flowers, then you can add as much or as little texture as you want.
Absolutely, I love that. I love the kind of different textures. Now, of course, that is the Astor's kit, £19 and 95 pence, and you're getting on the three beautiful projects. 946543 is your item number. Now, season's greetings are very popular for this one. Maybe you are thinking of your Christmas cards. Maybe you are thinking Christmas decorations. Maybe you're thinking Christmas gifts. Again, this is one of those ones that is so many different ideas. Now, you are getting all 6 blank cards, 6 envelopes, the printed suite ready to make all 6 projects. However, now you are creative. I'm sure you kind of thinking, well, I might go for this kit and then make 6 different individual kits as a present, or maybe I'm going to do it as kind of decorations to send away for my print. And you could, of course, put, like if you are sending a gift card, what I would do is I would put these ones as pockets. So then I would put, like, I would glue them or attach them, you know, for like a U shape, and then you can put the gift card behind it in here. So that would be a little bit of a different take on it. But also you can do them as presents, frame them, even do them, frame them, and gift them as a frameable art that you can then, somebody can display them as Christmas decorations. Also, I think it's a really beautiful way of celebrating Christmas with a little bit of, it's kind of the contemporary colors, but also kind of a nod to the Christmas traditional colors, because you are getting greens and reds and pinks and purples. You are getting the metallic thread to create those kind of hints of a sparkle throughout those projects. But talking about the sparkle, of course, you are getting the bag of beads and sequins in there to highlight, you can see there. And this is a big bag with a lot of different beads in here, different shapes in there that we can see. And this is like kind of when you empty it into a little plate, it's like so many beads. Actually, these bags are deceiving. And then we have, of course, the amazing kind of, look at these kind of, look at this sparkling in there. Then we have got the hand-dyed felt in there, and then the satin with that two-tone. So because, of course, the other side is a little bit more matte, and then one side more satin. And then we have all those gorgeous organzas in here. That, of course, that means that you have got all those options in there for those creations. Now, if you want yours, 032762 is your item number. £21 and 95 pence is your price. Now, of course, if you want yours, do make sure to check out your baskets. Now, if your basket is about £60, you can spread the cost in interest-free payments. Remember, we have got the hoops, the display hoops, the 5-inch, the 6-inch, and the 7-inch are available for just £12.99. And remember, these ones are the display hoops, not necessarily the spring-loaded ones. 7270269 is your item number for this one. So if you want yours, you know what to do. You check out your basket. Now, the accessory kit is absolutely phenomenal. Now, for this kit, you know, the only thing that we would really need is the spring-loaded hoop and the scissors, right?
That's it. And everything's in there to complete it. Have fun with the front cover and the pages, and create your own inside pages. Loads of beads to work with. It's a really lovely project.
It is indeed a lovely project, and look at this in close-up, because we have got all that explosion of fireworks in the garden.
Absolutely, and the beads and the sequins and the metallic threads and the variegated threads. It's perfect to create those flowers.
Yeah, I love that, of course, you have got in here elements like, look at the bumblebee in there as well, which you have done with, is it with organza or just a loop?
It's just a couple of straight stitches and a little bit of a loop in the metallic thread for the wings, so you can add as many bees onto your design as you wish.
I look at that and you can see all those beautiful elements in there with the gorgeous beads and sequins and the organzas and threads and patterns in here. And then if we turn it over, you have got here the elements, the pockets, so you can put your pins in here. You have got, of course, the ways that you can put also the pebble with the chenille needles and basically all those accessories which come in a pack separately, but maybe you have them already and you want a beautiful case. I think this would be absolutely amazing for makeup and so much more. Don't forget to check out your baskets and don't forget the book as well with that inspiration. Katrina, do you know, well, I'm going to say, when we'll get a second book, because that would be amazing.
Hopefully, sometime maybe.
Well, you know what to do now. Just get the book now when it's the only one, and then of course when the second one comes along, you have got then you can collect them. Now, of course, Katrina, it's been a pleasure as always.
Thank you.
Do you know when you are back?
I think it's in a couple of weeks' time.
Well, we look forward as always. Do check out your baskets because it's such an inspirational, products from Rowan Dean, top quality and top beautiful color and shape. Do make sure to check out your baskets, and of course, Katrina, we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time. Thank you so much for coming and letting us see these projects for the first time and getting them.
Exciting. I think
it's very exciting every single time. And of course, do make sure to check out your baskets, not miss out, especially on the brand new today's. But stay tuned because after the break, Leone with Lizia Zigarza, beautiful stamps are next, and you know it's going to be an inspirational hour ahead of us. Well, it is stamping with Lizia Zigarda, then Faber-Castell One Day Special, and then stamping with GMC Designs at 5.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitch Fingers. I've been sewing for most of my life. It's a passion of mine. I really enjoy all aspects of sewing. I'm creative in lots of different ways as well, but sewing is the one I'm most passionate about. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting is all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Hello. Hello and welcome. It's marvellous to have your company. My name's Leonie. You are tuned into the craft store and we've got a lovely hour ahead for you. We've got gorgeous stamps from our lovely Lesia Zagada. Lesia is so talented. Please check her out on Insta. She does the most beautiful displays of how she actually creates her finished work. And honestly, she's so good. Her colouring in is ridiculous. It's so good. So please check that out. You will notice, I mean, the finished samples, they're not mine. You'll be able to tell when you see my colouring in. You know, it's like, wow, they are incredible. But the designs are beautiful. And it's the designs that, of course, will allow us to create some gorgeous stamps. Now, have a look on the website as well, because we have got different stamps coming up this afternoon. This evening. I don't know where I am, because I've only just got in. It feels like morning. It is this evening, later on, 7, that's when we're back. Okay, let's cracking. So what we've got for you, first of all, absolutely gorgeous, your beautiful polar bear. So you've got your polar bear and your deer. I mean, the deer, that is exceptional. Isn't that beautiful? What a beautiful image. Can you see by her colouring in's ridiculous, isn't it? Isn't that just exquisite? So you have got the deer stamp, as you can see. I mean, beautiful stamp. It's a lovely size as well. Obviously exquisitely detailed. So she's got all the, you know, the detail within that image, which is just sensational. And I love that she's put the scarf on it, because it just makes it quirky. So you've got your beautiful deer. You've also got the polar bear. And again, you've got that detail. I mean, the polar bear, he should be in a top hat, really, to go with the deer with a scarf, but he does look, I think he looks really dignified, really strong. And of course, Lesia's card is just beautiful, absolutely beautiful, with the Northern Lights behind it. Isn't that just stunning? Now, if you'd like these two, £15.99, brand new today and exquisite. 082910. Now, of course, they are being shipped overseas, so they're going to be dispatched from the 20th, but plenty of time for you to get all your beautiful winter cards made. And I think that's it with these. They are winter images, you know, not necessarily Christmas. They're just beautiful winter images. Let's face it, your polar bear isn't literally just for Christmas or winter, is it? I mean, polar bears do exist all year round. They don't just pop out just for winter. So they're always going to be there. You might just love a polar bear. Now, next we've got for you. Now, these are funny and they're different, and these are quite Christmassy. We have got a range of dog stamps that she's done, and these are super cute. Later on this evening, 7 o'clock, we have got the cat, so don't worry, we haven't missed the cat out. But he's absolutely beautiful. That is our festive Frenchie. So if you know anyone who's got a gorgeous little Frenchie, and let's face it, loads of people have, haven't they? They have been rather on trend. So if you know anyone, or if you sell your cards, and I'd say this because I have sold all sorts actually with animals on at a dog show once. Honestly, it was the best craft fair I ever went to. Anything with a dog on at a dog show, you're quids in, quite frankly. And this, if you are making cards to sell, this is a lovely one to have, again, because it's different. It's different, it's cool, and with something like that, that is going to be super popular. I love it. I mean, that is such a smiley, fantastic little character. Isn't he gorgeous? Then, of course, he's got his lovely little hat on as well. Now, if you would like to get hold of him, give him a home, your festive Frenchie, £9.99, 274-079. Now, continuing with our lovely little doggies. And what's this one called? Merry Woofing Christmas. Merry Woofing Christmas. That's one you can get wrong, isn't it? And this is lovely. Again, I mean, look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. She's just nailed it, hasn't she? Just really got that dog beautifully, absolutely beautifully. Obviously, with the stamp, you're not getting all the extra bits. On the actual stamp, you can see there, you're getting the little doggy in the blanket. So again, it doesn't have to be Christmas, does that? You have got your Christmas bauble. You've also got Merry Woofing Christmas. That is such a good sentiment. I love that. But yeah, beautiful. But that one's another one that doesn't just have have to be for Christmas. And it's just, the detail on the stamps is just exquisite. Now, £13.99, you are getting 3 stamps there. 311166 is your item number for that one. Okay, next we have got our little doggy with a candy cane. And we're moving on, different style of dogs. And this one, I think this is more generic, really, because there's quite a few dogs with that kind of face. Do you know what I mean? So it doesn't necessarily have to be a specific dog does this one. And it is a really, yeah, he's beautiful. And he does look like a lovely, strong dog. I mean, whose dog would actually be holding a candy cane like that? What's the answer to that? If it were a real candy cane, really? My dogs, that would be destroyed. Right, we're both going to test it. We'll have to film it. So this is our Emily and me, Ed. We're both going to film it and see our dogs with a candy cane. And there will be dog-friendly ones, won't there? Of course there will. Of course there will. Right, we have to do that. Literally, if I give my dogs a candy cane, that'd be gone in seconds. That is beautiful. And actually, you see, coloured in differently, that could look like my Indy. Because she's got one of those long, lovely snouts as my Indy. And obviously, now, if I put a little scarf on my Indy, Lola would literally just rip it off and chew it up. She'd be like, you're not wearing that. I want one. Now, if you do want that, again, beautiful stamp, gorgeous detail. And again, really, really exquisite when you stamp those out. £9.99 is your price, 787-679. Now, we've also got for you, now I really like this one. This one can mix and match with these. You can create so many different scenes. What I love about the way that Leslie has designed this, she's popped a tree there. But I like that the sort of ornaments are separate, so it means you could just use a tree. So it could actually be quite a natural tree, which is why she's give you the hills there. So it doesn't have to be a decorative tree, but if you want the decorative tree, what she's giving you is the tub, you've got the baubles, you've got the little fairy on the top there. So you've got a really nice combination. So it really does allow you to make so many different looks. I mean, that's beautiful that Leslie's done, isn't it? Isn't that stunning? It is a lovely, massive tree. I really like that. I just think that is absolutely exquisite. And as usual, the way she's coloured that in is just beautiful. She's so clever. Yeah, they absolutely could be antlers. Yeah, I really like that. I just think it's one of those stamps that you'll use over and over again. And the fact that you've got all the ornaments separate, it allows for a real creativity. Now, 860-487, your item number, only £14.99. And then we have got for you, and I love the way she's done this one as well, because again, it's just full of detail. It's a decent size stamp. And of course, with this one, you've got the bells, you've got the beautiful pine in there, you've got that big, gorgeous bow, and then you have got the orange. I love the orange and the cinnamon. I think it all looks absolutely beautiful. And yeah, look at the colouring in. I mean, that is just fantastic, isn't it? She does it all with pencil crayons. That's what she uses, our Lesia. And yeah, she's just so talented. Again, that's only £11.99. It's a beautiful stamp. Is that really traditional? 042616 is your item number. And then sentiments. Obviously essential to have your sentiments. And with this one, you've got 3 different sentiments. So you have got, first of all, your Happy New Year, which is beautiful. It's got such a gorgeous flow to it as that one. You've also got your beautiful winter wishes, which is just absolutely gorgeous, and it's sending you winter wishes. And again, it's the way they've been done. It's that beautiful decoration, which makes these look absolutely exquisite. Let me show a few of these, because Leslie has used Best Wishes on that one. And I like that, because again, Best Wishes, it could be for anything, couldn't it? You know, it could be for Christmas, but it could just be a winter card. You know, you've got so much choice with that one. With that one, your Happy New Year. I mean, look at the script. That is beautiful. It really looks like it's been handwritten, doesn't it? That is so nice. It's a gorgeous stamp, is that? And that is another of your beautiful best wishes, which is gorgeous. Now, this one, this is something that Lesia does a lot. She does the mixture of the different fonts, and that always looks gorgeous. I mean, it's one of those that, you know, she always makes sure the font works beautifully. That stamp, if you love that stamp, we've got that coming up later at 7 o'clock, so please make sure you tune in for that one. And again, there it is again. And it's one of those stamps that you'll use a lot. I love that snow globe. That is so different. And that again is coming up at 7 o'clock. It is a different hour, so please make sure you do tune in at 7 o'clock. Now, if you do want, it is just going to be me though. But the team's here now. Yay, team! If you would like that gorgeous collection, 822083 is your item number. Now, check the website out at thecraftstore.com. That's where you're going to see all the other goodies from Lesia. So please do have a little peruse, because honestly, we've got so many gorgeous, gorgeous different stamps and different designs. Of course, with Lesia, I love the fact that we've got such beautiful inspiration. I mean, she is absolutely amazing. So again, please check out her Instagram post, because it is amazing. Now, we've also got, what's our 7 days savers? Washi tape. That's a nice little collection, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh, I like that. Cracking. You've got 11 rolls there for £14.49. Oh, we do like a little bit of washi tape. Should have been 36 quid, that one. You're going to get it for £14.49. Absolute bargain. Please check it all out. We've got loads of different 7 day savers, so don't miss out on those little beauties. Okay, so where I'm going to start, I'm actually going to start with the wonderful little polar bear. Remember, your polar bear, you do get him with the beautiful stag. I mean, this is such a gorgeous, gorgeous collection. Then with the polar bear, it's one of those. I'll stamp him on white card first of all, so you can see him on white card. But it is one of those you're going to use him in so many different ways. Now, I'm actually, just because I'm going to get him so he's right on my block, because if he's on an angle on my block, it messes with my head. Let me just find my grey pad. Now, I'm going to use grey because I want it not too, I don't want the base colour too harsh, because obviously I'm going to be building up the white. So I think it'll be beautiful in a grey, because it just doesn't look too much. You know, sometimes when you're stamping black, it is just a bit too harsh, is that line. Now, I wanted to show it on white first of all, because so you can see the detail. I mean, it's such a beautiful image. And that is so easy, you know, to make absolutely exquisite. Something like that. Immediately you can create so many different looks. I have been rather tempted to go, and I've got my own pencils, I've got my own pens. I have been rather tempted to go over there and borrow things. I haven't. I've been really good, but you know when it's like, oh, I could just borrow. I'm not gonna, I'm being good. But I'm gonna do it on craft card. Now, Leslie works on craft card all the time. I don't. But I thought for a change, I'm gonna work on craft card just because, why not? So what I'm gonna do, I've cut down my craft card first of all. Let's get stamping. So I'm going to put him about there, so it's not too high up, so I can create a nice sky. So there we go. So we've got my beautiful polar bear first of all, and then let's get a mask. So I've already cut a mask out, so I'm going to pop him on so I can start building up around my beautiful polar bear. Now, these are coming in the second hour. I'm cheating a bit. I know, the mountains. We have got these on the show. They are going to be coming up at 7 o'clock, but yeah, I'm just pipping the post a little bit. If you do want these, £10.99 is your price. I know they've already been busy. I really like these. They're very cool indeed. So again, if you do want these, check your baskets out with those ones. So, taking the mountain range, first of all, Again, stamping in grey. Now, I do want these lighter, so I'm going to take another piece of scrap card and I'm going to stamp off onto the scrap card. Now, when you're doing this, don't use it as though that's just a waste. It isn't. You know, you've got a beautiful stamped image. So obviously stamp it with using it in mind. That's too light, okay? That's a bit too light. So what I'm going to do is actually, yeah, too light. But don't panic. Don't panic. Because what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to turn that over for now. Because let's just... And I've found, because I pressed down too hard, if you press down too hard when you're doing that first image, it means you don't leave enough ink on. That's better, isn't it? Now, I will look at, I managed to line it up perfectly. Boom. But that is because I've actually got a clear block. Okay, my lovely Clarity is new and it's clean, so it meant I could line it up, because that can be a little bit, you know, a bit tricky. So yeah, the way to do this, don't press down too hard the first time. So when you're getting rid of the ink, and I want this mounting range this time, just press down gently. If you press down too hard, when you come to do your second generation, you'll have taken too much ink off and you won't actually get a print, as you saw. So that's my gorgeous mountains. I'm going to then take the trees. Now, the trees, I don't need all the trees. I don't really need these dark at all. I want a kind of a suggestion of the trees. So I'm only going to ink up a little bit of this. Okay. So a tiny bit. And again, take off some of the ink. So I'm going to kiss touch it or whatever. Kiss stamp. Is that the word? I think that's the word. And then just bob that there. So it's a suggestion. So when I'm actually starting to colour this in, I kind of have an idea where my trees are going to be, but I don't need to be, it's not specific. Do you know what I mean? And then do exactly the same here. So just dink like that. And then again, just like that. So I've got a suggestion. Beautiful. So let's get colouring. Now, I'm not going to fill the whole thing in just because of time. But when you take your mask off, you've got a really beautiful scene. I mean, it does look amazing. I'm using my pencils. Now, the pencils I've got and I use and actually I love are my Staedtler pencils. They are an aqua pencil. So if you are after an aqua pencil, obviously we've got Faber-Castell who are incredible, and we do have the water pencils. That is your one-day special. So you could get hold of water pencils if you wanted them. However, with this, I'm actually, and I won't do the full thing because of time, but I'm popping the white in. Now, I do not and cannot colour in like Lesia. However, the lovely thing is that you don't need to. You've got a strong image. Because we've got a strong image, it means that it's going to look good whatever. And actually, working on the craft card, you've already got a nice base colour going on. So if you need some tone, like if you want some of the brown tone, just don't lay as much white down, and it gives you a really, really nice shade on there as well. So just bringing this down like so. And I'm just dragging that pencil down, doing little, just little marks, you know, not colouring in like this. And I know Leslie, when she does it, she does do it as though she's painting, she's colouring in fur, you know, because that way you'll get that gorgeous texture. For me, especially on live TV, I ain't doing it as detailed because of time, sadly. And because I haven't got the skill set that Lesia's got. But also time. So, just dragging down that colour. But even though I'm not doing it as detailed as Lesia would, or taking the same time, I'm still doing those little strokes, as opposed to doing large movements. Just those little strokes, and that'll give you a little bit of texture, and it makes it a bit more uneven. So when we're talking fur and things, it is lovely to have a more uneven surface because it's meant to be textured. So don't worry about, if you can see the craft card. That's part of the actual texture of the fur. So get your white down, and I know what I always, you know, I'm obviously going to say you'll take longer than me. It's the TV thing, isn't it, that we all say that you'll take longer. Now take a grey. And the grey, now there are queues on the phones. If you do want to get hold of anything, just head over to the website. It is thecraftstore.com, or of course you can shop on the app, and the app is very handy actually. You can watch on the app and shop on the app. And the grey, now the grey, it'll add your tones, it'll add depth to it. See that obviously, you know, your polar bear, you're thinking just white, but you know, this will give you a shade, it'll give you your a bit of depth to it, because you don't want it just pure white, otherwise it's not going to look natural. So just bringing that grey in. Lesia gives you the extra lines, so here, and that's where we know we can add extra shading, you know, it'll work there. So if you just add your extra shading in there, and then obviously just little bits of grey here and there, so it looks like the, you know, again, it looks like fur. It gives it that really nice sort of texture to it. See, it looks quite nice, doesn't it? Quite. Here's a chunky one. Well, they're meant to be chunky, aren't they? It's when they're not chunky, life's not good. It's horrible. I can't watch nature programs, you know. Yeah, this is a very healthy polar bear. This polar bear's doing all right. I'm going to bring a tiny bit of the brown. So just little bits of brown in there. Again, because we've got, and I am literally copying off what Lesia did. Please don't think this is anything from my, because this is where I'm rubbish, actually. When I colour in, I'm really bad at colour. At knowing, especially with stuff like this, it's knowing where to put my highlights, where to put my shading, what colours to use, you know, actually bringing blues and purples and things in. I'm really rubbish at that colour theory. But this is a beautiful thing about craft, isn't it? You know, you've got people like Lesia who are there to inspire us and train us, and then once you've learnt, oh, okay, yeah, that I'm meant to do that, and then every time then you're like, oh, it's a learnt skill, and that's the beautiful thing about this. I'm going back in with the white, and that will allow me to just bring those colours and blend those colours. Now, I'm not pressing, that was the noise of a polar bear. Beautiful. I'm not pressing hard, because when you're colouring in with your pencils, it's nice light strokes. You don't want to be putting lots of pressure on there, because this will allow you the light, even strokes, or the light strokes anyway. That'll allow you to build up those layers. And I do really like, again, I'm not going to do the full thing just because of time, but then on here, look, start bringing in the white on here. If you want to extend the background, so bring in some mountains, bring in some hills. If you use that grey, the grey is gorgeous for that, because again, it's really subtle. So you bring a grey in, and that allows you to bring those in. Now, I'll just do this side. So with the mountains, bring in the gorgeous white in, which really pops on that craft card. But then I'm going to bring a little bit of blue into this. So I'm going to bring a little bit of grey. So those mountains, where she's given us the lines, emphasise those lines, and bring in a little bit of grey with those, and a bit of blue. And the blue it's beautiful using blue, because that's your cold, isn't it? You know, that's what will signify or it makes you think of the cold, so it really, really works, does that. And then the trees, just really, really quickly, with the trees, because they are so far away, they're really in the distance, so it's more of a shadow. And this is what I was saying about only being a hint of the trees. So I'm not going in detail, I'm literally just scribbling those in, because it's just a kind of suggestion that the trees are there. so you can see. Now that mounting set, if you do want that mounting set, it's a really nice set, is that. I like that a lot. And it's one of those you'll use tons. You could use it with so many other stamps as well. If you do want that, remember you will be seeing that. We'll show you that in more detail. At 7 o'clock, but I'm saying we'll show you more detail. 20% of the stock's gone. Theoretically, we'll show you, but yeah, 20% of the stock has gone of that one. So if you do want that one, please check your basket out with that one. I've put a hint of green in that one, but not much because you didn't really need it. Really like that. Now the sky, because and I know I keep saying I'm not going to finish it, but I'm going to say it again. I'm not finishing this. But your sky. Now there's loads of ways you can do your sky. Lesia does your pencils again, so we could bring our pencils in, and because we're thinking a beautiful. Now this is where I'm absolutely not doing it the same as Lesia, because I like the watercolour pencils for the watercolour properties, so the rest of it I'm going to keep as pencil. Oh, I should have done that side, shouldn't I? I'll do this side, because then at least one side's sort of finished. So I'll keep this just pencil. I'm not going to activate, I'm not going to bring water into it. However, this bit I'm not. And I want this to have lots of colours. So I'm going to go in with the blue. I'm going to bring in some purple. When we went to Iceland, sadly we didn't get to see Northern Lights. But it's funny, like, that was always one of the things I really wanted to see in life. But Iceland is that amazing, I wasn't disappointed. Because there's that much else to see. Like, no, fair play. I can live without it. Not disappointed. Iceland is, oh my gosh, it's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing. Oh, it were brilliant with that. Gosh, that was just before lockdown as well. And we were in the doodah what's-its. Oh, gosh, here she goes again. In the thermal pools, the massive thermal pools with loads of people, just before lockdown. When you go, oh, I wonder if it was us that brought it into... No, it wasn't poorly. I weren't poorly. But can you imagine? I mean, if we'd have known, it's funny, isn't it? Like, when you look back, it's like, gosh, we were all splashing about in the same pools. Fancy that. Anyway, there you go. Moving on, kid. Moving on. Bring in a bit of pink as well. It is funny that when you look back in it, it's like, oh, that happened. Not funny, ha-ha. Not funny, ha-ha. Funny, oh, the world of the strange funny. That kind of funny, like, oh, yeah, I've got out of all the things that I said that might have been taken wrong. So I'm just darkening this up round the mountains, putting darker colour. Now, this is when it gets cool, because I'm just gonna add a little bit of water. So, a little bit of water, and it isn't that just glorious? See, and again, if you do want your one-day special, because your one-day special pencils, you'll be able to do this. But just bringing it right up to our Paul, the Paula. Paul the Paula. Is it Paul or is it Pauline? Either one. It's up to you. There you go. There we go. So just bringing that up. Now, you would faff about for ages, but look. See, when you put the sky in, doesn't it look fab? Because it really makes, doesn't it make him just pop? It's ridiculous how cool it looks. So, of course, I'm so sorry because I'm not going to finish this because we've got things to do, places to go, people to see. But... oh, stop, Leone, I can't. I have to do this now. But it is, as soon as you put that sky in, it just goes pop and looks absolutely sensational. Now, look, and Lesia's, of course, is way better. But let me show Lesia's. Look. Wow. Just beautiful. That's all pencil. Yeah, she's amazing. She's amazing. Yeah, I know, they're just beautiful. I think she uses a polychromo, but they're absolutely sensational. But you see, I'm a watercolour pencil girl, and honestly, have a play with them. You'll love them. Now, okay, I better show you some other things, haven't I? If you would like to get hold of these, please check your basket. Absolutely stunning. He's beautiful. Remember, he does come with the stag stamp, who's also absolutely, I'm going to stamp this really quickly. This is such a strong, gorgeous image. Let me show you just how beautiful he is, because it's one of those images when you see that stamped, it's just such a stunning image. Look at that. Beautiful. I love that. I think that's absolutely classy. Nice for male stamps as well. Nice for masculine cards. Okay, if you do want to get hold of anything, please check your basket. Say, if you're spending over £60, it does mean you can open up your own flexi basket. Here's a little bit more about it.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello and welcome. Right, if you are spending £60, please remember that does include the stuff we have got later on. So check out the website, have a look at the other goodies that we've got coming up at 7 o'clock. Okay, I'll whip down the counter and then we can do another demonstration. So first of all, you've got the two stamps. So you've got the beautiful stag, and then you have got that gorgeous polar bear. I mean, that is absolutely sensational. Beautiful set of stamps. Obviously, with these ones, there's so much you can do. Not just Christmas either, our lovely polar bear. And the stag, I mean, that is such a classic design, but different. And this is the thing, isn't it? How many stag stamps have you seen? But how many have you seen like that? And I think this is what I love about Lesia. She makes stamps that stand out. Now, if you do want to get hold of those two, 082 910 is your item number. Absolutely stunning. Now, next we've got for you, and again, beautiful. Sorry, I am doing two things at once. So next we have got for you the beginning of our lovely dog selection, and he is well cute. Our lovely little Frenchie, the smiliest face on the block. I mean, look at him. Seasons, greetings. Frenchie, let's have Fred. Yeah, why not? Be rude not to, wouldn't it, Fred? Only £9.99. Bring a Frenchie home. I mean, yeah, if you are selling your cards, this is such a beautiful one to have, because again, there's that many people who love their animals, who love the doggies, so that would be absolutely perfect. £99. £9.99 is the price. 274079 is your item number for our lovely festive Frenchie. 274079. And that's the actual stamp. Seasons, greetings. And I like that he's growling at you. Now, next we've got for you Merry Woofing Christmas. Oh, Lou likes that one. Oh, yes, Lou. Oh, have a Merry Woofing Christmas. That's a bit like, what were we selling? Kiss Off the other day, weren't we? Yeah, we were selling Kiss Off and Merry Woofing Christmas. And now then, this is beautiful. Look at its face. I mean, that is gorgeous. Look at its little face. Don't you just want to give that little puppy dog a cuddle? Yeah. Yeah, I want to, and it really annoys them, doesn't it? You want to go lay down next to them and be way over the top and cuddle them up too much, and they're like, get off. That is just gorgeous. It's a beautiful stamp. You've got your little Christmas bauble, you've got your Merry Wuffing Christmas, but of course that doesn't need to be a Christmas card. A Christmas card if you don't want to, but as a Christmas card, I mean, how lovely is that? It's so, yeah, the bauble should be in its mouth or crunched up on the floor if it's out to do with mine. It's so lovely, is that? And again, I love the font that Leslie uses. It's really, really classy. Now, if you do want that set of stamps for £13.99, it's 311166, your item number for that one. Now, next we've got for you, and again, our lovely little doggy, and this is the one that's more generic. So if it's, you know, if it's someone that just loves dogs, or they've got a dog like me that, you know, is one of those nondescript, bit of everything. I've got a DNA test that I still need to do, actually, for my dogs. Yeah, Paula bought me DNA test for my dogs. Dying to do it, I haven't got round to it yet. But this is gorgeous. I love the detail. I just think he's just such a beautiful dog. Again, you've got that Christmas element with the candy cane and then the lovely scarf. Only £9.99, and it is just such a glorious image as well. Really, really beautiful when it's coloured in. I mean, look at that. It's stunning. Absolutely stunning. And yeah, you could. It would be a bit tricky masking off the candy cane. Yeah, it would be tricky, would that? 787, but it's possible. 787679 is your item number if you'd like to get hold of him. Now, next we've got, and again, absolutely gorgeous, the detail, loving this one. I think this is such a glorious image. I'm going to use this one next. The Christmas tree's ace because you've got the tree independently. So then you've got all the other elements. So you've got the beautiful snow on the ground, of course. You've got the little tub, if you want to pop him in the tub, and then all the lovely little Christmas decorations. I mean, it's such a gorgeous tree, but the tree itself is beautifully detailed. You know, you've got all that sort of stuff going on, which looks amazing. Really, really pretty. And I'll hold it up so you can actually see the bottom of the card as well. Isn't that gorgeous? And I love the tub that she's drawn. It looks really natural, doesn't it? It looks real. Now, £14.99, such a good price for that. That is an exquisite set of stamps. No, it isn't. 860487, your item number. £14.99. Now, the beautiful Christmas bells. And again, these are so exquisite. The way she's drawn these, the detail in these is just beautiful. Because you have got the ribbon, you've got all the extra details, like, of course, the cinnamon sticks and the orange and, you know, all the beautiful decorations. And it is just a classy image, isn't it? You know, it's one of those images you can use again and again and again. Easy to do little decoupage elements on this as well. But look at that. I think that is lovely. Absolutely lovely. Really, really traditional. Now, £11.99 is your price. 042616, your item number. You've then got your sentiments, of course. So, with your sentiments, these are so classy. You've got your Happy New Year. The font on your Happy New Year is exceptional. I mean, that is absolutely beautiful. You've then got your best wishes, and then you have got your sending warm winter wishes. Sorry, I couldn't see it. Sending your warm winter wishes. I mean, this is just a really nice set of stamps, and one of those that you'll be able to use again and again and again. And it does, I mean, when you look at it, doesn't her fonts that she uses, that's absolutely gorgeous. The mixture in fonts is just beautiful. That stamp, of course, a lovely little envelope, that is coming up at 7 o'clock, as is that incredible snow globe. That is so cool. Because it's just, oh, I love just the movement of that. That is wonderful. You've got that beautiful best wishes, and then absolutely my favourite, that Happy New Year. That is just it. That is my favourite. I think that's stunning. Now, if you do want those, £10.99 is your price. 822083, your item number. Now, shop by brand. If you have a look at our lovely Lessia's images, you will see on there all the different stamps that we have got from Lessia. Lessia has joined us here at the craft store quite a few times now. I mean, we've had quite a few different beautiful, beautiful stamps from Lessia. And honestly, we've got so many gorgeous images on today's show. If you want anything, check your baskets out. If, however, you've already got some of Lessia's beautiful images at home and you'd like to share some of the stuff that you've been creating, we always love seeing what you've been doing. So please do send your photographs in, because it's always right nice to see what you've been up to. We've got a message, actually. This is from Simon. Hello there, Simon. So, Simon says, can we give his lovely fiancée a get well soon message? What's his fiancée called? Alison. Hi, Alison. Get well soon, Alison. Lou says get well soon. He said the craft store's keeping them going. Oh, thank you. And get well soon. I hope you're all snuggled up, and obviously it sounds like Simon's really looking after you. So yeah, get well soon. Oh, take care. Okay, what am I doing now? What I am doing, I'm going to do the tree. I'm looking, where did I put my paper? There. Yes, I didn't hide it from myself. My paper trimmer, because I'm working on a bigger piece of card this time, and I'll go back to my cream. So, okay, so where we're going to start is, let's go with the tree first of all. So our beautiful tree stamp, I did put it on a block and then forgot where I put my block. Bear with, I was trying to be organised when I was going down counter. I was putting things on blocks at the same time as talking, but then I'm not 100% sure. There it is. Yes. Well, no, I didn't. I put them down again. Well, I didn't. Yeah, anyway. Right, okay. So, our lovely little Christmas tree. So, what we've got with the Christmas tree. Beautiful image. Now, this is one of those you can use in so many different ways. So if I wanted to, and I won't put anything else yet. In fact, let's do a background first of all with this. So if I just take a really quick, let's do a really quick, gorgeous background. So I want a really nice, soft kind of bluey background, because, I had the pen out, because I want it to be all sort of Christmassy and lovely. So if I just take a little brush pen here, just put a little bit of blue around the outside, like so. A little bit of blue around the outside. Let's bring a little bit of pink in as well, just because. So we get some nice purples and things going on. Okay. I'm hoping I've got the right card out. There we go. Now, have I got the right card? If I haven't got the right card, then it ain't going to move and do what I want it to do. Oh, no, it isn't moving and doing what I want it to do. Wrong card. It's one of them, innit? It's like, oh, yeah, you should have got that bit of card instead. Because, oh, no, you shouldn't. Because that, oh, Leone. Oh, Leone. It's where it all goes wrong. It's got to tape. To tape. Oh, get that bit of card. You know that'll work. It's okay. It's okay. We're all right. It's all right. Okay, let's do it on here. Right, if you're ever not sure about your card and you want to do it safe, go on your glass mat first. It's way safer. Don't know why I didn't do that. So do a bit on there. Do a bit on there. Obviously, I normally use my pens, don't I? Sorry, not my pens, my ink pads, but I just wanted to mix it up just for a change. Let's get that nice and fluid, and then just bring my card into it. So pick up that colour, like so. So I start getting a really nice background. See, that's nicer, isn't it? And that works. So you've got a really beautiful background going on there, which does look absolutely exquisite. I will use... I will use some rice paper. This is our lovely indigo blue rice paper, and we have got a very exciting one-day special coming up for you. Our Kate is in the building, but we've actually got an amazing block Waller one-day special, and oh my gosh, I'm so excited because I'm going to be launching that with the ladies. And yeah, proper excited. Now look at that. So beautiful colour. That's a beautiful colour. And honestly, those pens are Pentel actually, and they are so bright. I mean, so rich. Now bringing the tree in. Now with this one, I want that on there, but obviously I need this one to stand out. So I'm actually going to go in black with this one. Now have a look at the detail of this. I should really blast that card dry, but time. It's time. So I'm not going to. I've got 15.5 minutes, but before you know it, you run out of time. Now, I'm gonna stamp it up here, but I'll probably cut my card down. So this is just such a beautiful image. Oh, I've missed a bit. This is such a bit. Do you know what? That's where we're gonna put our Christmas bauble. So, sorry, I was looking for my plats, my little block, because I didn't get that out either. So I've got a little block there. Get my stamp again, because, oh, I tell you what it's got. Look at these. These are lovely little pine cones. I know, how cute. I love things like this. When designers give us lovely little elements like this, it's just joyous, because it allows you, again, to build things up. It allows you to design what what you want on your gorgeous card. So it really allows you to do what you want on the actual design and image, and change it up as well. So a lovely little, and you've got smaller ones as well. So pop a tinier one, like so. There you go. So a few of these as well, like so. I'm not going to put too many because I've gone a bit heavy with that ink, because it could have done way a little bit lighter, because the pine cones are too strong, because that brown, that is super strong. So that pine cone, if I were doing this again, which I am going to be doing, if I were doing this again, don't talk about it, do it. Go lighter with that one, because otherwise you don't want the pine cone. You want the pine cone to actually sit within the tree. You don't want it to overshadow the tree, do you? And this time I'll get it to stamp properly as well. And there we go. There, that's much better. How gorgeous is that image? Keep that on there. So your pine cones. Do you know what? It's interesting actually, and this is something that I absolutely encourage you to do. When you've got a new stamp, like something like this, test it out before you actually go in, because sometimes you don't know how a stamp's going to be or react, or how you're going to use it. So it is really important to have a bit of a test run before you go on to your main image. So I did that on purpose to show you a little test run. So with this beautiful stamp on its own, it looks absolutely stunning. You can decorate it with, of course, the wonderful little the pine cones. You've also got the little bucket. So if I wanted to, little bucket. There we are. Oh, it's a bucket. I don't know why bucket has to be said like that, but it does. Sounds miles better. Oh, look at bucket. And then, oh, what a lovely bucket you've got. And then, I don't know why. Don't know. And then look, I love these. And just that hill stamp. Look at that. Doesn't that look fabulous? I love it because immediately it goes pop, and you've got it in situ. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, that's so cool. And then on this lovely set of stamps, look, you've even got your little fairy. And again, I am going to do this in brown. Now I'm just showing you the images. I'm no longer actually creating. But look, isn't that pretty? I love that image. So anyway, that's your tree stamp on its own. Your tree stamp, obviously, loads of ways of using it, of course. The branches, and this is another lovely thing with this image, like those branches, oh, I'll put it back down. You could easily, let's get, how much time have I got? 9 minutes, that's okay. I want to use lighter ink, because if you're going too intense like that last one, it is too intense, you know. If we go in with a lighter ink, I'm going to go in with green. I would faff and try and find brown, but time. So if we go in now, so if you take your stamp and just start to build it up like this, and what you'll get this really beautiful sort of foliage coming in. So take your stamp and ink the stamp up, but then move it around like this and keep restamping. And can you see you're creating that beautiful sort of bow with it? So don't think with this image, this isn't just to be used as a specific Christmas tree, because I think something like this, it really works. And it works because she's done these so detailed, and because she's actually created those really fine details on the actual pine, it allows us to really build that up. I love that. I think that looks absolutely gorgeous. If I were doing this again now, I'd actually start layering. I'd do more layers with this one, and I would now bring in some of the brown over the top to add more depth to it. Because of time, I know I keep saying that, but because of time, I'm not going to faff too long. But I really like that. I think that looks beautiful. Let me just clean my stamp off. Now, while we clean my stamp off, we have had a picture. This is from Claire. Let's have a look. Oh, Claire, that's just beautiful. I remember that one. That's one of Lessia's. Oh, and stunning. She said they stamp beautifully, and and what did she say? And the images are so detailed. Claire, thank you. That is exquisite. Isn't that just a beautiful image? It's what, honestly, Lesia, she's created so many strong stamps. That is gorgeous. Claire, thank you ever so much. That is really nice. If you do want to share your images, please get those in. See, now I love that. I think that looks really pretty. Really nice way of using that Christmas stamp. This is another way of using it. So I'm going to take, shall I take, right, which one shall we go for? Shall we have him or it's other one? Or you like Festive Friendship? I'm going to stamp them both because I've got time. 6.5 minutes. Okay, let's start with our Merry Woofing Christmas. I like this one. I think that is such a beautiful image. Look at him. He's stunning. So he's going to go there like so. That's gorgeous. Look at him. Isn't that just... And it's so crisp. I mean, the detail of that is exquisite. It really does like you have hand-drawn that, doesn't it? I mean, it is stunning. If I take the little bauble, so you've got the little bauble. Yeah, it does look like a bit of a... I tell you what it is, it's because she uses a pointillism in there for that detail. And that is it's a proper game changer, because it really does add to that image. Again, to add to the image, let's get our lovely little tree. And what we're going to do, we'll put this in here in the background. So it looks like it's got our lovely little tree. And then, because the way that you stamp this, again, you can increase the size. So it actually looks like a bigger, fuller tree that is sat next to. So hold on a second, ink the right bit, Leonie. So now if I go in like this, again, extend it out, and you've got a fuller tree. I need to do it like this, just so. And then at the top there we go. So it's a really nice, see, full tree. So it extends that image. I mean, you can go in, if I were doing this again, go in with green, extend it even more, and you get a really beautiful image. You get your drawing pen. I obviously don't know where I've put mine. You get your drawing pen and bring a line. Oh, it's there. You could bring a line in the background. So you've actually created a little line there as well. And obviously colour him in. Isn't he beautiful? So that's one of our little doggies. Let me show you one of the other images, because he's so cute as well. Because we've only got 4.5 minutes, but hopefully we'll get to stamp him. Look at his face. I mean, these are just exquisite. So just peel that off there, like so. Boom. Get our gorgeous little doggy. And then, oops, lots of ink. Stamping that up. I mean, what she really, really has nailed with this one is that fabulous expression. Look at that. I mean, he is such a happy dog. He's just like, hello, hello. And look. Is that not just the happiest dog? And that is going to be ridiculously easy to colour in as well. Because it's one of those that's got some really good open spaces, you will love colouring that one in. And then let's have best wishes. We've got 3.5 minutes. So let's do our beautiful best wishes at the bottom. Isn't it gorgeous? And see, something like that you don't need much with. You know, that one, where did I put my lovely Christmassy thingy? See, that, I reckon, he would look amazing. Oh, in fact, no, we're going to do this one in there. Quick. Quick. Dog with candy cane. Oh. But then, would the stag look better in there? Stag would, wouldn't it? Would it? Just do the dog, Leona. You got 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes, kid. You haven't got time for this. Look at him. Oh, that could so be my Indy. I have to go home and walk my Indy in a minute. There. Look, isn't that lovely? And if it were my Indy, you see, I'd have to just do little bits of brown. And, oh, she wouldn't be sat there. She'd be, obviously, it's like, oh, there's lots of foliage. She'd be going eating whatever is in the foliage, quite frankly. And as I was saying with this one, what I would do with that foliage, so if we put our best wishes again, because that's the stamp I've got out, and it is quite beautiful. So we got our lovely best wishes there. Gorgeous. And then that tree one, you see. So we've gone in with the green. If you then go in with a darker colour, so if we go, oh, this might be a bit too dark now. But if you then go in with a darker colour, it intensifies it. See, and no, that's perfect. That gives you such a beautiful border. Honestly, this is a cracking image, because it is one of those you can do a lot with. It's one of those, because of the way it's been drawn, it allows for a lot of variation. I really like that. That is so exquisite, and that image is absolutely beautiful. We've got 1.5 minutes. Shall I try and stamp one more? I don't know. Right, hold on. Don't clean the stamp then, kid. Let me stamp the bells. I think that's about the only one I haven't stamped then, isn't it? I love it, because I've managed to finish no cards, but I've opened everything. Quick. So our beautiful bells. Now, again, this is such a gorgeous image. It's one of them that's just classy, absolutely classy. And it's lovely to colour in as well. It's all about the detail. That's what Lesia always nails for you. So every time you use this, it's one of them, if you love colouring in, Lesia is the definite one to go for. I mean, look at that for detail. Okay, gang, I will be with you at 6 o'clock and then 7 o'clock. So 7 o'clock, there's another beautiful Lesia, but it's different stamps. So please do join us then. But don't go anywhere. I managed not to pinch any of these things that are coming. I nearly borrowed them for this hour, but I was so good. Don't go anywhere. It's a one-day special up next. Some words of the Faber-Castell. It is indeed your one-day gorgeous special. We're then stamping with JMC Designs and then Blockwalla. One-day special. Exciting!
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the craft store.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people. I hope you can join me on my Let Leonie Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Good afternoon. I mean, I think it's still afternoon, isn't it? 4 o'clock. Well, and of course, 4 o'clock here at the craft store. Well, if you are just joining us, it's a brilliant time to join us because, of course, it's the final call for the one-day special, which are launched at 6 p.m. every day. Now, it is a one-day special for a reason. It's an amazing product at an amazing saving, and this is what we are talking about today. Now, the final call means that, of course, that saving is going to expire at 6 p.m. or until stocks last. However, this is, of course, you will be able to check out your basket until 6 p.m. and grab the bargain. However, don't run the risk of that. It's Faber-Castell, it's amazing pencils, and to tell us all about how amazing these pencils are and how much you're going to fall in love with them as well, we have got Lou Withers here with us. How are you, Lou?
Hello, I'm in my element.
Well, I think that it's almost impossible not to be in your element with beautiful pigments and colours.
And you know, when you've got quality stuff, I say this again and again and again, you get so much confidence from what you produce that it leads on and inspires and leads on and inspires, and before you know it, you know, you look back at your old work and you think, really, in such a short space of time I've developed that much because of the products and the confidence. And it's like a comfy pair of shoes. The more you use it, the better they get, and this is what these are like. They're real go-to ones. I love them.
And absolutely, they are go-to. Now, the one-day special is this beautiful tin of 24 water-based, water-soluble pencils with amazing hues in there. And we are talking now to Faber-Castell. Not only is renowned itself, but we are talking about Albrecht Dürer range, which of course is the top of the artist range from Faber-Castell. And we are talking about something that is a kind of a different from polychromos. If you are thinking, oh, I have got polychromos, because those ones are wax-based, these ones are kind of water soluble. If you want your one-day special, you can have it with a £15 saving and also a flexi-buy option, which means that you spread the cost into interest-free payments of £17.50 or one-off payment of £34.99. 375256 is your item number for the one-day special. However, you know, yesterday when we did the first show on these ones, I immediately went like, nah, I want the 36, I want more, I want more and more. And also good news, although it did sell out at 8 p.m., we have got more on extended delivery. It will be dispatched from the 22nd of October, so not long to wait at all. But, well, 36 gives us so many different more possibilities, doesn't it?
Just look at those colours. It's just a full range, isn't it? It's just a rainbow in a box. And the fact that then you can mix all the colours together, and then together, and then together. And on there, I've just shown you the pigment laid down and then washed out. And to think that all of it in a pencil, it's a bit mad that to think that all that is contained in that pencil.
It is indeed, and the thing is, with having more colours, it's easier to achieve even more colours. You know, exponentially more colours in there. Now, of course, the pencils themselves. I'm going to grab one. Which one? Which shall I go for? My classic. Shall I go?
Red.
Red. I'm going to go for this red.
I like the fact you've got warm and cool reds in this as well.
That's really... You have got the dark red. Now, am I right thinking that these coordinates with the polychromos colour?
All of them. All of them.
So we could actually do like watercolours in here, and then kind of want to accentuate, bring in more, and then put a little bit of polychromos, which are wax-based, so the water won't react.
I'll be honest with you, a long time people have thought that it's one or the other, but what you don't realise is that a lot of graphic artists, they start with a pencil, then go to pen, and then go to pen, and go to... and they just build and build and build, and this is why that you're going to get the same colour in pen, in tube, everything. It's going to be, the whole thing is going to be the same colour. It's stunning. And you made a really good point. These are hexagon, or whatever shape, and the others are round. So you're never going to get them mixed up.
I love as well the kind of light fastness as well, the kind of indication, the water brush made in Germany. We know we are talking about quality in here. Oh, also, well, I'm going to do this one as well, because if we put it like this, we can see the lead in there. It's a white lead, isn't it?
And it's a 3.8. So it's larger than the surface you normally get, and when you put the colour down and shade with it, you're able to lay more colour down in a short space of time. And they really are, even to the fact that the wood that's made, that the barrels are made of, is sustainable, that they look after rainforests, they've got their own Amazon sort of beautiful habitats. They're just amazing. And 1761?
Wow, so yeah, 1761, yeah. I mean, it is incredible heritage as well. You know, as somebody pointed out in the right way, older than the America, the USA of America.
Well, when you think that this pencil, right, was being invented when they were still using quills.
Wow, true. Yeah, no, that is.
You know, so the normal thing would be a quill and ink. So if you think how revolutionary that would be, a pencil, what's this strange thing that they're bringing in called a pencil? And so in that respect, when you think of it in, you know, in the time scale.
Oh, it really kind of shows that they got it right, that they know what quality is, you know the quality, and in the fact that they are called Albert, you know, cannot pronounce it. I always call it Albert because it's easier to pronounce.
It's the same one. It's Albert Dürer.
Which also, for a Renaissance German painter, he used to do not only oils, but also watercolors, right? So hence why they use the name for it.
Well, it's really important. That's a really good point, because a lot of the old painters, most of the, you know, world famous, renowned painters always did studies in watercolour because they could change it, and it was like almost watercolour you could rub out with water, whereas oil paint was expensive, it's time consuming. So a lot of people now, you'll see a lot of famous artists, collections of watercolours, and that's where this stems from. And if you think we've got them here in
well, anyway, yeah, that's what it is. You're buying not only quality but heritage. You're getting into a little bit of part of history as well. And I love the way that you kind of close it up as well, because you can then see that beautiful tag and they're kind of
nice packaging though, isn't it?
It's such a lovely packaging. And also the fact that the binder is Evie, is it that? Could you explain us the binder that makes it the lead not to break so much?
Well, it's called SV bonding, and a lot of the top pencils, we've got our polychromos, they've got this binding as well, and other brands. When you get a really good quality pencil, pastel, anything, it crumbles really fast. So this has got gone through an element called SV bonding, where it's made hopefully break resistant, but not, it won't, we can't say it'll never break.
You know what, I have to say, just looking at them, I was looking at the shot and kind of the beautiful rainbow colors, and I was just like, you just want them. And now if you want them, please make sure to check out your baskets. And now very, very busy for that extended delivery stock. 2/3 of the stock has gone. It will be dispatched on the 22nd of October, but you still get your amazing saving of £28. You, not only that, is that £49.99 is one-off payment. Maybe you are thinking making it easier to get it, spread the cost in 2 interest-free payments of £25. 970-127 is your item number. Very busy on the phone lines. If you have got access to the internet, thecraftstore.com will be the easiest and fastest way to check out, and you can see all the different options for not only the pencils but also the markers and also the many papers as well that we have got, which are quite interesting to play around with, especially with the markers. Also, there are 2 different options. You can go for the duo or the twin pack of A4, or you can go for the A3. And they are 70 GSM, but they are kind of super smooth. Therefore, the water reacts in a very different way from other elements. Also, very busy for that Faber-Castell Paint Artist Pen, the set of 4 black and the metallic gold and silver. That will be perfect to make accents that sparkle into your creations. And now, of course, the paper pads that we were mentioning, the twin pack of A4. Now, Lou, yesterday when you were playing, we were like, oh, Annie can do this, Annie can do that.
Everybody I've spoken to and who's seen that, I've thought, you can't be that, you're going over the top with this paper. Honestly, even my other half said, what's this paper about? When I show him later, he's going to be astounded, because you think you're going to, it's going to break, it's going to rip. Even Kim, the producer, said that. She said, why aren't you putting a hole in it? I don't know. I've tried to find out, but it just works.
It's that way that it's kind of manufactured, that it has got that certain element. It feels, I think it's kind of almost like a hybrid between Yupo and traditional paper.
Perfect. And if you put this in a box, you'd think, oh, it's like thin copy paper, and it's not. It's not. So not.
That is why I kind of think that if you think of a copy of paper and you think of Yupo, the love child, this is what it is, you know. And of course, we have got the set of 2 A4 for £13.99, where you are getting 100 sheets in total. 838730 is your item number. Also, we have got the A3 for the larger artworks that you wish to do. And remember that this one, if you add it to your flexi basket, so for instance, the set of 36 pencils, then you can spread the cost even of the 11.99. In here, of course, A3, you are getting 50 sheets of the same paper. 915982 is your item number. Right, so the pencils, we get them home. What do we do with them?
Right, first thing, you need to get swatches made. Now, you might think, well, what's the point of that? You need to know how it reacts on the paper that you're using, and you need to know how dense the pigment is. Can I tell you that normally you would get like a chalkiness, not to all pencils, but watercolours, and I haven't found it with these, because the binder, there's not a huge amount of binder, it's all pigment. So just to show you, right, this is a lighter brown. Let's just get a little bit of water with that. So here we go, no marks available to see. I'll go with a dark green. There we go, dark green. Now, this isn't showing you much, but I just want to show you how it reacts on the colour on this. This is the paper that's on the show, and it's so concentrated. But what happens if we want to go? Well, it's perfect, because we're going to get a purple in the middle. These are all just bright colours I wanted to show you that you wouldn't necessarily think. Well, sometimes these are colours that don't always get picked out of the pack, but now I can go light to dark with it. I've got but try it on this other paper. I've tried bright colours now. Look at this. Oh. So
I love that.
I'm going to do a little bit of red. So I'm just going to put the red down there. Clean your brush every time, take the water off, add the orange. Now blend them together.
Yeah, the vibrancy of the pigment, it isn't diluted by the water. It's just kind of softened, you know, but it's still the color hue doesn't change. It's just a softer, more.
I think you're right, because it is the vibrancy still there. It's just it's so soft and blendable that it looks bright and vibrant, but not over the top or neon. And the colours, even though one would normally overpower the other one, if you clean your brush off and then let them blend, there's no reason why you can't soften them into a new colour. So far, let's see what we get with this one. We'll go to a dark, oh, look at that. This is your colour, this.
Oh, that's like, I'm
crimson,
thinking,
isn't it?
Crimson, or I was thinking of, you know, like a burgundy kind of, you know, the stain of a burgundy glass.
Absolutely. And this is it. And when you leave it too long, don't worry, it's not too long, but what you can do, and I'll show you what I mean, is just put a little bit of water in between and let them blend. And even, I'll show you on another piece, I've put too much water on there, but don't worry, because what you can do is pick up another one. And I can also show you, this is one we did before, using a lot of more lay down, but I can still pick this colour up from this and blend. So let me just show you here. This is an amazing, you'll never get all the colour out because of the pigment so strong, but you can do certain things like leave it a minute to settle in, and what it's doing is it's getting in the fibres and it's going like, right, okay, I'm reactivating it. And all depending on how long you leave it, you can start, it's not done it yet, but you can start to take it away. And you need to leave it a little bit, and you get, I think I've got it here somewhere, you get all these dots that suddenly appear that you think, wow, how's that happened? Let's see if we can work it on it. You do need to do it at the right time. I'm not always doing it at the right time. And then that will go away. You can just see it happening, and then when you dry it with the dryer, that highlights whiter as well, so you can take it away like you would with, using an eraser, and you just get beautiful colours. The other thing is, what you can do is put your colours on a palette like this. I'll pull this one out, this is what we was using before. And you can take this on the go anywhere you want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now you think, right, well I can't do that. What happens if I want to take my pens? Well, ready? You just do the same with your pens.
Ooh.
Because when you go in then you think, right, okay, I'm going to have a bit of this and a bit of this on here. I'm going to use this paper that's on today's show. So I go to, let's say, pick this up. I need a little bit more water. Go to pick up this. And then what I'll do is, let's say I want a little bit of pink or coral from this. So I'm going to do this. Now
I haven't. The markers, we are going to see them in detail, but details on the left-hand side of the screen for the markers. Again, they did sell out the big set of 30, but of course we can now flexify them. We can offer to you, of course, an extended delivery dispatch on the 22nd of October. So 10 days.
Together though, they just work brilliantly together, and before you know it, you're thinking, yeah, but will they work like watercolours? So let me show you this. Now, normally when you're using watercolours, we get gradients, cauliflowers, and it's a granulation. So it's like the granules have come together, and we get this and we call it cauliflowers, right? But normally, that you'd only get with watercolour, but you're getting it with the pencils and you're getting it with the pens. Now, that I haven't known before, because normally these sort of reactions you get only with pans, which are the ones in the pots or tubed. So to get it with this, wow.
I love that.
It's just, and the colour.
It's almost like you could see animals in there.
Oh yeah, and I love the fact that I can move this colour about and just mix it without even thinking about it. I didn't clean my brush properly there, but I'm just going to go over it. Now normally this would overpower that red, would overpower the yellow.
That's a proper sunset colour.
Let's see if I can get yellow and blue. So what you do is you take the water to one and the water to the other, and then join in the middle, and then you're not overpowering too much. Now we should get a green. There we go, perfect green. And the more towards the yellow, the lighter the green. Now, if I was to do this, let me see. There we go, beautiful purple. So can you see? It just works and works and works. Now let's get this brown. Now, why would we want brown? Well, if you're doing things like terracotta or pots or brick walls or something like that, or you just want to age something, excuse me, I've got an itchy nose. If I put a little bit on the yellow there, I am now just going to take this and age it slightly. So now I've got a shadow.
Ah, yeah.
So
a shadow is the darker tone, right?
Yes, a shadow is a darker tone.
A tint is the pastel version, right?
But don't forget, we have got a white. Now the white is going to be, now these pens you can buy on their own. The retail, and I've checked this out because I can't say it otherwise, $2.95 each.
So if, I mean, that shows that if you were going to buy 36 individual, I mean, I'm not going to do the maths, but it would be way
208.
It
was £108.
And, but also the great thing is, if you are like some of us that you have got a favorite color and you keep using it, using it again, you can then buy just the one that you use all the time to still have the complete tint, which for us is very important, isn't it?
Same colour as well. And it's not going to be a different colour.
Because it is that quality control. And also what it means is that we have, you know, when you buy cheaper pencils, you have to buy them in a set. There is no other way to get them.
No.
But as an artist, you want to make sure that you have got every color that you want to replace as well, which only happens with the top of the ranges, right?
It does. You won't get them because sometimes with the cheaper ranges, it's cheaper to buy the full set than it is to try and find one. I've put the white pencil on top there.
I see, yeah.
And we're just going to see, I can lighten the yellow. So what you won't be able to see that much there. So there we go. You might not be able to see it on there, but I've lightened the yellow, believe it or not. I'll put it here so you can see.
And yeah,
I'll lighten the red now so you get a bit more. Lighten. So what I'm doing is I'm mixing the white.
Yeah. Oh, and now we can see
and
it.
now we're getting the mid-tone. So if I mix it with this, I'll get a little bit darker. So even, I'm not doing any mixing. I'm just put the white on here. So I've not done any hard work. All the hard work's done here. There we go. Look at that violet.
Look at that, Rita.
It's very light, I know, but I'll try a little bit more. But so you've got the white with all the colours. Now what I'm going to do is just show you a little trick. So we go now with the black. Now you don't put this many places. You only need a little bit. So I've put the black there. Yeah. Now what I'm going to do is I can now
I see.
Put a tone up. Well, no, shade.
That would be a shade.
Grey is a tone.
A shade. But also, it slightly changes the hue as well. It doesn't it? A little bit.
So I put it on the red, and I'm going to get a different tone altogether. It's knocked it down.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
if I put it next to that, you'll see how it's darkened it. There we go. There we go. Hopefully you can see. And all that is just light, medium and dark. So what you've got in one pencil is the colour, the pure colour, and you've got a white and a black pencil so you can do light and dark with it. So the world's your oyster. I mean, I don't use the black much on its own. I use the other colours, and then the black is just the finest bit because it just
gives you so many possibilities. So imagine 36 colors, but exponentially how they're mixing and matching with them, you know, blending them together, but also coming in with the white and of course the black. Now, if you want your pencils, please make sure to check out your baskets because 3/4 of the stock, that extended stock because it did sell out earlier, has now gone. You grab yours, check out your baskets. Remember that you have got that flexi buy option to split the cost into 2 interest-free payments. That makes a lot of sense, especially if you want to add maybe the markers to them, or maybe they want to, there's lots of possibilities. Also, I would say Christmas presents to yourself. I think that will always work. Or maybe, you know, some people are kind of planning already their Christmas and presents and things like that. This could be, you know. Anyway, so then if you are maybe thinking of a Christmas present on your budget for that particular, that person, you like them but a lot, but, you know, maybe not, you know, not spending not as much. There is, of course, £34.94. It gets you the one-day special with a £15 saving there. Now, you can flexify it. You know what? You have to the problem is, if I got these, I would want to keep it as a spare for me. Like, I would get the set of 36, I will get the 36 for me at home and probably have the one here at work, so just, you know, I can paint, I can draw a little bit, and that would be it. This is more kind of maybe the portable one, and then, but now, you know, so then, and then I can go in and can do like something like this with all the 36, but then I have got here the ones that I will use the most, and then I kind of bring them together. It doesn't make any sense, I don't know, you know, kind of, it does to me. 375256 is your item number. I basically like quality stuff. I have been sort of told that I'm a snob many times. This is the sort of thing that I like, you know, just saying, because it's you know, top of the range, that artist quality. And I'm talking about artist quality, watercolor markers here. Now, this is a set of 30, and you are getting, and I love how you're getting them in little trays, that then you can see exactly all the colors there, starting, and this is kind of, as I'm going to say to our producer, whenever I arrange anything, I always start with yellow, you know, and you can see that here is because this is the artist.
It's got to be yellow. It's got to be yellow.
Star yellow, yeah. And then, of course, it goes.
It's weird, isn't it? But yeah, me too.
I'm glad, because it's the artist materials are always, almost always are starting in the yellow. Anyway, that's a side note. But that is a good top tip if you want to organize something by color that is pleasing and it kind of helps you find the colors. Do it like the artist materials do it. Start at the yellow and then go through the whole rainbow. £109 and 99 pence for all those amazing 30 double-ended markers. Faber-Castell, Arbor-Durer, you know they're water-based, but they are like nothing else. You're paying, you know, if you want to spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments, you have got that option. £36 and 66 pence is your price, and of course you are saving £50. 486166 is your item number. And then we're moving on to the set of 16, and then it comes in with the water brush that has got that key lid, doesn't it?
I love it. Yeah, that lid's made to make indentations or marks on your paper. It's so clever. So
it is indeed. Now, of course, you are getting 17 pieces in total because it includes the 16 pence markers as well as the water brush. You have a saving of £30, and of course, that in flexi-buy option, interest-free, 2 interest-free payments of £25. 669791 is your item number. Now, markers, there is lots of markers out there, but of course, we are talking about Faber-Castell, Arbor-Durer, artist quality. What makes them so special in your opinion?
Pigment.
Pigment, the quality of colour.
Ask anybody what makes something good, and it'll be the strength of colour, which is pigment, because you don't have to use a lot. And a lot of the time, you'll see they come in smaller quantities as well, because they're so strong. But these pack a punch because they're also used for graphic artists as well. So the fact that we're trying to make sure that everyone knows how good they are, craft market, art market, graphics, and the colours, all that shading is done for you. It's just, you don't need to do anything, just pick the colours.
Indeed, and I love that if you go especially for the set of 30, because you are getting their beautiful turquoises and teals, and you are getting the beautiful purple and pinks. So you are getting all those sorts of, not the necessarily primary, but the secondary and tertiary colors that bring the elements. So for colouring in, I'm thinking stamping and then colouring in those finer details, that would be perfect.
Well, we'll do some stamping in a bit to show how, I think I did 13 stamps from one impression with the pen.
And I would imagine that these pens can be used not just on watercolour paper, but on super smooth card and things like that?
Anything you want. Anything you can lay down watercolour pens on, or anything you can put a marker on, you can use it on. The only thing is, if it's solvent-based or something like that, there will be a reaction. You can use it end-to-end to mix colours. You can use it whichever way. You can add water to it on, or you can use wet in wet. All the techniques used with watercolour, this is a same.
I love, I mean, we have got, you have done a chart in here onto watercolour cards. And of course, I suppose that watercolour card will give you more movement of colour and disperse in the colour there. But you can see in here, love the intensity and the vibrancy of those colours. But also when you dilute them, you still get the true to nature hues coming through.
Yeah, they don't lose that vibrance there. They're just softer. So the colour's still there, but you're not losing that, you know, that wonderful hue, the colour itself.
And then, of course, we have got those greys as well and those yellows.
Greys are superb for shadows.
Oh,
we overlook
absolutely.
them a lot, but they're wonderful.
They are absolutely gorgeous. Well, you remember, you have got the 3 interest-free payments, which opens up a basket, not of 2, obviously, 3 payments, which means that maybe if you want to go for the set of pencils, whichever one you want to, let's say the 36, because that we want to, so the 36, and of course, the set of 30. And then, of course, you add them both into this basket. Then you can split the cost into 3 interest-free payments. And therefore, you don't pay the £25 that you would be paying, but whatever the 30s of £50, which probably will be, no, I'm not going to work it out. Well, we will work it out. £16.60. That would be it. Not my maths, because I don't reach those levels of maths. Right, now, what other techniques we can do with the markers
Well,
then?
I've got tons of ideas, but I mean, I can show you some really simple little watercolour techniques, some really ideas to get you sort of working with your pens.
Perfect.
And the pens are so easy to use. I've got the greens out there, they're ready. I just like the colours around me, so I'll just grab these. There we go. And I'm going to show you a really quick I put all my paper on here so it's easy for me to move, and otherwise it looks all over the place. So I'm going to get this, and I think I want the pink as well. I just love all the, I can't choose, just all of them. Right. I'm going to go for a bit of purple so it's easy to see. Now I'm going to use the brush nib, and I'm just going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Got to do 3. You can't do 2.
Yeah.
Now, that looks stupid, doesn't it? I agree. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm using this brush because it's made to go with them, so it really does make sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a blob of water on each of these, and while I'm doing it, I'm just letting it soak in. You don't want too much water, you don't want it to run yet. And what you're doing is you're reactivating the pigment, right? So now what I'm going to do is have a bit of paper. Toilet roll,
yeah.
And all I'm going to do is just like a triangle.
I see. Would you ever consider rotating the paper to make it easier? Maybe?
Oh, always. That's why it's easier on a board, because on a
you can
board I
rotate,
can just move it. Yeah.
That makes sense of using the board for that. Yeah.
And then I'll just do a couple of flowers to show you, because I've seen people and they look like Houdini and they're trying to, and it don't work like that. All you're doing is really making
I remember my Japanese calligrapher friend, she always said that you should use the brush as if you were using like a sword. You know, not like if you want. I know that's kind of a little bit crazy, but if you think somebody doing,
it's got to have
fencing,
a meaning.
Yeah,
exactly. Every movement you do has to have a meaning, and even if it doesn't look right at first, don't worry, because it will settle itself out. And nature, if you're trying to do something like nature, you will be surprised. It's not perfect, and that's what makes it so beautiful. So again,
I love these flowers.
Just going to bring them out like that. Hopefully you can see them. And then this is with the pens. You can use the pencils to do this. And I'll show you at the end that we're going to make it any flower you want and just make it fade away. So if you wanted a really soft background, you'd use softer colours. And I'm just going to show you with the bullet nib. So just wiggle it about like that a little bit.
Yeah.
And what you've done is you sort of allowed the colour to sort of be activated and pull out. So what I can do now is if I want a little bit more colour just here, you pick a darker one or something that's going to give you a little bit of impact. Now, maybe a blue or a turquoise, it doesn't really matter, it's up to you. And you could put a tiny bit more there, just a little bit. It doesn't matter that it's damp.
Yeah.
And just like that. Now that it looks like you just coloured in. Now don't worry, all you're going to do is just, and it's all about less water is more. And you're doing exactly the same. You're allowing the water to sort of reactivate that. And now we're going to blend. Now we're not blending outside, we're blending on the paper. So we're allowing the colour underneath, which we normally would lift, and it's not. and I'm blending it out there, and we've got a wonderful blend. Now,
I love this flower.
get the
And
black.
could you do them in any colour? Like
Any colour, any colour. So if I wanted to, I'm going to go in now with the bullet end. And you would think, no way. And I'll show you what you can do to make this. Now, don't worry about that, because we can go end to end, and it cleans off easily. Again, clean your brush always, because we're using a light colour. Just activate the colour a little bit. This is beautiful for simple watercolours, to make little beautiful backgrounds. It's just so elegant as well. It was wonderful for scrapbooking, and you can't go wrong because, well, you can't. So let's say we wanted to put a leaf on this, and you want to use your pencils, you can use your pencils, or you can just use one line.
Right.
And all we're going to do is we're going to leave one side permanently dark, but with the pen, we're just going to allow the other side to be blended out. So you can just see now. Now I can put that there, I can put another one in. So I'll show you another one just coming out of here. So if we do one that's more like that, and all I'm going to do is start with the water away, and then move up to it and let that do its stuff. Right? So if we've got something...
So you have got with the brush, with the markers, you have got that kind of, I say...
You've got a never-ending point.
Not opacity is not the word, but the stroke is kind of, whether with the paper, with the pencils, you get more texture, right?
Yeah, well, one of the things is you never have to sharpen, so you get a consistent point.
That's true, yeah,
So
that's a
you're
very
going
good
to
point.
get a different look. So all I'm going to do now is just add the colour to, like, looks like it's got a pair of wings now, but don't worry, because the pip pens come in at the end.
Yeah.
Because what we will do then is add the pip pens. So just add a little bit of colour to one edge, darken it like that. So we've got a nice little edge, and I'll bring the pip pens. Now let's go with the black watercolour pen. This is really, you should do this when it's dry, and the last thing of all, the very, very tip, I'll do it here. So we're using it as a marker now.
Yeah.
And if you want me to hold it up, I will, but if you can see it, but if you want, when we've done that, we can get the gold and silver and apply that there. So, you want me to hold it up and show you?
Yeah. If you hold it, well, all right, yeah, there. We'll get there. Well, he will get there eventually. There it is. I love the golden tones of the yellow coming in.
And it's not made it mucky brown, has it?
Right, no, I just love, and the colours are, how can I say this? They have got that personality. They are not wishy-washy. They just, you know what the colour is meant to be. And that's, you were saying, that's down to the quality of the pigment they put in the pens.
It's so much is. I'm hardly doing any work. One of the other ones, I've got one of my favourites here. I think I drew it before. Oh, here it is. And it's like a really sort of, what are you doing with this now? And it's really easy to do. You're going to use the whole pen nib. And it's important that we realise that the whole pen nib is a tool. It's not just a tip or a barrel, it's all of it. So let's work out, say we're going to do it this way. Okay.
Oh, I love that.
Just using it on the side.
So the tip itself has got techniques that you can do thanks to that nib.
Yep, so going to just leave it like that, let the ink, because it's lush ink at the moment, it's very strong, but what we can do now is just, what I'm doing is just bringing a tiny bit of water to it and letting it run. So we've got a watercolour effect.
Yeah.
This is one of my favourite techniques because you can work on it and it's like nature's moving it. It's just stunning. And then all we need to do is just put with a very thin line there and letting the colours come in. And if you let the colours come into it just by feeding in, so should we do an orange one? Maybe with...
And lesser quality markers would kind of, almost the colour would seep into the card, and there wouldn't be any flow at all, because that's, the complete water-soluble nature about this.
Absolutely. I'm just going to do a little flower here, but this, if you can imagine you're doing it a little bit finer, you do this, but you can make some absolutely amazing watercolour backgrounds. You really can. So I've done a little flower there. I'm just going to get a colour that's going to be, it's not going to make it black, but it'll make it dark, and I'm going to let this all bleed. And while it dries, I'll be able to put another colour in the background. But at the moment, it's softening the purple. Just leave that to dry a minute. But we was doing it one way with the brush. Let's do it the other way. So this time, it is that way. Yeah? So we've got the points coming out. Now, if we do lots of points together, we've got a different feel. So I'll do it with a green on another piece. Say here. In fact, this is annoying me now, so I'm just going to get my pit pens. I'm going to get the thinner one. And I'm just going to draw around it. Now that's better for me because it's got more structure. So I can use my pit pens over the top and just draw that in.
Do we need to make sure to make that the paper is dry before we use the pit pen? Yeah.
I would, because it fights with it, because it's India ink, so it does like that. So this time we're going to use it sort of at an angle, the opposite way. Now, if you do get a dodgy tip, and that's me with a dodgy tip, what I mean is, I fluff that up. Don't worry at all.
Don't fluff it up.
All you do is roll it,
and
it's back.
Yeah.
Perfect. So let's use the pen and the end of it in the right way. So this one's like this, so let's do a little bit of evergreen.
Oh, and it looks like even leaves in there, like with that darker centre as well.
Now, that's a good point. I'm going to get this, and I'm going to go tip to tip.
Oh, tip to tip. So that one, the ink won't travel through the canister of the yellow?
No, I'll show you now, but this...
Oh. And then it will...
It cleans off all the way. So if I wanted to do that, what you can do, get a baby wipe. If it's really wet, then you will get a little bit of a build-up, but then I can blend that out.
Oh, because it was,
And then colour's gone. But, yeah, you can colour... You can bring the colours together. I can if I hit that with that there, that'll bring the yellow onto the end of that. It's wonderful. And then you can put a tip of the yellow on there. You won't see it now because of that, but don't worry about that, because that will all come off. And if you don't want it on, just go like that. It's gone. All right? Don't do that. Don't put the wrong lid on. So here, I've done, I think it's Rowan that sort of looks like that. But don't leave it like that, because I don't know about you, but that stick in the middle looks terrible. So my advice would be just soften that and then blend it that way, so that, and then when it's dry, what you can do is put the pen in it and put a fine line, so that you're sort of making it look like you've got a bright outline. The other thing you can do is draw around it. So what do I mean by that? Well, say we want to do, I'm going to use a grey, okay? Going to use a grey. I'm going to turn it over so we can use one of these. It's a shame that, because I'll just put that on there. Right, what you can do is draw around it. So I'm going to go with quite a dark one, and I'm going to use this. So I'm just going to go...
Oh, I love those. They're very Scandi, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I love that.
I'm just putting little designs like that, but watch what I can do with them now.
Oh, yeah.
Now I've drawn in the space around the petals.
Right.
So I'm doing that, and then now you're thinking, what does that mean, space around the petals? Well, the actual petals
And this grey is, I gotta say, it's absolutely gorgeous because it has got a warmth to it, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now you'll be able to see him. Sorry I shouted then. Now you'll be able to see the shape.
Negatively.
Can you see the negative?
I
so,
can.
you know, I'm just using this, and I can put a little bit more in just here, and I can add it yellow and all sorts of colours to warm it up. So there we go. I'll put a little black in a minute and just warm it up even more. But what I'm actually doing is, if I then, excuse me, I hope, scribble, I have now, either on a mat or on plastic, something non-porous, I can now introduce a little bit of dark around the edge so I can get my petal shape in. And it's not the best petal, I know that, but...
And of course, if you want to go for the markers, a set of 30, including, of course, that beautiful greys are included in this bundle. Details on the left-hand side of the screen. If you want the right results, you need the right artist materials, right materials to have in here. And of course, we have got here the whole bundle. If you want it, you can have it. There is not only that £50 saving, but also that is kind of way to get it a little bit easier, which is to split the payment into 3 interest-free payments, a FlexiBuy, and of course that's £36 and 66 pence. If you're a Freedom member, that's the delivery cost because you don't pay P&P. And also it opens up that Flexi basket, which means that if you, for instance, wanted to go for the pencils as well, you can add them on as well to that basket. Now the pencils have got the 2 FlexiBuy options, so it means that you're spreading the cost in 2 interest-free payments. But if you are going also for the set of 30 markers, you can spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments. It's just an option. I just wanted to mention because sometimes it makes it a little bit easier. Now the pencils extraordinarily busy. They have sold out already once, back on extended, but now 80% of that extended delivery has now gone. Now you are going to get amazing results with this because it's the pigment, the quality, the kind of the binder, how everything works, that cedar wood as well, that when you open the box, it's one of those things that you go like, because you smell the forest, because you smell the cedar, you smell that amazing smell, but you kind of, your eyes see a full rainbow, a full spectrum of beautiful colors that they are not only going to be on the tin, but when you start using them, I'm going to go, which color shall I go this time for? Which one? Blue. So I'm going to go this blue, the dark blue. I'm going to go for the... Now, when you open it, then you are going to say, made in Germany. You have got here the watercolor mark. So you know automatically, even if you misplace them, that they are going to be the water-soluble one. You have got here the range, the top of the range, the artist quality and Faber-Castell. Then you turn it over and you have got here, look at that, the hello blue reddish. I like that. Or hello blue rottish. I don't know what the accent was that. Then the number, and of course the light fastness guidance as well, which is important if you are an artist as well, to know that they are light fast, so you can do artwork that is going to be preserved for years to come. Now these are at top of the art, you know, the artist range. They have got that heritage from Faber-Castell. They're not just water-soluble pencils. They are the top of the range. So if you are one of these people that want to have the best results you can get, why not investing into this? Remember, you can FlexiBuy them. £25 would be all you are paying. If you're a Freedom member, you don't pay P&P. But then, of course, you pay the same amount next month in November. They are brand new today. Remember, they sold out early. Now the restock for the extended, over 80% of the stock. Don't miss out and check out your baskets. 970127 is your item number. I love them. I just love looking at them.
I know.
And the smell.
Amazing. Well, did you know that you can stamp with your pencils?
No.
I thought you'd have known that.
All right. So
no, I didn't actually.
Well, I mean, come on, show me.
Right. Well, I didn't know really, and it was only a mistake. These things happen, and that's what I love. So what I was doing was I was messing, as you do. So this is on the paper that's available. So I wanted to create a palette, and I was looking at flowers, and I was thinking, right, these colours of flowers I really love, and I'm just going to sort of... What I tend to do is I get the colours down like this and then let them move and do their own thing. But then I found this paper and I'm like, oh, game changer, game changer. What I'm going to do is just give it a little bit of water. Now that little bit of water, I don't want too much water. Now, there we go, not too much, so I'm making sure I'm not squeezing this out, because the more I do squeezing it out, the more water, the less pigment that will travel. So let's see if I've got it right. I'm going to mix it in the middle, get your stamp. But I've not got enough.
More water maybe?
Yeah, you might need more. Just see, you see.
Yeah, you can see a little bit, but you can, yeah.
But if you put more on and colour it in, and you really do have to play about, because I don't forget, I'm sort of rushing here, but I'm really sort of putting this on here. I'm not messing about. So what I'm going to do is, it's going to be hard for you to see that, so I'm going to add a little bit more water, and let's see if this helps. I think this might be better because it's darker as well. Get on there, stamp it. Let's see if I can stamp it. Perfect. So now I can go all over. You might not be able to see it. I put some dark in if I want. And I can stamp all those details. And that's with the pencils. So if you put that on a slick surface, it still does it. So I was like, I wonder if I could do it on fab.
So you can maybe basically create like whatever gradient you want between two colours, and then create like that's almost like an ink pen. Would it help? I mean, a completely random thought. Would it help if you pre-ink the stamp with something like Versamark or one of the sticky inks?
Absolutely, it works brilliantly. But I was just thinking, why can't I do this? Why can't I lift off? You see, it is working. Lift off, and I was trying to stamp that, but when I was cleaning the stamp I was like that. And just to explain to you, this is even better, it does work really, really well and softly. If I was to ink the stamp with water, I would get a watermark on here, so it'd lift it off. But this is, ready? Where's the first one? Right, first one, stamped. Ready?
Yeah.
1,
and then
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and it got a bit dodgy at 14 out of 1.
Wow.
1.
Out of 1. Do you re-moisture? Well,
only water, no pens. So what I'm trying to say to you is, just think about this as paint or a pigment or an ink, and then see all the things. Now I know I can put this on a palette, mix it with my gel mediums and make glazes. I can make coloured glues. I can make even, I could put this with a little bit of baby oil.
Yeah.
Another thing, let me show you, really simple thing to do. Absolutely love this. Let me get this piece of paper. I'll put some colour on, a nice dark one. And this is, I'll do it on the edge of this here. Put a little bit of colour there. Now that looks like a child's done it, and that's fine. Sorry. Put this in here. Now you're thinking, oh, she's off again. People say that at home, they go, oh, she's off.
But I always think that when you start exploring creative possibilities, that's when you kind of come up with different techniques and also having the right pencils make all the difference.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is what I'm trying to say about experiment. You know, don't think of just one thing and one medium. Just think about all the things. And if you say to yourself, oh, I wonder if, well, just say, well, why not? Why not? Now, when you get something like that, what you can do, now that is that the paper was already wet. And you will get stuff like that. So you need to know how to get rid of it. If you want to, tiny bit of the pen, if you've got the pen, hopefully you can, add a tiny bit of water, and this is where we add a tiny bit of colour there and a tiny bit of colour there. Not too much, because you don't want to get rid of that colour. And then we use the water to help blend it out. And then we've got a wonderful halo around it, and you can do it with stamps. The longer you leave this to dry on its own, the better it looks. And then what I'll do is, before it dries, just and you'll get to use it your own way, and you can make a lovely little thing like that. But if I just show you what this looks like now, and it almost looks like a mini landscape, and it's done nothing but mix around the edges. Looks like there we go, like a little cliff edge.
Yeah.
In the scenery, I could put the and that's with a tarn edge, exactly the same way, using a baby wipe. So if you're not sure of pens and pencils and you want to use it as a really soft colour, these are absolutely. I'll do it round this one just to show you. I'll put this edge there. I'll show you the colour of it now, and you'll think there's not much there. And this is cleaning up. This is just cleaning up. But if I take this off now, wait till you see the colour that's remained. And that colour, I could probably do about 4 or 5 of these little pages, and I've got a complete wash in the background.
And when you look at it, it's kind of very subtle. If you hold it there, kind of lower a little bit, there you can see the edges as well. There, that's the perfect angle. It's such a beautiful mint color, and there, look at this one with the intensity. It almost looks like a landscape, almost like, yeah, a waterfall, or almost like a Norwegian fjord, I would say.
Yeah, and you could put it sort of like that, and you've got
or even
that way,
Japanese.
or even underwater, which would be quite nice. But if you wanted to soften it, if I show you the white of the paper next to that, you will see.
And these ones are perfect backgrounds for then stamping elements into it.
If I wanted to on here now, if all I get is, I'll get this, and I'll just draw. With my pens, I make a little doodle flower.
Oh yeah, leaf.
And then, best of all you do is get, if you've managed to get them, these gold and silver pens, and just draw over them and just. Yeah. You can move them while they're still wet. And then the nicest thing is you can mix them.
Yeah.
Gold and silver. And what I like to do, I've not finished this yet, but what I like to do then is just come along and draw a little double line. And there's our lovely little.
Yeah. That's gorgeous. Yeah.
Simple.
Now, Lou, you know, it's been a fantastic 24 hours of amazing techniques. You have loved it, haven't you?
Oh, I can't hide anything. You can all see me. I'm like, what did someone call me? Like a fairy wing. A transparent as a fairy wing. And I'm very, very lucky to bring these products, but I hope I can do them justice because they're just brilliant. But with good products, you can't help but make me look good.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. But not only you, but obviously you at home. I mean,
Absolutely.
obviously, Lou is an artist with years of experience. But the whole point of Lou's techniques, and we were talking about this yesterday, was to show you that how achievable results are when you start off with quality products. You know, actually, to get great results with, you know, products that aren't that good, it actually takes a lot more mastery. So if you are starting and you're like me, you're kind of thinking, I want to invest into quality stuff because, well, I want to enjoy from day one the results I'm getting. I want to enjoy the color. I want to enjoy the quality. I want to enjoy being able to bring water in or sometimes leave it as it is. If you want to have the full spectrum, if you want all 36, you have them there. Now, they are very, very limited stock. If you want them, you need to check out your baskets now. You have got a £28 saving on the amazing set of 36 and also that flexi-buy basket. Now, if you're thinking of treating yourself for Christmas, what better way to invest into color artist quality pencils that they're going to last? This is an investment as well. Remember, you can then buy them singly, and that means not only you're talking about quality, but also means that you're going to keep the tin for years to come and then only replace the ones that you use the most. Then you have got, every time that you open this box and you see that beautiful spectrum of colors, that full rainbow, and then when you touch the paper, the joy of coloring in, the joy of color.
Remember to check out your baskets. Lou, it's absolutely gorgeous what you have been doing.
Just finished it now. I hope you can see it. I've just put a little bit of the grey on it.
Those metallic pens which are bottom of the screen.
And the grey.
When are you next with us then?
A couple of weeks away. Yay!
Oh, you have got some time off. Well, we'll look forward to your next visit.
You can't keep
drive
me away.
safely. And of course, thank you so much for the last 24 hours. To you at home, if you want to take most of the advantage of these deals, make sure to check out your baskets, because of course the price until 6, but will the stock last? To check out now. Well, I'm joining Lou, but the other Lou Sims, for stamping with GMC Designs. Then we have got a very exciting block of Walla one-day special at 6.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Good afternoon. Now we have got here at the craft store a treat for you. We have got GMC Designs and brand new beautiful stands for you. But before we get into details, we have got one of the design team members or representatives of GMC Designs. Of course, we have got the lovely Lou Sims here with us. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Yourself? It's lovely to see you.
It's lovely to see you as well. Now, I know you are a big fan of Julia's artwork and style. And I love that you then bring it into another, your own style, right?
Yeah, I mean, I love Julia's florals because they're very open. You can go very, very bright, bold. You can go very traditional. So you can go funky with them. You can go traditional. You could take them wherever your crafting style, wants to take them. Absolutely. And that's what I like, because the actual versatility is there for you.
Yeah. I love that. There is that versatility, but also there is that kind of joy at, kind of shapes that are not, like very soft shapes.
They're very soft, but they're very fluid as well. And they're very easy to colour in. So you can put down as much colour or as little colour as you want. You can layer them up. You can make them bigger. You can make them smaller. And they've got a really fluid style about them as well. They're very easy to paper piece. Oh no, the shapes are just wonderful.
They are.
But
Look at that. I love that. It's like, is that a cupcake flower? I love that sort of kind of imagine. I love that.
It is.
And if you fussy cut, you could be like also the hat.
Yes, very much so, like a hat. But then also, if you took the leaves of that one and cut it away and put 2 sets of that again, you've got another type of flower.
Yes, or you could have a ballerina's tutu or a fairy kind of element.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that, yeah. And then we have here, I love this one, completely different way of colouring.
Completely different way of colouring. And also leaving, you know, doing more of a watercolour, but the way it's layered up as well in a completely different way. But that one there, just stamping the leaf or one of the petals, or it could be a petal, and then just one of the flowers in there.
Yeah, I love this one. I love the little scallop as well, the scallop in the edge.
Yes.
And the hearts in there.
I mean, this morning I cut into that and I layered it up and I put like little stamens in it, so you could go even further, you know, with it. They look complicated to cut out, but they're not at all. They're very quick.
They are, and then of course we have got these ones in here as well. I love the way that they are a really nice size as a focal point for front of cards, but then for even kind of here in a kind of a mini album or a tag book, off the page.
Off the page, totally. I mean, and that one there is, you know, the stem has been coloured in 2 colours.
Love
if
that.
you didn't want to colour it in one, so you've got, you know, you could add your own little bit of personality into them.
And then we have, of course, look, and this is the paper, so they are coming up soon, but I'm going to show you this one as well, that kind of the cape, I'm going to call it the cupcake flower, because it has got that kind of glaze.
It has got that sort of glaze to it, so then Julia's colouring's beautiful.
Oh, I was just thinking, I have got a piece of coffee cake in the presenter's lounge. You know, our Maddie is very, it's giving pepper in a penny, who is in my ear, you know, a run for her money. Anyway, £18.98 is your prize. You are saving £3. 291077 is your item number for those fabulous brand new stamps. I love Julia's style, and even though I always look at them and I always think I'm clean and simple. I don't do necessarily whimsical, but I absolutely adore them.
Yeah, I mean, they can be just clean and simple.
Exactly.
Just, you know, just that one stamp with a background. That was one I did this morning. So all it was, I mean, when I initially did it, I just did it plain with one layer. But then I've layered on top of it as well if you want to do that as well. So you can go very bold, bright.
Yes, or muted and more vintagey as well. Yeah. Is that you know, maybe
a bit of washi tape.
A washi tape. I was thinking you are putting my year of birth there.
Oh no, I wasn't doing that. I promise.
Yeah, I was born in '97. I mean, the wrong way around. Anyway, now if you want yours, of course, you check out your baskets. And £18.98 is your price. You are saving £3. Now we have more for you. We have got pick and mixes, and this is from previous releases, but there have never been on a pick and mix in which you can get them individually. So you can choose any two. They were part of bigger bundles, hence why now you can take advantage of this opportunity. Now they are beautiful photopolymer stamps, and I love the way that we have got different possibilities in here.
Julia likes to do like a focal image and then have lots of worker stamps which are quite big and then a sentiment. So you can mix and match, but then you could take each of the individual images and use them by themselves. You know, to create backgrounds, to create you know, tags, art journaling. So there's always something there. And also it's important, you know, that all the smaller images and all the images can work with each other.
Yes.
So if you go to a couple of sets, you know that all the elements are going to work perfectly with each other.
I love these ones. I love the way that you have got, like, you know, kind of elements like here, like the honeycomb in there as well, and believe the impossible, of course, with the bee in there, the theme in there. I love the way that you can kind of change them completely. We have got some more samples. There is more possibilities, there are more options as well. But then when you bring them to life, I mean, how cute
I know they are. They're adorable, aren't they? And you know, so you've suddenly got the bigger version of Queenie there and the smaller, and both stand out in their own right. So it's beautiful. That's beautifully coloured, isn't it? I love that one.
Oh, this one. Look at this one.
It's all bright. It's They're cheery cards. They're bright, they're cheery. But then, like you were saying, if you didn't want to add all that colour and you just wanted to go clean and simple, you could easily do that as well.
Absolutely. Now, of course, I'm going to show you the other ones that they are also available, so you can see them all, including, and look at this one. I mean, what a ladybird that she is. Oh, that's Dottie. Dottie, she's proper Dottie.
Oh, she looks beautiful. But then I love the other focal image with the mushroom and the vine. So you could have sort of thing, you know, it's sitting down, or you've got somewhere to ground your image straight away.
Absolutely. Oh, Sammy is, of course, oh, this is the most popular one. You have got You're My Sunshine, Love, and then we have got Queenie, and of course the Queen Bee there, and then finally we have got the Secret Garden. You Are Enough. I love the sentiments as well.
It is, and that door is just beautiful. I mean, hinge it and you could have it open, so like stamp it, you know, you've got the beautiful flowers that could go around it, combine it with other elements.
Indeed.
And it's a lovely, it's got a lovely whimsical, magical feel to it.
It is absolutely stunning. £17.98 is your price for two of them. And if you go for them, well, maybe you are choosing, this one I think is Sammy. You can see one of the flowers, but of course it has also the kind of elements from other ones. And then we have got in here, no, that's Sammy. No, that's the same flower.
That's the same. I think that's the paper kit.
That's the paper kit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sorry. Now these ones are from the paper. Sorry, they have me misplaced these ones, but then you can see, yeah, that's better. So we have got here Dottie, which I think, yeah, it's funny because my producer was Mayer saying, oh, that reminds her of somebody who, you know, like kind of has got that expression, and that could be, you know, like this is the thing, is they can be cards that remind you of people that remind you of other people or something like that, or it could be something for like kind of almost like a fun kind of invitation, party invitation as well. Yeah. And here we have got all those beautiful elements colored in with alcohol markers. £17.98 is your price. 628800 is your item number. If you want yours, you just need to go to the website, thecraftstore.com, and then of course select whichever two are your favorite. And of course on the website you are gonna find everything else that we are gonna see. Maybe the individuals, if you are preferred just going for the Daisy Do, or maybe the whimsical Wildflowers, which are the brand new two sets from GMC Designs today. Now, also, if you wanted to go for the papers and toppers, you will find it on the website that they completely coordinate there perfectly. So, £26.97 is your price for those papers there. 198220 is your item number for those ones, right? And of course, if you want to become a Freedom member, you can all of that on the website. You can find it at thecraftstore.com. And now, of course, here at the Craft Store, we love our demonstrations. So, Lou, what are you going to show us today?
Right, I thought I'm going to play with a mixture of all the flowers from both sets. So from the whimsical Wildflowers and Daisy Do. So, right, I've got the flower here, and I've got it on a block, but I only want the actual flower image itself.
Okay.
And I'm just going to take away anywhere there's a little bit over. And what I want to do is I want to start building up around the outside. So we've got this one here. We've got that there. Now, I'm not worried about any over stamping because I allegedly in my own head have a cunning plan. You know, you think, I do. And I just want to stamp that one there. And it does look a little bit random. And then we've got this one. And I just want to stamp, I'm just having a think, where am I going to stamp you? I'm going to put you about there. I've got those three there. Let's put you back. And I want to grab the one that you're calling the cake stamp. I'm just taking off some of the excess there.
Is that so because you just want the flower?
Yeah, I just want the flower on it. Now, I want to try... I've been trying to create designs that you don't necessarily need to mask off.
Yeah.
So I'm just filling in where there's a little bit of a gap.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm going to do this one round about there.
Okay.
And that's my first lot of flowers. I have got some more flowers to do. So this is an unusual looking frame. Let's just move that out of the way. And then I just want to add a few little bits of colours to the flowers. So I'm going to go for some brighter colours, and I've got candied apple. Now, if you don't want to colour all the image, if you don't colour up to the edge, you leave yourself a white highlight.
Right, yeah.
So if you haven't got a white pen, you're giving yourself that chance straight away. So, there we go. I'm just going to bring that round.
Which is it? You said the distress colour.
These are just the distress inks. Yeah, this is candied apple.
I mean, if we had gone for the one-day special as well,
definitely.
we could use the markers or the pencils.
Oh, they would look brilliant. The markers would look lovely.
But that's the thing about these stamps, aren't they? That it's almost basically whatever is your watercolouring technique.
It is.
That's going to work. Because it's not too detailed that you cannot.
No,
go with.
I mean, if you want to use marker pens, your alcohol markers, bring those in as well. But they're nice open designs that, if you want to sit there and, add all the flower parts on, like little flicks and add a little depth, you can do. If you just want to colour them solidly, you can do as well. So I'll just do one or two, because obviously I have got some other bits done. Right, so we've got that there. And as I said, I'm not colouring right to the edge, because then it gives me a freebie highlight, if that makes. So I'm just going to bring in a little bit of orange, and I'm not going to clean my, because I just want to start. And I'm just going to drag the orange down to give me an extra little bit of highlight.
Yeah.
Because like you say, they're fun. You could easily make these more realistic.
Yeah.
But I just thought they're nice and bright. And that's what I want to do with those ones for the moment. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this one here. And for this one, I'm going to colour the whole of it in.
And then you don't have to kind of follow the lines.
No. And I'm just going to colour the whole of it in. And we've got that bit there. And then using a little bit of the picked raspberry.
Okay.
I'm just going to pick up, and because it's wet, I'm just going to let it drop in to create my shadow. And I will go over it once it's dry, but it's a starting point for my shadow to work to.
Perfect. Yeah.
Now I know it looks a mess, but we've got that there.
Yeah.
And let's get a bit of green. I fancy a little bit bolder green. Let's go for a little bit of the lucky clover. And then we've just got this here.
And
bring it round.
Just so relaxed watching you. This is the thing. This is not. I'm like this. I'm like, oh, this is so pretty. I can see the money because it's just. This is the thing about coloring it with images like these. They have got these open spaces, like you were saying.
Yeah, they've totally got the open spaces, and I've just dropped a bit of the orange in there to the leaf because why? And so you could just leave them one colour, or you can now, add more and more depth. So I'm just going to use up my ink. And then just colour in these centerpieces here. And I'm not looking for a perfect blend at all. Let's just wipe that there. And then I'm just going to go with a little bit more of the picked raspberry. And because it's blending out into the other colours, it's going to create my highlights and shadow for me. And now, I would go back over this when it's a bit drier and add a little bit more definition. So then what I wanted to do, once that was dry, I actually wanted to cut away the whole of the edge to create an edge card. So in good fashion, I've taken it from there to there.
Right.
So I've actually got that edge
I like
design.
that.
So as you can
Yeah.
see where I had the pink raspberry, I then just went back over it again to add a little bit more definition, and I've just coloured the bottom bits here blue, and we've got the leaves
And I
love
from there.
how you just cut, you know, like kind of half of one side, 3/4 of the other, and all the bottom.
And then
of
I've just
it,
kept a straight edge, you know, along the top there. So this is now going to be my card base. So what I want to do is I want to grab in the stencil we've got on, and that's the one with the leaf and the branch in.
Right.
And I just grab a couple of daubers, and I just want to add a little bit of detail so it's not quite so stark down the bottom. Now I know I could just stamp a sentiment and be done with it.
Absolutely.
But I just want to add just a touch of colour.
Fine.
Just to break it up just a little bit.
Now, of course, if you want the stencils, you are getting the 6x, they are all 6x6, the beehive, build a branch, and the candy florals for £14.99. Now, of course, you are getting all three of them. You can see them here perfectly. 024553 is your item number. If you want yours, do check out your baskets. They are brand new here to the craft store today. And, of course, do check out your baskets as well. Do not forget to do that so you can enjoy loose demos knowing that your beautiful stamps are on their way. Back to you, Lou.
Right, so I'm just adding in, using up my ink. Why waste it as it's there? So I've got that part there. So I've got a few leaves coming down. I'm just going to put one or two more here.
Yeah.
I do try and embrace the white space. I'm not quite as good at it as you are. So I've got that. So it's very subtle.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do is, so where I said I wasn't worried about this overstamping, I'm just going to do the same with a few stenciled leaves, which will disguise some of the places where there might be some inky edges. There we go. Now, on that same stencil, you've got the flowers. So if I could sit there and go in and add a few extra flower details as well, but we'll leave that for the moment. Right, let's just put the lid on that before I put my finger in it. So that's the basis of my card. So I then thought, ooh, because we've got this here, and I wanted to create a really big floral wreath, really image. So what I've done is I've taken some of the other elements, and I've already stamped them and coloured them up. So I've taken all the different stamps, as you can see here, and I've kept to the same colour palette, and I've even done some of the leaves.
Okay.
And I want to actually now just build all of this up to create like a wreath effect. So I'm just going to grab some 3D foam pads, which I thought I had out. But there we go. So I'm just going to layer this up on 3D foam. I'm not normally one for 3D foam, but I just think
sometimes you need that left.
Yeah, and I just
what do you stake everything flat, or do you use a gel medium?
A gel medium, or I'll use little bits of card.
Oh yeah.
So they're not.
Yeah.
It's raised, but it's not overly raised, if that makes sense.
See, I do like a little bit of a foam pad, because every now and again you just want that lift. I mean, I wish we could have it all the time. You know?
Yeah, no, I mean, the foam pads are obviously quicker as well, but yes, you've got uniform depth, haven't you?
Absolutely,
Sometimes when you don't do it that way. So I'm just going to have to pull this bit forward. So what I want to do, now I could ink around the edges and make all of that green, but I quite like the white, the clear on clear, so that the images become the focal point, not the card blank itself. So let's go. Now, these flowers here, what I want to do is I just want to snip into them. And now this makes the petals just that little bit unusual shaped.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to put that there. And they're nice lines to cut along. You know, it's not complicated at all.
Yeah.
So then I can actually start, you know, to move some of these forward and backward. And let's grab a foam pad. And where I've deliberately placed these images, I've done it for a reason. And the reason is I wanted to make the flowers bigger.
Right.
So they take up more space.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add that one on the top,
so yeah.
that one there. And then I've got the petals to raise it up. And I'm just going to do the same with this one here. So it was just to show that. Now, if I masked that off, I could have stamped it the opposite side if you didn't want to make it raised. And you've then got a different looking flower again. So we've got this one here. And I like the dotty edge underneath as well, because it adds another layer to the petals.
Yeah.
So we've got this here. And I'm not going to do all of the petals, I'm just doing 2 or 3. I want to put some foam on the back. There we go. And then I can raise that one there. So now it's filled up a little bit more space. And I've done the same with the other flower that comes from the daisy as well. And I'm going to layer them up on top of each other. Now it comes with a little swirl. You can cut it away and layer it up so it goes that way, or you could keep the little bit of interest with the swirl. I'm going to keep the little bit of interest with the swirl.
Yeah, I think the swirl kind of adds like kind of flourish, doesn't it?
It does. It looks like that, you know, you've done some clever colouring as well, if it stays there.
Yeah. That's one of the things, isn't it? It kind of makes it, you look, you know, it takes a little bit of the effort away from you.
So I can layer those two. So the flower itself is actually a single flower. So if you see it there, oh, let's take the stamp off. If I take the stamp off, you'll be able to see better. So the flower itself is single with a leaf. So all I've done is exactly the same as I've done with this, but just cut the front out. And now I've got a bigger flower altogether. And I can now start building up where I want to put these. Now, I would put some more foam pads on than I'm doing, but I'm not going to argue with foam pads.
You know, one of the things I did when it was only the smaller size pads that we had, I would put quite a few of them, but only leave the back ends of, say, you know, half of them, or because then it's like that's what you want. That's the one that's enough to hold them. The rest are just kind of suspensions. You know?
They're just holding it in place, aren't they? Like you say, sort of thing, a little bit of a. So I've got this one here again, and I'm just going to layer it up. So now I'm creating a fuller bouquet of flowers from the same flowers. Right, so we just put that there. Like you say, I can always put some more on. We've got that one there, sitting there. And then I have got these ones which I can add in. I'm not sure if I'm going to, but what I thought was some of them, where I haven't done the foam pads all the way, can actually start to sit down the sides if you wanted to add more depth, you know, and make your bouquet even bigger. So I've done some of the daisy flowers. I think this one is lovely. And I just want to add 1 or 2 of those in. And I just wanted to make a really bright, vibrant card. Add another one in there. And then just using the leaves. Oh gosh, I'm now covered in you know, foam pad things everywhere. So then just to cover some of the whiter areas, I'm just going to add a few of the leaves designs. Just to build up the design itself. Now, then you've got a beautiful sentiment there that says friendship, which I should have stamped before I did all this layering. It would have been, you know, it would have been easier just to do it there.
I love the colours you have chosen, because it's such a primary colours. They are so vibrant and full of life, and they kind of resonate with each other. And also I love that way that you have been colouring quite freely.
Yeah, I am openly honest. I am a lazy colourer in the respect that I just want to do the next bit, you know, and I'm just thinking there. So I'm just building up the design. As I said, I've got some other elements that, you know, if I wanted that to stand out more, I could sneak that back in again, but we're fine. That can be used for another project. And we've got a leaf there.
Yeah.
So, and then I think I'm just going to balance it out with one, possibly there,
Okay.
You know, when you go, that will be. Yeah. Otherwise, I could be adding loads on forever and a day. So we've got this one here. Let's move you out of the way. So then if I put this onto my black card. Now, if I'd stamped the sentiment, which was going to be the friendship.
Yeah.
and that would be stamped along the bottom, and that's my actual card,
yeah,
my card blank. But I've created, and I could now, if you wanted to, you could go in with your little drops, you know, put drops into the centre where we've got the little dots here. I could add some extra, like liquid pearls, your little sparkles. But I just wanted to show that the flowers can become bigger or smaller. They don't have to be the same size just by layering them up and being bold and bright with your colour scheme.
Thank you so much, Lo, for that amazing demo. And of course, if you want to create something like this, what you need is the stamps that give you Julia's artwork, GMC Designs, the brand new duo. Now you have got, with the brand new duo, you have got a £3 saving. If you just want to go for one individual, you can do that. Of course, the saving isn't there if you go for individuals. But if you want to have a little bit of friendship with love on just for you, this is the duo, the Daisy Duo and the Whimsy flowers. I'm going to turn them around because I always love to see the front of the packaging. We have got coloring, so we are straight away we are not going to have an idea where we can go with our colors. But then look at the sizes; they become larger when you turn them around because they are stamps. They are A6 in size, and you have got the beautiful details in there that it's so easy to fussy cut if you wanted to kind of color in as well. If you like alcohol markers, if you like your, of course, your Faber-Castell water-soluble pencils, if you like your water-soluble markers, these are perfect for those images. Perfect if you have gone for the one-day special. These ones are absolutely stunning. If you like to use your distress inks, perfect for them. You have got here in a gorgeous card that Lou made at 9 a.m. So if you want to catch up and see what she did, you can do that on Rewind on thecraftstore.com. There you can watch shows for 60 days. But why not check out your baskets now and grab the brand new collection. 291077 is your item number. I love that. Right now, that is, of course, is a duo, but we have also a pick and mix option for you for previous returning favorites from the Julia's collection. So shall we have a look at what we can get, because we have all 8 designs in there, and then you're choosing any 2 for £17.98. Now these have been here previously before as the bigger bundles. This is the first time that you can pick just whichever 2 are your favorites. These are photopolymer stamps with the gorgeous, we have got Dottie, we have got Sammy, which is that one, the snail Sammy. Then we have got Queenie, which is the Queen Bee. And then we have, of course, the Secret Garden as well. And then at the bottom of the row in here, we have more for you. We have got Honey Pot. Then we have got Belle Blue. Oh, that usually is Blue Velvet, and this is Belle Blue. And she's a Blue Belle. Daisy Tot. Daisy, I love Lady Dot. I love Lady Dot. She's posh, our Lady Dot. Of course, she's red in black, so of course she's going to be, tasteful. Anyway, now £17.98 is your price. But remember that when you get 2 of them, you can mix them and matching them and create all the sorts of different creations. You have got in here these amazing, gorgeous, beautiful florals as well. And then you have got the bees as well. And you have got those florals there. And then look at the door. This one is the Secret Garden, and you can see in here how it works there. That kind of like this. That's, the kind of, this could be good for an engagement card maybe, or something like that. Or you can do a similar, that would be a Valentine's card. That would be a really cool one. And then, of course, we have the gorgeous little house in there with the papers, but that is the stamp used there. So, of course, there is lots of different possibilities. 628800 is your item number. Right, we have got papers that have been featured in some of the samples, and they do enhance and highlight whatever designs you have got from the stamps. So it's kind of an additional, it gives you a color story as well straight away, and it gives you also toppers as well. Now, you may be one of these people that, you don't like stamps, but you like Julia's artwork. This is the perfect bundle for you to go for, because you will get those beautiful papers, but onto, of course, that kind of ready coloring, so you don't have to spend time with it. Now, there is a mix. There is actually cards. So the papers, the fussy cut sheets are 170 GSM, and the toppers are 280
GSM, and they are beautifully printed, and the papers, the normal papers are 160 GSM in a matte finish. And then look at this, gorgeous. So you can see here the satin finish here for the toppers, or the silk finish. Look, oh, I like this. This is, yeah, you change the bottom, so you can choose whichever, you know. Obviously, that's the best one, but, you know, like this is optional. And then you have got the flower in here, and we have got, oh, I love this. Look at this one. You can see all the hidden messages as well. So many different possibilities, and so playful. And you could, of course, do a little bit of mixing and matching with this. This is a really fun project. And, of course, if you want the blooming tots and paper, the toppers as well, do check out your basket. You have got them all in there for £26 and £97. You are getting 70 sheets in total, and you're saving £12. And then you can create some things like this as well, like kind of believe the impossible. There we have it. 198220 is your item number. Now, we mentioned briefly the stencils, and here they are. Now, 70% of the stock has gone, so if you want yours, you know what to do. Check out your baskets. Now, you are getting Beehive, or Behave, build a branch, candy florals, and of course, all three of them are 6x6 for £14 and 99. Lou was using this one early on, and look at that one with, of course, those gorgeous elements of the Beehive there. And you can see them once that you start bringing color, how you kind of have got them in there as well. You have got the swirls in there. And then we have that as well. And then, oh, look at this one. I love this one. Oh, I almost knocked it down. There you have it. 024553 is your item number. £14 and 99 is your price there. 024553 is your item number. Now, Lou, you are ready, right? So take it away.
I wonder what you were going to say then. You know when you go,
I was going to say, oh, Lou, do you want to fancy a pint? I would never say that.
I'm using the same stencil, but I want to do something a little bit different. Now, I appreciate that this lower part here is deemed as a branch, but I actually want to make it the starting point for my ground. Yeah. So I'm going to, and we can flip it round. And I'm just going to make it so it looks like hills, layers of grass.
Absolutely.
And it can all change. It's one of the things with stencils that, you know, they are shapes that can help you create. So I've got that little bit there, and then I'm just going to add a few of the leaves in, and just create a quick background. I'm just going to add a few more leaves up the side here and bring in another colour, because it's a quick way to create. I love stencils that allow you to create your own colours straight away. So we've got that there, and I just want to add just a little bit of, break up the green just a little bit with just a touch of the yellow.
Yeah. A touch of the yellow.
A touch of the yellow. I know that sounds weird.
No, but it does, and I know exactly what you mean. You want to bring a little bit of blackness and kind of warmth to those greens. Yeah.
There we go. So we've got that there, and then I'm just going to add a few flowers in place, so I can create somewhere straight away for my stamped images to go. Now, stamped, stick your stencils down if you prefer. I think I just get used to holding them. Yeah. I mean, the shapes on these stencils are great if you wanted to take a pen inside them, and and draw around and colour that way.
Right. Yeah, of course you could do that.
Yeah, you don't.
And doodle a little bit in the inside. Yeah.
So we're just going to put one or two more. There we go. So that is going to be my really quick background. So that's all there. I just think that's the easier way to do it as such.
Yeah.
Now, what I have done, she said looking for it, is I've gone ahead and I've stamped and I've cut out my image. Because I was going to make a start and use some pencils. Because I've used watercolours. I just wanted to show that, that you can use, other colouring that you've got, like you were saying about different pens and pencils.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Now, I have obviously gone ahead and coloured in, so I will colour some of it and won't. I'm going to put that there. So I have to hold all my pencils. I don't know. That's just a habit. I don't know if that's a reassurance habit, but there we go. So I'm going to bring that in there, and I want a bit of a lighter colour.
Yeah.
So they work with any colour medium that you've got.
Yeah. I love how you have got more texture because you're using the pencils.
Yeah.
So you have got those, yeah.
You bring in a totally different texture, don't you, as such?
Exactly, yeah. Absolutely.
And I'm just going to...
Yeah.
And I'm going to colour, and I'm going to leave white space again.
Yeah.
Because then it gives me my highlight straight away.
Absolutely, yeah. I love that.
Oh, it's quick, and it satisfies the person in me who needs to be really quick and sort of thing. And then I can be a little bit lazy as well, which I know.
I love your technique of layering the colours in there, because you can see the strokes with the colours building into intensity, and the ebbs and flows of the flower are kind of more visual.
Yeah, and you can pick and choose what elements you want from the flower.
Yeah.
Just because I think most stamps, as yourself, when you've done your own stamps, it's lovely to see what parts people want to colour in, because it could be totally different to the way that you colour in.
Absolutely.
And I think when you do things like this, it's nice to colour it in.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
How you like to see an image, right? So now I would spend. I think we all say that now, don't we? I would spend a lot longer at this, and I would. But I just wanted to show, that they worked with any medium. So let's put you down. In good time-honoured fashion, here's one I did earlier. And that's with the same pencils, and I've just built up the colour, and I've just built up, my actual design.
Yeah.
So let's take the background. Let's move you all out of the way. So what I've...
One question is, because we have got 7 days saver that is the masking paper. Could we, if we wanted to make lots of flowers, would you stamp it directly into here and then kind of
cut them all out?
And because they are easy to fuzzy cut, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it?
It would be beautiful. I mean, when you just sit there, you could stamp them all out and just colour them and then cut them all out.
Yeah.
Or if you electronic machine,
that
cut around the edges, and you've got little stickers straight away to actually use.
Yeah, of course. If you want to go for the 7 day savers, there is a self-adhesive paper. You can use it as masking or actually as stickers, as of course Lou was referring to. $9.99 is your price. You are saving £30 if you want yours. 300. I was going to say 314 and 48 is your item number, but that's more confusing, isn't it? 314048 is your item number. You're getting 100 sheets of them. Right, back to you, Lou.
I'm just sticking down my matte layer. So I've just done a matte layer. And then my decoration layer is going to go on the top.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I've done with some scraps of card, because I created myself some borders.
Right.
So what I want to do is I want to have a mock sort of frame. I'm really into frames at the moment. I don't know why, so that can go along there. So we're just going to stick this part down.
And then, and I love how you have kept that scallop edge on one side as well.
I know. I was having a tidy up of my craft space, which will make some people laugh, because I always do tidy up, I must admit. And I found a punch from years gone by, right at the back of a cupboard, and I thought, I wonder if it still works. Have I put it there? And it did. So we've got these here, so I won't undo all these. I'll do like you suggested. Some of these are like landing stages.
Yeah, they're gonna see. And I love the stencils, because those stencils, just the way that they overlaid, you have made them overlay. It doesn't look like a branch. It looks like it could be like rose trellis garden fence or something like that. Oh, by the way, the stencils. Talking about the stencils, these ones that of course Lou has used for those beautiful florals and the rose what I was saying. This is the build of Florence, and of course you have got also the candy florals and the beehive. Now they are limited to stock. If you want yours, make sure to check out your basket. 024553 is your item number, £14.99 for all three of them. Back to you, Lou.
Right, I'm using elements now from the Sammy the Snail.
Yeah.
So I've got a couple of the cloud images, and I just want to layer them in place.
Right.
I'm just going to get rid of my... and just put them on top of each other there. And I just want to do one more up here. And that's going to sit there. But I've also grabbed off the same stamp set. Julia always does lovely little dangles.
Yeah.
For want of a better expression, you know,
Yeah.
you just think, well, I don't know what else to
You know,
describe it. You know,
scribbles,
yeah,
scribbles,
and
yeah.
I just want to break up a little bit of the white space with a few of the actual dangles coming down. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
I'm going to cover that. It's all right.
Yeah.
You know when you just go...
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And these ones could be like, coming like dangles from the, like kind of hanging on from the clouds, but it could be also little flowers as well.
Yeah, it could easily,
Yeah.
going up the other way, because there's a card that does them the opposite way round, isn't there,
Yeah.
up there? So I've got that little bit there, so they're coming down. Now you could colour them. So I've got my flower, so that's going to be one of my flowers, and I've already gone ahead and coloured another flower, which is going to sit amongst the, you know, the flowers, for want of a better expression. I was trying to think.
Yeah.
And this scallop flower, you know, if you went in with all your little dot, you know, where we've got all the dots here, glossy accents even. Just put that little bit there, because I want those little bits to stand up. And I'm just going to trim that bit off, because it's going to bug me.
Okay, yeah.
I always leave those bits on when I'm colouring, because I then don't have to worry about going over the edge. You know, if you're worried about going over the edge, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I've just got that, going to stick that in there.
I really love kind of projects like this, you know, kind of a little bit asymmetrical, so kind of ask questions, you know, creates a tension in there.
And then, what was it, where's my... So I've then got my little bit of border strip that's going to go across there. Take that one off, and we'll just do one or two. And that hides where my flowers are going to be along here. And what I've done is I've actually stamped and coloured Sammy.
Oh, Sammy, there it is.
So then Sammy is going to go and sit along the bottom here. So we just put a little bit of glue there. And he's going to sit along there. He's a lovely image to colour, because he's got a lot of open space. But if you want to bring in your shading and everything like that, you can do. Now, I haven't stamped a sentiment, but where I've got that there is where I would actually put my, you know, put my sentiment across there, just to cover where I've missed my stamping. But it was just to show another way, or another medium with the actual flowers, that you can use them with, you know, for, and bringing in one of the images and how they work together.
And of course the Sammy is from the Pega Mix, but the flowers are from the brand new release, so just to make sure. Thank you so much, Lou, for that demo. Well, Lou resets for another demonstration. Let me remind you, of course, of those brand new stands from GMC Designs. With a £3 saving, you are getting a duo of the Daisy Duo and the whimsical wildflowers, the funky florals. Now, they are photopolymer, and when you turn them around, you can see the size of them. They are significant size, so perfect for a bookmark, perfect for, you know, stamping onto fabric. And if you love Katrina and you have gone for the accessory packs or something like that, or maybe the fat quarters, you can stamp those images onto that fabric and then create your own whimsical creations with colors, organza, and textures, and so much more. Then, of course, we have got there the Daisy Duo as well. Gorgeous kind of parasol flowers with those gorgeous also sentiments and the scripty fonts and the kind of twirls as well. 291077 is your item number. Now, you will be able to create things. Let me show you a couple of the ones, these ones we haven't seen up close, because I love the way that you can take an A5 and then, of course, stamp it into it, and it doesn't get lost at all. You can see them here in the background. around with those beautiful florals there with kind of subtle. And then what about this beautiful tag? So from an A5 size to a tag size, the flower beautifully fits in there. And even smaller, look at this pocket, this art journal or pocket art journal. I'm not going to open it up because I don't think it's just plain pages, but you can see it how well they fit. Now, if you want yours, you know what to do. Check out your baskets and remember that we have got more for you, including, of course, the pick and mix that features Sammy. Now, these, of course, the ones that we have seen, the funky florals, are brand new today. However, the pick and mix, well, we have got some favorites, and of course, this means that they didn't come out with some pick and mix. So before it was a bigger bundle. Now you can pick and choose your two favorites. So if you like Sammy and you like Queenie, you could be this too. So that's Sammy, that's Queenie. Or maybe you want to go like I like the Lady Dot. I love her. So you could go for Lady Dot, or maybe you want a Honey Tot or Belle Blue. It's up to you, whichever one you go for. You have got two of them for £17.98 photopolymer stamps. And that will give you such a great results time and time again. And then you can create and color them whichever whimsical way you want to do it, or realistic way. It's up to you. They're all inspired by wonderful bugs in the garden, personality. And I love that they have got like kind of the friendliness as well. Look at this, and as well at that one. And then you can see him here. It's almost like a superhero, like the ladybird superhero there. It's just, and I love how they've been kind of colored in. And right, so what you meant when you were saying, Emily, I couldn't. Oh, we haven't. There. Oh yes, there is. Now let me grab those ones. Oh, sorry, I just kind of, I was like behind it. No, I have shown all of them. But you can see them here, the love bug. Oh, isn't it just gorgeous in here? And of course, I didn't even realize. Look at this. The ladybird is just such a cool one, isn't it? I really like it because it's almost like one of those ones that doesn't have a gender. So you can make it for a boy or a girl or anything in between if you want to do it. And cute as a bug. So if you want yours, 628800 is your item number. Do make sure to check out your baskets, make sure that you make your selection and then do that. Now don't forget also about the 7-day savers. Remember, because let me grab it. It's 100 sheets in total, but you have in here, let me see what it is. Sometimes my eyes it's double side, it's adhesive, so when I open it up, my eyes are kind of gonna get, but you will see. I'm not going to do it with there, but you can see that it will be a double side, adhesive side in one side, so you can stamp and create stickers or use your Cricut or your Silhouette. And £9.99 is your price. You are saving £30. 314048 is your item number for that. Right, Lou, are you ready?
I am. I can't find one of my stencils, so I'm going to go with a different one. So I apologise.
Okay.
I wanted to use the Candy Florals, but I've obviously tidied it up. So I'm just going to use this one again quickly. I just want to.
Well, they are very, very limited in stock. So if you have them in your baskets, please make sure to check out your baskets.
So I just want to create a quick background. And like I said, the Candy Florals are lovely because it's a nice open space that you can do lots of different colours in.
Yeah.
And so I'll use these ones.
Yeah. By the way, now they are technically sold out, the stencils, so if you have them in your baskets, do check out and you will get them. If you don't, well, somebody else will have them. So, if you are the generous sort, then you can do that.
Okay, and I'm using from the Dotty set, we've got some beautiful little accessory stamps.
Yep.
And I just want to build up a little background, just in the same sort of colours. Now, they are big enough, that if you wanted to sit there and colour them in, you could do so. I quite like them being tone on tone. And got that there. And we'll just put another one there. And then what I want to do is, where have I put you? I'll put you here. Bev's looking, I apologise, Bev, most profusely. I ran over one of my stamping blocks. When you go...
Yeah, ran over.
My chair.
Oh, the chair.
Yeah,
Oh,
I dropped
see.
on the floor and I didn't realise, and when I scooted back, I just wanted to check up.
I was
Clean
like,
that.
I ran over. I was like, oh, the car.
Yeah,
you know?
no.
Well, I mean, I remember when I snapped by accident, you know, actually the same die cutting machine that you have got is, you know, those white plates.
Yes.
I think it was the white plate that I snapped. Anyway, I'm delighted because then I got a replacement and then I have got an A5, what I call an A5. So it's much quicker to die cut. Sometimes truly accidents are
I
for the best,
know.
you know.
It is, isn't it, sort of thing? I thought you were going to go somewhere else with being run over then.
Oh, no.
Oh. Well, I just hope Mum's not watching, because my mum ran me over.
Oh, what? What did happen there? When was that?
When I was obviously a lot younger, playing around with a seatbelt.
Wow.
And I didn't put it in properly. She reverse skied but kangarooed, and the door flew open, I flew out.
Wow.
She didn't realise.
That was just like...
And reversed over me.
Well, you are here to tell the tale.
I
so-
know, it was more embarrassing for my mum, not because she reversed over me, it was that she had to, my mum was a nurse, so she had to take me to the hospital she worked.
But you were all right? Did you have any broken bones?
Oh, a couple of ribs and things like that, but you know...
Just a couple of ribs, you know.
But as a child, you bounce back, don't you, sort
Well,
of
I
thing.
still remember my sister, you know, I had a very difficult, well, not difficult relationship with my sister when we were, like, we are really great friends, but when we were little, it was a little, and she snatched the car door in one of my fingers. And that was just so, and there was so much blood.
I can imagine. It must have
and
been...
she has ruined that nail forever, as well. I always tell her, though, you know,
I know that my mum was like something, you can't, you know, you always fill the diaries in, don't you, for what you did over the weekend, and my mum was like, this is about the only time you can fib.
She didn't want you to tell, you know, like, oh my goodness.
So using the Just For You, I'm just going to stamp over it, and I'm doing it in a green.
Yeah.
So it's there, but it's not.
Right.
If that makes sense.
It does make sense, yeah.
And there we go. So that's going to go and sit there. And then what I've done is already gone ahead time, because I've just seen the time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have given you
And then I've done the flower, but I've done the flower in a contrast colour.
Yeah.
I've actually done it in blue to go against
yeah.
And you were talking about just clean, simple, and I would just put it on there and mat it onto some black.
Yeah.
And that would be my card, nice, clean, simple. I could wrap some twine or some ribbon with a little knot round the bottom there just to finish it off. But it was just a nice, quick background and just one stamped image in its own.
And I love that.
Right.
It's almost like it's going to start dancing, the flower. It has got that sort of, you know,
the look about it. But if you stamped it again, sort of thing, you could bring the layers forward or even layer up the leaves as well.
Yeah.
But it was just to just to create an actual background like that. I mean, you could bring, like I said before, you could bring in your little dots, you know, into the centre of the flowers or colour from there.
I love that, yeah. Really, really love. And I was thinking, looking at the image as well, you could fussy cut the inside, the kind of that element, and then put other flowers, or dry flowers, or little things like that.
That would be lovely. Yeah, something totally different.
I mean, something like you did this morning.
But then, yeah, like you said, that I mean, I put stamens in there, but you could actually, like you say, or twine, stringy stuff, sisal.
Oh yeah.
You know, all those sort of things.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or just use the flower by itself and build up like a bouquet.
Okay, yeah.
And you know, like the Valentine's on a heart.
Yeah.
And that would look absolutely beautiful along those lines.
They would be really lovely. And now, of course, if you want yours, do check out your baskets. £18.98 is your price. You are saving £3. And of course, you will be able to create something like this. I adore this card with the cupcake flower in there, because that's one of the images, or one of the brand new images from GMC Designs, Julia's Designs, latest, brand new today. And you can see here coming off the page, and that's just for you. The same technique that it's kind of has got a kind of a fringe coming in there, but you have got it as well. If you want the papers, we have got those ones on the show as well. But there is so many possibilities with those stamps, so many ways of coloring them, so many ways of fussy cutting them, so many ways of kind of giving in that dimension and that amazing sparkle here, and kind of course give them that kind of border in there. Now Lou cannot stay away from these stamps because I thought she was done with them, but we have got just under a minute.
Okay, so I've taken the one that we would historically call a leaf. Now, to me, that would make a beautiful shell underground as well. And all I'm doing is
There it is.
And layering it up.
Okay, yeah, and then we have that there.
And then you've created, well, a little bit better stamping than that, but but then you've created yourself another type of flower. But then if you did it with the other way round, you created another look.
I love
again.
that. I love that kind of. Is it? What is the flower that from a country? I remember. I said, is it Vietnam? Oh, I don't know. There is one country. It's in the flag. In the
Yes,
flag.
I know exactly what you mean.
You know
Yes,
what I mean?
yes,
I used to be Hong Kong. Oh, that's it. We have got Harry here who knows about flags. That's it. Well, I wasn't that far off a little bit. Do you know the name of the flower? No? Oh, he's like, no. No, I don't. Tiger lily? I don't know. Well, if you know, I would say usually email in, but we have got 30 seconds to tell you, to remind you to, of course, check out your baskets and stay tuned, of course. You've been always, as always, an inspiration. Thank you so much. When are you back?
I'm back next week.
This week?
Oh, I'm not... Next week. I'm back next week.
Well, all right. Well, you know, the woman of mystery that is Lou Sims. Thank you so much,
No, thank
Lou.
you.
And of course, stay tuned, but do check out your baskets now. Well, it's Block Walla, a one-day special after the break. We are welcoming a Block Walla here at the craft store. It's going to be a cracker, so stay tuned for that one. And then stamping with Lysia Sigarded at 7.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Did you know you can continue watching the craft store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Perlywinks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Perlywinks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Hello. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Now, we have got such a cool show for you. We are talking block printing. I am so ridiculously excited. All the products are beautiful. I just want to have a go, quite frankly, and create gorgeous things. Now, we are introducing Blockwaller. Not only are we introducing Blockwaller to the wonderful craft store, but it is the one-day special. So, of course, we've got a very special guest as well. It's the wonderful Laura. Welcome to our wonderful little home. It's so nice to have you join us, Laura. I'm so excited.
Yeah,
so excited. Now, obviously, Blockwaller, brand new to us here at the craft store. Tell us a little bit about where it all began and a little bit about Blockwaller. Where did it all begin?
Yeah, it all began with me and my husband.
Yes.
So he's Indian, I'm from Finland.
Yes.
And about 10 years ago, we went and settled in India, and we started our very own production with these hand-carved wooden blocks.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, so ever since we've been trying to grow the brand and the production and
yeah, the blocks are incredible. I mean, the process in itself, it's an incredible process because they are hand carved, aren't they?
yeah, so each piece is unique. Of course, we have like repeat designs.
Yes.
But like they are all hand carved.
Yeah.
By very, very talented craftsmen.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a beautiful like a piece of art just by itself.
It
and
is.
it's great to be creating something, you know, by hand with a tool that by itself is made by hand.
And I love it because it's got such a rich history as block printing in India, hasn't it?
Yeah, it goes thousands of years back. Yeah.
And keeping that alive, I think, is so important, isn't it? Keeping the traditions, but then bringing it into today and making it part of our history as well. I think that's amazing.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why you can see in many of our designs, you can see very traditional Indian designs, but then we also bring like modern and, you know, Western type of style. So I think it's a nice mix and match.
It is. It is. It's beautiful. And your blocks, I know it's a secret recipe, so we're not going to talk about it, but your blocks, I mean, you put a lot of care and attention to make sure these are top quality, don't you?
Yeah, yeah, it goes through many different phases, which I can share you at the backstage afterwards, but not to everybody.
It's proper top secret, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. But these are very, very top quality, and each stage is like really well looked after.
Yeah, and it's to make sure that when you get the blocks at home, these are perfect. You know, they're ready to go. And, oh, my gosh, the designs that you are going to create. Shall we show everybody the wonderful designs that we've got, Laura?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm so excited. So, first of all, now, you have got 6 options. I'm telling you now, that's really difficult to choose. If you spend, obviously, you've got your flexi anyway, so you can go for it. It will go into your flexi, so... Oh, okay, we'll run through. It's difficult. There's so many beautiful ones. So the first one that we've got is a peacock and lotus. And you can see, I mean, we're talking about beautiful designs. I mean, the detail. Just look at that. It's so difficult to actually believe people do this by hand. But, I mean, they are incredible artists, aren't they?
Yeah, and these are fully wood. The white bit is just paint. It's just to show off the design so one can make out.
That's beautiful. And I love it. It feels so substantial. The actual block itself, it does feel beautiful. I mean, they look beautiful anyway as a piece, but obviously use them. And the lovely thing about having a block print, I mean, we use paint on these, and you don't need to worry about using paint or anything, do you?
Yeah, it goes with almost any sort of paints.
Yeah, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got in this first one, now this is interesting, you've got that beautiful little that beautiful little block there, which is brilliant as that filler in, as block printing. What I love about this one, though, can you see you've got, hold on, I'm always rubbish at the, can you see your positive and your negative? Now, that, that in its own right, that is a beautiful design, is the lotus flower, isn't it?
Yeah, you can use it separately, but you can also use it on top of one another.
That's gorgeous. So you could does that allow you to sort of fill in colour, if you will?
Yeah, you can fill in different colours.
Amazing. See, that is stunning. So you've got your beautiful lotus flower. Hold on, which one did I drop? There you go, the peacock, obviously. And the peacock is just exquisite. That is so beautiful. You've then got that really intricate design. And things like this, these longer designs, when you're doing a bigger piece, those long designs are wonderful because you really build up your design quickly, don't you?
Yeah, and you can create like different sort of patterns with all these blocks that come together.
Yes.
You can mix and match like almost any of these blocks.
Yeah, that's part of the fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Seeing what
and
goes together.
And you never know what it's going to like turn out.
Yeah.
Of course, you can plan. You can do your planning, but like what I do, I just start block printing and I just see what happens.
Yeah, it's so much fun. Okay, so that's your first option. That's the lotus flower and the peacock. The next option that we've got for you is the fly and the bird, the butterfly and the bird. Now, you see this one, that is, again, I've got a lot of favourites here. That one's one of my favourites already. I love that pattern building. You know, when you look at that, whichever way you look at it, that is going to be beautiful. This is an interesting one, because can you see, it looks like a leaf design, but that is really beautiful. I want to try all of these. That is stunning. I'm not going to go home tonight. You've then got, I mean, that is beautiful. Again, the detail. That is exquisite, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can use this for borders, or then you can use it just individually, or like you can just really use your imagination.
I want all of these. I do like the butterfly, because you've got some that are real detailed, but that's quite a solid image, isn't it, that butterfly?
Yeah, and I tend to put like to this kind of designs, and especially butterfly, I can put two colors at the same time, you know, just to create.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you're going to get that beautiful ombre effect almost with it. And then, now this one looks beautiful. That almost looks like a little shell. Again, the smaller ones are really handy, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They are.
And that one you can, again, that's going to be amazing for pattern building. Oh, they're all fantastic. So that's your second option. The third option that we've got is your Celtic. Yeah, it is Celtic, not Celtic. I always get it wrong way around. You're Celtic. So, first of all, now, these kind of blocks, that is so handy. Again, when you're pattern building, that is a super easy one to pattern build, isn't it?
Yeah, you can just follow the lines. You can use a ruler, or then you just use your eye.
Yeah, yeah. And the block, because like visually, it's, because you can see, because it's a nice or straight edges, dead easy to actually create that pattern. I love the circle. That is cool. Yeah. I'm dying to see what they all look like. You've then got, and that is beautiful, because you can see that continuous pattern that you get with Celtic designs, Celtic designs.
And you can create wonderful backgrounds with all these blocks. You can use like some quite light colours and then print on with something else on top.
Yeah,
also.
Of course. So, yeah, layering them all up.
Yeah.
The square ones are super easy to layer up as well. Honestly, when you see these in action, you're going to want everything that I'm showing you. The next one that we've got for you, and again, just beautiful. This is your foliage, and oh my gosh, that's gorgeous. You've got flowers, that beautiful fern. I mean, just look at that. That's stunning. But that flower, that's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
love it.
That flower is stunning. Absolutely stunning. The tree is gorgeous. And then again, that flower. See, things like this, it's one of those, whichever way you use it, it's going to look sensational.
Pretty. Yeah.
And the detail in these blocks.
Yeah, and this one looks very delicate. It's really, really lovely.
And they feel so substantial. I cannot emphasise the quality of these enough. Wait till you get them home. Okay, the next set that you've got, the paisley and the Indian mandala. I think this is my favourite, you know. No, it is. This is my favourite. I love this. Really beautiful. I love the little blocks. I think they are absolutely a must-have. That is beautiful. The circles, again, the detail in that is amazing.
Yeah, and the circles work very nicely with the paisleys. I really love that combination.
Yeah, that paisley is amazing. Yeah. You've got, and that just looks sensational. Yeah, it does look like a beautiful sun, doesn't it? And then the last one you see, again, if I just hold that up for you, and again, it's another one, whichever way around, it looks really good. Now, if you do want that one, that is your paisley and the Indian mandala. And then last but by no means least, we've got autumnal greetings. And these are kind of more modern, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
And different.
Yeah, they are very different.
I love the border, straight away,
Yeah.
the little border, the feet,
Yeah,
little
that's
bird
really,
feet.
really cute.
That is really
Yeah.
cute. You've got the little bird feet, you've got that beautiful floral, which is gorgeous. The wonderful smiley, see your little smiley, I nearly said tomato, and that's absolutely an apple. I know. It's an apple. Well, I could get, it's definitely an apple. You've got the lovely owl, and then you've got that beautiful umbrella as well. Absolutely stunning. Now, the type of thing you can do with these, and that's the important bit. I mean, if I hold this up, you know, you can do so much with your beautiful blocks,
Yeah.
can't you?
Yeah.
And they're easy, isn't it? It is easy to do.
It's really, really easy. I'm going to show you how easy. It's really amazing how easy it is,
Yeah.
actually.
And I love it because you can take something really plain and make it bespoke. I mean, it's one of those when you're pattern building, when you're doing... Let me have a little look at some of these as well, because look at these. I mean, how gorgeous. And just get plain fabric and start to decorate it.
Yeah,
And
you can block print on almost any sort of fabric.
Yeah. And you can use all sorts of paints as well,
Yeah.
can't we?
Yeah.
And it doesn't just have to be of fabric, does it? I mean, we can be
No,
doing
you can do it on
cards.
paper and... yeah, half of it is blank.
Ah, yeah. Hold on. Let me show
I'm
you
gonna
that
show
way.
that one later.
I'll do it this way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's that big circle one. Look at that. That's amazing. Yeah, I love it. Doesn't it look good when it's actually printed out?
Yeah,
The detail in
yeah.
that is fantastic. And you see when you block, that's beautiful because that really shows how you can create wonderful patterns with these.
Yeah.
The repeat, can you see the repeat on those? It looks so different.
And you could use different colors on this. Like,
Yes.
you don't have to go with just one color. It will look really funny when you, you know, mix
Yeah.
and match.
Oh, I really love that. Okay, if you do want this, this is your brand new one-day special. This is from Blockwaller, the first time that we've had them here at the craft store. And honestly, this company, again, really taking the heritage of block printing and bringing quality blocks to us. That basically, these blocks, they will last a lifetime. These are really top quality tools that not only produce incredible results, but they look really beautiful as well. Now, if you'd love to get hold of these, 988379. Now, they're going to be going out for you on the 20th of October, so not long to wait. These will make beautiful Christmas presents. 2 payments of £20. You are saving £6 on these. Remember, these are all individually hand carved, the workmanship that goes into these, and these are tools, I mean, that will last you a lifetime. 988379. Now, we've got a lot of choice on the show. Do check the website out because I'm telling you now, there are so many beautiful blocks, so please have a little perusal. So many unique designs, so yeah, do have a look because, oh my gosh, I have so many favourites. If you have any questions, oh, sorry, I'm losing my voice. If you have any questions, email in studio@thecraftstore.com because obviously, you know, we're here to help. It's live TV. If you love this, if you love India, maybe you have been over to India and seen this in action, we'd love to hear from you. Studio@thecraftstore.com. Some of them have short, we haven't got loads and loads of stock, so please, it is a first come, first served. Right. Okay, we need to see it in action, don't we? Over to you. Where are you going to start?
Okay, I'm going to start. I'm going to show, you've just showed that little pink kitchen towel.
Okay.
So I'm going to just use how this works on fabric first.
Beautiful.
And I'm going to be using one of these sets.
Cool.
The paisley circle one.
Oh, lovely. I adore that. So is there a specific way we need to load up the paint?
Yeah, so what you need to do first is whether you block print on paper or fabric, you need to use a towel underneath because as these blocks, these are not elastic like other stamps.
Yes.
So it needs something soft underneath, so it gives us it a bit of a cushion, and so the pattern will come like properly.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And so here I'm using indigo blue paints.
Yay.
These work very, very well with these blocks.
Beautiful. We have got paint on the show, of course. It's on the bottom of your screen.
So, okay, I'm going to use this craft knife.
Gorgeous.
Okay.
And just blob a bit out, essentially.
Yeah, I just take... Normally what I would do is I would just put it straight here.
Okay.
But I want to look professional.
Normally, because you're used to it, normally you can do all the shortcuts and all, can't you?
I just spray it. You don't have to do this, but I'll do it because sometimes if the paint is a little thick, you might, you know...
Yes.
You can use... you will
and I
use less
suppose
of
you
it
water it down, then your paint's going to last longer as well, isn't it? Which is super.
Okay. And I've got a piece of a sponge. This is just a normal kitchen sponge.
Amazing.
Any sponges will work.
Yeah.
And about this size I've just cut out.
Cool.
And
That's brilliant. So you don't need any special equipment.
No,
I really
you don't.
like
And this is when it's in your hand, it gives you also a proper feel as to how much you are putting paint and everything. So this is good. And then you just start taking in the paint so that you don't want to leave any excess paint on top.
Okay.
You want to suck it in.
Right. Okay.
And but you get this. It's very easy. You do it a couple of times and then you learn what's the proper quantity.
Yeah, because I suppose you don't want to saturate your block in the paint.
No.
You still want to be able to see the design.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't want. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you put too much paint, you can just wash it out and wipe it and then.
Perfect.
Okay. So what you do is you just gently tap. You have to do this tapping motion.
Wonderful.
You don't want to do it like that because otherwise you'll just be pushing paint around rather than like putting it properly.
Yeah.
So you just have to go through. Normally I would just go twice the area, but now I want to
live TV.
try to make sure that this is a perfect print, so I'm overdoing it. And then, so you have your fabric. This is just plain cotton.
Beautiful.
And I have this towel underneath.
Yep.
And then you just print an image. And you I press it always hard, even though you don't have to, but for some reason I do it. And then you just firmly just take it out.
Look at the detail.
So you can see all
so
the
nice.
details. And these blocks that I'm using now, these are all, I've been a little lazy washing the paint out immediately.
Yeah.
So after you use it, you should wash the paint out so then it comes out properly and not leave it like for 5 days. And
You
then
wouldn't need to wash paint out every time. I mean, now if you're using that block, you just carry on, carry on,
After
carry on.
the show, I'm going to wash these things.
And that's the important thing, isn't it? I mean, the blocks, you can use them again and again and again. They're not going to be, they're not going to be ruined. And that's part of the importance, the importance behind the process of actually manufacturing. You need quality. Otherwise, they're not gonna give you that that duration. They're not gonna last forever, and these absolutely will. I mean, the detail of that is sensational.
Yeah.
When you look at that, you can see every little part of that design.
And after each time of using this, you just wash this under a tap with warm water. You don't need to put any soap.
And
just use an old toothbrush.
Hey!
Don't mix it with your husband's, like I sometimes tend
Unless
to do.
you're falling out with him.
Hope he's not watching.
See, I love that. So you don't even need to worry about washing it, just a little bit of water and scrub it with your toothbrush.
Yeah, exactly. And so each time in between printing, I'll add a little paint. Like this sponge, I don't need to keep putting it like into the sponge that often, but every time I need to tap it. Unless, of course, you want to make an image where it doesn't really, it kind of fades away.
Yes,
so then,
of course.
You can do it.
I love that. Yes, you haven't needed to load up the sponge with extra paint. It's got enough paint on. So when you look at it, I mean, you're not actually using much paint either.
No.
To create a really stunning effect. And I love this because literally any age can do this, can't they?
Yeah,
Kids over to literally any age.
Yeah, so we've been selling this even to like schools or kindergarten groups.
Amazing.
Because once they have the sponge, it's really easy to get the correct amount of paint. And
How long has Blockwaller been going?
10 years.
Wow.
So it's exactly 10 years ago. It was 2011.
That's amazing.
When we moved to India with our then 2 kids. Now we've got 4.
Oh, wow. So 4 kiddies and a business.
Yes.
You're busy.
I know. Yeah. I won't get bored easily.
You'll never get bored. You'll never get bored. And did you, when you went over to India, was your husband already, did he already love block printing?
No,
or
actually I was not crafty at all.
Really?
Even like, okay, now, maybe I'm crafty now because I've kind of learned with my company. But so I met my husband when I went to India. I went there to do some voluntary work.
Yeah.
So when I was really young, so that's when I met him. And then later he moved to Finland. So we were first in Finland, decided to start up a company. We had no idea what sort of a company, but so then one thing somehow we kind of accidentally bumped into the blocks.
Amazing.
And
and the rest
started
is
learning.
history.
Yeah, and started learning as we did and proceed.
Yeah.
And
I think that's fabulous.
Yeah.
And I think it's so important because, I mean, it has got a rich history as block printing, but it's one of those you don't want India to lose the skills because it's just so unique, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, now you're changing your block, so you put a piece of paper. Is that so you keep a straight line?
I'm using this because I want I want to use this line as if this image is coming from under the line.
Perfect.
So that's why I've put this piece of paper in here, so then I get only half image.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It looks nice on the paper as well. I'd absolutely be keeping the bit of
now
paper.
you can see that it really works on paper. So you
I'd
can make your
definitely be using
Christmas
that.
cards and Christmas wrappings, and then you can make like cushion covers that are Christmassy, for example.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wonderful thing. When you look at block printing, I mean, what have you got around your home? Have you got plain bedding that's absolutely boring? You can block print it. You know, have you got just fabric that you've picked up that you want to decorate and make utterly unique and individual? And you can definitely do that. Lovely paints. Think about all the paints that you might be using to create your own beautiful bespoke fabric. And it looks gorgeous. Do you not find as well, you know, it's really addictive?
It's very addictive, and when I started, like I said, I wasn't crafty at all, but then I, started block printing, and at the beginning I was block printing anything. So I think all my friends and family, they got so bored, they would get as birthday presents, like my brother-in-law got socks. I had gotten him white socks that I had block printed, and it wasn't even a joke. I was being serious. I thought, it would be so lovely, and he's like, thank you.
Did he not appreciate all the work you put into doing his block printed socks?
Well, apparently not. I wonder why.
I mean,
I'm sure he did, but it's just...
Of all the things, I must admit, I've never thought of block printing socks. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of unique. I love that, though. It is, especially from not being crafted to block printing socks.
Yeah.
I think that's great. Oh, that looks so beautiful. Yeah.
And then I'm going to use one of the small.
Amazing. We'll watch you do the little
So I'm
one.
just going to put it in here. So it can go a little bit on top of this. It doesn't matter.
Oh, that's such a gorgeous block.
And with this, you can also really play with, I could make a, continuous, a big mandala pattern, or I could make a border. Now I'm just using it as, random...
That is so nice. That little one. See, the little blocks you find, they're the ones that they're brilliant for filling gaps. They're really handy if you've made a mistake and to hide things as well, aren't they, little ones? They're one of those that you'll need. And because you can create so many different patterns, oh gosh, it is one of those you stand there just wanting to go, don't you? Are you like that at home? With the paint that you use, I mean, obviously a fabric paint, the indigo blue paints are perfect because you want a fabric paint that's obviously I suppose it doesn't have to be washable, but you want it practical if you're doing things like
it's
tea towel.
also these paints, these work both on paper and on fabric.
Yes.
So it's just so useful. You don't have to think like, okay, what am I going to have to use? Oh, now I need this, or now I need that. You can just use the same to
that's
anything.
Really, it's so handy. The set that's being used currently is the beautiful paisley and the Indian mandala. Oh, it was my favourite, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Now, if you do want to get hold of this one, a quarter of the stock has gone. And again, please make sure you get these home. I mean, the detail is amazing. The quality of the blocks is, I mean, this is a thing. You know, these are top quality blocks that Blockwalla have basically made sure they go through specific processes, so you are getting high quality blocks. And there is a difference. You know, there are other blocks out there that aren't as high a quality, and you want something that's going to give you a beautiful result. I mean, you want it, and I mean, we can see it. You know, that's a lovely thing. We can see the results. We can see the design. That's what you are purchasing. You are purchasing something that'll give you these incredible results every single time. Now then, shall we leave you for a little moment and come back to you? I'm going to give a little refresh, if that's okay.
Yeah,
and we'll come back and see how far you've got on. You'll be on to socks soon, won't you?
No, you have to just shout loud when you start talking to me, because when I do something, I tend to forget where I am. So if there's no reaction...
To go into your zone.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. OK, so what we've got, let me remind you, first of all, of the incredible one-day special. So you have got your choices. I'll run through those choices again for you. First of all, we have got the beautiful peacock and the lotus. And with these two, I mean, they fit beautifully together. So you've got the background, if you will, the filigree, and then you've got your outline. Obviously, you can use them independently or together. You've then got that beautiful, beautiful peacock, which is exquisite. The detail on that is absolutely stunning. That one is amazing. And again, the quality, it feels so substantial. They're going to look, I mean, amazing when you just look at them, but obviously with these, when you start using them and you see the detail, the little ones, you need these in your stash. Honestly, these are a game changer. Now, that's your first lovely collection. We've then got your beautiful butterfly on birds. That one is another one of my favourites. That block is just sensational. Very, very pretty indeed. The detail in that. You've then got that beautiful leaf. That's another one. Oh, things like that. I love that, though, because that's different. As Laura said, building up colour on that, giving a few different colours is going to look amazing. And then another good pattern builder, you know, another good filler inner. The next one, this is another one of my favourites, actually, the Celtic. I love this because when you look at something like this, OK, and this is why I adore this, because you look at that block and you don't necessarily see that pattern. It's when you do a repeat pattern, it utterly changes it. And I tell you what, it is super satisfying. Wait until you get home and try it. It's so good when you've actually made and printed your own fabric. The next one that we've got for you, again, gorgeous, the foliage. Of course, with this one, oh, your beautiful flowers. You've got that incredible tree. I mean, that design, stunning. That has been handcrafted. That has been, can you believe that? I mean, oh, honestly, when you see it being done, it's mind-blowing. The next one that we've got is the paisley and the mandala. Now, this is the busiest, my favourite. 40% of the stock has gone already on that collection. Literally only just launched this evening, but 40% of the stock has gone there. And then last but by no means least, this is more modern. This is your autumnal greeting, and that is cute. Now, 2 payments, £20, incredible value for money, quality blocks that you are getting from Blockwalla, 988379. OK, We've got a lot to show you, so are you ready? The next ones now, these are single blocks. So when you think about block printing, think about creating beautiful borders and then having a main image, or of course just having those single images. And we've got a lot of beautiful finished samples with just single images. These are stunning. I mean, look at that. The lotus flower is sensational. It's all about that detail, and when we get in close and you see that detail, it is absolutely amazing. And when you think about that, is going to print perfectly. I mean, that is absolutely smooth on the top there. And that's going to ensure that you're going to get that beautiful print. That's your lotus. The next one that we've got, now, this is a need. The flowering pattern, that, if I were going for telling you to go for any, get that. Because look, when you do repeat pattern, that is going to look sensational. Beautiful background as well. The next one that we've got, oh, this is another, man, look at the detail of that. That's ridiculous. Someone has hand carved that. Look at the detail. Incredible. The workmanship on these, honestly. And I can't believe you're only paying $13.49. You've then got the candle. How cute is that? So lovely little Christmassy candle for you. You've also got, oh, this is another one of my favourites. I've got so many favourites. I love that. That is stunning. The Indian square. Oh, I want that as well. And then last but by no means least in this collection, and look how beautiful that is. The floral heart. These are so substantial. They are, I mean, look at the wood in itself. I mean, oh man, beautiful. Again, let me show you. I can't get hold of that down there. But can you see? Look at that. That is, sorry, if I move that, everything's going to fall off it. And that is that beautiful little candle that we've got there, which is absolutely exquisite. £13.49 is your price. Now, next, look at this. This is another single block for you, and this is your mandala. That's another one of my favourites. That feels so substantial. It is only $10.99. That is stunning, absolutely stunning. Now, obviously, thing is with these, you can do so much. I love that on a card. See, think about other things, think about other possibilities, you know, other uses, and that's it with blocks. They are substantial. Next, oh, yeah, I'm not surprised, 20% has gone to that. Yeah, it's lovely. 901101. Next, we've got, these are lovely too. So difficult to choose. These are beautiful. Again, you've got two mandalas here, only $17.99. And honestly, the pattern will build up so quickly with these. And they will fit together, as you can see, they fit together beautifully. 909934. Over 10% of the stock has gone there. Now, next, again, wonderful. So you've got your three-piece blocks here. That very difficult one. Your first collection that we've got for you. This is so pretty. Now, first of all, that one, that obviously it's a snowflake, but it doesn't really need to be. I mean, we call this ice because it's got that beautiful snowflake pattern. I mean, oh my gosh, that is super pretty, as is that. And look at the detail of that. Oh man, I want to try all of these. So that's your ice. The next one that we've got now, another essential, your borders. Essential because creating borders around your work, it's a game changer. And these are brilliant because you'll be able to do corners. Practice your mitered edges. See, that's a mitered edge. It's a different block, but look, can you see that? That's a good edge, is that? That's a good corner. Look. We're talking, that's what we talk about with corners. And that is why those ones are really, really good, because, oh, I've messed that up, haven't I? Because obviously with a beautiful block like that, you can create some really good, gorgeous borders around your work, and then you fill it in. That one, another one that you can create some amazing borders, and that's really beautiful. For some reason, I see cobwebs, but it doesn't need to be. So that's your beautiful borders. The next one that we've got for you, and these, again, absolutely, oh, these are pretty as well. That one in the centre. That one, if you love the Celtic, that'll go with your Celtic. And these are your circles. Because see, that one again, yeah, it will really, really go on the detail. Now, £25.99 is your price. You have got your 3 different options there. 445519. Next. This is another favourite. Oh, is it limited already? Yeah, I am not surprised. Single figures. Next. Oh, I'm not surprised. Look at that. Amazing. Isn't that sensational? The next person to check this out is going to get it. I definitely think you need to check this out. This is beautiful. You've got the elephant, which is so traditional, isn't it? Such a beautiful Indian design. You've got that incredible stag's head, and then look at the birds on the vine. That is so pretty. And don't forget the beautiful bird. I mean, that is a stunning, stunning set. 2 payments, £24.25. That is going to sell out, though. So please, please check your baskets out with that one. 417338. Now, 2 payments, £24.25. And once it's gone, it's gone. So please make sure you check your baskets out with them. And I tell you what, you know, we were talking about creating your borders. You'll create your borders, so you could create a beautiful border, but then one of those in the centre is going to look sensational. But of course, let me just find, because I'm trying to see elephants. I have seen elephants somewhere. Different elephant, different elephant, but it's okay because, look, I know it's a different elephant, but you can see how good to create borders and then a main image. I know it's not the right elephant, but just to make you see how good they look as main images. It has gone, though. I'm so sorry, that one has sold out. You do need to check your baskets out. If you don't check your baskets out, they might jump out of your basket in 10 minutes. 417338, please check your baskets out. Next, we have got for you. So now we come on to our bundles, don't we? Right. Another border, and that's a cracking border, because look at that again, perfect for doing mitre corners. The detail of that is sensational. Then remember, when you actually do a row of that, it's going to look different. It'll give you a really intense finish. All that leaf is beautiful. You've got the incredible dragonfly, a really, really pretty heart, and that shell. Again, the detail of those lines is incredible. £49.99. You have got your flexi on that one as well, I presume. I presume 2 payments of £25. There it goes, it spins. 486515. Next, now this is another, I told you we had quite a lot to look at. Right, this has already been really busy. This is nice. I love the paw print in the centre. That is proper cool, isn't it? The tree is beautiful. I mean, that's another one of those images that you need. I mean, imagine doing the tree, but then sewing loads of French knots on every end, or putting sequins on it. Do you know what I mean? You can do so much. You've got the gorgeous flower, the detail of that leaf. Look at that. It looks like a real skeleton leaf. And then the beautiful bumblebee. Now, if you want that collection, a quarter of the stock has gone. £54.99. Again, we will have a flexi on that one. It's 558249 is your item number. It's going to be 2 payments of £29.50. Now, next we've got for you another bundle, and I promise we're nearly there, then we will get back for more demonstrations, I do promise, but we've so much to see. This is lovely as well. I know I've said everything's lovely, but it is. Another border, that's a cracking border. And I know we're saying this is, you know, it's got your Christmas things, but not all Christmas. This is strong. That border is incredible. You've got a beautiful heart there. Look at that. You can't have too many. That is amazing. You've then got that beautiful design, and I love that because it kind of looks like a tree, but it could be anything. And then you have got that beautiful Christmas tree design as well. Now, again, 2 payments, £30. Are you creating your own Christmas napkins? Are you going to be decorating? You know, these could be on a beautiful tag. It doesn't have to be on fabric if you don't want. Stunning. 209026 is your item number. Now, next we have got for you a 6-piece block set. So first of all, and I love the owl. He is proper beautiful. Look at him on card. And that is just printed with white paint. Doesn't that look gorgeous? It really, really, it drew me eye and did that. I just think that is amazing. Just with white paint. So you've got that beautiful owl. You've got, of course, your little bees, different than the other bees as well. Then, I mean, again, workmanship. Look at that. Yeah, and this is the thing. You have to respect the workmanship that goes into these. It's just sensational. That is hand carved. These aren't made on a machine. These aren't, you know, put into a machine that's pre-done and it's carved every time. That is hand carved. It's sensational, and it's a beautiful, usable design. Is that you've got your gorgeous little blocks. Imagine hand carving a teeny little block like that. And then that flower, incredible. That's a good set as well. 019192, 2 payments, £29.50. Nearly there. I'm so needing my coffee now, I'm not going to lie. OK, oh, this is a nice set as well. Look at this one. That. Wow. Oh, now, if honestly, this would be another one I would absolutely get hold of. That is sensational, but that, oh my gosh, that is so different and unique. You've got that beautiful little one. Look at him, the little one. How gorgeous is that, the little elephant? And then at the bottom, now this is another one. So you are getting the detail, but then you get the solid block. So again, you can layer your colours up, which looks so effective. That one, absolute essential, beautiful, beautiful. You need that set. 2 payments, £37.50. And that, can you see the solid underneath and then the detail on top? You'll see it. I mean, when you look at beautiful block printed fabric from India, that you'll see that design a lot where they'll do the double blocks. They do double, they do triples. Oh, man. If you would like to get hold of that one, 261690. Next. Last block one. OK, now, another cracker. There's just 6 in this one. Now, it says it's an 8-piece, so, OK, we'll have to check that one. So, we've got the peacock. We've got that beautiful, and then, oh, OK. And then, yeah, so you can see what you get there. Absolutely beautiful. I love that ivy one. That's a good one. That ivy one is another essential. That'll create an incredible border. If you do want that, 2 payments, £29. 185985 is your item number. Wow, you have so much choice. Honestly, please, please, please check your baskets out. Do not miss out on any of these. The quality is sensational. Right, that is enough for me, isn't it? Let's get back. Sorry, I feel like I've left you for ages.
It's all right, but I accidentally finished my...
Hooray! Let's have a look what you've done. Oh, can you hold it up? Let's have a look at it in full.
Shall I?
That'll look amazing.
Like this?
Oh, wow, I love that. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
And that was quick to do.
Yeah, it was really quick, so I've been just standing still.
Yeah, yeah. And you're creating something utterly unique every single time.
Yeah.
I love it. Absolutely love it. What else would you like to show us? How much time have we got left?
Yeah, I can show some paper craft, right?
That'd be beautiful.
Yeah, so
yeah,
then
if you
people
could,
will
that'd
see
be
how
amazing.
well it works on paper also.
Yeah.
So I'll just move this aside. And so there are actually the ones that are next to you that I'm going to show with that ODS set.
See, this is lovely because, again, you could take anything. These are just plain brown envelopes and you just make them look beautiful. And look at that. You see the detail is sensational. The repeat print, doesn't that look amazing? Remember, everything you see on paper you can do on fabric. Everything you see on fabric you can do on paper.
And you can use it on Fimo also.
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
polymer clay.
Yes, yes,
so
of course.
So any kind of glaze.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you've got your clays. You can. I mean, it's lovely in clay because you get that depth as well, don't you? Obviously, another thing that I've used my blocks on is your gel plate. Don't forget, I mean, that's when we're going crafty, but they're really nice on your gel plate as well, so please have a go on your gel plate. And anyway, enough. Go on, enough of me. I'm going to take my coffee and hand over to you. Where are we starting?
Okay, So I'm going to start with this flower pattern, the rose. And so I've got, again, some of these indigo blue paints, which I don't remember the names of.
Oh, don't worry for now.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, it's just the same technique as with when you're printing on fabric. So you have to have something soft underneath, which is a towel. Towel works perfectly.
Perfect.
And a cut kitchen sponge.
Perfect.
Yeah. And
I
you
love
just,
that because it means we're not, it's literally stuff we've got around the home.
Yeah. And then you just soak in some colour in it.
Beautiful.
And then you just tap. You don't need much paint. Just go twice through the whole thing.
Oh, that's such a gorgeous design.
Yeah. And then we just make a print.
Super.
Just press. And here you go.
Perfect. I mean, it's perfect.
Yeah, it's really lovely.
And again, using your block, I think it's just, there's something really, I don't know, special about it. Because it feels so substantial. I love just the feel of the block in your hand, because they do feel beautiful, don't they? Because they've been carved out of wood.
Yeah, it's a piece of art. It's really something really lovely and handmade. Some people buy it just to display them. You know, my mom's shelf is full of these. She's never used them, I think, just because she doesn't want to, you know.
Yeah, because they do look beautiful.
At it.
I've got blocks around my home that are literally just out and just look pretty.
Yeah.
But they do, and I think that when you see them in India, and because when you go printing, and they've just got piles of them, haven't they? You know, when you go to proper block print, and it's just so exciting. Is it quite a long process actually making the blocks?
Yeah, it is, and it's actually made on the trunk of a tree. It's being cut and sliced, and then on that piece, one will carve as many of the same pattern as there is space to do that.
Yeah.
And then there will be some empty spaces, and that's where you do the small blocks.
Yes.
And then you cut it out individually.
Fantastic.
And then it goes through all the other
Then the
treatments.
secret processes.
Yeah, the secret process.
The magic. Then it's all the magic, which is very exciting indeed. And that's how you get the quality of the blocks as well.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Now, I know the first one was Postbox Red. That blue's incredible.
Yeah.
Townhouse Teal, okay, is behind us. And she knows her stuff. Oh, that's a nice colour, isn't it?
This is quite white. Does it show in the camera, the colour?
It does.
Yeah, okay, good.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I love it.
And the blocks print wonderfully on card and paper.
Yeah. Just as long as you have to remember to have something soft underneath.
Yeah.
And some people use these with inks, but I wouldn't, because it doesn't have enough of the pigment. So this is more of a rich print.
Yeah, and you do get a really beautiful print. And I think what makes these special, you know, obviously if you're used to using stamps, of course, I think a lot of people know I'm a seriously big stamper. But the lovely thing with blocks is, the pattern is incredible, but it's the ability to be able to use them again and again and again. You're not worried about the paint destroying them.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that longevity, I mean, it is an investment. And if you're changing colours, it depends really. I mean, if you've gone light and then you go dark, I wouldn't. Would you?
No, I don't bother. I don't bother changing colours. Even sometimes if I change to lighter from dark, I might be a little lazy. And it doesn't matter if few of them will be a little bit darker.
Yeah, there you get that ombre effect again.
Then you might get surprised what it, turns out to be like.
You might stumble across a lovely effect, mightn't you?
Yeah.
A new design.
See, I love these two designs, how these work together when the other one is so thick and the other one is such delicate. I really like it.
Do you know what I love about these as well? A lot of people, when they're rubber stamping, when they put paint or ink on, you know, if they go around the edges, you worry because that transfers on. Look at that. You know, you don't have to be as precious. For some reason, the results are phenomenal every time.
That's true.
We've got a few emails. I'm going to read these out. Lovely David's emailed in. Hiya, David. He says, these are fantastic to use, as the wooden block provides a natural handle, true, and a real positive contact with your work. Oh, thank you, David. That's a much better way of describing it than I've said. We've been stamping with them. Yes, we did. Stamping with them in Jaipur, and it's an experience not to be missed if you get the chance to go, which is very exciting. Watch out for that for next year. Elaine says, delighted to see these on the craft store. Quite a collection. They are great. Much too nice to hide in a drawer. Mine are displayed on my shelves in my craft room. Absolutely, Elaine. They are stunning. Rebecca, hello. I use my my wooden blocks on my gel plate. Yay! That's exactly what I'm saying,
that's
Rebecca.
good also.
Yeah, definitely. Wendy, fabulous to see. Laura, now I always want to say Laura, but it's not. I keep wanting to say it wrong. It's Laura.
You won't be the first one or the last one.
Laura and Blockwaller on the craft store. We were able to see the traditional craftsmen chiselling out these stamps. It's an amazing craft and such a wonderful tradition. Absolutely, Wendy. And when you see it being done, I think knowing that you're investing in, you know, in such beautiful, rich heritage and getting something absolutely stunning. That's a wonderful design, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And again, easy.
It's very easy. And it's just so easy to create whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You feel like...
And I think that's it, isn't it? I mean, it's up to you what you do. It's up to you how you design. And I think that the beauty of having that freedom, whether it's fabric, whether it's paper, whether you're creating boxes or wrapping paper, that creative freedom is lovely.
Or socks.
Or socks. I think tomorrow when we're on, I want to know if you've already tried block printing. Have you done socks? Or what's the strangest thing you've block printed? Email in studio@thecraftstore.com. I love that. I love that you got so into it. That's so funny. Yeah, that looks so pretty.
So now it's done. And as you can see on these samples that you have over there, I've used the black rose, not that one,
that one.
Yeah, so I've made it quite busy.
Yeah.
Whereas here, I've just put like one every here and there.
Yes.
So it's...
I think they both look good. I must admit, though, I love this. I love what you've done there, because you've done black with that metallic blue over the top, and that looks beautiful. Yeah. It just looks so effective. Oh, my gosh, we've only got 5 minutes. If you do want to get... And I love this as well, because they've got a little bit of decoration. And that's it, isn't it? I mean, you can do so much with the print when you've done it.
If I have here, for example, these little embellishments. So this is an envelope. Maybe you wanted to gift something, you know, put a little gift card in it or something. So then you can always... I don't know how to use these.
Oh, I never use my tweezers.
Okay,
I just get my fingers
use my
in.
hands.
Oh,
so,
yeah, I don't bother with tweezers.
Yeah. So just to put this little... It's not as easy as I would think.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So just to put, you know, little charms, and immediately it will add to it.
Well, it's one of those, you can do so much with it. There's so much. I'm going to show, can I show some beautiful finished samples? Now, obviously, these aren't necessarily, I just want to show you loads of stuff, because we've got so much stuff around. I'm going to take it off. These aren't necessarily used in the box, but I want to show you the kind of thing that you can create, because... Look at that. Is that in Fimo?
Yeah, it is.
That is amazing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That is absolutely amazing. And look, now that's on Fimo. Look at that. How gorgeous are they? And again, things like this, just beautiful prints. So that's cutting out your separate ones, but look at that. I mean, you can create your own fabric and then sew it. I mean, that's a lovely thing. You could absolutely put bleach on them. I mean, these are strong blocks. These are wooden blocks. Obviously, you're cleaning it and stuff, but yeah, you can do so many techniques. I mean, there's so much you can do. You're creating your own fabric, and this is the thing, you can create huge pieces. I mean, you could create bedding that will match the beautiful cushion. There literally is absolutely no ending to this. It's just so rewarding. If anyone's thinking of this and they've never tried it before, what really made you fall in love with the whole block printing?
Because it's just so incredibly easy.
Yeah.
And like I said, I never used to be crafty, or maybe I just didn't know I was.
Yes.
But it's very easy to start with something like this. Even if you've never seen a block in your life before, it's just like once you start creating with it, you just get hooked.
Yes.
And it's just like so incredibly easy.
Yeah.
It's really, really easy.
And the results are stunning.
Yeah, exactly. And it lasts you for a lifetime.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they are an investment.
Yeah.
You know, the quality that's gone into making these, and that is what you're buying. You are buying a quality block. There's so many processes it's gone through to create something that is going to last you a lifetime. Yeah, that's a beautiful scarf. Literally, we've got so many. I just want to zoom round and get things to show you, and again, not necessarily with the blocks on the show, but just to show you what you can do with block printing. And I think that's the thing, isn't it? Share it with your family.
Yeah.
Make your family lovely handmade socks.
Yes.
All the Christmas presents.
Yeah.
Did they put a block on getting socks? Were they like, no more?
Yeah, I've heard that a couple of times, that nothing to do with blocks. And of course I would then start gifting the actual blocks also, but then everybody ended up having so many because I had forgotten